transportation the ad council on the station.
The free iHeartRadio app is the #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
I take massive luck. I had about 2 days it was that close to closing, right? So that's what I tell people to say. I'm the one that's going to protect you. Because when something happens, I didn't have it. I got lucky. So I didn't have damage. I had no damage to my heart. Better for it. I've got a better mindset. I'm grateful to be alive. Now I'm going to take that and transfer it. Hoping you get it. It's a medical issue. It's one thing. It's a you should look into the event because you have me consulting, you have my partners consulting, and the stuff we can do. Our capabilities is beyond anybody. I put it up against anybody in the world. So all you big companies that are looking at that 700 employees and will knock your socks off. So that's kind of what I'm doing. Tell the passion is there, and the more passionate you are about something you believe in, the more and it's kind of like just a wonderful thing. So that's what I'm doing. In addition to I make a fabulous
Well, thank you so much for doing this.
Yeah,
I really appreciate it. How can people get in touch with you and contact you?
Yeah, I mean, I'll give out my email address, which is the best way. So it's JDiorio, DIORIO, J3-global.com. Please send me a note. Website's being redone because we're getting a lot more action. My LinkedIn has everything you need to know. So please direct message me or whatever. Love to help you out.
You heard it, folks. Thanks again, Jim. I really appreciate it.
My honor.
Commanders push for a new stadium in Washington, D.C. It involves the team enlisting help from President Trump. The team's financing package for a venue in the Army Stadium site, held up by D.C. Council. That's
It's an honor to have you here. I really appreciate you coming down and doing the show. You have a phenomenal body of work behind you, from Phenomenon, all the work before that, your latest film. It's totally, absolutely mind-bending, some of the stuff that you do. For people that aren't familiar, I doubt there's any, but for people that don't know or aren't familiar with your work, just give me a brief background on how you got into this subject, filmmaking.
How brief?
We got plenty of time.
Okay, because I could actually give you a slightly less brief version. It's kind of funny how I got into it.
Were you into filmmaking? Were you originally a filmmaker first and just got obsessed with this topic of UFOs?
Kind of.
So, I can tell just by your work, just the way you produce your films, the style and everything. I'm a big fan of that. In a totally separate level of the topic. Like, if you can separate the UFO topic, which is fascinating, the style of your films, the way you cut them, the way you shoot them. I'm a huge fan of that.
Well, thank you. So I strive for credibility with the phenomenon because I used to always tell people I had to be exposed to the cheap lives. And I'm like, no, the story itself, any UFO story is so fascinating, so otherworldly, excuse the pun there, but that I would always say if you could add credibility to a fascinating story, like someone coming in contact allegedly with a UFO, then that will succeed, because that's the story is already so incredible, already so unbelievable, that if you could add that element of credibility to your production, then that's a winning, recipe. And so I developed that very, very early on. I remember having a shouting matches with the two older guys that I was working with. So if you don't know anything about filmmaking, we're going to push you need to add, overproduce it, but cheesy effects, just stuff that just makes you want to shoot in a bucket. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we talked about that before. There's a lot of shows out there on the big networks that go so far overboard with the graphics, the motion graphics, and all that stuff, and the production of it. And it's just so, for people like I don't know for normal people what it's like for people like you and me. It's just you see right through it. It just makes it. I don't think it does the subject any favors.
I find it unwatchable when I look at it because if the story's not compelling enough to carry itself, you have to have those so-called bells and whistles or whatever to keep people's attention that don't do that story.
Right.
But let me back up. My father was a mainstream journalist. His name was Charles Fox. He lived on the East Coast. He wrote for Car Driver magazine. And he got multiple sclerosis when I was born. As I grew up, I became sort of his legs, his secretary, his chauffeur, his assistant, and I traveled all around and got to do these really cool stories, watching my father perform as a journalist. And it was a lot of hard work. I remember thinking all the writing for the stories and all the copy I did goes into it. More work than you'd expect for just words. And so I kind of was exposed to journalism at an early age, more so than I would have been because of my father's condition. And people would be like, oh, you're so lucky to travel around the world, do all these cool things. And like, you try traveling with a quadriplegic sometimes, okay? See how hard that is. Because it's basically like, having a 200-pound baby trying to make a living. And I'm not referring to my dad as baby, he was a baby guy, but I had to take care of all of his needs physically. But he would travel and he was incredibly driven and he was hilarious and fun to be around. And so we had a kind of a different relationship, father-son relationship, very early on because of his dependence on me and my dependence on him. It was a codependency thing. But we got along great. And we had a lot of fun. We traveled all around. I was driving in I was like 15, basically doing stuff that I shouldn't have been doing to them. I remember driving to go see my Dan Gurney, the race car driver. There was films about this, even I think Mustang versus Ford, or that's Ford versus Ferrari. Anyway, my dad goes, God, my legs are really bad today. I can't drive. I was like 12 or 13. We're in Southern California. You're going to have to take the wheel. I said, Dad, I've never driven on the freeway. He goes, just keep it. He goes, just keep it between the lines. So I've got this big van. My dad is a there. And I'm like, because with multiple sclerosis, he couldn't walk anymore, but he could still move his legs a little bit on a good day, where he could activate the accelerant. Evenally, all. But there was a period of 5 or 10 years where on a good day, things were going well. He could drive. You could get him behind the wheel, just push the accelerator pedal, the brake pedal, and all that stuff. But I just remember, and then we pulled out to interview this guy, Dan Gurney, and he wanted this long. How old is your son? So my point is that I got to intimately share my father's career as a journalist very early on because of this condition. And so I remember finding the video camera, just discovering the video camera, what a great tool that was for instant playback and communication and documentation of stuff. And it seemed to me a really nice alternative than all the hard work that my father used to have to do writing stories. I was shocked that I was writing an article. Of course, later I realized, once you document things, you have to edit that process is very tedious. But in any case, I picked up a video camera and I thought, wow, this is great. I could really get into this, documenting stories. I did some PSAs, service announcements, just basic editing. And then a very good friend of mine turned me on, and I'll give you guys, I want to give you the super long version of it, because your eyes are glazed over. But he turned me on to UFO. And he was like, this is back in the 90s, but it wasn't really out like the early 90s, and I went to high school, and I remember thinking, boy, too bad this friendship's over because he's lost his mind. He was talking about Roswell, He's like, yeah, but there's a puzzle, UFO crash, there's recovery, right? Just see us quickly. I mean, I literally was like, one of Katie's, my very dear friend, Renee, I'm going to actually write my friendship off because he's lost his mind. And I was apprenticing at a video production company in Northern California. And I started talking to this guy, Richard Van Sickle, who's running the company. I had a lot of respect for him. I looked up to him a lot. And he said, yeah, my buddy Renee is starting to do a policy. I was like, oh, you don't know about that? I was like, no, I don't know. Roswell, the alien spaceship crashed. He goes, yeah, you didn't know about that? I was like, no, how am I supposed to know about that? You know? And so I started to look into it. And I realized, wow, the military really did put out an official statement that this happened. And then I went to a couple of conferences and I met some ex-military guys that were talking about, gun camp footage of UFOs in the 50s. Maybe there's something to this. And I was just kind of interested. And so I was like, got a video camera. I'm going to make a documentary on UFOs. And my father was horrified. And he was like, son, please come back. Like, what happened? What did I do wrong? He was begging me. He said literally, I'll never forget it. He goes, it's a dead-end street, son. There's nothing to it. It's going nowhere. Don't waste your life. And I thought, my father's been so supportive for so many things for so long. He used to say to me, kid, I don't care if you want to be a garbage man or if you want to be a teacher or whatever it is that makes you happy. That's what I was supporting always. That's the only thing that matters in life. And yet this, he was so opposed to it. He had members that I was born into. He had members of my family writing letters to say, your father's begging you to say, don't waste your life. Kind of thing. And I'm like a Taurus, so I'm kind of stubborn. And I thought, well, I'll show you. So I probably worked like 10 times harder than I've ever worked in my life just to kind of show him, And it was hard. Boy, really hard. And it took me about 4.5 years. And I got some incredible the final pieces. I got the opportunity to do a photo review with the Apollo 14 astronaut Victor Mitchell. And that really kind of solidified the credibility of the film, kind of stepping up to the and I went to Roswell for the 50th anniversary towards the tail end of production, and I got some never before seen testimony from alleged Army officials that were involved in Roswell. Because, like, in 1997, this tail end when the people were dying, you know what I mean? Roswell, right? Like, it had been 50 years. So the people that were, they were like in their, they were in their like 20s, they would have been in their 70s. So 50 years was kind of the 50th anniversary of Roswell. You could actually go there and meet a handful of people that were directly involved with the incident. They're all dead now. So anyway, I went there and I made this film, and I ended up selling it to Discovery Channel. And I was so burnt out by this process. I had no idea what it took to be documentary, how long it took, how much work it took, B-roll, editing, writing, research. My God, it just really kind of caught me off. It was about 4.5 years, and I sold the Discovery Channel, everyone was kind of shocked, my dad included. And I thought, well, never again am I doing anything like that. This was it. And then, and if I'm going on to them, just tell me, no, just trying to tell you how I got involved with this whole thing. I never intended to be where I'm at today, nearly 30 years later, still producing documentaries on UFOs because never in my wildest dreams did I think I'd be that guy, and I never wanted to be that guy. But when the film sold to Discovery, everyone was shocked, myself included, and doors started opening. Like, oh, here's an independent guy who treated the subject matter seriously, who did a really cool and had great scope production. Hey, if you want to meet with anyone, meet this guy. It's just like a doors opening. It's invited to Russia. And I thought, gosh, I can't mind going to Russia and meet with like Pavel Popovich, cosmonaut, with the Star City. I got to meet the general. This is the night. And, okay, well, I guess I'm going to do another film on UFOs. How could I not? Like, I mean, just go for it. So I worked another, and breaking the money was always incredibly challenging. I learned how to operate cameras, how to edit, edit the sound, all those things. You know, because it's possibly a really basic challenge. And so, even though I sold my film to Discovery, I didn't think I would have made more flipping burgers at the end of the day. But, you know what I mean? So anyway, so then I made another film called Out of the Blue.
How's that working out for
It's really
you?
funny. What do you know a film is done? You know, and it's a tough moment to when you actually realize, hey, this one is done. Because I never really felt satisfied with anything. So I'm looking at this, and out of the blue, about 5 years of production, and my buddy, my boy, kind of my mentor, he was in a position crying. His wife, his wife, stop it with the stop it. They're killing him, you know, and he's like, oh, I'm pushing so hard, everybody, right? And there was like money, and so I was like, all right, well, I guess I'll put out, you know, Out of the Blue, and I sold out the movie to NBC Universal and Aaron Slack. Again, you know, like I just, I don't know, this guy Larry Landfield, it's sci-fi, I saw it, it's like, I came in and I didn't have a lawyer, and I have these, like, people in acquisitions at NBC Universal. I'm like, so, kid, like, what do you want for your movie? I'm like, I have no idea. Like, what I didn't know how to negotiate. I was too new, you know. And so I sold it, but I sold it reluctantly because I felt like it wasn't the film that I envisioned when I set out. When you involved in a certain project, you have a vision of how you want something to be. You know, that you go to the house, you sell your car, you podcast, whatever. And it didn't materialize. You know what I mean? Like I'm just satisfied. So I sold the film. I did okay. Probably again, the burgers at the end of the day. Tallied up on me. And about 3 years after the film came out, I got a letter from NBC Universal saying I could do the broadcast. So guess what? I moved. Well, I'm going to make a checklist of all the things that I was unhappy about. I'm going to redo this film. And I remember the time my partner
All right, y'all. July 14th is here. So
I said, yeah, I love this. So they were like, you're out of your mind. Okay, go someplace somewhere else. You're done. And so I ended up having to bring in new investors and new partners and to redesign everything and raise more money. So I made a checklist of things that I wanted to accomplish for the film Out of the Blue, to revise it, make a director's cut. And that was about 10 people long. And the night one was like, I wanted to get more direct eyewitness accounts of the Rendlesham Forest case back in December of 1980, happening in the joint U.S. British air base that housed the war weapons. The heavy U.S. dead weapons were fascinating Rendlesham Forest. And then there was a very, very compelling close encounter with mass sightings that happened in 1997 in March in Arizona. It's commonly referred to as the Phoenix Light. Talk to witnesses. They say, don't call it Phoenix Light, call them massive, UFO flyovers, because the object was not flight, it was a massive Uber activity object that was 1 to 2 miles across.
And that's something that you wanted to include in that film?
Well, I investigated the case and I did include the film, but it was like June. The sighting happened March 13th, 1997, and then in June, there was mountain pressure from the people, from witnesses. It got like an accurate story, and the governor of Arizona, the then governor of Arizona, Mike Simonton, was like, we're going to get to the bottom of it. We're going to find out what it was. I contacted the local Air Force base, and
Isn't that the guy? Is that the guy who like walked out of the press conference dressed like an alien?
Yeah. So a couple of hours later, he has one of his aides. And I was investigating this case for all those down. I was in the production. It's either 50 years or less. Probably like in any case. I was in deep investigating this case, and that's what so Fife Simons and the governor, then governor, was like, we're going to get the bottom of it, keep the series. Like he really wanted. He had a press conference, 10 of it, really. And a couple hours later, he had this unscheduled press conference. He had one of his aides dressed up in a long suit, make sure that everything. And I'm telling you, that all the way to the line, they're like, I put you in office, where your constituents, like dairy. And it was this object was witnessed by a lot of people because everybody was on the nice guy trying to get a glimpse of the hell out of it. So this object moved from the north all the way across the south of the entire state of Arizona. It was a fascinating place. My goal was to get Fife Simons on camera and find out why the hell is it. So this all takes many years. And so, to my complete astonishment or shock,
Yo,
I got 9 out of 10.
what up, Ghostly? How you living, pimp? Ghostly, can you hear me? Ghostly. Hello. How are you? Ghostly. Big dog. How you living, baby? Shout out to Ghostly. What's good, Ghostly? You living like a pimp? Ghostly, I'm just about to pray if you want to see that. It sucks. Yo, Ghostly. How are you? Ghostly, do you remember that time I asked you how you were doing and you were just dead fucking silent? Everybody remembers that. It was amazing. Shout out to Ghostly. Everybody loves Ghostly. This is known as a Ghostly song. What up, Miss Aquarius? How you living, girl? Can you hear me, Miss Aquarius? Are you ready for me?
Yes, I'm eating too, so hold on.
Okie doke. Just one moment. Let me get my phone.
Okay, there we go. Never you go right. My woman, I'll get that out. I'll take it upstairs. Then she clean it up.
Did your friend ever decide on a date for her wedding?
No, I haven't talked to her yet. Her fiance, I haven't even talking about it yet. I don't know. She going to her family reunion. He got to meet the other side of the family. I don't know. I'm trying to talk somebody here up in the morning.
tagged in her article. But that happens on a daily basis. There's parking on the side and good guard security is the latest. The last one was Allied Universal. Time Magazine did an article about them. They interviewed me. I told them it wasn't working. I told the city. So the city hired a new group, and the cars are ghost cars. They're getting out. They're not staying there, and they come back at the end of their shifts and leave. And
I'm ready whenever you are, Rabbi.
Yes, ma'am. Just one moment. Send you an invitation.
Two people having a fight, and we spoke to them, and they're cartel members. They work with the cartel. They're vendors. They come from the pier. They were finished for their job, and they flat out told us that Sinaloa, that game, and MS-13 is deeply involved in Santa Monica, and most of the people are from south of the border, and you join or you have to watch your back. And these people are coming from Skid Row, and they're coming from MacArthur Park, Westlake, and you can see them in various areas of Palisades Park, sometimes Repark, but on the pier with the rainbow-colored umbrellas, selling everything from fruits to baked goods. And they're from the drug cartels. From the drug cartels, they've told us. We've had long conversations with them, and they're not afraid to tell us.
Let me know when you're ready, Rabbi.
All right. Less than a minute.
That's how they're able to make money. They're not even buying food. They're admittedly walking in to Trader Joe's, Target, and stealing what they need to get for that day. And they're reselling it under those umbrellas. No, those items are coming to them by the cartel. There are warehouses around the city that they're using.
All right.
But they get paid their share.
What?
They leave. And most are on bikes. Most are walking. So they can't carry much. They just got enough to last for the rest of the day or evening. But we've brought this up to the library board. You spoke about the main librarian. As far back as March and April of this year, we contacted them and we said we'd like to speak to your meeting.
Okay,
We
sure.
said the agendas are great, but nowhere on the
All right, there we go.
other topic of safety or crime. Safety and crime are never mentioned. And
What was that? I've never seen that.
some sort of altercation.
What?
We've asked the guards there, and
Did it glitch?
there's guards in the library.
Your
I
ball.
don't know, but I missed one topic. It's on you now.
Okay, maybe my thing glitched. I'm gonna close and reopen. Get it.
People in the city government know everything that you're telling me. People at the libraries know, and they're afraid of angering the drug cartels, so they've turned over Santa Monica to the cartels because they can't fight them. You believe that? We believe that.
All right, you got 9.
The librarians and even the park maintenance people are afraid to speak up.
Nice spare.
Former city manager
Thank you.
and in areas and expertise.
Look at this. Ooh.
Mhm.
And a lot of retaliation under the former city manager and the city council.
Get it.
You got it.
Are you serious? Go. Do you see that one's on the edge? Garbage.
Right.
Garbage.
Yeah. I won.
Yes, you did.
Come on, Rabbi.
Oh, no. I don't ever gutter ball, and I just gutter balled. But I got the
Yay,
spare.
this spare.
But I got the spare.
inside during the day, in the children's section of all places. The city looked the other way.
Oh, come on. Oh, wait a second. They were shooting porn videos and the city looked the other way. Really?
They looked the other way. We never found
Nope.
out
Okay. Okay. You got this, Rabbi.
how they got inside. Police and the former chief promised to investigate, but as usual, the public never was given any of the results.
Bro.
Never. There was an independent newspaper that did a Freedom of Information request, and much of what they got was redacted.
Me. No.
It was just very bland, very vanilla, and it was forgotten.
All right.
Hmm.
There she
Now,
goes.
what are you watching?
I'm watching. You got 8?
Yeah, I'm talking to my auntie.
Get these 2. Get these
Oh,
2.
what's she watching? You got one. You got it. Come on. No, come on, Rabbi. You got it.
That this woman is allowing this to go on. She's allowing porn to be shot inside of the Santa Monica Library, among all the other things that John Elliott is talking about. He's with Santa Monica Coalition. People just have no idea.
Good job. Yay.
Thank you, ma'am. I win, you win.
That's right.
This is so heartbreaking and overwhelming. Deborah Mark, live, the KFI 24-hour news.
Here is the latest. The House passes President Trump's big, beautiful bill. It is now on the way for President Trump to sign. The state attorney general is going after fantasy sports in California. We'll have more.
Come on, Rabbi.
No doubt. Go. Get this. It's not what we wanted. Not what we wanted at all. Look at you, girl. Look at you. Strike. That was beautiful.
Come on, Rabbi. You got it.
I need these 3.
They just moved out.
And I got 0.
Oh, no.
Not what we wanted. Nice spare.
Thank you.
You're putting up numbers.
Hey, good strike.
Thank you. That's what I'm talking about.
You're welcome.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
You got it.
Oh, for
I don't know
sure.
about this.
For sure.
I don't know about this. Don't know. That one. All right, come on. Have to go back. Come on, Rabbi.
2 strikes in a
Yes,
row.
Yay.
That's what I'm talking about.
Good job, good job, good job.
Going for a comeback. Big time
Okay,
comeback.
fine.
Big time
There
comeback.
It is what it is. You got it.
Miss Aquarius. Uh-oh.
Go ahead.
Comeback time. Get it. Nope, but I got the
Yay.
comeback. There we go. Strike, strike, spare. Let's get another
Yay.
strike. Cherry on top. That's all right.
Man, you're still leading. Good job. You win, I win. It's okay.
I win, you win, Miss Aquarius.
Yep. Yay. All right. Well, we'll play later, okay?
God willing. Excellent. We'll see you then.
All right. See you later.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Shout out to Miss Aquarius, like the nicest lady ever. What would she say? You better fucking dive him, child. Dog, then you get a fighter and the kid. Your favorite podcast. Maybe the greatest podcast in the history of the world. What do they talk about? T-ball. Cruises. Because we're back at it again. It's the fighter and the kid. What do you like more, the fighter and the kid's theme song or Golden Hours? I like the music of the fighter and the kid, but the background of the Golden Hour.
Worked his tail off on putting together the best of for the last 6 months, and you're gonna like what you put together today at 4 p.m. right here on the Convoy Show on KFI. John Cobell Show,
Yeah, because we're back at it again. It's the fighter and the kid.
Somebody has to do this. On 4 o'clock. And after 4 o'clock, if you miss stuff, John Cobell Show on
Look at this athleticism, though, for Rizzy.
We're discussing first the story in the West Side Courier about the horrific conditions in the library.
All right.
Mental patients and drug addicts and people shooting pornography videos in the library.
Yeah, you got a link to that?
Looking the other way, and drug cartel members controlling Palisades Park and other areas. John, I only got a few minutes. Is there any response from the public? Are they all cool with this? They must be afraid. There must be a majority that's terrified and disgusted and fed up with this.
Well, they recognize it.
Plato?
That they receive the library, for instance, comes from the feds. The feds have the history museum in the main library.
Look at this athleticism.
That would be why there's nobody talking about it. But like city council members, most of them have truly become agents of chaos, doubling down on stupid. Our vice mayor in December announced during the city council meeting the necessity to Trump-proof the city.
Perché da dai la conosce che diciamo abbiamo messo a fare la mia preferenza.
How did these people, I'm assuming they were normal at some point in their life, how did they start to embrace all kinds of deviant, dangerous, sick behavior by so many people in so many places that used to be safe family spaces? It's almost like they caught some kind of terrible viral disease in their brain.
Selfish and political and financial. The city is run by SMER. That's
What's that?
short for Santa Monica for Renters' Rights. It started 45 years ago.
Perché da dai la conosce che diciamo abbiamo messo a fare on this photo film.
Rent control is not going anywhere. It's like Social Security. In Santa Monica, at least, it's not going anywhere. And every election, they make that the cornerstone of who they should vote for. So they have
Berksham كبار مختار من بعد.
city council.
Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Berksham كبار مختار من بعد. Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Berksham كبار مختار من بعد. Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Berksham كبار مختار من بعد.
They just don't care.
Yeah, the inside political people, I get it. They got a winning organization. They're probably all profiting from their group. What about just regular homeowners? Just people, I know a lot of people in Santa Monica who are just normal people with families. There aren't enough of them.
71% rent, and of that 71%, quite a few come in for high-tech jobs and leave. We're making great gains by getting the attention of homeowners who are seeing this go into their own backyards in areas north of Montana, in the leaf areas of Santa Monica, and the areas of single-family residences. We're seeing this being affected. Every home and every street in residential areas in Santa Monica, interestingly, has an alley. most of them don't go into the alleys at night even to empty their trash. And even the renters who live in rent-controlled apartments, the landlords have to have guards now. Many of them do. And, that raises the cost $600 to $1,000 a month. So it's not just on the flip side right now. The petty theft, $35, $400 a day. It's in the residential neighborhoods, and it's spreading. So we're finally getting the attention and the cooperation of all our homeowners. We're going to be having a meeting coming up soon. And one great thing is
Because Rebecca did it again. It's the father and the kid.
city council meetings as to what we can discuss and how long. Usually it's 6 minutes. They will open the city council meeting with 7 minutes.
Yo, dog, what the fuck is going on with this bullshit? Is this the best pet podcast in global history? It's pretty close.
This is really the Final Kid. We're back now. Yeah, I want to thank everybody for weighing in on the barbecue comments. I guess the guy from, was it Pose or whatever? Pose? No, what was that barbecue place where he said Callan? The name of barbecue spot. All of them were like, dude, we don't want to carry anything. It's okay. And I was like, yeah, dude, it's these California people coming to our good state of Texas and pushing their narrative on us good Texans. Yeah. And somebody said, Callan, the guy from Opie said, Callan is the type of guy that eats corn the long ways. Just trying to people take their barbecue so fucking seriously. That's just gay shit. But you can't help it. You don't mean to be gay. No. It's just, when you see like a kid just like running, he has a little flare. It's like, God, he has sugar in his tank, dude. Yeah. It doesn't need to, when he runs, to go like, yes. I was in Salt Lake. I saw a kid score a touchdown. He goes, yes. And I went, that's cool. I don't discriminate, dude. I went to a lot of dicks are headed his way as he gets older. You're 58 or whatever. And it's just like, come on, bro. They don't mean too much. Like you were in your head going, man, people are gonna think I'm gay if I get Tesla. Yeah, beef. It's just what you do, dude. I went to Salt Lake and they said, would you like? I got the bison ribs, delicious. The bisons are nice. And then I got big, right? I got the pulled pork, delicious. Pulled pork, gross. And then they said, you want sweet tea or unsweet tea? I said, of course, unsweet tea. And then no mac and cheese for me. I had a double serving of slaw. That's not bad. Yeah, it was delicious. Because I don't really fuck with any side. If I'm cheating, I'll go with that potato salad. It's a nice potato salad. My boy's Don's potato salad. A little hole in the wall. Dude, I like a nice potato salad. Slaw, overrated. Good potato salad and salt. I love the potato salad. Dude, a nice cream corn. Cream corn is good. Dude, but the boys yesterday, I bought the boys because Casey's in town shooting content. Right up the road, dude. It's Joe's Smokehouse. It has a reggae theme, which I can't stand, but that's the thing. Dude, really? Definitely for a food truck, top 3 I've had so far in Texas. Is that right? 6 minutes up the street. Is that right? Fantastic. Thank you, Brandon. That was very delicious. Yeah, I mean, morale went. Oh, it did. How are you still Texas? Who are you talking to? Oh, sorry, buddy. Who the hell are you talking to right now? Okay, that's all right. Because you live in California and you just come in from the podcast. Where am I right now? You're in Texas, right? All right. Yeah, you kind of got in my face a little bit about the lean. Well, in general, you said like, oh, I just had one of those. I don't give a shit what you say. He's like, oh, I just had one of those. I'm like, oh, no, fuck do I care? Yeah, he kind of got into my face.
There we go. Just what's up, gangster?
A lot to handle. He's feisty. He's strong. Very strong. Athletic kid. Loaded the ground. Tried to move him around. I couldn't do it. He's feisty.
Look at this athleticism. Look at it. Look at it.
Says the sites have the ability to gamble on online sports betting is against current state laws. Underdog Fantasy is one of the biggest fantasy sports sites around, and they tried blocking the opinion, but a judge says the opinion doesn't change state law. Jason Campodonia, KFI News.
And the July 4th holiday weekend has crowded the roads and the skies. ABC's Jack Lee reports the Transportation Security Administration is expecting the largest number of travelers ever in AAA says drivers need to be prepared.
Last July 4th, they had nearly 700,000 emergency roadside assistance calls. So think dead batteries, flat tires, locking yourself out of the car. You don't want these things to stop you from getting to your vacation, enjoying the beach.
Southland weather from KFI. Low clouds and fog again in the morning. Then it will be sunny. Highs mid-70s to mid-80s. Metro LA. Mid-80s to around 90 in the valleys. Upper 80s to mid-90s. Breezy again in the high desert. Low 70s at the beaches. Low 80s inland OC. Upper 80s to mid-90s for the IE. Right now 73 in San Juan Capistrano. It's 84 in Staten. We are going to a crash on the 405 Sherman Oaks. It's on 405 northbound, right to Ventura Boulevard, right before the 101. New accident. This is going to be blocking the middle lanes. Now you're 405 north. It is already a really slow line coming away from Slauson Avenue. Culver City on the 405 southbound, right at Venice Boulevard. Another accident. This one is involving a charter bus. Going to be blocking the right lane. In Burbank, 5 southbound of Verdugo. Got that accident in the center divider area. And in Monrovia on 210 eastbound of Myrtle Avenue, another wreck making its way over to the right shoulder. With Southern California's most accurate traffic report, I'm Jenny Harmon. Here's what's trending now on the new and improved iHeartRadio app.
All right, y'all, July 4th weekend is here, so whether you're poolside, grilling with friends, or road tripping with the window down, iHeartRadio has got you covered. We've got the best July 4th playlists, non-stop summer stations, and we're counting on the biggest songs of the week. Plus, don't miss the iHeartCountry Throwback July 4th weekend happening right now, featuring all of your favorite country hits from back in the day.
Explore the latest. Open the free iHeartRadio app and see what's trending now.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
In 1995, a college student disappeared on a trip across the USA.
I reported him missing right away, but they wouldn't take it.
So his mother started investigating.
I read the case file. I started going through and saw people that wasn't interviewed.
I joined this mother's search for justice.
You recording?
I am, yeah. Someone Knows Something Season 6. Available now.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
September 1979. Virginia's top prison band, Edge of Daybreak, is about to attempt the impossible, recording their debut album Behind Bars in just 5 hours. They were black artists serving extremely long felony sentences. Each had grown up under segregation, only to get caught up in America's prison boom during their 20s. I'm Jamie Petrus, music and culture editor. For the past 5 years, I've been talking to the band's 3 surviving members, Jamal Jahanubian, Neil Cade, and Harry Cupcake Coleman.
Put it this way, we were the band of the state penal system. They would come in and stand around the wall and sweat would pour off them just like it poured off of us, just to hear us play.
They're out of prison now and in their 70s. Their past behind them. But they also have some unfinished business.
The end of the day, Eyes of Love was supposed to have been followed up by another album.
They never got that opportunity, but they never stopped dreaming either. Check it out. Listen to Soul Incarcerated on the iHeartRadio app.
Check it out. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
Here's what we're working on in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Motion is adopted.
The House has passed President Trump's big, beautiful bill with $4.5 trillion in tax and spending cuts.
Abundant life church in Torrance has been vandalized 8 times, hanging the front steps with messages and broken several stained glass windows, evidence estimated to be $50,000.
KFI News is on it.
4 people have been killed, more than a dozen hurt, following a drive-by shooting outside a nightclub in Chicago.
Investigators say dark
staff pulled up, released one person inside and started shooting to a crowd of people outside the restaurant and lounge.
KFI AM 640, your number one preset for breaking news in Southern California. KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk. John Kogo Show, KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Right every day, 1 to 4 o'clock. After 4 o'clock, John Kogo Show on demand on the iHeart app, and you can hear what you missed. San Francisco has come in last. It's the worst run city in the country. According to Wallet Hub, they did a study. They ranked 148 major cities in the United States, 148 cities, and San Francisco came in 148th. And Oakland, right across the bay, came in 146th. The best city, top ranked, was Provo, Utah. The bottom 5, San Francisco, Detroit, Oakland, New York, and Philadelphia. And Los Angeles was number 1, worst quality of roads. We have the worst roads in the nation. Time for Richie Greenberg to come on. Richie's a writer and commentator up in San Francisco. We always get him on whenever there's big Bay Area news. Richie, how are you? Congratulations.
Great. Thanks so much. A belated happy birthday to you as well.
Oh, thank you very much. You actually reside in San Francisco, right?
Yes, I do. Right in the city on the west side, not too far from the ocean.
How does it feel to live in the worst run city in the nation?
Oh, and 2 years in a row.
Yeah, worse than Detroit.
Yeah, but you know what? When I went through this report, when I went through, the first thing I was wondering is, what was the time frame that they were using, the researchers and the polls and all of that? When they compiled the report, was it like a calendar year of 2024, and now they're releasing it now, or was it a snapshot in time, which I think it was in April? Because that would indicate, that we were indicative of who was the mayor at that point. Was it the previous London Reader we threw out, or was it the new mayor, London, Daniel Lurie, who now has a lot of work cut out for him to try and stop this such negative publicity? Because that's what this is. It's going to be continued negative publicity that he is really trying to push back against. You know, and that's what's important to me. And when you look and see why are we 148 out of 148? And is there any redeeming qualities that we have? And actually we do.
So in any case, I pull over.
I mean, it's, you know, kind of lengthy stuff. We are number 1.
So, I said, yeah,
Dude, how about T? You know, clearly he's an LA kid. In our neighborhood, it's like Pleasantville, dude. It's insane. And me and T are on the couch watching TV, me, T, and Bob Steve. And 3 of his friends come up to, we have like, it's a long walkway through the yard. He sees them and he's like, what the hell? Pops up, he's like, Dad, there's Afrin. I'm like, all right. And T gets up, he's like, yo, what's going on? You okay? And everything. Yeah, man, do you want to come ride your bike with us? And T's like, what? He's like, do you want to ride your bike? How great that is. He's like, you want to ride your bike? And T looks at me, I'm like, go ride your bike, dude. How great that is. He has no clue. He's like, hey, Rabbi, he goes, when should I come back? I go, whenever you want. When the street lights turn on, dude, ride till your fucking feet hurt. That's what I did as a kid. Yo, Daisy. Yo, Bubba.
You know what? Hey, we're friends, right? Would you say we're best friends, sort of? I mean, at the end of the day, how close are we? Are we close?
Close, what?
Are we friends, though?
Yeah, like when you're kind of around my neighborhood, if that's what you're referring
Like, if you needed to borrow $250,000, I would lend it to you, right?
Yeah.
Man, we've been through some shit.
Yeah.
Went like this to the world.
Yeah.
So we're kind of stuck with each other, huh?
Yeah.
I'd say this is a fucking marriage.
I know.
Can I get an invite to your house once? It's unbelievable. You know what? I haven't gotten an invite. Who the fuck does that? Like, I haven't gotten an invite to his house. You haven't invited me, my wife, my kids. We don't want
one representative
I would.
Barwood City Council.
Are we close?
Close, what?
Are we friends, though? Let's turn on, dude. Right to your fucking feet hurt. That's what I did as a kid. Yo, amazing. Yo, Bubba. Hey, you know what? Hey, we're friends, right? Would you say we're best friends, sort of? I mean, at the end of the day, how close are we? Are we close? Close. What? Are we friends, though? Yeah. Like when you're kind of around my neighborhood, if that's what you're referring to. Like, if you needed to borrow $250,000, I would lend it to you, right? Yeah. Man, we've been through some shit. Yeah. One like this to the world. Yeah. So we're kind of stuck with each other, huh? Yeah. I'd say this is a fucking marriage. Yeah. Man, we've been through some shit. Yeah. One like this to the world. Yeah. So we're kind of stuck with each other, huh? Yeah. I'd say this is a fucking marriage. Can I get an invite to your house once? It's unbelievable. You know what? It's lovely. I haven't gotten an invite. I haven't gotten. Who the fuck does that? Like, I haven't gotten an invite to his house. You haven't invited me, my wife, my kids.
So,
you know, hey, you know it is, baby. I don't forget my roots. You're welcome. I live 19 minutes away. You're welcome. You're welcome.
I'm just curious.
Look how when you want, but open door. You just gotta drive up and buzz the gate. Unbelievable. We'll see if we can get the car. It's actually shocking. No, we'll put you in. Hey, I'll put you in. I got a fucking 15-month-old and a 3.5-year-old. That's how kids are. So what? So I don't even get an invite to your house. So I haven't seen your house. You know what? But you think you're longer than me. You've never invited me to your house. You have standing invite. But getting you anywhere is impossible. It's tough. So I don't even get an invite to your house. So I haven't seen your house. Come on. You know what? But you think you're longer than me. You've never invited me to your house. To be fair. You have a standing invite. But getting you anywhere is impossible. It's tough. Which I know. I would love you to be involved in some of the things I know. I'm gonna start going to the when you weren't there, and then Daddy here pulling out his quad. You get a pass on that because it's 40 minutes away from you, so I get it. But on Thursday, Fridays, depending tomorrow, I can't. I got some stuff going on, but next week I can. And the old stem shots from Ways to Wells, your boy. We're kicking. Are you serious? Are you serious? Oh, no, I'm just kidding. We're kicking, baby. I couldn't do this last week. That's impressive. You heal rather rapidly. That's because I'm on peptides, Brian. Yeah, I'm on the Wolverine and on the old testosterone. Yeah, but that's whatever. Yeah, it's that BBC 157 and then stem cells from Ways to Wells. Your boy is in shape. Weighed myself today, 244 with shoes on. Oh my God. You know what? There might be a Drake ad pick coming. There might be a Drake ad pick coming. Is that right? Yeah, dude, they're popping for the summer. I'm telling you, get ready. You haven't seen Daddy? Oh, yeah. I've never seen you with abs. I know. That's okay. This is the leanest I've ever been. So you're actually getting abs? Let's see Drake for a second. Oh, no, what is ab shot? So, that's impressive as shit. Dude, you know what? It's not, see, you're old as fuck. Dude, you know what that is? What? He got lipo. No, he did. Yeah, he did. Everyone's roasting him on control. That's he got lipo. And then posted a video of him jogging down the street being like, putting in that work. Buddy! Well, never been lean. 244. It's a big shoes on. That's a big kid with shoes on. Be on, man. You know me, I was 270. I like Gary, everybody 260. Gary 270, 244, buddy. 244. Those are good numbers right there. 6'4", 244, those are good numbers. Quality numbers. I like those numbers. And your boy's in the pool every day. I'm tan. Long arms. A lot of jiu-jitsu. Fucking hot boys. A lot of jiu-jitsu for a smaller guy like myself ain't gonna work against the big guy. It's not gonna do shit. It's not gonna do anything, is it? No, you can train a lot, but it doesn't matter. Because when the big man grabs you, all that stuff goes out the window. And I think it's the humidity that's just sucked in the fat out of it. And you feel good. Texas did good for you. Yeah. No invite yet. Still waiting for an invite. No, dude, hey, I told you. How many times did I tell you? Hey, I'm actually insulted. No, hey, bullshit. You just gotta add your name and guest list. No big deal.
Okay, you got a cake.
Yeah.
And he's a real fucking elitist.
Couple security guards.
He's really turned into an elitist.
I just don't want the neighborhood getting all riff-raffed up. You know, you have that dead Tesla out there. You're parking out in front of my house. I'll tell you what, you can come over.
Yeah.
Park down the street.
It is a beat-up Tesla right now.
You leasing what's up on that thing?
I bought it.
God, that's a mistake.
I'm also upside down. I can't sell it.
Everyone.
Yeah.
Everyone.
Can't sell it.
I remember at one point
No,
having
because you lose your ads. Yeah, you just have to roll that negative equity and something like that.
Yeah. I'm really thinking about getting another car though. Not sure what. It's Texas, right?
But we could roll that negative equity into something and get something cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're talking about. I wonder how much you have to down.
It's fine. Figure it out.
Yeah.
But what would be cool for me? That's easy to drive. Got some. I like the kick. I like the kick of an electric car. I have to admit. A lazy driver.
I know. I just don't know, man. I don't think you have to go full Texas. It's not you.
Yeah, it's like benching 225.
It's just not you. It's never gonna happen. Just like you with like a Super Duty. It's
I
just
hit
not.
155 3 times. Yeah.
Dude, I'm not even trying to shit on you. I saw a chick doing that this morning. Like a younger chick doing 155. And I thought, damn, she's really good for a girl. Yeah, I know. And like, not bad looking, and not like huge beefy, like an attractive girl. Yeah.
Some of this is doing it. I wasn't doing straight bar bench, so I'll get up to 200 absolutely 100% because I did 185 once. So I can do 200 if I start working at it. Now here's the problem with doing it. I'm getting older, so it's pushing me. So little thing can pop. You gotta be careful.
Yeah, at your age especially, you can't get up first gear really. I can't. My gears are 1-3. When Daddy kicks out in a 4, 5, 6, and I start going, Daddy starts revving, someone challenges me, like calls me chicken, like Marty McFly.
Yep.
Fortune turtles are no more.
That's right. That's right.
My legs, man.
That's the thing.
Quad.
You gotta just keep it where it is.
It's all good.
Yeah.
Man, I feel like you don't have to warm up out here with humidity. It's like pretty warm.
You're ready to go.
Pretty warm.
I did the aerodyne bike for about 20 minutes before I, so that's a lie. I did the aerodyne bike for 10 minutes before
It's a pretty steady control.
and I know I'm supposed to keep it at 50 RPMs. No, 60 RPMs. I keep it at 55, between 55 and 60. Yeah.
It's all good, man.
Yeah.
Dude, how about, I feel like we've been calling it, especially me and Eric Griffin. I want to give Eric Griffin, me and him were vibing on the same thing on this. Really, my brother Jay Shop called it before. He actually got in an argument with a lawyer over this. But P. Diddy got off.
You know, I called. I was like, because for me, I was like, sex trafficking has to be against their will. And I didn't follow the case. But I heard they were making 10 grand. People were going there to have these freak-offs. You know, if you are an adult and a sex worker and you go to a party and you get paid, it's real hard to make that sex trafficking thing. Also, my boy Brad Cohen, who's a criminal defense lawyer and a high-profile one, handled Kodak Black and all those guys. He was on Instagram talking about this. And he's like, I don't see the government has a big case here. It's hard.
Here's my question with all this. The feds raid his house, right? And we got told there's all these drugs, and even in all the his kids are home, raided both houses same time, right? And there's lube, and even I have a friend who was involved in it. He's like, dude, the stuff they're gonna find. What? So this was a distraction from what? Because just, hiring hookers is illegal. All right, cool. I mean, he's going to get time served. I don't know if he serves any time.
It's a maximum sentence of 10 years.
Yeah, he won't get any of that, and he'll get time served. But with all this, like him hitting Cassidy, like horrible shit, that's terrible. I don't get none of that. No, I'm just saying, to go all, and remember, this was been everywhere for how many months now? All this shit. The government, what was it for? And this is why you should be worried. They did this to P. Diddy. That's right. So they can do it to anyone. Now think, if P. Diddy paid millions of dollars in legal fees. Now imagine you're just average Joe. You're working 9 to 5. You're fucked. And the government goes, let's go for that guy. You're fucked. That's the issue. The issue is not that, of course, he's a fucking bad guy and beat up Cassidy and does some weird shit. I see it slippery. Yeah, likes to get slippery. Nothing wrong with that. He's a free piss in the mouth. Isn't some girls enjoy that? Do your thing.
Keep saying that. Is that part of it?
Oh, yeah, he didn't want to travel. A lot of piss.
Take a little break, dude. I want to make money if I'm on with sports.
Dude, nothing says summer like long days, clutch plays, and firing up a few bets on the game, buddy.
Talking about baseball.
Yeah, bud. I don't miss my Dodgers. They're popping right now. That's one of the Texas Rangers. Dude, never bet on baseball before. It's
The sluttiest whore in the history of humankind.
Or just ride with your squad and hope for the
Plus milk lover.
new spreadsheets. Just vibes and dingers.
I like the
Some special for you
clarification.
first-timers, new DraftKings customers bet 5 and get 150 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now.
The
Use the code
sluttiest
FIGHTER,
whore.
That's code FIGHTER for new customers. You get 150 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5 buckaroos. Only on DraftKings. The crown is yours.
It's the sluttiest whore in the history of mankind. No, it's humankind. Did I say mankind? Humankind. Plus milk lover. I like that their name has to clarify that as the sluttiest whore in the history of humankind, that they are also into males, which otherwise might be indiscernible. Mina, you get it. You get it, girl.
Because I have a friend who had a girlfriend who was really a freak, and she told him she wanted him to pee in her mouth.
You ever had sex and then try to pee? It's fucking tough, dude. And then
Agreed.
when the tubes get crossed, and then it feels like you have to pee and you can't, buddy. One of the worst feelings in the world.
Yeah.
So I don't like, that's not a turn on to me.
That's that domination thing that people are into, men and women.
I mean, I can be tossed into it.
Sure. Listen, piss games, that exists. There was I told you I wrote this I tried to write a TV show about
Squid Games is piss games.
like, the rub places, the rub and tubs,
Rub that?
Yeah. And so,
Is it comedy?
No, yeah, I tried to write a comedy about it because I met a girl, this is 20 years ago, more than that, who ran a brothel, and she wanted to be a writer, and she was a fan of my comedy. And I said, I'll write this.
So let's partner up.
And there was a girl I met, and she said there was a guy who would lie in a bathtub and paraforge the pee on her. And he was and just loved it. So sexuality is very, very layered and crazy. Where you run into trouble is that, if you have a girl who is somebody who wants to be, who's into that, and the guy's into that, and then she gets mad at you. Shannon Sharp.
She's like, he pissed on me.
Shannon Sharp, you hear what she said? She's like, I want you to choke me, I want you to do all this stuff. She was saying,
Put your black baby in me.
all that. But no, she was also saying, I want you to choke me, I want you to put a dog collar on me and walk me around. Well,
Get that big black dick out.
I'm not judging anybody for what they want to do in bed if they're into freaky stuff at all.
No.
Sexuality is all over the place.
It's when they get upset, then they go look at
Now
this.
you're weaponizing your regret. That's really wrong. But I think that
all that stuff that was leaked, the piss, the cum on the tits, all that stuff, it was just to get the public on their side. It's called for the court of law. They're like, court of law's like, buddy, he's a fucking freak.
it's not illegal to be a pervert, and everybody else seemed to be involved.
And also prostitution, let's be honest, should be illegal.
And also, everybody else got paid in that game and sounds like they had some
lot of good, my dude. If I was single, P. Diddy's like, yo, man, here's 10 grand, first class ticket, come to New York, Cassidy's here, insert J-Lo's here. I'm like, dude, keep the money. Keep the money. Just eat a full rack of ribs and have some fatty brisket, and your boy's there. It's positive. Don't bring lean in, because I don't get fucking yet. Dude, but just have that fatty brisket, right? And a nice barbecue sauce from Opie's or Interstellar.
Dude, why are you turning me into such a power bottom? Because I have a white on white 3 Tesla 3, and because I like lean meat, and I am suddenly a complete power
And
bottom.
you deep throat corn.
And now I'm being accused of eating corn the long way.
And you guzzle cream corn.
And
Just the way you do it, dude.
Yeah, I'm a little gay.
You eat Snickers with a fork.
Dude, I tried to do a cold plunge, and I did one. And I've done the one with the ice. There was something about this one, because
because it was
Was that the
circulating.
machine? Yeah, because if it's not circulating, your body almost forms like a shield of heat to protect you, so people can sit there and you get used to it faster. But if it's circulating, you can't build that shield of heat.
So I almost passed out, and my face went really, really gray, and my wife was like, get him out, but I stayed in for 3 minutes.
I bet, hey, for your wife, nothing less sexier than you panicking in a cold tub.
Especially because a bunch of
her shouting, get him out,
and a bunch of gladiators are around laughing because she thinks I'm old and she thinks my heart's going to stop, which is possible. And she was like, I don't like this because I turned gray apparently. But my ego kept me in there. It was the most uncomfortable. It was me trying not to panic loudly for exactly 3 minutes. And I didn't know that. So when the circulation, it doesn't allow you to form that fucking thing.
Yes.
When you're in ice, you can sit and after about 90 seconds you're back because your body acclimates and you just go.
No, literally your body will form like a small pocket of heat.
Wow.
It's still cold as fuck. It builds like this layer.
But it's
so circulating, you can't chill. Yeah, that's why guys do it.
Wow. I was shocked at how cold it was and how uncomfortable I was.
You're just not built.
I'm addicted to nicotine.
You're not built for the cold, though. That's not your thing. Why are you doing it?
I'm not built for the cold. I never do cold plunges.
I don't get anybody who does it unless you're a professional athlete. Oh, you have so much inflammation from your kettlebell workouts. Yeah. Pro athletes, I get it. You work out an hour a day? You think you need a cold tub?
40 minutes. It was so uncomfortable. Awful. I guess you start to get used to it because you go, I'm not going to die, I'm just going to go through pain. I don't like it.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
Mental toughness, I guess.
Yeah, and you're right, I'm not. Daddy ain't built for the cold, built for the heat. Bring me the heat all day long. The cold cuts right through. Turns me into a coward, takes all the comedy out of me. Yeah.
Jin officially moved to Boston tonight.
Find your fishing spots yet?
No, I never settled in first. This is his first night in the house all alone. Dude, it's backyard. Is there anybody you know that needs a companion, like a dog? Get a fucking dog, dude. He was, I just want the responsibilities. I went, buddy, you're almost 50. No girl. You had no responsibility. They didn't have a fucking fish.
Forget it, son. He's got his companion. Alcohol.
So you're right. Or his dark companion.
He's got the dark companion. He's got the dark angel. So Jin's got the dark angel, and that would be Jameson, alcohol. What's your like? I'm not alone. I got a friend named Jack Daniels with me. What's your but he's so honest, and I love him. What's your drink of choice?
Honestly, I don't like to drink hard liquor unless it's like a special occasion.
Your thing is beer?
Beer and wine.
Really?
Yeah.
How many beers can you drink?
You saw how many beers you saw on the boat? Come on,
you don't get full?
It is like, there's a congregation, so it makes you a little full, but I don't think I've ever, once I was like, 21, I got drunk off beer. I cannot get drunk off beer.
So you could drink 10 beers, no problem.
No problem.
It just gives you a nice 10. So you could drink beer all day. You just sit there with a beer in your hand and you get full. It's a nice euphoric feeling.
I mean, a little relaxed, chill.
Yeah. And then we should play a game. Is this gay or not? Because Casey started drinking White Claws.
White Claws?
He pounds some White Claws.
That's shocking.
You're such a bro.
White Claws.
Yeah, guilty as charged. Lock me up. You can drink White Claws all day and not get too banged up. Like the
Do a lot of guys on the boat you're with pierce their nipples, or how does that work? I don't know how that lifestyle.
That's not fair. The beers, Chin drinks are like 9%. A White Claw or High Noon, it's like 4 or 4.5. So it's more of like
it's a mellow bug.
But you have to drink 2 to get on Chin's level.
So I also have to size up.
Fair point.
But so that'll keep your sphincter kind of loose.
Okay, all right, we're having fun. All right.
White Claw.
Guys, let me get a couple White Claws in me before we go to town. Guys, hold on. We're on the boat. Let me just get a couple White Claws in.
I'm down to do it, but I need a few White Claws.
Let me get some White Claws. Relax. I know everybody's ready to go.
I heard White Claws still popping because they were huge, and then everyone else kind of.
They were the first one, and then now there's better. Like I like High Noons are my favorite because it's just vodka and whatever bullshit.
here's a question for you. You ever watch gay porn? Never, not once.
Not one.
I was.
I think it's never popped up.
There was a cable channel with Robin Bird back in the day in New York, and they would show clips of porn. And I used to watch it, and there was a guy that gets in jail. And he's like, "Hey, what are you guys doing?" And they're like, "Yeah, we're going to show you what we're doing." And they hold him, and they hold his legs open. He's real flexible. And they pounded his butt. And I back him from the front with a wiener. That's a very good question. I'm glad you asked that question.
You know what, I'm going from the front, the wiener's flopping.
Well, and I glad you asked that question because you know that happens a lot.
Yeah, the wiener's be flapping like a flag in the wind.
Yeah, if you want to show a guy what time it is and how this is your cell,
flap that dick.
He's got to be on his back with his legs up, and you're going to look him in the eye as you bang. Now, I'm sure that happens. In this case, he was on his tummy, and
that's proper prison stuff.
Yeah, they got up in that, and I watched the whole thing.
Oh yeah, you watched the completion?
Well, it wasn't long, but I was like, well, this is what it's about.
Hey, this is why you can't come last. This is why you're not invited.
It was a long time ago.
It doesn't matter.
I had to get it under my belt. No, I was like, that's a pink. He had very, very smooth buttocks, and it was a very pink mud whistle. And I thought to myself, this guy obviously eats a lot of salad. He kept things, he's ready for this. It's a show. So when porn stars have to do anal, they'll eat just salad, I think, for 24 hours.
Even the guys?
Yeah, I think so. They clean, everything gets clean.
Keep that poop chute open.
Keep the poop chute open and clean.
I feel sick.
Take a little break. I'm touching on O'Reilly Auto Parts. I know you're into auto parts, dude. Okay, they are in the business of keeping your car on the road. Okay, they offer friendly, helpful service and the parts knowledge you need for all your maintenance and repairs. I don't know what to do. They got a friendly staff that'll tell you everything. Okay, at the end of the day, they have thousands of parts and accessories in stock, either in store or online, so you never have to worry if you're in a jam. And the team at O'Reilly Auto Parts can test your battery for free, in or out of your car. If it needs to be replaced, they'll help you find just the right battery for your vehicle. You need your windshield wipers replaced? I do. Fix a brake light or a quick service, they'll help you find the right part.
Yeah, dude, whether you're like Callan, you're a rookie with cars, or you're an expert, not saying I am, but compared to Callan, your boy's freaking, not doing bad over here. You'll find the employees at O'Reilly Auto Parts are knowledgeable, helpful, best of all, super friendly. Professional Parts via O'Reilly Auto Parts are your one-stop shop for all things auto do-it-yourself. You can find what you need in-store or online. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today. Visit them at O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. That's O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter.
This summer, Pluto TV is exploding with thousands of free movies. Summer of Cinema is here. Feel the explosive action all summer long with movies like Gladiator, Mission Impossible, Beverly Hills Cop, Good Burger, and Transformers Dark of the Moon. Bring the action with you and stream for free from all your favorite devices. Pluto TV. Stream now. Pay never.
You know how you get excited when you eat lean brisket?
Yeah.
I don't feel like that right now. I feel sick.
Too much information.
It's disgusting.
But back it up for a moment.
Okay. It's bothersome. You watch the entire. How long was it?
No, it was probably 40. No.
Okay, that's enough, Blue Sky. Thanks.
40 minutes.
Sluttiest whore in the history of humankind. Plus MILF Lover. Thanks, Eric.
It was actually a clip, so it probably lasted 5 minutes maybe. But I was like, oh, there it is.
Dude, I was watching this thing on Jeffrey Dahmer last night, and he raped this dude, his bunkmate in the military in Germany. And it was a big dude. He's like, yeah, I met him first day. He seemed super nice. And then that night, he just got really angry, and then we started fighting. And then he tied my hands on the bed and my feet wide open.
Okay. Well,
Just want to talk on the boat. West side.
You're going to have a hard time tying me down. That's the guy that's like, you better not do this.
It would be tough for me to tie you.
Yeah, it's like, you better not do this now. You're not tying me.
And then you can tell the reporter's like, did he hit you over the head before that? He goes, the strength on Dahmer is insane.
Interesting.
I don't look at Dahmer and think PR bad.
Oh, you're so strong. That better not. Is that a bowling knot? Oh, I'm never going to get out of this.
And then you know how hard it'd be to control my feet if you're trying to tie them down? Also, each one, so those legs are spread open,
It's gonna take 5 men. Maybe 6. At least. Like till I get 2 men on each. Yeah, 2 men on each limb. The first 2-3 minutes, it's gonna be like riding a bull. We need 8 guys. 8 guys are gonna hold it down. It's fine. Someone's gonna have to
Sluttiest whore in the history of humankind, plus MILF lover.
I got 8 helpers. And then you just see me in the corner. And I go, I'm skinny, but I'm working with something. Well, you just keep timing. Go 4 minutes, boys. Yeah. You know I cast out about 5. You can always count on us in front of the kids to talk about gay sex. I'm like Andy Dufresne, dude. Anything you put in my mouth, I'm gonna bite down. That's right. That's right. Yeah. So, you're gay, man. Yeah, well, not yet, but Texas has a way with that heat. You know what I'm saying? No, I don't see that. Okay.
For the cold plunge, since my heart rate's like so fast, right? It's not for me, right?
Mike's you cannot hard down.
No, I figured that would probably be.
You need to be really careful. I sent Chan.
Oh yeah, thank you, Brian. Brian's very
all the warning signs when you're getting a heart attack.
Don't worry about it.
I sent him a contact for the mortuary. Yeah. Just give him a deal.
You just send it to my family, right?
No, to you. Yeah. Listen, I've lost 2 friends. 2 of my friends have died in the past month, so I don't want you to.
That was very sweet, but I watched the whole thing too. Thankfully, I have like maybe 2 of the symptoms. So
Wait, and have 2 out of what? 3?
She gave like.
She was like, thank God, I'm only 2 out of 4 of the symptoms. Let's go ahead and get you a good doctor.
That's another thing I have to worry about.
Are you on blood pressure medication or anything?
Blood pressure and something to keep my heart rate down.
That's good.
But blood pressure, I told you, runs in my family. It's already issues. But yeah, so I thought maybe that kind of stuff would be good for me, but now I'm thinking like it's not going to be good for me.
There's no reason to do it, Chin. What do you have inflammation?
Oh, yeah.
You don't need to get an ice bath.
Yeah.
Sauna, ice bath.
Even working out hard is not apparently not.
No, you can start by walking. Oh, and also, you can start by not drinking. At least cut it down some. Here's the problem. First night at his house tonight, the old companion Jack is whispering in his ear. Well, the problem is they got a dog. You wouldn't be drinking so much. The problem is he's got to replace it with something. So when people adopt a kid, when people get that band surgery, adopt them fucking baby. When people get that band surgery around their stomach, their suicide rate goes up because they can't eat anymore. They don't have any way to cope.
So that was their friend.
Yeah, that was their friend. It's hard to say bye to your friend. And RFK said, not on my watch.
I do think he'd be a good dad, though, Chan. I know
if he counts his drinking out, yes.
I mean, he's like a big brother to me. Yeah, even with drinking.
This is so sweet. Well, you have to cut back on the drink if you had a kid, Jim. Right now, wake up hungover. Right now, you like drinking more than anything.
Look at this athleticism, folks. I've done my best to describe athleticism to you all over the course of the past 3.5 years, but you're really just seeing it right now with your own fucking eyes. I'm putting up Hall of Fame numbers.
He confirmed on camera he's a very, very big gotcha moment.
I'm putting up Hall of Fame numbers. Gotta take a shit though. Look at this move. West Side. I gotta take a shit. Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. Tell me lies, tell me lies. Oh no, no. Look at this athleticism. West Side.
So one of my objectives moving forward is locating that footage and locating the parts authority to release it, because that would be, it's one thing to talk about the reality of the phenomenon, it's another to start, they want sensors, but then to start, releasing it.
Right. Another thing is Al Putoff, who was the head of, I think, he was the senior advisor of ATIP, which was at Bigelow Airspace. The guy Al Putoff, the older guy. Yeah. He talks about the same thing, except that what happens is a lot of this technology, a lot of this information that's being held is in the hands of private agencies. That way it's protected by FOIA, by the Freedom of Information Act. So people can't go to the government and request these records because they're held by these private entities, like whatever it might be, like Lockheed Martin or.
So that's a very, very good point. And I sort of organically came to that conclusion because, well, I'll give an example. This book right here. This is a briefing document that was sponsored. See it? It's just a briefing document that was paid for and sponsored by Lawrence Spelman Rockefeller. It was done during the Clinton administration. And this is a briefing document for world leaders to bring them up to speed on the most compelling aspects that 5 or 10% of truly inexplicable UFO cases. This book features a lot of the really best ones. And in it, during putting this whole thing together, he was putting significant pressure on the Clinton administration. In fact, he would say, you either going to go after the UFO phenomenon, or I'm going to expose the fact that you're not witnesses. I know this I have inside information. It's definitely happening. Or I'll publish on the front page where UFOs are kind of in the living fashion. They had the 50th anniversary coming up in Roswell. There's been some reports coming out. There was a Bob Lazar thing. People were talking UFOs. So ultimately, what he concluded was, he said, okay, President Clinton said, okay, give me a case. What case should we go after? And Rockefeller said Roswell. So they went after Roswell. The administration, they've got, I cover some of this in the phenomenon, but they went after Roswell. And at the end of the day, they concluded that the hard evidence had gone out to these subcontractors, so these outside companies that were free from oversight. So when the government says we don't have it, they really don't. They really don't have it. It could be like, let's just say Boeing or Lockheed Martin or one of these companies. They are outside of oversight from the government and president. So people go, look, the president has access to everything. Well, actually, he doesn't. Because if it's outside, I guess, or if you don't know about it. He said, President Clinton said he was not happy with the answer. So, and you heard the same thing with other presidents. Jimmy Carter said that. Ford had gone, I talked to Gerald Ford later.
Here's the latest. Cargo plane from a Delta Airlines plane has fallen and landed on the driveway, and Supreme Court agrees to hear a case about transgender students in school sports. We'll have more at the bottom of the hour. Sunrise weather from KFI, sunny again tomorrow.
But yeah, I have definitely agreed with
this
what
report
I've
brought
talked
to
to
you by Dewey Pesky for Mike Control. It's slow on this end in Santa Monica.
I'm not sure what he.
I wish I did.
Yeah, it almost seems it's obvious that some of these private aerospace companies are holding evidence or material, physical material that's not available to academia or the public, obviously. Which I think it shows one of the reasons for stuff like this. Congress having the bill to the Whistleblower Act to protect the people who work in those companies to shine light on it and make it public. But at the same time, it seems like those people, it would be hard for them to do because they would just be sacrificing their career.
Also, think of it this way: how do they benefit by sharing what they have with the other guys? How do they benefit? Right? Like, you have to reveal your vulnerabilities and the things that you don't know in order to reveal what you do know. Because as soon as you start talking about these, just think about it. If the President of the United States tomorrow says, my fellow Americans, it's been brought to my attention that we have structured crime
full circle.
of unknown
Every Wednesday, we're catching you up on what's going on in women's basketball. And not just in the WNBA, but with Athletes Unlimited, Unrivaled, and
We
college
don't
basketball.
know. They fly
We've
right
got
through
you
our
with
faces.
analysis, inside stories.
They exhibit a technology that's
You
like
guys
years
have
advanced.
seen a lot of former and current
We
basketball
don't know who
players
they are,
telling
where
their
they come from,
stories
or what
and
they
their
want.
work.
Thank you and good night. I mean,
We want to
that's
share all of the women's
honestly
basketball
what
stories that you won't
I
see
believe
anywhere else. Listen
that they
on America's
know
#1
that the
podcast
phenomenon
network,
is real. I
iHeart.
think they have hardware
Download
products.
free iHeart app and listen now.
Does that mean
Study
they have all the
suggests
answers?
there's no safe
Does
amount
that
of
mean
processed
that they
meat
understand whatever the agenda could be of
Researchers
whoever
say
these people are?
over 60
Does we know where they come from? Are they interdimensional?
processed meats.
Do they live under the
The author
ocean?
says their research found that
Are they
the total
interplanetary?
consumption of even small
Are they
amounts of
time
processed
travelers?
meat,
Are they all the
dairy, and
above?
trans fatty acids was linked
I
to
have
an
no
increased
idea.
risk of type
Do
2
they know?
diabetes, heart disease, and colorectal
I mean, they got
cancer.
more answers than we do, but they might not have a whole lot more. So they might be opening up a can of worms. There are people right now fearful of what
New brain implants are being
level of
prepared for commercial
transparency. And
use.
don't get me
Several
wrong,
firms are now set to take brain
what's
computer
going to happen in
interface and experimental
2017
stage
is
to commercial
unprecedented.
usage.
It really
Ongoing
is.
20 years of research.
But
Technology
remember,
decodes brain
somebody
signals
forced
that
the
control
government's
speech
hand.
and movement, and early products that allow
The
users to control
former
blood pressure or
intelligence
generate
guy,
artificial
Christopher
speech.
Mellon,
The first product
his
used
friend
to market
Lou Elizondo,
positive
who
come
ran
from
the HF
BlackRock
program,
or Neurotech.
they walked those tapes out of the Pentagon.
Hey
Granted,
everybody,
they found a
it's me,
loophole.
Katie Nolan, here to talk
That's
to you
they didn't
about a
necessarily
new
like violate
podcast
the law.
called
They
Casuals,
took advantage of
starting
it.
January 21st. It's a
But
sports
they kind of
podcast,
like
but
bend
for
the
people
rules a
who
little bit,
don't
right?
necessarily consider
Those
themselves
tapes came out of the
as
Pentagon
listeners
and they went on
of
the front
sports
page of the New York
podcasts.
Times.
It's just
That was kind of forcing the
bragging
government's hand.
about sports,
They can't put
not
the genie back in the
scream.
bottle.
I mean, we might
So
scream, but it's going to be
there are
about
people
something
that
very
want this
serious.
out, and there are other people that do not want this out.
We're just not
And
going
they
to take
don't
it
want it out
seriously.
for
Is
fear
this
of
making
like,
sense? You guys
A,
kind
they
of get
can
the
lie
vibe.
goes on.
Tuesdays
But
and
B,
Thursdays.
it exposes their vulnerabilities. It exposes how vulnerable.
Because listen, it's unclickable.
Just imagine for a
You can always
moment, I said
unclick it
earlier,
if you feel like that was a
if
bad decision.
there
So I
really
get it.
were these unknown objects that could
But if you
just fly
click it
really
now,
over
you'll
our
never
faces.
miss an episode.
They turn off
And that's
everything.
ideal.
Turn them
This is
on,
gonna
turn
be
them off. Yes, turn them
Oh,
on.
it's going to be good.
Right? They whiz off at an unbelievable rate of speed. And we don't know who they are, where they come from, where they are. Like, that's a little unnerving to me, the general public, don't you think? I'm not saying that your audience
When's
to
the last
believe
time
what I'm telling
you
you.
took a challenge?
Just imagine you can kind of see a justification for secrecy, right? Now, do you agree with it? I don't agree with it. I don't care how scary it is. It's the truth.
CNN travel journalist.
Let us all
And
know
this
the
is
truth. We're all
Chance Encounters, a
let's know this.
podcast about
Do you
the
think
incredible
it's possible that
connections we
one of these
make
private airspace companies has some sort of
each week. We'll journey
has
through
figured out
funny and
any
heartwarming
capacity,
real-life stories
anti-gravity
about how
or anything
travel
like that.
leads
Some of
to
these
lasting
projects that
love,
Bob Lazar was talking
decades-long
about.
friendship,
I think it's possible that they have some of this technology and aren't letting
Join us wherever you
other
get your
scientists and
podcasts.
academia
Just
know about it.
search
I
Chance
think
Encounters
that
with me,
they have the
Chance
technology.
Street.
And I didn't just believe that overnight. I mean, it didn't just, like, it was a very slow process for me. Because I, believe it or not, I'm actually quite skeptical. A lot of the cases that I've covered, like my new friend, Roman Contact, which is the UFO crash case that happened in 1996. It was, I didn't believe that for over 10 years. I didn't believe in the real case. I mean, in Africa. Absolutely did. We didn't even look into it. There's no way for that. So, the fact that I believe that crashes have happened and bodies have been discovered was a very slow process. Witnesses after witness after witness, document after person I've talked to, like, I finally was like,
Make you making come from descriptions of the announcements and shit. So,
I think that, you know, I showed you that I found say, all right, hey, you know, just
Anything else? No, you can't drive to school. I know, as I'm saying, that's why it would not be. That's some of the things that when you get there's no brakes. When I walk in the door, dude, there's no brakes. There's no down. We're on you, right? There's no downtime. No, but no, I'm in the pool fucking 3 times in the afternoon, in and out, bikes, football. Stop, dude. And you want to sip on high noon? Oh, crazy. It's the best, but you can be fucking drinking your way through life. Let's start with a dog and then adopt a white Texas kid.
What kind of dog was you on?
Get like a 16-year-old buddy. What the hell? No. Get some 6-year-old like freak athlete, Chad.
You can't have a 16-year-old friend.
How weird would that be?
Male or female, it's all
No 6-year-old boy, like some freak.
Hey, this is not ancient.
Don't say freak either. It's
not ancient Greece, bro.
Like a freak athlete.
Absolutely not. Some muscular young kid. Rumors are gonna fly.
What? That he's an awesome dad and his kid's going D1, and then Trinkus could go to the games and drink at the games.
What's that older Asian guy who's always a low-grade drunk doing with a 16-year-old runaway? That guy, well, what's he doing with a 16-year-old muscular runaway?
I can see that.
I'd start spreading rumors.
I can see that. Just spitball ideas here, man. You know what? Let's start with a dog.
How about starting with a guy your age?
Oh my gosh. How about you meet a nice Southern belle, dude, and settle down, dude? A nice proper girl and cook it, dude.
Figure out a way to like sobriety and actually like girls, and you'll be good.
In yourself.
Yeah, yourself.
Good advice. Yeah, thank you guys. That's great advice. Start with a reptile.
If you do pass away,
if you can keep a reptile alive, dude, you can keep a fucking. Then we'll move up from there. Start with a lizard. Start with a fucking.
If you pass away, we'll. What we say on the podcast.
No, we'll say I told you so.
With a heavy heart, we have to say. Diddy's a free man and Chin's no longer with us.
Speaking of reptiles, or close enough, dude, Forrest Gallant, this is his fish aquarium. God, I miss Rachel. Hey, dude, you said if I move to Texas, you'd buy me a fish tank? I am. You're buying me a fish tank?
No, I said, oh yeah, that's right.
Oh, I said I am. You said I am.
I said, oh yeah.
No, I heard you say I am.
Yeah, what the hell's that?
You just
Brian, what do you want? Who's buying a tank here?
Brian. You're the one who said you took.
You told me you would do it. You said, fuck those fish, I'll buy you a tank. Like,
what do you want? You know what the problem is? I need a fucking invite so I can see where the tank is.
Oh, no, I want the tank in the studio.
It's unbelievable. I'm actually...
No, dude, we've already been over this. So I'll buzz you in and add you to the list. You just gotta get alarm security.
Have you been to his house?
I have, yeah. It was lovely. I got a warm welcome. There were hors d'oeuvres.
He invited me for 4th of July. You're working. You're working on the 4th. I would have invited you.
Working on the 5th. I'll be at the fucking Great Improv.
But you're flying on the 4th. Who flies on the fucking independent 1776? What's that mean? Absolute jack shit.
I'm gonna be like USA. You on the plane. You ever see that guy who after they killed him?
They start chanting. I can
bring that up. Bring that up.
What is it?
Bin Laden was killed, and he's on the subway, and he's like, all right, guys, it's a great day today. After me, USA.
Is no one following? Watch this. So USA chants.
That's great. USA. USA.
It's just somebody else.
Organization. But it is today, so if you don't mind anybody with me, up there, join me. USA. USA. Come on.
So awkward. He goes, all right. He goes, all right.
Fucking dork.
That's how you know you fucked up when you went, USA. He goes, all right.
Fucking idiot. Hey, let's take a break. Hey, Brandon, what shirt am I wearing?
Dude, I saw it the second you walked in. I'm like, God dang, it looks good. It's true classic, you bastards.
Yes, true classic.
The white tees are my absolute favorite.
Can't get enough.
That's all I rock.
Can't get enough.
That's all I wear.
Everything about that. You want jeans? They got you. You want jackets? They got you. You want jackets? They got
Dude,
you.
even though they're a sponsor, I went to Amazon, they had their underoos on there, and I needed undies. I ordered some true classic undies.
I can't believe you did.
How you got them sent? But, you know, I need them ASAP. Your boy got streaks.
Oh, yeah, you got streaks. Well, listen, there's nothing like them.
Ran out of undies.
The sweatsuits are awesome.
The joggers, joggers, the hoodies, button-ups, chinos.
Apple bottom.
Dude, if you're trying to go to a barbecue in Don't come half-ass. Come full dress, head to toe with True Classic. The best t-shirts ever. We've been with them before they're in the UFC, before they started working on all these pods. We were their home base,
So
baby.
you have to, you order, go to Target and Costco. Why don't you do that?
Dude, wild. Or head to trueclassic.com/fighter. Get hooked up today. trueclassic.com/fighter. The best in the biz. It's True Classic.
That shit is so embarrassing.
What's this chick?
I remember my friend.
Let's pretend that was a good clip.
My girlfriend, I had a girlfriend, and she had a dad who had 15 kids from 15 different women, and every year they would join in, and dad was a stud. Her dad was like this guy with like, you could see he was older, still muscular, fucking chocolate white hair, made money, didn't give a fuck about his kids, like just Elon Musk, you know. And I was there, we were having dinner, he would have this dinner, and the oldest son goes, hey guys, I know we don't say it often, but I just want to say to Dad, thanks, Dad. You know, John, enough with this, all right? Let's not do this again. It's just, it always gets awkward. He goes, I was like, you know me, I was like, you know how it is.
So this is Force Galante saying, rate my office aquarium 1 through 10.
Yeah, so this is our boy Forrest.
I'll rate it.
Check out all the only thing is it's kind of small, but the stuff that he has in
Let's
there.
see if it's overcrowded. Just okay, I know what tanks.
Hold on,
It's a freshwater tank?
yes, it is.
Business of keeping and collecting fish, I feel like I finally put together the perfect combination of oddball fish in this tank. I want you to give it a rating 1 through 10.
Let me see this fish.
African butterfly fish that simulate dead leaf litter. Next to them is an archerfish.
Ooh, those are aggressive.
Out its mouth. Below them, Mono argentis, 2 bat-like fish. Okay, huge, but right now are really small and really adorable. The spotted Congo puffer.
Oh, bud, stop the video. Bud, that fucking, those Congo pufferfish destroy
The guy said, that puffer shall slowly eat
I've
everything.
had 6 of them. Dude, they're fucking all Jeffrey Dahmers. They
They'll just eat everything. They're nobody's friend.
anything but a pufferfish, they fuck up everything.
They'll eat everybody.
Oh, dude, and they're tough to keep. They're tough to keep alive. They fuck up everything. Like any coral, like even if you have fake coral, they'll fuck that up. They suck. Damn. They're cute, I'll give you that.
They're cute, but they eat everything.
Fucking so many fish up. You drop another, they're like piranhas.
So all those fish, nobody's friends in there.
I saw them, those fish are too small.
Chinese 6-banded Discodocus. There's a burial that'll grow to be 3 feet long and a tiger moray, the world's only freshwater moray. My Peterson's elephant nose, a super unique.
I like this one, but I'll give it that.
Elephant that uses electroreception to find its food. A black clown knifefish, usually a shy animal that comes out when I feed it. For a splash of color, I've got rosaline sharks, several cichlids, blue acaras, a couple angelfish, a pair of rainbow fish, hillstream load, and 2 incredible giant freshwater Amazonian flounder, all to support this guy right here. My fly river turtle.
I don't like it. What do turtles eat? What do turtles eat, Brian?
I think the tank is
Fish. They do? Yes.
I thought they eat algae.
Fuck no. Turtles eat fish. So you have a turtle in there, unless it's a bigger fish. That turtle's gonna eat some of those smaller fish.
The puffer and the turtle and the killer.
Listen, I don't want to say I'm more of an expert than our boy Forrest. But when it comes to tanks, your boy's an expert.
Yeah.
That turtle's a problem. The puffer's a huge problem. Right? Those cichlids, they're gonna fight for territory, so they're gonna bully those other little fish.
So nobody lasts forever. You know what I mean? Ain't nobody getting out of this thing
If you have
alive.
cichlids, you do all cichlids. Because they're so aggressive, they can defend for themselves. You don't do a turtle in that small tank. Because I had a 500-gallon tank, so I had a turtle, but I had big fish, like big monster fish. But the turtle can't, they're too big. Like he might snap at their like fins, but they're like, get the fuck out of here. Those small fish, that turtle's, it's like you with lean brisket. He's fucking going in.
Yeah. Well, you know, I was going to get chickens, and I got too many hogs because I'm right near a forest. And those hogs are just poaching chickens.
Dude, you know what we have?
Vultures. Yep, we got buzzards too.
Big old
Big old buzzards.
and roadrunners. But we have a vulture that lives around the crib. Dude, this thing's fucking Jurassic Park. It should be in the new Jurassic Park. He's fucking huge.
Birds are very territorial.
I always tell Boston, like, dude, keep your head on a swivel. You're pretty light, and that thing's fucking huge. Its wingspan is bigger than me. It's fucking huge. I like it. It's probably about 4 feet.
It's smaller than 4 feet.
That's fucking big, dude. I'll shoot a video of it.
It's about a foot long high. We're gonna look that up. It's about a foot high. And
no, go to Vultures in Austin.
No, you said Roadrunner.
No, the Roadrunner's small.
The Vulture, the
Vulture's fucking big.
It's got a look at that black Vulture. No, but the buzzard.
No. Mine's the redhead.
Yeah, Texas buzzard.
6.5 feet long.
No, Texas.
It says 6.5 to 8.5 feet long.
That's not indigenous. That's African. Well, let's look at the
common.
3, 4, 4.5 feet.
No. What the fuck is that? Ain't a buzzard. That's a fucking hawk. Type in Austin Vulture. That's what I have at my house.
Buzzard.
No, it's not a buzzard. It's a vulture. No, the buzzard they're showing, that's a hawk, Bubba.
That's a peregrine falcon. Yep.
5 feet. Common
out
5 feet.
Whoa.
Flight Vulture wingspan averaging 6 feet. I'm fucking telling you, man, this thing's a problem.
That's a problem.
Oh wait, a turkey vulture. That's what it is. They're bigger, it says. Yeah. Turkey vultures are also black. They have a reddish head by red. Wingspans that can reach up to 6 feet. I'm telling you, this thing's 4 feet long. It's fucking huge. Yeah. It casts a shadow and flies by. I thought it was a drone.
Yeah.
Turns out, just a vulture. Looking for something dead. So what we find? A dead deer leg from the house.
They have new spy drones that look like insects and birds. So good luck. Bye.
I don't know. What else you got to?
Your boy, Andrew Schultz. He's in the new film for Street Fighter. And he's casted this character, I don't even remember.
I know my Street Fighter. What character is he? I'm not familiar with him. Do they have a picture of him?
Yeah.
Good. And then Blanca is going to be played by that handsome devil. The Peaky. Yeah, good for sure.
Dan, he's like a cocky, funny guy, so
Schulte at the announcement goes, Mom and Dad, and I did tell you playing this game all night was more important than doing it. That's simple.
Also, imagine the kind of
why are you like, it's just so funny.
really, you're holding
A brilliant idiot.
Did you guys see this thing about the Disney cruise? Father saving his daughter from falling off?
No, jumped right in the water.
No, let me see.
No hesitation.
No hesitation. But, so I'll tell
Daughter
you.
fell off. She was taking a picture sitting on the railing.
How old is she?
That's what people are saying.
5 years old. Fell off overboard. Dad jumped in without even thinking, of course.
So that's what they're saying.
Does she have a life vest on?
No. I can play with some TikTok videos of it.
So they're that little boat?
No. Yeah, so when he already went out. So when he jumped over,
a cruise ship.
yeah. And when she fell over, he jumped in. It took 20 minutes for them to rescue them.
20 minutes? It's been going, Disney.
I mean, dude, that's hard though. Like,
You have the Mickey Mouse crew fucking saving your life at the ocean. That's why you don't ride fucking Disney. Get a real crew out there.
and that's bringing them in. But the main thing is like the official reports won't tell you exactly what happened with Brian. Everyone's saying what Brian's saying. Like the dad or the family was trying to put her on the railing, which is illegal. You cannot do that. And try to take a picture and she fell over.
I would never do that. I'm sorry. I would never.
Remember when Michael Jackson was his baby on
Yeah, so I mean, thankfully she survived, but obviously that fall is probably like it's gonna mess her up pretty bad. Yeah.
Or she becomes fucking the next Travis Pastrana. Goes one way, you know.
So they little kids have what's called green bones. Their bones are hard to break because they're just so flexible. It's kind of what keeps them healthy.
Yeah, I remember when kids like fall down.
It's so Jim Brewer has the best joke about it. It's like your children walk around looking for death all day. It's like, fucking be careful.
Yeah, so, I mean, the main difference between people like
this is pretty cool. So Ilya Tapura, there's some MMA stuff in there. So Ilya Tapura has a reality series coming out on HBO Max.
I always see this happen, and I'm like, dude, that's a lot to do. Stick to fighting.
It's gonna mess them up, then you think? Or
Stick to fighting. But when you sign up for that, it's so much more than you think. It's so much more. It takes a lot of your attention. And
I doing stuff you normally would do. HBO, the producer, like, you might maybe you should let a little bit more. Wait, at the end there, when you're doing the shadow boxing, you do one more round, so it just adds up. And over how many months? I think he'll be okay.
Your mind is over there, whether you know it or not. I don't want
It adds more pressure. Because how's this thing end? Now if they they're following him up into the Charles Oliveira fight, okay, cool.
I remember when Ronda
ends when he fights his on that.
Yeah, I remember when Ronda was doing a movie in Bulgaria, and she was trying to get training in between. And I remember just knowing how movies are shot, and I was like, that's such a bad idea. You got a fight coming up.
But again, not her fault. Her agent and stuff. No, you can do it. You're so much better than these other girls. And she was, and then people caught up.
It was hard to say no when the iron is hot. Everybody wants a piece of you, and it's like, but this is a really good way to.
You wish Netflix was doing it though, because how many people are going to watch this on HBO Max?
It's just a really good way to kind of draw your attention away from where it's
if anyone can handle it, it's this guy, similar to Connor with that stuff. Yeah, people are actually saying that this is like the Connor that people wanted. So he has like he's Connor without the dark past. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So he could potentially make it. I don't think there ever be a star as big as Connor. It's just a different landscape now, but he's as close as we get. Maybe expecting Connor.
What made Connor so great is his ability, his talk, and also his ability when he was at his peak to take 2 belts and call it the way he did. Jose Aldo,
Topier did the exact same thing, more impressive too. Yeah, way more impressive.
Yeah. But Connor,
his strength of skill.
We're not here to take part. We're here to take over.
That was part of it. They were calling it, but Topier does the exact same thing. But again, it's been done, so now he's doing it, even though it's even harder what he's doing than what Connor was doing, but it's just a different landscape. There's not as many eyeballs anymore.
There's a chance to some of those 55ers.
Like who?
Sorokin.
Did Sorokin sign next?
No, but I got my money on Topuria.
Everyone does.
Yeah.
He's a favorite. Yeah, but you're not going to anything new.
Patty gets hit.
So does Topier. You know Topier, the shout out to Luke Thomas for this information. Topier actually gets hit more per fight than Charles Oliveira did going into that fight because his fighting style.
He's close.
Yeah, so he gets hit.
Speaking of Patty and calling it, this is from Happy Punch. That's just the video.
I finished it.
When the camera gets put on me, I might look up, say you get a block.
So apparently Patty did call all the events that happened before, he got brought to the cage.
This is great.
Ilya.
If there's anybody that rises to the occasion so well, it's also Patty.
He's definitely special.
Has he lost? He's
technically no, but he has.
Jared Gordon
beat him.
This is the next level.
It's a 100% the fight they should make for money. And the crazy thing is, what if Patty were to pull it off? Then you have the biggest star. He's already the biggest star. Man, he checks all the boxes. He's so special.
He's such a good athlete, and he blows up, doesn't he? His head alone weighs about.
It's so crazy how he is.
Yeah. He looks thin. He doesn't look really huge.
His face, though,
he's big. He is big. But then they say DDP leaked that it's going to be Patty versus Justin Gaethje on his card in, I think, August. And then Patty, because even I posted, like, is this true? And then Patty came out and was like, y'all are fucking mental if you think I'm fighting August. He's fighting Topier next. I'll bet anyone any amount of money.
That's the most exciting one, I think. Yeah.
Plot twist, they're best friends and planned the whole thing for years. Do they know each other?
No, they just talk shit to each other.
They just had one altercation where Topuria threw some stuff at him, I think, a while back, and then it became like,
Great. You sell the fight. How about Barab came out and said when he was training with Topuria, he knocked him out twice.
He knocked out Topuria?
Yeah. No, Topuria knocked him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a problem.
Yeah, his boxing is unforgiving. It is true. Like you can make the argument. Like if you look at who Khabib fought, then you look at who Topuria fought.
Not even close.
Right.
Not even close.
Right.
Greatest 3-run stretch of all time.
Yeah.
Next closest is probably John Jones has an argument for 3-fight stretch.
Topuria's beaten greats.
Pound for pound number 1, Volkanovski.
But knocked them out.
Guy who's never been knocked out, also ranked the pound for pound, Max Holloway, knocked him out. Charles Oliveira, the greatest finisher at 155 of all time, never been knocked out like that. Knocked him out.
It's you could make the argument.
Greatest 3-fight stretch ever.
Yes. Of top
more impressive than Connor's run.
Yes.
More impressive than Khabib.
Yes.
Way more impressive than Makhachev. And that's why he's number 1 pound for pound.
I was telling Brendan too, like on Shop Show. Topuria has this confidence. It's like, there's cocky and confident. It's kind of hard to tell the difference, but it comes out and like permeates. Like he's just super confident.
Well, he really believes that when it comes to boxing, if we're going to stand there and bang.
No, he plays great MMA. Not boxing. He's great him. Don't get it twisted. Great background in wrestling.
That's his thing.
Yes.
Yeah, he's
a real deal. We got one. But the issue is everyone's like, oh, he's the next Conor. There will never be another Conor. Drop all that. Never be another Ronda. He's his own thing. His 3-fight run is better than anybody's ever to do it.
He's a classic. He's a very classy man.
But check out these analytics this is from ESPN MMA. So remember the knockout with Max Holloway and Justin Gaethje, which is pretty much the best knockout I've ever seen in my life. Look at this.
Bullshit. I'm calling bullshit.
Yeah, you never know.
You're telling me Max Holloway knocking out Justin Gaethje got 9 million views in 12 months and Topuria did 11 million in 1 day? Bullshit. Fuck no. That Max Holloway Justin Gaethje knockout is the greatest thing I've ever seen. That was so much more viral.
I'm also skeptical about this. And by the way, Casey has called me out on this too. He's like, I'm the most, he thinks I'm the most skeptical person in the world.
Topuria have more international.
But I also think people on the higher ups can do this. They can.
Yeah, but does
numbers.
Topuria have more?
They might be saying just off the ESPN post.
Yeah, they're saying right there YouTube channel, so that's public. We could check that. I mean, even YouTube, you can buy views. I'm super.
I don't think they're buying views. I don't think they're doing that shit.
Well, see, take a look at it. See,
because they did have no reason to.
You can see it.
Yeah, I mean, but you know what I mean? Yeah, they're tired. Chin's argument is even a tired, he thinks they bought the views. I don't think they're doing that.
You know what? I think
internationally, Topuria is so much bigger than Max Holloway, Justin Gaethje, so there might be that. And then Charles Oliveira is beloved by Americans and Brazil.
But 1 day versus 1 year.
Yeah, I'm not buying that.
So I'm not saying it's 100%.
Oh, and also, what got more attention? UFC 300 or this random card?
But you know what about mobile? If I remember, Topuria was also free.
Was it on pay-per-view?
It was free. I didn't have to pay for it.
That's because you watched it illegally.
No, I didn't. I watched it on ESPN.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I did.
No, right? It was ESPN. It was UFC 317. They are not free.
I did pay for it, but I watched it at my house.
No, you illegally streamed
No, I
it, but most
I really did. I did.
Either way, nothing's not free for the
It
public.
wasn't free. All right.
No.
My wife just bought it.
Sure as fuck not free. Fight nights are free.
I mean, was it free in a different country maybe or
No,
something?
I watched it on ESPN. We went to the main card.
I paid.
What do you mean?
You didn't watch it? It's cool. And maybe your wife ordered from ESPN Plus and it's a pay.
So that was a pay.
It was pay-per-view. I had to pay for it. Yeah.
But either way, this is the thing. Of course, it's a fucking major UFC pay-per-view. UFC 317. But again, Max Holloway, Justin Gaethje, UFC 300. That was massive.
Yeah, but I mean, remember, Perry's got his momentum. People want to.
He's incredibly famous right now, especially with the Spanish audience, right? Even like the huge soccer stars are like friends with him, fans of him.
Oh yeah, there you go.
So they have that
See, I'm not in disbelief that it's eventually get more views. My issue is saying that in one day it did more than this did in a year. Something's going on there. But that can also skew numbers and do shit. But maybe Topir internationally just so much more massive and relevant than Max Holloway just
definitely possible, but this seems crazy to me.
It could be internationally too. Topir is even the casuals know Topir. Here, like Justin Gaethje, I'd be pretty hardcore. You know, so it's not like the people in Brazil and Spain are tuning into Justin Gaethje fights. So it could be that.
We can watch it now. I'll edit this out, obviously. But
Topir has the exact same tattoos as Connor. This was the best. Boom, 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 boom. Then whap.
And then the fact that it's 1 second. Oh my 1 second left.
That's the best knockout I've ever seen.
I did send you screenshots, Jen, of the YouTube to your email. The Topuri one does have 12 million in the max.
I'm sure it does.
Pointing to it.
Wow.
There you go. 12 million views on YouTube.
12 fucking million views in 3 days.
I don't, correct me if I'm wrong, I know that Zimbabwe.
That is just so shocking to me.
Wait, go back.
Comes to the amount of witnesses.
Well, and
have civilian witnesses.
The only argument would be is the Max Holloway Justin Gaethje is the full fight, which went 3 rounds, and the knockout was in the last second. This video is so this is 5 minutes long. Because remember, it happened in the first round.
People tune out.
Yes, 417.
Ever been the case?
Yeah.
Where there's been
I mean, some clips go viral. There's,
all the
it's legit on analytics. I mean, because I know a lot of behind the scenes stuff now these days. That's why I'm kind of like,
I mean, maybe it is. Maybe Topir's that big of a fucking star internationally.
Yeah,
that's all that makes sense.
It's incredible if that's truly the case.
The UFC's love those analytics.
It's not hating, it's just like we're saying.
It's not hating.
Take a little break, Brennan. I want to talk to you about sexual performance.
Dude, there's nothing more important than your wiener ass. A lot of guys.
There's nothing more important than blood flow, bro. Good heart health, blood vessel dilation. Okay, you got 60 miles of blood vessels in your body.
What makes a good wiener?
Good blood flow, bro.
Firmness.
You know how you do that?
I'm lazy right now.
Go do it with drugs if you want. Get a headache. Or you can do it with joy mode.
Dude, it's all natural. Backed by science, no side effects.
Or proven ingredient.
Feels good and get your wiener thriving, dude.
Look, it doesn't involve doctor visit. It doesn't involve managing refills. Joy mode provides a straightforward, effective solution for over 200,000 men who trust Joy mode to boost their performance without the side effects. You can start a subscription and save up to 30%. Keep performance at its best without any interruptions. Okay?
Yeah, but is it like millions of dollars? That's why I think they're hard.
I'm so glad you asked. Why don't you go to tryjoymode.com, use code FIGHTER at checkout for 20% off single purchases, 30% off subscription orders. That's tryjoymode.com. Use code FIGHTER for 20% off a single purchase, 30% off subscription orders. My guess is if you try a single purchase, you're gonna want the subscription order.
So will your girl or your man.
Let's go.
Tryjoymode.com, promo code FIGHTER.
Okay. Have you guys ever been to Southern Park?
Venice Canals?
I've actually been to this place before. So look at this woman. So there's 2 ducks that are mating, and this is how she responds. She doesn't realize it, I guess. I mean, I guess I know.
She's not.
And then the fact
you think she thinks they're attacking each other?
No, she's trying to keep the duck from raping the other one.
It's not what ducks mate. It's very impressive.
Well, because, so the biologists will say that the male duck actually ends up jumping.
She's such what a fucking Cool.
Well, this is a.
Oh, I love this comment from Hero.89. On behalf of all humans, we just want to apologize to the duck species about our liberal human.
Look at this. She jumped into the liquid. Oh my god.
Look at that duck's like, hey, cock block. What the fuck are you doing?
Anyways, she continues on. It was just, but she's not well. No, she can't. Somebody who's not well.
That's somebody's wife or probably like, holy fuck.
She's a mess.
Imagine when she got out of the water and I was like, good job, Karen. Good thing you stopped that, Karen. Can we get our margaritas now?
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Way to go, Karen.
It's like global warming. I'm not gonna flush the toilet because I want to say, okay, honey, you're gonna cool the planet with all your behavior.
What else you got, Jim?
Crazy. One more NBA thing. This is Hamza Shemaev. Apparently,
he's in the States.
Well, he tweeted a guy that he thought was Sean Strickland, but it wasn't, and this is the response. So that black mark is him doing the finger.
He did the finger. And Sean Strickland goes, what the fuck did I do? He goes, sorry, bro. I don't know how to use Twitter. Wrong guy. Yeah, Hamzat's in the States. That's a good sign. If you're a Hamzat fan, that's a good sign.
If I was that Sean Strickland guy, I would have said, anytime, anywhere, bro.
What the fuck did I do?
That was funny.
He's like, my bad, man. I don't know how to use this thing.
That was my friend one time.
Yeah, Hamzat was just shooting at Jackson's.
That was my buddy. And this guy comes out with my buddy and two other guys. One other guy. So there's three of us. And we were at Shutters, I think, in Santa Monica. And a guy comes up, kind of a stocky little guy. And he comes up, what's up, fuckface? You guys got a fucking problem? Fuckface. And I was like, what? And he goes, yeah, oh, look at these guys. Three tough guys. And I was impressed. He was like, I was like, a little drunk. And I was like, what's going on? And he goes, oh, what the fuck's going on? And his girlfriend comes running up. She goes, wrong guys. They're not the guys that said something to me. And he thought that we had said something to his girl. And then he's like, oh, my bad. And my buddy looks at him and goes, you okay, bro? And I was like, all right.
What did I?
Choose the wrong guys. We weren't going to do anything with some guys. We were like,
do you remember the place on Sunset Boulevard called Miyagi's? It was like a club, restaurant place. Have you guys ever?
I don't. I think an Asian spot.
It was just like a really popping nightclub. And we went there one night, and it's so packed upstairs. That's why they go dancing and stuff. And then one of the girls we were with, she just told me, Jen, he grabbed my ass. And I looked over, I just literally grabbed this guy. What the fuck? He goes, she goes, no, not that guy, though.
It's like you can so did you read a long time ago? There's a guy that had a police convention, and after the convention, all the cops were in the hotel room. They were drinking and talking, catching up. And a guy comes in with a gun and tries to rob them, not knowing they were cops. So the cops jump on him. They jump on him to arrest him, and he died of a heart attack. Oh no! Right there, just died. It's like, all right.
Is that it, Jake?
Did I mention that Jake Paul? He's now a ranked boxer. Yeah, that's pretty cool because he worked his way up there, which is pretty dope. So,
fucking guy can hit hard. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
I wonder what's going to be next for him. If he's 14, it's like, all right, fight 13, 12. Yeah, if you start fighting with like ranked guys, that's different. Yeah. Jones on the road for the 4th. Dude, I invited you to the house. You can't come.
July 5, I will not be at Brennan's amazing 4th of July thing. I will be getting ready and probably driving down on the 5th to Brandon Improv. Looking forward to seeing you guys. 2 shows. Alpharetta, Georgia. I'm there July 26, 27.
Sounds nice.
Charleston, South Carolina, August 1 and 2. And then San Diego.
You're all over, pal. Can't see it.
Yep.
All right, kids. It's July 4th week, so we are doing a special
10 times.
July 4th sale at DriveFastAllGas.com. You get 10 times bonus entries this weekend only. And on the 4th, wait till the 4th to order the new King Shark, Kimmy Tech collab, Methylene Blue. Join the VIP club. All that. Wait till the 4th because they're doing doing 10-time bonus entries and 1776 entries, and all that goes towards you winning this new freaking dope-ass whip. It's drivefastallgas.com. That's it, kids. We love you. Happy 4th. Hopefully nobody blows their fingers off. I'm going to stop by the fireworks stand and pick up some fucking hot-ass fireworks on the kiddos. Can't wait. All right, kids, that's it. Happy 4th. This is the Fire Kid. We're out. This is really the Finally Kid.
We're back, pal. Yeah, I want to thank everybody for weighing in on barbecue comments. I guess the guy from, was it Pose or whatever? Pose? You know, what was that barbecue place where he said Callan eats
the name of barbecue spot? All right, dude, we don't want to carry it. It's okay. I was like, yeah, dude, it's these California people coming to our good state of Texas and pushing their narrative on this good Texas.
Lean meat? Yeah. And somebody said, Callan,
the guy from Opie said, Callan is the type of guy that eats corn along with. Just trying to have
people take their barbecue so fucking seriously.
That's just gay shit. But you can't help it. You know, like, you don't mean to be gay.
No,
it's just, you know when you see, like, a kid just, like, running, he has a little flare, you just think, oh, he has sugar in his tank, dude.
Yeah.
He doesn't mean to, when he runs, to go, like, yes.
I was at Salt
Lake. Like, I saw a kid score a touchdown, he goes, yes. And I went, that's cool. I don't discriminate, dude.
I went to,
a lot of dicks are headed his way as he gets older. You're 58 or whatever. It's just like, come on, bro, do it.
They
don't mean to. Like you were in your head going, man, people are thinking gay for getting Tesla and lean beef. It's just what you do. Dude.
I went to Salt Lake and they said, would you like? Now I got the bison ribs, delicious.
The bisons are nice.
And then I got
big, right?
I got the pulled pork, delicious.
Pulled pork's nice.
And then they said, you want sweet tea or unsweet tea? I said, of course, unsweet tea. And then no mac and cheese for me. I had a double serving of slaw.
It's not bad.
Yeah, it was delicious.
Because I don't really fuck with any side. If I'm cheating, I'll go with that potato salad. It's a nice potato salad. That boy's Don's potato salad. Dude, I like a nice potato salad. Slaw, overrated.
Good potato salad and Salt Lake. I love potato salad.
Dude, a nice green corn.
Cream corn.
Dude, but the boys yesterday, I bought the boys because Casey's in town shooting content. Right up the road, dude. It's Joe's Smokehouse. It has a reggae theme, which I can't stand, but that's their thing. Dude, really, definitely for a food truck, top 3 I've had so far in Texas.
Is that right?
6 minutes up the street.
Is that right?
Fantastic.
Thank you, Brandon. That was very delicious.
Yeah, I mean, morale went.
Oh, it did. How are you still Texas?
Who are you talking to?
Oh, sorry, buddy. I just.
Who the hell are you talking to right now?
Okay, that's all right. Because you live in California and you just come in.
Where am I right now?
You know, you're in Texas right now. Yeah, you kind of got in my face a little bit.
About the league?
Just in general.
You said like, oh, I just had one of those. I don't give a shit what you had.
Is the cum on the tip. That's really wrong. But I think all that stuff that was leaked, the piss, the cum on the tits, all that stuff, it was just to get the public on their side. It's called for the court of law. They're like, court of law's like, buddy, yeah, he's a fucking freak. You know, it's not illegal to be a pervert. And everybody else seemed to be involved. And also prostitution, let's be honest, should be there. Should be. And also, everybody else got paid in that game and sounds like they had a lot of good. Like, dude, if I was single, he's like, yo, man, here's 10 grand, first class ticket, come to New York, Cassidy's here, insert J-Lo's here. Like, dude, keep the money. Hey, we're friends, right? And he goes, when should I come back? I go, whenever you want. When the street lights turn on, dude, ride to your fucking feet. That's what I did as a kid. Is Joe amazing? Joe, hey, you know what? Hey, we're friends, right? Would you say we're best friends, sort of? I mean, at the end of the day, yeah. How close are we? Are we close? Close. Why? Are we friends now? Yeah. Like when you're kind of around my neighborhood, if that's what you're referring to. Like, if you needed to borrow $250,000, I would lend it to you, right? Yeah. And we've been through some shit. Yeah. One like this to the world. Yeah. So we're kind of stuck with each other, huh? Yeah. I'd say this is a fucking marriage. Can I get an invite to your house once? It's unbelievable. You invited me. Hey, you know what? It's lovely. I haven't gotten an invite. I haven't gotten. Who the fuck does that? Like, I haven't gotten an invite to his house. You haven't invited me, my wife, my kids. You know, hey, you know what it is, baby? I don't forget my roots. Hey, I don't forget my roots. You're welcome. I live 19 minutes away. You're welcome. You're welcome. Look who you want. Open the door. You just gotta drive up and buzz the gate. Unbelievable. We'll see if we can get the code. That's actually shocking. We'll buzz you in. Hey, buzz you in. I got a fucking 15-month-old and a 3.5-year-old. That's our kids are different ages. So what? You know. Hey. So I don't even get an invite to your house. So I haven't seen your house. Hey, come on. You know what? But you've been here longer than me. You've never invited me to your house. Right there. You have a standing invite. But getting you anywhere is impossible, which I know. I would love you to be involved in some of the things I do. I'm gonna start going to the. If I'm cheating, I'll go to that potato salad. It's a nice potato salad. Remember his Don's potato salad? Dude, I like a nice potato salad. Somebody goes, when should I come back? I go, whenever you want. When the street lights turn on, dude, ride to your fucking feet. That's what I did as a kid. Is Joe amazing? Joe, Bubba. Hey, you know what? Hey, we're friends, right? Would you say we're best friends, sort of? I mean, at the end of the day, yeah. How close are we? Are we close? Close, right? Are we friends, though? Yeah. Like when you're kind of around my neighborhood, that's what you're referring to. Like, if you needed to borrow $250,000, I would lend it to you, right? Yeah. And we've been through some shit. Yeah. One like this to the world. Yeah. So we're kind of stuck with each other, huh? I'd say this is a fucking marriage. Can I get an invite to your house once? It's unbelievable. Hey, you know what? I haven't gotten an invite. Who the fuck does that? Like, I haven't gotten an invite to your house. You guys invited me, my wife, my kids. You know, hey, you know what it is, baby? I don't forget my roots. I don't forget my roots. You're welcome. I live 19 minutes away. You're welcome. You're welcome. You just gotta drive up and buzz the gate. That's actually shocking. I got a fucking 15-month-old and a 3.5-year-old. That's our kids are different ages. So what? Yeah. So I don't even get an invite to your house. I haven't seen your house. Did you pick there long to me?
Or Sheldon, they cleared it to the shoulder. That's keeping the drive slowly away from Glen Oaks.
I saw it last
Heading out to
night.
Irvine, this is the 405 northbound, just past Jeffrey Road. A wreck in the right lane,
But it's
back off of
basically
the 133,
like
and
two
a crash
digits.
in Lake Elsinore,
Like two
15
digits like this
northbound
with
past
one
Lake
and
Street.
it looks
Everything's
like
out of
maybe
lane
comes
split.
out when it's
It's
starting
in
to
the
be
center
like
divider, so
when
it's
it's standing
starting
up.
with a very slow
And when
drive
it's
for
not
both
standing up, it
directions.
looks like this.
Northbound from
Kind of like
Central and southbound, we've got delays
I'll keep
overall
the street
from
in which
Magnolia
it's right there.
Avenue with Southern California's most accurate traffic reports. I'm Angel Martinez.
Hey there, history fans.
So kind of a round paw with 3 long fingers.
Exactly where see that. Pull it back. So this is exactly where the encounter. This is exactly where the encounter took place.
This is such a
These
ridiculous
are the
story
three
that we
witnesses.
tell ourselves because we don't watch
Katya,
it.
Australia, and Lydia. There's exact location, and this photograph was taken in 1996. Right after that, right after, yes.
For a healthier planet. Less than 1%
And then you've
of
got,
water on Earth
hold
is
this up,
drinkable, and humans are using it faster than nature can replenish
that was
it.
the footprint of the
Reduce
picture
the
of
amount
the
of
mother
water
who saw
you
the
use in the
picture. Right,
bathroom
through
by
this
taking
one.
shorter showers and turning the water off while you brush your teeth. Brought to
Yeah,
you by
crazy.
iHeartRadio Earth and the
And a
National
lot of
Environmental
witnesses
Education
that
Foundation.
talked to it,
To
seen
find
the
more tips for smarter,
hospital.
sustainable
So,
living, or to take action in your own community,
later that day, only a few blocks away,
Number 1 on
there
your
were
radio
two
preset
military
and the new
officers on
Pro
patrol.
radio app. Free, never sounded so good.
What was he talking to?
AM 640.
Okay, nobody mentioned tea. The girls thought it was the devil. They were very religious. Mother didn't know what the girls saw. Later on that day, 2 military officers heard notes to this guy named Marco Treason. And when you're in the police, it's like the fire department is part of the military, the police is part of the military police. So these 2 officers were on patrol looking for something to do. They didn't say UFO crash. So they're driving around, and it's a couple blocks away. It's around 5:30. They're a couple blocks away from where the girls can hear. And by the way, I talked to a lot of people that had that area of Virginia completely cordoned off by the military. The military blockades all around there. I talked to them on camera, but they were telling like you're not allowed to go one step further, including the local news outlets. They did with them as well. So it's cordoned off the area that I'm talking about right now, and that's where the girls have been encountered. And 2 blocks away at 5:30, where military officers Marco Treason and Eric Lopes saw this creature like
So you get
slammed on his brakes. Marco jumps out passenger door and grabs this thing with his bare hands. So he takes it, he puts it in the back seat on his lap. He's loud on his lap. Yes. And they take it initially to a clinic in the town of Virginia, and the guy comes out and says, I don't know what the heck that thing is doing that. I've never, what do you guys do? So they go to another hospital, at which point the creature remains in hospital, regional hospital. The creature remains in regional hospital for, I'm not sure exactly how long, but hopefully it's about 15 minutes in hospital. And we had testimony from doctors that performed certain things, as well as military guys that we have the whole entire area was a creature. So they captured 2 creatures, one was alive, and I think the other was
the one that Eric Lopes caught that was in his lap, that one alive or dead? That one was still alive.
Yeah, but a very good easy. So he got a cut on his arm, on his shoulder, during the capture. Whether it scratched him with a nail, or I don't know what exactly happened, but he got infection. And within days, weeks, or whatever it was, when we were in the hospital, the doctor administered antibiotics, and he said he never in all of his years prior or since seen anything like it. Marco Trees, perfectly healthy 23-year-old young man, got this like immune system failure and he died. And we interviewed the family, his sister, we interviewed the doctor who worked on him. They said, "Oh, that's so great, Mark Thompson. Wow, you're going to pay $4,000. That's just terrific." They wanted to put him in the ground as soon as possible. And nobody did come in forever. For whatever. And the buying tree actually got the doctor. I don't know. I don't know any details except for the fact that it's.
What did he say? What was he thinking for? What did he see? He was treating air.
He said that he never, in all of his career, for like 40 plus years, he's never seen someone with an infection from a simple cut like that. Have a complete immune system failure and not respond to anything that they
some charity thing or some medical thing I couldn't even tell you what it was. Something that started to pop up in people about over 20 years ago. And
there's some sort of mention of a granular toxin.
Yeah, I know. I didn't quite guess.
Because we're back at it again.
What did he say? He's like, oh, I just had one of those. I'm like, oh, fuck do I care?
Yeah, he kind of got into it. And, you know, Casey might be short, but he's a lot to handle. He's feisty. He's very strong. How about a kid loading the ground, trying to move him around, and couldn't do it.
He's feisty.
Yeah.
Dude, how about Teed? You know, brotherly sentimental kid. In our neighborhood, it's like Pleasantville, dude. It's
Second's funniest when I get there. Oh, we got a challenge.
And 3 of his friends come up to the, we have like, it's a long walkway through the yard. He sees them and he's like, what the hell? Pops up, he's like, Dad, there's Africa. I'm like, all right. And he he gets up. He's like, yo, what's going on? You okay? And everything. Yeah, man. You want to come ride your bike with us? And D's like, what? He's like, do you want to ride your bike? He's like, you want to ride your bike? And D looks at me, I'm like, go ride your bike. Dude, how great that is. He has no clue. He's like, hey, around my, he goes, when should I come back? I go, whenever you want. When the street lights turn on, dude. Ride to your fucking feet. That's what I did as a kid. Yo, Daisy. Yo, Bubba.
Hey, you know what? Hey, we're friends, right? Would you say we're best friends?
That's an awkward time to bring that up. Like, hey, we're talking about my kid. Yeah, we're friends too, but why you gotta fucking interrupt me? It's like they cut something out.
Like, if you needed to borrow $250,000, I would lend it to you, right?
Yeah.
And we've been through some shit.
Yeah.
One like this to the world.
Yeah.
So we're kind of stuck with each other, huh? I'd say this is a fucking marriage. Can I get an invite to your house once? It's unbelievable. Hey, you know what?
It's lovely.
I haven't gotten an invite. I haven't gotten. Who the fuck does that? Like, I haven't gotten an invite.
What is this song? The song. This is the worst.
You're welcome. Look how when you want, but open door. You just gotta drive up and buzz the gate.
Unbelievable.
We'll see if they give the code.
It's actually shocking.
No one buzz you in. Hey, I'll buzz you in.
I got a fucking 15-month-old and a 3.5-year-old.
That's our kids are different ages. That's the problem.
So what?
You know what? Hey.
So I don't even get an invite to your house. So I haven't seen your house.
Hey, come on. I'll buzz you in.
You know what?
But you've been there longer than me. You never invited me to your house. To be fair.
You have a standing invite, but getting you anywhere is impossible.
It's tough.
Which I know. I would love you to be involved in some of the things I do.
I'm gonna start going to the to our when you work there, and then Daddy here blew out his quad.
You get a pass on that because it's 40 minutes worth of things I do.
I'm gonna start going to the to our when you work there, and then Daddy here blew out his quad.
You get a pass on that because it's 40 minutes away from you, so I get it.
But Thursday, Fridays, depending. Tomorrow I can't. I got some stuff going on, but next week I can. In the old stem shots from Ways to Wells, your boy. We're kicking.
Are you serious? Are you serious?
Oh, no, I'm just kidding. We're kicking, baby. I couldn't do this last week.
That's impressive. You heal rather rapidly.
That's because I'm on peptides, Brian.
Yeah.
I'm on the overrated
testosterone.
Yeah, but that's whatever. Yeah. It's that BPC 157 and then stem cells from Ways to Wells. Your boy is in shape. Weighed myself today, 244 with shoes on. Oh my God. You know what? There might be a Drake ad pick coming. There might be a Drake ad pick coming. Is that right? Yeah, dude, they're popping for the summer.
So,
you ready? You gotta see that? Oh, yeah, I've never seen that.
I know, it's okay.
This is the latest I've ever been.
You're actually getting ads. Let's see Drake for a second.
No, it is outshot, so, that's impressive. You should know. You will not see her move as much. Do you know what that is? He got
one day, just to see you. Tell me lies. Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. The lies, tell me lies. Oh no, you can't disguise. You can't disguise, no, you can't disguise. Tell me sweet little lies.
Texas been good for you. Yeah. No invite yet. So I'm actually insulted.
That's not a fucking thing.
really turned into an elitist. I just don't want to be getting all riff-raff. You know, you have that head down. I can put it in front of my house. I'll tell you, go over. Yeah, sort down the street. It is a bit of testing right now. You're listening to something.
If I can turn the page and time in a higher just to be with you. Close my eyes. And I can't find a place. And I'm gonna find one day just to be with you. Tell me lies. Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. Tell me lies, tell me lies. Oh no, you can't disguise. You can't disguise, no you can't disguise. Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. Lies ain't nice. Living and understand what did we can do. Just close your eyes. And never looking hard. That was so sick. Do it again. Psych.
When Daddy kicks out at 4, 5, 6, and I start going, Daddy starts dropping so much else me, like Coffee Chicken, like Ryan McFly. Fortune Girls are cool. That's why I love my eggs, man. That's that quiet. You gotta just keep it where it is. And I feel like I'm not doing it. It's like, pretty more. Actually, Aaron and I were like 20 minutes before I that's actually Aaron and I were like 10 minutes. It's crazy. And I know it's supposed to do. Let's keep it at 50 RPMs. I know 60 RPMs. I keep it at 55, between 55 and 60.
Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies.
Dude, how
Tell me
about,
lies, tell me
I
lies.
feel like we've been calling it, especially me and Eric Griffin. I want to give Eric Griffin, me and him were vibing on the same thing on this. Really, my brother Jay Shop called in before. He actually got in an argument with a lawyer over this. When P. Diddy got off. You know, I called it. I called it. I was like, because for me, I was like, sex trafficking has to be against their will. And I didn't follow the case, but I heard they were making $10 grand. People going there to have these freak offs. You know, if you are an adult and a sex worker and you go to a party and you get paid, it's real hard to make that sex trafficking thing. Also, my boy Brad Cohen, who's a criminal defense lawyer and a high profile one, they handled Kodak Black and all those guys. He was on Instagram talking about this. And he's like, I don't see the government has a big case here. It's hard. Here's my question with all this. The feds raid his house, right? And we got told there's all these drugs and even in all the knock down a wall. His kids are home, raided both houses same time, right? And there's lube, and even I have a friend who's involved in it. Like, dude, the stuff they're gonna find. And what? So this was a distraction from what? It's just, you know, hiring workers. All right, cool. I mean, he's gonna get time served. I don't know if he serves 8 years. He's the maximum 10 years. Yeah, he won't get any of that, but and he'll get time served. But with all this, like, and him hitting Cassidy, like horrible shit, that's terrible. I don't condone any of that. No, I'm just saying to go all. And remember, this was everywhere. It's been everywhere for how many months now? All this shit. The government. What was it for? And this is why you should be worried. They did this to P. Diddy. That's right. So they can do it to any. Now, think if you P. Diddy paid millions of dollars in legal fees. Now imagine you're just average Joe. You're working 9 to 5. You're fucked. And the government goes, let's go for that guy. You're fucked. That's the issue. The issue is not that, of course, he's a fucking bad guy and beat up Cassidy and does some weird shit. Likes to get slippery. Yeah. Likes to get slippery. Nothing wrong with that. He's a freak piss in the mouth. Isn't some girls enjoy that? Do your thing. I keep saying that. Was that part of it? Oh, yeah. You don't want some trouble. A lot of piss. Take a little break, dude. I want to make money, but I want to watch sports too.
Nothing says summer like long days, clutch plays, and firing up a few bets on the game, buddy.
Talking about baseball?
Yeah, bud. You know I don't miss my Dodgers. They're popping right now. So are the Texas Rangers. Dude, never bet on baseball before. It's super easy. Pick a guy to go yard, probably Ohtani. Hammer some live odds, make game, probably Ohtani. Or just ride with your squad and hope for the best.
It'll be here.
Spreadsheets.
Better than before. Yesterday's gone. Yesterday's gone. If you can't dance and bonus smile, if it takes just a little while, open your eyes. Fuck. It's fucking eyes, dog. Look at the day. You'll see things in a different way.
168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsibility resources, see TTG.com/audio-anonymous.
If you laugh on a moment, smile. If it takes just a little while, open your eyes, look at the day. You will see things in a different way. Don't stop about tomorrow. Don't stop. It'll soon be here. It'll be here. Better than before. Yesterday's gone. Yesterday's gone. I'm not thinking about times to come. I'm not about the things that you've done. If your life was a bad movie, just think what tomorrow will do. Don't stop thinking about tomorrow. Don't stop. It'll soon be here. It'll be here better than before. Yesterday's gone. Yesterday's gone.
Who's into that? And the guy's into that. And then she gets mad at you. She's in Shannon Sharp.
She's like, he pissed on me.
Shannon Sharp, you hear what she said? She's like, I want you to choke me. I want you to do all this stuff. She said, you're black, all that. So now she wants to say, sexuality is all over the place.
It's when they get upset, then they go, look at
now
this.
you're weaponizing your regret. Yeah. And that's really wrong. But I think
all that stuff that was leaked, the piss, the cum on the tits, all that stuff, it was just to get the public on their side.
Just think what tomorrow will do. Don't stop thinking about tomorrow.
everybody else seemed to be involved. And also, everybody else got paid in that game. Sounds like
Yesterday's gone. Yesterday's gone.
He's like, yo, man, here's 10 grand, first class ticket, come to New York. Cassidy's here, insert J-Lo's here. I'm like, dude, keep the money. Keep the money. Just have a full rack of ribs and have some fatty brisket, and your boy's there. It's positive. Don't bring lean in because I don't get fucking yet. Dude, but just have that fatty brisket, right? And a nice barbecue sauce from OB's or Interstellar.
Dude, why are you turning me into such a power bottom? Because I have a white on white 3 Tesla 3, and because I like lean meat, and I am suddenly a complete power. And you deep throat corn, and now I'm being accused of eating corn the long way.
And you guzzle cream. That's the way you do it. Dude.
Yeah, I'm a little. Dude, I tried to do a cold plunge, and I did, and I've done it. There was something about this one because it was circulating.
It's not circulating your body. It's like a shield. So you can sit there and use it as it's circulating.
All I want is to see you smile. If it takes just a little while, I don't believe that it's true. I never meant any harm to you. Don't stop thinking about tomorrow. Don't stop. It'll soon be here. It'll be here better than before. Yesterday's gone. Thinking about tomorrow. I think about times to come. I'm not about the things that you've done. If your life was about me, just think what tomorrow will do. Don't stop thinking about tomorrow. Don't stop. It'll soon be here. It'll be here better than before. Yesterday's gone. Yesterday's gone. Dun-dun-dun-dun.
Pro athletes, I get it, dude. You working on an hour a day?
Mom, I think about times to come. I'm not about the things that you've done. If your life was a bad me, think what tomorrow will do. Don't stop thinking about tomorrow. Don't stop. It'll soon be here. It'll be here better than before. Yesterday's gone. Yesterday's gone. All I want is to see you smile. If it takes just a little while. I know you don't believe that it's true. I never meant any harm to you. Don't stop thinking about tomorrow. Don't stop. It'll soon be here. It'll be here better than before. Yesterday's gone. Yesterday's gone. Don't stop thinking about tomorrow. Don't stop. It'll soon be here. It'll be here better than before. Yesterday's gone. Yesterday's gone. Don't you look back. Ooh, don't you look back. Ooh, don't you look back. Welcome. How you living, pimp?
Too banged up like
You're with pierce their nipples or how does that work? I don't know how that lifestyle works.
That's not fair. The beer's chin drinks are like 9%. A White Claw or a High Noon, it's like 4.5. So it's more of like
it's a mellow bug, but you have to drink 2 to get on chin's level.
I'm also half the size of them.
Fair point. But so that'll keep your sphincter kind of loose.
Okay, all right, grab them fun.
I am fucking howling right now. I love it.
Guys, hold on.
I love it. Sluttiest whore in the history of humankind, plus milk loving rabbi. Yes. Yes, Che. I love you. Yes. Sluttiest whore in the history of humankind. Plus MILF loving rabbi. Don't you look back.
That's a very good question. I'm glad
Oh, that shit is hilarious. Son, I am howling right now. Sluttiest whore in the history of humankind. Plus milk-loving rabbi.
In this case, he was on his tummy. And that's proper prison style. Yeah, they got up in that. And I watched
I am fucking howling right now. Bad photo to show the quote skeet my post laughing at myself by the most ridiculous rabbi account name and why I am absolutely howling right now. Please see Sluttiest Whore, the history of humankind plus milk loving rabbi. Hilarious. It's a gangster.
I thought to myself, this guy obviously eats a lot of salad. He kept things, he's ready for this. Because it's a shoot.
Don't stop thinking about tomorrow. Don't stop. It'll soon be here. It'll be here. Better than before. Yesterday's gone. Yesterday's gone.
Friendly, helpful service and the parts knowledge you need for all your maintenance and repairs. I don't know what to do. They got a friendly staff that'll tell you everything. Okay. At the end of the day, they have thousands of parts.
Is the right thing to do. Maybe not when you want nothing to feel. Baby, I give you my world. Knock it off when you won't change into me. You can go your own way. Go your own way. You can do it on another lonely day. You can go your own way. Go your own way. Baby, everything turns around. Maybe not when nothing you don't do. Baby, I give you my world. Maybe not when the ain't waiting for you. You can go your own way. Go your own way. You can come another lonely day, another moment.
It's bothersome you watch the entire album.
No, it was probably 40. It was no more than 40 minutes. This is the right thing to do. How can I ever change things that I feel? If I could, maybe I'd feel you How can I?
That was a big deal. He's like, yeah, I met him first day. He seemed super nice. And then that night, he just got really angry. And then we started fighting. And then he tied my hands on the bed and my feet wide open. Okay, well, you know what? Now I'm going, I feel like you're going to have a hard time tying me down. That's the guy that's going to be, you better not do this. It would be tough for me to tie you. Yeah, it's like, you better not do this now. You're not tying me. And then you can tell the reporter's like, did he hit you over the head before? He goes, the strength on Dahmer is insane. Interesting. I don't look at Dahmer and think PR bad. Oh, you're so strong. Is that a bowling knot? Oh, I'm never going to get out of this. And then you know how hard it'd be to control my feet if you're trying to tie them down? Also, each one, so those legs are spread open. It's going to take flapping. It's going to take 5 men. Maybe 6. At least. Like, till I guess 2 men on each. Yeah, 2 men on each limb. The first 2-3 minutes, it seems like right. We need 8 guys. 8 guys are going to hold you down. It's fine. Someone's going to have to control this mouth. And then, so it's going to 8 guys, 8 helpers. I call them my helpers. I got 8 helpers. And then you just see me in the corner. And I go, I'm skinny, but I'm working with something. And I just keep telling you, 4 minutes, 4 minutes. Yeah. I guess that whole thing.
Texas has a way with that heat. Two of my friends have died in hospitals.
Thankfully, I have like maybe two of all the symptoms. So now wait, and I have 2 out of what? 3? That's just like thank God only 2 of the symptoms. So I need you a good doctor. That's another thing I have to worry about. Oh, you know, blood pressure medication, right? Blood pressure and something to keep yeah, so I thought maybe that kind of stuff would be good for me, but now I'm thinking like it's not. There's no reason to do it, Chip. What do you have inflammation?
Can you color? What you mean? You don't know what you say. Never. Can you never? I wanna be with you everywhere. Oh, I wanna be with you everywhere. And you everywhere. I want to be with you everywhere. Don't shit.
Get some 6-year-old like freak athlete, Jen.
That was sick.
It's all a 6-year-old boy. Like some freak.
Hey, this is not ancient.
Don't say freak either. That's just
It's not ancient Greece, bro.
like a freak athlete.
Absolutely not. Some muscular young kid. Rumors are gonna fly.
What? That he's an awesome dad and his kid's going D1? And then drinking, so you go to the games and drink at the games.
It's that older Asian guy who's always a low-grade drunk doing with a 16-year-old. Yeah, well, what's he doing with a 16-year-old muscular? I'd start spreading.
You know what? Let's start with a dog.
How about starting with a guy your age?
Oh my gosh. How about you meet a nice Southern belle and settle down, dude? A nice proper girl and cook it, dude.
Figure out a way to like sobriety and actually like girls.
And yourself.
Yourself.
Good advice, yeah. Thank you guys. That's great advice.
I wanna be with you everywhere. Oh, I wanna be with you everywhere.
Start with a fucking.
If you pass away, we say on the podcast.
No, we'll say I told you.
With a heavy heart, we have to say,
Dude's a free man and Chin's no longer with us. Speaking of reptiles, or close enough, dude, Forrest Gallant, this is his fish aquarium. God, I miss my. Hey, dude, you said if I moved to Texas, you'd buy me a fish tank. I am. You're buying me a fish tank? No, I said, oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, I said I am. You said I am. Hey, dude, you said if I moved to Texas, you'd buy me a fish tank. I am. You're buying me a fish tank? No, I said, oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, I said I am. You said I am. I said, oh, yeah.
No, I heard you say I am.
Yeah, what the hell's that? You just fine. Who's buying the tank here?
Brian. You're the one who said you told me you would do it.
You said, fuck those fish, I'll buy you a tank.
What do you want? You know what the problem is? I need a fucking invite so I can see where the tank is.
Oh no, I want the tank in the studio.
It's unbelievable. I'm actually.
No, dude, we've already been over this. I'll buzz you in and add you to the month. You just gotta get unarmed security.
Have you been to his house?
I have, yeah. It was lovely. I got a warm welcome. There were hors d'oeuvres.
He invited me for 4th of July. You're working. You're working on the 4th. I would have invited you.
Working on the 5th. I'll be at the fucking Grand Improv.
But you're flying on the 4th. Who flies on the fucking Independence 1776? What's that mean to you? Absolute jack shit.
I'm gonna be like USA. You on the plane? You ever see that guy who after they killed him?
Start chanting. I can
bring that up. Bring that up. What is it? Bin Laden was killed, and he's on the subway, and he's like, "All right, guys, it's a great day today. After me, USA."
Is there a follow? Watch this. So USA chants.
That's great. USA. USA.
It's just somebody else.
Up there, join me. USA.
Look at the bald guy. So awkward. He was all right.
It really.
He was all right. That's how you know you fucked up when you went USA. Is all right.
Hey, let's take a break. What shirt am I wearing?
Dude, I saw it the second you walked in. I'm like, God dang, he looks good. It's True Classic, you bastards.
Yes. True Classic.
The white tees are my absolute favorite.
Can't get enough.
It's all around. It's all I wear.
Everything about that. You want jeans, they got you. You want jackets, they got you. You want shackets, they got you.
Even though they're a sponsor, I went to Amazon, they had their underoos on there, and I needed undies. I ordered some True Classic undies.
I can't believe you did.
Probably just got them sent, but you know, I need base set. Boy, yeah, streaks.
Oh, yeah, streaks. Well, listen, there's nothing like them.
Ran out of undies.
The sweatsuits are awesome.
The joggers, the hoodies, the button-ups, chinos. Dude, if you're trying to go to a barbecue, don't come half-ass. Come full dress, head to toe with True Classic. The best t-shirts ever. We've been with them before they're in the UFC, before they started working all these pods. We were their home base, baby.
You order them. Go to Target or Costco. Why don't you do that?
Wild. Or head to TrueClassic.com/fighter. Get hooked up today. It's TrueClassic.com/fighter. The best in the biz. It's True Classic.
That shit is so embarrassing.
What's this shit?
I remember my friend.
Let's pretend that was a good clip.
My girlfriend had a girlfriend. She had a dad who had 15 kids from 15 different women, and every year they would join in. And Dad was a stud. Her dad was like this guy with you could see he was older, still muscular, fucking shotgun, white hair, made money, didn't give a fuck about his kids, like just Elon Musk, you know. And I was there. We were having dinner. He would have this dinner, and the oldest son goes, "Hey guys, I know we don't say it often, but I just want to say to Dad, thanks, Dad." And, you know, John, enough with this. All right, let's not do this again. It always gets so hard. He goes, and he goes, and I was like, I was like, hey.
So this is Forrest. They say break my office aquarium 1 through 10. Yeah, so that's our Forrest. I'll rate it. Check out all the one thing is it's kind of small, but the stuff that he has. Let's see if it's overcrowded. There's another tank. It's a freshwater tank.
I don't like you, but I love you. Seems like I'm always thinking of you. Oh, 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 you do me madly. I love you so madly. You really gotta hold on me, really gotta hold on me, really gotta hold on, really gotta hold, baby. I don't want you, don't wanna leave you, don't wanna kiss you. But I made you, oh, 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 you do me well now. My love is strong now. You gotta hold on me, really gotta hold us, and you really gotta hold on me, really gotta hold on me. I love you, and all I want you to do is just hold me, hold me, hold me.
I like the assortment, I'll give them that. And uses electroreception to find its food. A black clown knifefish, usually a shy animal that comes out when I feed him. For a splash of color, I've got roseline sharks, severum cichlids, blue acaras, a couple anglefish, a pair of rainbowfish, illstream load, and two incredible giant freshwater Amazonian flounder, all to support this guy right here. Fly my private return. I don't like it. Turtles eat, right? Fish. They do? Yes. I thought they eat algae and stuff. Fuck no. Turtles eat fish. So you have a turtle in there, and that's the bigger fish. That turtle's eating some of the small fish. I'm from the turtle. Okay, listen, I'm saying. Putting up the cage and that turtle is a huge problem. Right, those cichlids.
I don't want you, but I love you. Seems that I'm always thinking of you. Oh, 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 you do me rightly. I love you madly. You really gotta hold on me, really gotta hold on me, really gotta hold on. You really gotta hold me. I don't want you, don't wanna leave you, don't wanna kiss you, but I need to. No, you do me better now. My love is strong. You really gotta hold on me, really gotta hold on me, really gotta hold on me, really gotta hold, baby. I love you, and all I want you to do is just hold me, hold me, hold me, hold me. Bum, 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 na, na, na. That was sick.
The vulture's fucking big. It's got a look at that black vulture. No, but that's with the buzzard. No. Mike's a redhead. Yeah, Texas buzzard. 6.5 feet long. No, Texas. It says 6.5 to 8.5 feet long. That's not indigenous. That's African. That's African. Well, let's look at the common. 3, 4.5 feet. No. What the fuck is that? Ain't a buzzard. That's a fucking hawk. Type in Austin vulture. That's what I have at my house. Buzzard. No, it's not a buzzard. It's a vulture. No, that's the buzzard they're showing. That's a hawk, Bubba. That's a peregrine falcon. Yeah. 5 feet. Common out 5 feet. Like vulture, we've had averaging 6 feet. I'm fucking telling you, man, this thing's a problem. That's a problem. Oh, wait, a turkey vulture. That's what it is. They're bigger. Turkey vultures are also black, but have a reddish head like red. Wingspans that can reach up to 6 feet. I'm telling you, this thing's 4 feet long. It's fucking huge. It casts a shadow and flies by. I thought it was a drone. Turns out, just a vulture. Just a vulture looking for something dead. So we find a dead deer leg on the front of the house. They have new spy drones that look like insects.
Rabbi.
Yo, what up, pimp? How are you?
It's me, Fabian.
Of course it is. How you living, baby?
I'm in the Telegram chat right now with Dumpster. Can you come with us and we talk about anything like in the Telegram? Harry Potter Obama Telegram.
Yeah, sure. I'll be there.
So I don't have to like talk about a couple of places.
Sure. Why don't you just tell him to come here?
Open face.
What's up, slutties?
Yes. How you doing, Rabbi?
Kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday. Every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods, baby? Dumpstar, you slinging dick like it's going out of style?
Of course, every day, 24/7.
That's what I like to hear. What's good, baby?
How much? What's going on with you?
Kicking.
What's your? What are you doing?
Well, currently I'm making videos on Instagram that are going to change the world, and I've also created 3 robots that are inundating people on a platform known as Blue Sky, promoting myself so that everyone in the world knows what I'm doing.
I've seen those screenshots of people saying, "What the fuck is this?"
Yeah, definitely. So it definitely gets the people going. You know, it's my sexual energy being cast throughout the internet. It's really what I can do to change the world at this point. What are you doing? What do you? I mean, I know you've got like a whole brothel waiting to get fucked, but what else?
I've been impressed by the bird you've grown, Rabbi.
You've been what?
I'm impressed by the bird you've grown.
Oh, by the beard? Yeah, it's not hard. I just let it go, and this is what I do.
Wait, you know what I'm seeing? You got the fucking curls.
Yeah, pay us.
You got the what are they?
Pay us.
What's the word for them?
Pay us. P-E-Y-O-S. Pay us. It's P-E-Y-O-S. Absolutely.
Oh, that's okay. Hey, I was just in New York, and there was a lot of those everywhere.
Absolutely. That's at one time was the center of Judaism within the last century.
I've been feeling that you guys went to Lisbon. I should have been there as well. I've been there as well. Like, that was in the chat right now.
That's cool. She's being amazing. We got Ellen here too.
From New York, Rabbi?
No, I'm not from New York. I have family from there, but Elle has been in my Discord a lot. He and I come up with amazing ideas. Do you want to hear some of them?
Of course.
Absolutely. These are billion-dollar ideas. Like, not even billion-dollar ideas, trillion-dollar ideas. All right, so the first one is a type of packaging. So instead of having bottles like here's like sriracha. Okay, and at the end, you know, like here's a perfect example. I've got 2 bottles of sriracha right here, but there's still like a little bit in there that I'm just never going to be able to get. So instead of shipping things in plastic containers like that, they make a kind of almost like toothpaste like tube. But I've really seen it with like think of like a Capri Sun container, or like I've seen it with like applesauce. But basically you squeeze it out and then you're able to get 100% out. So that wouldn't just help with sustainability, but it would also help with the efficiency of food. Well, if you think about it, like for one person, it may not make that big of a difference, but globally, and how much waste there is, it would make a huge difference. Additional. No, no, they're big.
Oh, they're big?
Yeah. So imagine imagine if these were in a little tube and you'd be able to squeeze all that, remaining out, then it would be more efficient. So like almost like a toothpaste. Yeah, why is it Fat B?
Because I'm fat. I'm fat.
All right, here's another.
Wait, how long were you in Spain? You were just doing foodie pictures, traveling and taking pictures of food.
And that's why Rebecca said you should call yourself fat. He's right.
Okay, so here's another.
Go back to Fabi. You're not in Spain anymore.
I need to lose weight, and this is the only thing that I need to do. Because when I was beautiful, I was so happy.
You are thin and you are beautiful.
Wait, I hear you. Like you take the train to work. How many miles is it to your job?
For me, it's like the same.
Yeah, for you.
It's like 2 train stations.
All right, what's the distance?
I don't know, like 10 kilometers, I guess. I don't know.
Have you ever thought about just using a bicycle?
It should. I used to have a bicycle, but they sold my seat.
That's it. I used to do that. I used to not have a driver's license. I had a bicycle, and then
the best story about my stolen bicycle seat is, and someday they replaced my bicycle seat with a much poorer one, but they replaced my bicycle seat. And I was like, that's funny, huh? It's like,
what's the thing? They're polite.
No. That's the most retarded thing I ever seen in my life. Like, they stole my bicycle seat from an expensive bicycle, and then they put like a cheap bicycle seat back. It's very polite. But like, it's like, fuck you.
Do you think it was the same people who did it?
I would think so. Or not, I don't know.
Okay. You ready for another? You ready for another million, if not billion, if not $1 trillion idea?
I'm fucking ready.
Excellent.
Can I just say that one time I was biking in Tuscany, like going on like a wine tour of all these places, and this was like on a family vacation, and we had this fucking Italian little guide that was taking us around and shit, and I had to bike for like 3.5 hours, and I wasn't really prepared for it, and the fucking seat of the bike was so like hard and dense that my fucking like butt hurt for like 5 days after. That's my story. So, Kowski and C's calling.
Yeah, you gotta get your butt used to a seat. You can't just uncomfortable seat.
Like I think your butt does adjust and calibrate, but it takes a few like sessions for sure. If you're not used to it and you just go for a 3.5-hour bike ride on a very dense seat, you're gonna be in for a world of hurt. And maybe that's a gift for a business, Rabbi, the most comfortable bike seat in the world. That's just like pure like seagull feathers and memory foam.
Yeah, I've seen a bike like this. This was like 25 years ago, 30 years ago. And I'm sure they still make it, but it's basically an electric bike where you sit back and it's like almost like a recliner. I feel like that would be much more comfortable.
Sick, but they're usually for like, I thought they were for like handicapped people or something, but you literally sit in like a little egg chair and it's like a little out with your feet.
Yeah.
It's like a bike, but you're in like a recline. Yeah.
Exactly.
And the handlebars are like by your hips.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I feel like that would be much more comfortable and allow you to ride a lot further. That's just how I think. I've also seen this kind of bike that is a gearless bike, a chainless bike. Have you seen these chainless bikes? They're like a thing now. So basically, you don't have to worry about the chain breaking or having to clean it or keep it oiled or anything. They're a little more expensive than normal bikes, but I feel like in the future, that's the way to have a bike. So that's another good idea about when it comes to bikes. Um, what else when it comes to bikes? Does anybody have an electric bike or know anybody who uses one? I knew somebody like 30 years ago who used one, and they.
Not electric bikes when I entered this VC code. I was just desiring talking about bikes.
All right.
I'm thrilled about bikes.
Hey. Hey, you brought it up. You brought it up with somebody stealing your bike seat.
I'm from Switzerland. People from Switzerland, they are never.
I wanted to talk about inventions, and we had Riser or L who came in with the Tuscany discussion to prolong the bike discussion. All right, here's one to blow your mind: gravity batteries. It's a battery that is charged by the microgravity of the Earth. What are your thoughts?
I don't know. It sounds like an Eminem rap.
Yeah, so it does work. There are models of it. They're just the patents are owned by mega corporations. That isn't to say that we can't get it out to the masses. It's just probably going to take education and some publicity. But I think it's something that could change the world.
I have to stop the conversation about fucking bicycles right now. I want to know
This isn't about bicycles. This is about batteries.
I understand, Robert, but I want to know how the event down at Lisbon between dumpster and van went. How did you guys hook up? How was it? Because one thing I saw dumpster drunk out of his mind, which was fucking awesome. My opinion, it's fucking awesome. And I would like to know the dirty little secrets which went behind the scenes. This is much more interesting to me, to be honest.
There are not too many dirty secrets.
Yeah, I know. I picked myself very well. I was in a foreign country. I didn't want to.
No, like that's the one.
So you say dumpster was polite?
Yeah.
I was very polite. No, I wasn't very polite to the suey guy, but that's fine. Whatever.
No, you're stupid. You think that it was, he was Louisy. That was short before his talk. And he had I think around 10 drinks around that time already to speak, to be Louisy. Then he had his great talk. I actually was very surprised. If you would ask them for dumpster, he was getting dumpster as we know him here. There was nothing different, nothing. I'm not done, Fabi. Wait a second. Wait. But the thing is, my panel, I hosted the panel directly after Dumpster's panel, and he fell asleep on Dave's shoulder and snored so loud I could hear it to the stage while moderating.
That was unfortunate. What I think is next time I have to bring my friends from Spain and all around Europe, and we will have to bring the true European power of European people. Because to me it seemed like it was more like an industry show and not like because I've got a feeling that Dumpster went to Europe thinking that European people are very there's no sauce there, there's no salsa.
No, I think quite the difference actually. Really? Yeah.
He would be afraid to say so.
No, these crypto events, they're not like, I know you guys that ticker Bitcoin, and like, we're all degens and stuff. When you go to like these events, these people aren't like IRL degenerates. They're just online.
Yeah, not everyone. So there's like I must say you feel it even more in at MemeCon, or like the people who went to MemeCon and not specifically to NFC. You feel the difference, but I think that's good why we have MemeCon now, or such spaces, or like the big ticket Bitcoin parties where actually the people come together where you want to hang out. I don't know, they're like, they're very talented people there, especially at Lisbon because it's an NFT convention. But it's, I don't know, it's like they're more normie, they're more academic sometimes, even if I may say from the feeling.
The understanding I get, next time I will have to take all my friends, and then I will show you the proper European experience of. No, I actually probably started doing cocaine with all those people. I will do that. And all my friends.
From the people, but not from the people who try to sell you sunglasses. Dumpster knows exactly what I mean.
Yeah, the drug dealer looks different there. They're like sweet old men wearing like slacks and shirts tucked in and selling sunglasses.
And then 2 minutes later, after you say 10 times no, they ask you if you want to have cocaine or like anything else. It's like they're having it out.
Yes. You say yes.
No, because you gotta like. Fabi, I had enough of my own drugs. No worries. You don't like if you're with me and you're like to smoke weed, you're gonna have a lot of weed. I think even Dave said after hanging out with me, he got like a bit of passive high.
Yeah, how much free weed did you get there? But you got like ads and all this stuff. I think you left with more weed than you showed up with.
Oh yeah, because the gob guy gave me hash there. Yeah, in the end I ended with more drugs than I came. So that was fun though.
Alright, so Vamp and GB, I mean not GB, but also GB because I see you down there. But Fabi, you guys gonna plan your trip for December to Miami.
I want to go to Miami, and I would expect because I think you are also most insane person like I am, and I expect the same treatment because this is the thing. I think you got the very polite treatment in Europe. If you would have come to Europe with my friends, it's a completely different experience. Because
they got barely thrown out of the WoW Gala because they tried to make a chair fly with balloons there.
I know what I mean, and I think Dumpster knows also what I mean. I think Dumpster and me are on the same wavelength about getting fucked up and being a little bit goofy on things. Is this something?
Did you think I cannot go goofy and fuck?
No.
There was like literally just the thing is like there was literally no opportunity to. There was I don't know. Do you know when you go somewhere and you're just like maybe not go fucked up because there's like an event tomorrow? Whatever.
Okay.
Was a bit short. I think last year, especially as some people had been missing, I bet if Dude had been there, it wasn't as full as last year. So.
Oh yeah, Dude is the guy. I think Dude wasn't there. That is crazy to me. Because if Dude had Dumpster met up, it would have it's
Yeah, like that could have been actually a problem. No, I was sad he couldn't make it, but there was like, I don't know, some job thingy going on, and then he didn't have the money at the point and whatever. Yeah, but
and you know, I'm not saying that that you're not capable of going fucking bonkers and stuff like that. But there's some things in life where, you know, if I go fucking bonkers with my mates, there are superior levels of getting fucking goofy in life. It's
Fabi, du warst voll schon, dass ich vom Land komme, gell?
Maybe, ja, weiß ich schon. Ist gut, nein, weiß schon, nee, nein, aber nur, es ist nicht beleidigend gemeint. Ist nicht beleidigend gemeint. Aber
no, I didn't take it as a, no, I didn't take it like that. No, but I know what you mean.
Was du verstehen musst,
was
du verstehen musst, ist nicht, dass wenn ich meine Jungs ausnehme, das eskaliert und
Fabi, was meinst du, mit was für Leid ich gekommen bin? Ich war mit Leuten von den Hells Angels dabei.
Nein.
Ich war mit Angels Stammgast in die Oldschool Münsterbar. Ich bin mit der Oktoberfestwirtschaft aufgewachsen.
Nein, aber ist gut. Das glaube ich schon. Aber es ist nicht, dass der...
Everyone's trying to figure out what we're just like babbling. But I'm just like, trying to convince Fabi that I know exactly how rough he's gonna go with his boys if they're hanging out. No, but Fabi, I actually wished more of that vibe at these events, because this didn't happen, you know? There was no... It didn't reach that fun point where people went creative on that drunk way.
Yeah, no, but I'm just gonna say that people in Germany, they don't know how to fun like people from Southern Europe. They do not. And even if they're from Hells Angels or whatever, I don't care. They do not. No, it's a different vibe.
The Germans? What? The Germans what?
Yeah, this is topics. This is inter-European topics. Very deeply. This is hard. Like we will not agree on this, me and them, because I'm saying like people in Germany, she can go with Hells Angels, they can snort cocaine, and they can go take whatever they want, but it's not the same vibe with the people from Spain. People in Germany, they. This is my opinion. But she would disagree. So wait, why were you in Spain? Why are your friends in Spain?
I wouldn't disagree. It's not like I'm not even talking specific German, because if you put like specific German in the other countries, we disagree that even back up rumors, even if they're gone.
Yeah, see, it was ever. Because if you say like, I don't care, because I know.
No, I'm talking about maybe underground stuff, where like stuff is done, what's not happening somewhere else, like where, I don't know. I don't know what to describe. You have the same experiences. I don't know.
It's not like because the only experience that I have is from when I was young, I was only like in Spain, and Spain is city. And it's completely different from Germany and from anywhere else. It is.
There's no like family all over the world.
This was just shocking for me, because when I was just 2 days ago in Spain, and everyone at 1 a.m. they were still all drinking in the street, and on the Monday.
Yeah.
And they have a different level of flexibility.
Especially because the time is also the black comic culture and how temperature is affecting. It's like
summer.
This is why. No, but like the equator.
Yeah, and they don't. And there's no saying that here in Switzerland, there's no party. Switzerland is no party. They will say it like this. I love Switzerland. I love Switzerland. Switzerland is no party. It is what it is. Like everyone wants Switzerland. All of our friends, everybody is saying party. What do you say? Switzerland is a no party. If you go to Spain, that's a party.
Did you remember when they started like in Austria with these like flat rate parties and they felt like so fucking everywhere?
It's all fucking sucks. It's same in Germany. It all fucking sucks. I hate this. Like, but I don't. It's a different one.
Bars, like even old pubs and bars, like they suck anymore. We don't want to go anywhere anymore. The spirit is just dead.
If you want to go party, it's a truth.
Tell Incon not to do it in Portugal next year. Tell
No, in Portugal, do it in Spain. The thing is, next time I come with my body, with my buddies,
Yeah, I tried to convince so many students, so like nobody else can be fucking idiots, and then you scream to us European, come to the US, come to the US, especially in some places. Do you know how much a fucking flight to the US costs?
Hey, man, I can say that. I'm allowed to say that because I did it. I went to Europe.
This is what I want to know, thumbs up. When do bars close? When do bars close? On a weekend.
Bars? I don't know. Fucking 4 a.m., I think.
On a weekend.
On a weekday? I don't know. I'm not gonna go out that much.
Fabi's going to be flashing in his Spanish.
I love Spain.
But my husband's uncle was living in
Wait, are your friends Spanish or are these Swiss people in Spain? Oh, look at that. He's got like a fucking race car show.
It's a gaming channel. Yeah, actually, car seats at some point.
Oh, looks like car seats.
Yeah, because it is.
Smoking inside his apartment. Very European. Oh, you can't hear us. No, you can't.
Let's go. Go back to the apartment.
I do occasionally, but try not to.
Summer, and I have even like every window is with me, so I'm like,
No, it's me. Oh, and I went back from Spain to Switzerland to my flat, and I was like, because we have the heat wave here as well. It's hot. I was like, in the hotel, I was so fine. This is cold. Oh my god! I had to take a cold shower and lie in the bed after taking a cold shower.
Did no AC?
We do not. Because most of the year we do not need it.
There's no ACs here. Like, this is very unusual. If someone is having like an AC, they have it like extra.
It's not, you don't need it. You need it for like 1 week or 1 year.
I need it all year. Fucking hot all year.
Maybe the main point is next time we meet up with my buddies and we get the proper European food. We're gonna go eating like proper European because you probably went to fancy restaurants.
No, you went, no. Here's the good part. I was fighting for that. They went crazy because I had a meltdown because they were listening to me. Whatever. We want to...
Wait, can we talk about that a little bit? Or not? No, you don't want to talk about it?
It's okay. I can talk about it, but let me talk about it then. Okay. Because just tell it like I've just went straight way back. So the thing is, we wanted to see like the sardines place where we could eat sardines, like traditional, nothing fancy. We avoided fancy things. So AJ said he was someone and he was suggesting a restaurant for that. But
Oh, do I get to finish the story? No, she's gonna get upset if I finish it. I'm just saying. Next time, like
Yo, what's going on, TJ?
I love you. I think you are amazing guy. I know that we in person, good friends. I know. There's no hesitation. I know.
Hello, what happened?
I don't know. You could hear me at some point. I don't know why. Sorry.
The internet wanted me to tell the story and not you to tell the story.
No, so we could finally had to run around. There was a place before running around, which would have been perfect for sardines, but we tried it would look actually like something local. So AJ said, no car, let's go to the place I thought. And we went further. The dumpster already screamed from the back door. Oh, it's an Indian restaurant. And I saw underneath, literally was the little shield, it's saying the restaurant thing we're looking for. But we went further and I was like, it was behind them, why are we going? And then he was like, okay, we're lost. Oh, let me ask the corner where we have to go. I was just like, no, AJ, just wait. I know it had been like, we have to go back. Whatever. We went in and they said they're full. And I was like, okay, but I went a little crazy about that because it was fucking hot and I was hungry too. So I sat down for 5 minutes and said, just keep your nose to the stick. And then we stood up and go back to that place. But that was fun running it, but we took the place inside. It was pretty good sardines, to be honest. A lot. Good sardines.
Did you have World History chicken in Spain?
Yeah, they do that.
Do you have any of it? I remember, no, because I've been to Spain once. I was in Cadiz. Are you familiar with Cadiz?
Cadiz, yeah.
Yeah.
I've had it many times.
Oh, yeah. Over in Cadiz, they have these, I guess it's like a religious thing, and they dress up like the KKK in all these different colors, like purple and red.
Yeah. I have a lot of friends who they are comes to Semana Santa.
What is it?
Semana Santa.
Yeah, it's just funny. It's just they have like all these like souvenirs of colorful KKK people.
Yeah, and people who do this, this is the main thing. That's their event. They dress up this, they take the cross, they showed up statues of the Holy Mary, and they showed up of Jesus Christ and stuff. And I think it's awesome. It's awesome. And if you see it like a person, they put so much care into these statues and how they do it. This is it leaves you speechless. If you stand like I'm telling you now, sir, you need to come to me with my friends in Spain. If you got even
your boy Andrew Schultz. He's in the new film for Street Fighter, and he's cast to this character. I don't even remember. I know my Street Fighter. What character is he? Hibiki. I'm not familiar with him. Do they have a picture of him? Yeah. And then Blanca is going to be played by that handsome devil. Hibiki.
Yeah, good for Schultz, man.
Dan, he's like a cocky, funny guy, so I don't know.
Schultz, at the announcement, he goes, Mom and Dad, I did tell you playing this game all night was more important than doing homework. I said, that's so cool.
So cool. Yeah, he's killing it right now.
Yeah, he is. He's everywhere. Oh, I already liked it.
He's just so funny, man.
He's great. Brilliant. A brilliant idiot.
Did you guys see this thing about the Disney cruise and the father saving his daughter from falling off?
No.
Yep, jumped right in the water.
No, let me see.
No hesitation.
No station, but so I'll tell
Daughter fell off. She was taking a picture sitting on the railing.
How old is she?
That's what people are saying.
5 years old. Fell off overboard. Dad jumped in without even thinking, of course.
So that's what they're saying.
Does she have a life vest on?
No.
What are you doing? Yeah.
I can play some TikTok videos of it.
So they're that little boat?
No.
Yeah, so when he already went out. So when he jumped over,
a straight cruise ship.
Yeah. And but when she fell over, he jumped in. It took 20 minutes for them to rescue them.
20 minutes? Let's get going, Disney.
I mean, dude, that's hard, though. Like,
you got the Mickey Mouse crew fucking saving your life at the ocean. That's why you don't ride fucking Disney.
Yeah.
Get a real crew out there.
Unless I'm bringing them in. But the main thing is, like, the official reports won't tell you exactly what happened, but everyone's saying what Brian's saying. Like, the dad or the family was trying to put her on the railing, which is illegal. You cannot do that. And try to take a picture, and she fell over.
I would never do that. Sorry. I would never.
Remember when Michael Jackson was holding his baby over the railing?
Yeah, so, I mean, thankfully she survived, but obviously that fall is probably, like, it's going to mess her up pretty bad now.
Or she becomes fucking the next Travis Pastrana. Goes one way, you know.
So they little kids have what's called green bones. Their bones are hard to break because they're just so flexible. It's kind of what keeps them healthy.
Yeah, I remember when we were kids, like, you can fall down and...
Jim Brewer has the best joke about it. It's that your children walk around looking for death all day when they're little. It's like, fucking be careful.
Uh-huh. This is pretty cool. So Ilya Tapura, there's some MMA stuff in here. So Ilya Tapura has a reality series coming out on HBO Max.
I always see this happen, and I'm always like, dude, that's a lot to do.
I just don't like it.
Stick to fighting.
It's going to mess him up then, you think?
Stick to fighting. When you sign up for that, it's so much more than you think. It's so much more. It takes a lot of your attention. And
you're doing stuff you normally wouldn't do. HBO, the producer, like, hey, you mind if we maybe just run a little bit more? Hey, at the end there, when you're doing the shadow boxing, you do one more round. You know, it just adds up. And over how many months? I think he'll be okay.
Your mind is over there, whether you know it or not.
It adds more pressure.
Yep.
Because how's this thing end?
Yep.
Now if they're following him up into the Charles Oliveira fight, okay, cool.
I remember when Ronda...
That ends when he fights this on it.
Yeah, I remember when Ronda was doing a movie in Bulgaria, and she was trying to get training in between. And I remember just knowing how movies are shot, and I was like, that's such a bad idea.
Yeah.
You got a fight coming up.
And again, not her fault. Her agent and stuff told her, no, you can do it. You're so much better than these other girls. And she was, and then people caught up.
Well, it's hard to say no to when the iron is hot. And everybody wants a piece of you, and it's like... But no. Just a really good way to...
I wish Netflix was doing it, though, because how many people are going to watch this on HBO Max?
It's just a really good way to kind of draw your attention away from where it should
If anyone can handle it, it's this guy. Similar to Connor with that stuff.
Yeah, people are just saying that this is like the Connor that people wanted. So he has like...
He's Connor without the dark past.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yes. So he could potentially make it.
Yeah. I don't think there ever be a star as big as Connor. It's just a different landscape now, but... He's as close as we get. We've been expecting Connor.
What made Connor so great is his ability, his talk, and also his ability to, when he was at his peak, to take 2 belts and call it the way he did. Jose Aldo,
Beard did the exact same thing, more impressive too. Yeah, way more impressive.
Yep. But Connor, we're not here to take part. We're here to take over.
That was part of it. Him calling it, but Beard does the exact same thing. But again, it's been done, so now that he's doing it, even though it's even harder what he's doing than what Connor was doing, but it's just a different landscape. There's not as many eyeballs anymore.
His hands full with some of those 55ers.
Like who?
Sarukian.
That Sarukian side.
No, Patty Pimblett.
But I got my money out to Poirier.
Everyone does.
Yeah.
He's a favorite.
Yeah, but Patty gets
anything new.
Patty gets hit.
So does Dopier. You know, Dopier, the shout out to Luke Thomas for this information. Dopier actually gets hit more per fight than Charles Oliveira did. Because his fighting style. He's close. Yeah, so he gets hit.
Speaking of Patty and calling it, this is from Happy Punch.
Shuttle go over to the top of his face.
My finish is
when the camera gets put on me, I might look up, say you little blonde.
So apparently Patty did call all the events that happened before, he got brought to the cage.
This is great.
Ilya.
And if there's anybody that rises to the occasion so well, it's also Patty.
He's definitely special.
Because he lost. And he's
technically no.
This is the next level.
It's 100% the fight they should make for money. And the crazy thing is, what if Patty were to pull off and give him the biggest spot? He's already has the biggest spot. And he checks all boxes. He's so special.
Can you understand me? Baby, put your hand in your mouth.
It's so crazy.
Although it doesn't matter, you and me got plenty of time. And your body in the future, so baby, let me hit you higher. Let's take a look at your just around the corner. If you got a minute to spare.
Holding me.
Who's never been knocked out. I was ranked pound for pound. Max always knocked him out. Charles Oliveira, the greatest finisher at 155 all time, never been knocked out like that.
Never got plenty of time. I'm not even remember you. I wasn't thinking nothing. Nothing of that body. Hold me, hold me, hold me. Hold me, hold me, hold me. I've been living for it. I've been living for it. I'm not contented. I'm going to pay the dues. I'm in the corner. Making a blade to spare. I'm not looking in the corner. I'm giving the money to there. Holding me, holding me, holding me, please. Hold me, hold me, hold me.
That Max Holloway Justin Gaethje knockout is the greatest thing I've ever seen. That was so much more viral.
I'm also skeptical about this. And by the way, Casey has called me out on this too. He's like, the most, he thinks I'm the most skeptical person in the world.
Very have more international
But I also think people on the higher ups can do this. You know, they can.
Yeah, but
mess with numbers.
does Superior have more?
But they might be saying just off the ESPN post.
Yeah, they're saying right there YouTube channel, so that's public. We can check that. I mean, even YouTube, you can buy views. I'm super
small. I don't think they're buying views. I don't think they're doing that shit.
Well,
see, take a look at it. See,
because they did have no reason to.
You can see it.
Yeah, I mean, but no, we don't need to. It's higher. Chin's argument is even if it's higher, he thinks they bought the views. I don't think they're doing that.
You know what? I think
internationally, Topier is so much bigger than Max Holloway, Justin Gaethje, so there might be that. And then Charles Oliveira is beloved by Americans and Brazil.
But one day.
Fuck yeah, LA, like do it. He gulped.
I'm not saying it's 100%.
Oh, and also, what got more?
Fuck yeah. The weird internet rabbi. You got it, girl.
If I remember, the Superior fight was also free. It was free. I didn't have to pay for it.
That's because you watch it illegally.
No, I didn't. I watched it on ESPN.
No, you didn't. Yeah, no, you, Ryan. It was ESPN. It was UFC 317. They are not free.
I did pay for it, but I watched it at my house.
They stream.
No, I didn't.
Most
I did. I really did. I did.
Either way, that thing's not free for the
It
public.
wasn't free? All right.
No.
My wife must have bought it.
Sure as fuck not free. Fight nights are free.
I mean, was it free in a different country maybe or something?
No, I watched it on ESPN. And we wanted to visit the Red
I paid.
What do you mean?
You didn't watch it on ESPN? Maybe your wife ordered it from ESPN Plus and there's a
So that was a paid.
It was maybe I had to pay for it. Yeah.
But either way, how's this a thing? Of course. It's a fucking major UFC pay-per-view. UFC 317. Again, Max Holloway, Justin Gaethje, UFC 300. That was massive.
Yeah, but I mean, remember, Arias got this momentum. People want to.
He's incredibly famous right now, especially with the Spanish audience, right? Even like the huge soccer stars are friends with him.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there you go.
So they have that.
I'm not in disbelief that it's eventually get more views. My issue is saying that in one day it did more than this did in a year. Something's going on there. But they can also skew numbers and do shit. But maybe Topier internationally just so much more massive and relevant than Max Holloway.
It's definitely possible, but this seems crazy to me.
It could be internationally too. Topier's like even the casuals know Topier. Here, like Justin Gaethje, I'd be pretty hardcore.
Listen to the fuck.
So it's not like the people in Brazil and Spain are tuned into Justin Gaethje fights, so it could be that.
And we can watch it now. I'll edit this out, obviously. But
such
Topier has the exact same tattoos as Conor. This was
the best.
Then wow.
And then the fact that it's 1 second.
Oh my God.
1 second left.
That's the best knockout I've ever seen.
Sam, I did send you screenshots, Chen, of the YouTube to your email. To agree that it's on 12 million in the max.
I'm sure it's all like 42 to the left.
Listen, fuck the candle.
The only argument would be is the Max Holloway Justin Gaethje is the full fight, which went 3 rounds, and the knockout was the last second. This video's on, so this is 5 minutes long. Because remember, it happened in the first round.
I mean, some clips go viral. There's, it's legit on analytics, but I mean, because I know a lot of behind the scenes stuff now these days. That's why I'm kind of like, I
mean, maybe it is. Maybe Topier's that big of a fucking star internationally. That's all that makes sense.
It's incredible if that's the
case. The UFC's love those analytics.
It's not hating. It's not hating.
So, I want to talk to you about sexual performance.
There's nothing more important than your wiener ass. A lot of guys,
there's nothing more important than blood flow, bro.
Listen to the wind blow. Watch the sun rise. better than the shadow. I'm in there and damn you. If you don't love me now, you will never love me again. I can still hear you say, and you will never break the chain of a minute. If you don't love me now, you will never love me again. I can still hear you say, you will never break the chain of a break the chain.
Purchase 30% off subscription orders. That's TRYJOYMOBE.com. Use code FIGHTER for 20% off a single purchase, 30% off subscription orders. My guess is if you try a single purchase, you're gonna want the subscription order.
So will your girl or your man's.
Let's go.
TryJoyMode.com, promo code FIGHTER.
Okay. Have you guys ever been to you saw this, right?
This is Venice Canals?
Lake Arrowhead. I've actually been to this place before. So look at this woman. So there's two ducks that are mating, and this is how she responds. She doesn't realize it, I guess. I mean, I guess. I know.
You think she thinks they're attacking each other?
No, she's trying to keep the duck from raping the other.
It's not what ducks mate. It's very impressive.
And if you don't love me now, you will never love me again. I can still hear you say, you will never break the chain of the chain.
Oh, I love this comment from Hero.89. On behalf of all humans, we just want to apologize to the duck species about our liberal human. Look at this. She jumped into the lake. Oh my God. Look at that duck's like, hey, cockroach. What the fuck are you doing?
Anyways, she continues on. It was just.
But she's not well.
No, she can't.
Somebody who's not well.
That's somebody's wife or girlfriend. Holy fuck.
She's
Imagine when she got out of the water. Good job, Karen. Good thing you stopped that, Karen. Can we get our margaritas now?
Thanks a lot.
Way to go, Karen.
It's like, well, morning, I'm not going to flush the toilet because I want to say, can I have it? You're going to cool the planet while you're eating.
What else you got, Jim?
One more anime thing. This is Hamza Shimaev, apparently.
In the States.
Well, there you go. Well, he tweeted a guy that he thought was Sean Strickland, but it wasn't, and this is the response. So that black mark is him doing the finger.
He did the finger. And Sean Strickland goes, the fuck did I do? He goes, sorry, bro. I don't know how to use Twitter. Wrong guy. That's in the States. That's a good sign. I'll have it. It's a good sign.
If I was that Sean Strickland guy, I would have said, anytime, anywhere, bro.
What the fuck did I do? My bad, man. I'm going to use this thing.
Guess you should have told me. Fuck.
And this guy comes up with my buddy and two other guys. One other guy. So it's three of us. And we were at Shutters, I think, in Santa Monica. And a guy comes up, kind of a stocky little guy, and he comes up, what's up, fuckface? You guys got a fucking problem? Fuckface? And I was like, what? And he goes, yeah, oh, look at these guys, three tough guys. And I was impressed. He was really tough, but I was like, Trump? And I was like, what's going on? And he goes, oh,
Guess you should have gone. Got away, but collar, rain, pretty good in the last. You didn't run around. You leave the place down. Loving and leaving fast. You had to run down. Had a pocket full of horses, Trojan symbols, and you get the fuck out of here. Just Saturday night, I guess it makes it alright. I said, they never got to lose. I said, little red Corvette. Baby, you're much too fast. Such a little red Corvette. Love that's a gonna last. My eyes, and the velvet virgin razor, your pulses on free. Living down the jockeys that were there before me. Believe it or not, it's not no worry. No, that I'm not in that class. But it was Saturday night. I guess it makes it all right. You said, baby, I ain't got enough class. And I said, little red Corvette. Who the fuck keeps used condoms? Trojans, some of them use. Where you put your condom.
July 5, I will not be at Brennan's amazing 4th of July thing. I will be getting ready and probably driving down the 5th to the Grand Improv for seeing you guys 2 shows. Alpha Retta, Georgia. I'm there July 26, 27. Sounds nice. Charleston, South Carolina, August 1 and 2. And then San Diego. You're all over.
Are you alright, girl?
Hi, kids. It's July 4th week, so we are doing a special July 4th sale at DriveFastAllGas.com. You get 10 times bonus entries this weekend only.
You are so hot.
On the 4th, wait till the 4th to order the new King Sharks Kibby Tech collab. Methylene Blue, join the VIP club. All that, wait till the 4th because they're doing 10 time bonus entries and 1776 entries. And all that goes towards you winning this new freaking no bass whip. DriveFastAllGas.com.
You are so hot.
Hopefully nobody blows you to your time. I'm going to stop by the fireworks stand. Hot ass fireworks, kiddos. Can't wait. All right, kids, that's it. Happy 4th. This is the Fire Kid.
Watch it again. Dude, I wish they had the golden hour. I love that one. That fucking Eric Griffin is funny as fuck. Honey, I see little red Corvette. What is it? Prodigy?
It's these California people coming to our good state of Texas and pushing their narrative on this good Texas. Yeah. And somebody said, the guy from Opie said,
Hey, somebody's got my opposite. Prodigy. No, I want prodigy. That means my kids are gonna be amazing.
But you can't help it. You know, like you don't mean to be gay. No, it's just, you know when you see like a kid just like running, he has a little flare. It's like, God, he has sugar in his tank, dude. It doesn't mean to, when he runs, to go like, yes. I was at Seoul, like I saw kids score a touchdown, he goes, yes. And I went, that's cool. I don't discriminate, dude. I went to, a lot of dicks are headed his way as he gets older. You're 58 or whatever, it's just like, come on, bro, do it. They don't need to, like you're in your head going, man, they're really okay if they didn't Tesla. Yeah. It's just what you do. I went to Salt Lake and they said, would you like, I got the bison ribs, delicious. The bison are nice. And then I got big, right? I got the pulled pork, delicious. Pulled pork. And then they said, you want sweet tea or unsweet tea? I said, both unsweet tea. And then, no mac and cheese. I had a double serving small.
What was this bitch wearing? I thought Mr. McGee. He told me several times that he didn't like my kind, cause I was a bit too leisurely. And doing something close to nothing, but different than the day before. That's when I saw her. Ooh, I saw her. She walked in through the outdoor. She wore a raspberry beret. Kind of fine in a second-hand store. Raspberry beret. And if it was one, she wouldn't wear much more. Raspberry beret. I think I love her. When to do any harm. Down by home, man, Johnson Yard.
Dude, how about D? Clearly he's an LA kid. In our neighborhood, it's like Pleasantville, dude. It's insane. And me and T are on the couch watching TV, BT and Boston, and three of his friends come up to it. We have it's a long walkway through the yard. He sees them, and he's like, what the hell? Pops up, he's like, Dad, there's Afro. I'm like, all right. And T gets up, he's like, yo, what's going on? You okay? And Everett's like, yeah, man. Do you want to come ride your bike with us? And T's like, what? He's like, do you want to ride your bike? He's like, you want to ride your bike? And he looks at me, I'm like, go ride your bike, dude. How great that is. He has no clue. He's like, hey, Rabbi. He goes, when should I come back? I go, whenever you want. When the street lights turn on, dude. Ride till your fucking feet hurt. That's what I did as a kid. Go, Daisy. Go, Bubba.
Hey, you know what? Hey, we're friends, right? Would you say we're best friends, sort of? I mean, at the end of the day,
Yeah.
How close are we? Are we close?
Close. Why?
Are we friends, though?
Yeah. Like when you're driving around my neighborhood, if that's what you're referring
Like,
to.
if you needed to borrow $250,000, I would lend it to you, right?
Yeah.
And we've been through some shit.
Yeah.
One like this to the world.
Yeah.
So we're kind of stuck with each other, huh?
Yeah.
I'd say this is a fucking marriage.
Yeah.
Can I get an invite to your house once? It's unbelievable. Hey, you know what? I haven't gotten who the fuck does that? Like, I haven't gotten an invite to his house. You guys invited me, my wife, my kids. You're welcome. I live 19 minutes away. You're welcome. You're It's actually shocking. I got a fucking 15-month-old and a 3.5-year-old.
This bitch looks like the hunt for Red October.
So I don't even get an invite to your house. So I haven't seen your house. You know what? You had there longer than me. You never invited me to your house. You had a standing invite. But getting you anywhere is impossible.
You watching this bitch again? Dude, why didn't they do a fucking golden hours? What I want to know.
When you weren't there, and then Daddy here blew out his quad.
You get a pass on that because it's 40 minutes away from you, so I get it.
But on Thursday, Fridays, depending, tomorrow I can't. I got some stuff going on. But next week I can. And the old stem shots from Ways to Wells, your boy, we're kicking. Are you serious? Oh, no, I'm just kidding. We're kicking, baby. I can do this last week.
That's impressive. You heal rather rapidly.
That's because I'm on peptides, Brian.
Yeah.
I'm on the Wolverine.
And on the old testosterone.
Yeah, that's whatever. Yeah. It's that BBC 157 and then stem cells from Ways to Wells. Your boy is in shape. Weighed myself today, 244 with shoes on.
Oh my God.
You know what? There might be a Drake ad pic coming. There might be a Drake ad pic coming. Is that right? Yeah, dude, they're popping for the summer. I'm telling you, get ready. You ever seen Daddy? Oh yeah.
I've never seen you with abs.
I know.
That's okay.
This is the leanest I've ever been.
So you're actually getting abs? Let's see Drake for a second.
Oh no, go to his ab shot. So
you got that's impressive as shit.
No, you know what? It's not. See, you're old as fuck, dude. You know what that is?
What?
He got lipo.
No, he did.
Yeah, he did. Everyone's roasting him uncontrollably.
That's
He got lipo, and then posted a video of him jogging down the street, being like, putting in that work. Buddy. Well, ever been lean?
244.
With big shoes on, dude.
That's a big kid
With shoes on. You know me, I was 270. I'm like, you're every bit 260.
Carry 270.
244, buddy.
244. Those are good numbers right there. 6'4", 244. Those are good numbers. numbers. I like those numbers. And your boys in the pool every day. I'm tan. Long arms. A lot of jiu-jitsu. Fucking hot boys. A lot of jiu-jitsu for a smaller guy like myself ain't gonna work against the big guy. It's not gonna do shit. It's not gonna do anything, is it? No. No, you can train a lot, but it doesn't matter. Because when the big man grabs you, all that stuff goes out the window. And I think it's the humidity that's just sucking the fat out of you. And you feel good. Texas has been good for you. Yeah. No invite yet. Still waiting for an invite. Dude, hey, I told you. How many times did I tell you? Hey, I'm actually insulted. No, hey, bullshit. You should have your name against this. No big deal. You got a cake. Yeah. Said he's a real fucking elitist. He's really turned into an elitist. I just don't want the name getting all riff-raffed up. You know, you have that dead Tesla out there. You park out in front of my house. I'll tell you, you can come over. Yeah, park down the street. It is a beat up Tesla right now. You at least someone's up on that thing? I bought it. God, that's a mistake. I'm also upside down. I can't sell it. Yeah, can't sell it. No, because you lose your ass. Yeah, you just have to roll that negative equity in something else. Yeah. I'm really thinking about getting another car, though. Not sure what. It's Texas, right? But we could roll that negative equity in something and get something cool. Yeah. Yeah, we're talking about. I wonder how much you're upside down. It's fine. Figure it out. Yeah. But what would be cool for me? That's easy to drive. I like the kick. I like the kick of an electric car. I have to admit. Go short. This shit. I know. I just don't think you have to go full Texas. It's not you. Yeah, it's like benching 225. It's just not you.
Oh, you did it.
Just like you with like a super duty. It's just I did 155 3 times. Yeah. Dude, I'm not even trying to shit on you. I saw a chick doing that this morning. Like a younger chick doing 155. And I thought, damn, she's pretty good for a girl. Yeah, I know. And like, not bad looking. Not like huge beefy, like an attractive girl, yeah. Some of this is doing it. I wasn't doing straight bar bench, so I'll get up to 200. Absolutely 100%. Because I did 185 once. So I can do 200 if I start working at it. Now, here's the problem with doing it. I'm getting old, so it's pushy. So little thing can pop. You gotta be careful. Yeah, at your age especially, you can't get out of first gear, really. I can't. My gears are 1 through 3. Yeah, Daddy kicks out at a 4, 5, 6, and I start going. Daddy starts revving. Someone challenges me, like calls me chicken, like Marty McFly. Yep. Fortune Journals are coming on. That's right. My legs, man. That's the thing. You gotta just keep it where it is. It's all good. Yeah. And I feel like
to the velvet underground that tunes real that I was lonely and bathing the flowers, the gypsy that was to the gypsy that I was. Then it all comes down to you. When you're let it pass, maybe once, maybe twice. Oh, no. You see your gypsies. You see your gypsies. Shit.
there's all these drugs, and even in all the kids are home, raided both houses same time, right? And there's lube, and even I have a friend who's involved in it. They're doing the stuff they're going to find. What? So this was a distraction from what? It's just, hiring hookers is illegal.
All right, cool. I mean, he's going to get time served. I don't know if he serves any time.
He said maximum 7 to 10 years.
Yeah, he won't get any of that, but and he'll get time served. But with all this, like him hitting Cassidy, like horrible shit, that's terrible. I don't condone any of that. No, I'm just saying to go all in. Remember, this was everywhere. It's been everywhere for how many months now? All this shit. All that. The government. What was it for? And you should. And this is why you should be worried. They did this to P. Diddy. That's right. So they can do it to Andy. Now think if P. Diddy paid millions of dollars in legal fees. Now imagine you're just average Joe. You're freaking 9 to 5. You're fucked. And the government goes, let's go for that guy. You're fucked. That's the issue. The issue is not that, of course, he's a fucking bad guy and beat up Cassidy and does some weird shit. Likes to get slippery. Yeah, likes to get slippery. Likes to get slippery. Nothing wrong with that. He's a freak piss in the mouth, and some girls enjoy that. Do your thing. Keep saying that. Is that part of it? Oh, yeah, you don't want your trouble. Oh, a lot of piss. A lot of piss. Take a little break. I don't want to make money, but I want more sports. Dude, nothing says summer like long days, clutch plays, and firing up a few bets on the game, buddy. Talking about baseball. Yeah, bud. You know I don't miss my Dodgers.
Thanks, studious sport and history of mankind plus milk lover. You're welcome, Lefty Jellyfish.
You gotta go yard, probably Ohtani. Hammer some live odds mid-game, probably Ohtani. Or just ride with your squad and hope for the best, probably Ohtani. New spreadsheets, just vibes and dingers. Here's something special for you first-timers. New DraftKings customers bet 5 and get 150 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use the code FIGHTER, bet on Ohtani. That's code FIGHTER for new customers. You get 150 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5 buckaroos. Only on DraftKings. The crown is yours. Bet Ohtani.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-OPEN-WIRE. Text OPEN-WIRE 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Blue Casino and Resort in Kansas,
Damn.
eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. New customers only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
Because I have a friend who had a girlfriend who was really a freak, and she told him she wanted him to pee in her mouth.
You ever had sex and then try to pee? It's fucking tough, dude. And then when the tubes get crossed, and then you
Dude. These girls are such ho. We ain't. No, we ain't. Don't know where. Oh, is this my boy?
The rub places, the rub and tub, rub mats, yeah. And so,
is it comedy?
No, yeah, I tried to write a comedy about it because I met a girl, this is 20 years ago, more than that, who ran a brothel, and she wanted to be a writer, and she was a fan of my comedy. And I said, I'll write this. So let's partner up. And there was a girl I met, and she said there was a guy who would lie in a bathtub and pay her a fortune and pee on her. And he was so sexuality is very, very layered and crazy. Where you run into trouble is that, if you have a girl who is somebody who wants to be, who's into that, and the guy's into that, and then she gets mad at you. Shannon Sharp.
She's like, he pissed on me.
Shannon Sharp, you hear what she said? She's like, oh, you choke me, you do all that stuff. She was saying, you're black, baby, all that. But no, she was also saying, oh, you're going to choke me, don't call her off, walk me around. Well, I'm not judging anybody for what they want to do, but they're in the frame stuff. Sexuality is all over the place. It's when they get upset, then they go, look at that.
Yeah, you get it, lady.
That's really wrong. But I think
all that stuff that was leading to this, the cum on the tits, all that stuff, it was just to get the public on their side. It's called for the court of law.
Dude. This shit is such garbage. Get me out of it.
Also, prostitution, let's be honest, should be legal.
And also, everybody
Get
else
me out of this.
sounds like they had some fun.
Good, like, dude. If I was single, he's like, yo, man, here's 10 grand, first class ticket, come to New York, Cassidy's here, insert J-Lo's here. I'm like, Keep the money. Keep the money. Just have a full rack of ribs and have some fatty brisket, and your boy's there. It's positive. Don't bring lean in because I don't get fucked in the ass. Dude, but just have that fatty brisket, right? And a nice barbecue sauce from OP's or Interstellar.
Dude, why are you turning me into such a power bottom? Because I'm white on white 3, Tesla 3, and because I like lean meat, and I am suddenly a complete power bottom.
And you deep throat corn.
And now I'm being accused of eating corn the long way.
And you guzzle cream corn.
And I
just the way you do it.
Yeah, I'm a little gay.
You eat Snickers with a fork?
Dude, I tried to do a cold plunge, and I did one. And I've done the one with the ice. There was something about this one because it was circulating.
Because it's not circulating, your body almost forms like a shield of heat to protect you, so people can sit there and you get used to it faster. But if it's circulating, it can't build that shield of heat.
So I almost passed out, and my face went really, really gray. And my wife was like, get him out. But I stayed in for 3 minutes.
I bet paying for your wife, nothing less sexier than you panicking in a cold.
Especially because a bunch of
shouting. Get them out.
And a bunch of gladiators are around laughing because she thinks I'm old and she thinks my heart's going to stop, which is possible. Yeah. And she was like, I don't like this because I turned gray apparently. But my ego kept me in there. It was the most uncomfortable. It was me trying not to panic loudly for exactly 3 minutes. Yeah. And I didn't know that. So when the circulation, it doesn't allow you to form that fucking thing. Yeah. When you're in ice, you can sit and then after about 90 seconds, you're good. Because, your body acclimates and you just go.
No, your body will form like a small pocket of heat.
Wow.
It's still cold as fuck, but it builds like this layer. But it's so circulating, it can't chill. Yeah, that's why guys do it.
Wow. I was shocked at how uncomfortable I was.
You're just not built for nicotine. You're not built for the cold. It's not your thing. Why are you doing it?
I'm not built for the cold. I never do cold plunges.
I don't get anybody who does it unless you're a professional athlete. Oh, you have so much inflammation from your kettlebell workouts. Yeah. Pro athletes, I get it, dude. You're working on an hour a day. You think you need a cold top?
I'm that weird rabbi, baby.
It was so uncomfortable. I guess you start to get used to it. I don't like it.
Mental toughness, I guess.
Yeah.
306 posts. Fuck yeah. All day, day. Sideline to sideline, pimp. I'm the sideline to sideline, pimp. I'm the sideline to sideline, pimp. Yo.
This is his first night in the house all alone.
Party people. Ursh.
Get a fucking dog, dude.
Ursh.
I showed the responsibilities. I went, buddy,
Usher?
No girl. Yeah, no responsibility. They didn't have a fucking fish. Forget something.
These are my confessions. Just when I thought it was the same. One on the way. You make me want to. You make me want to leave the one I'm with. Start a new relationship. What's you?
What's your, but he's so honest and I love him. What's your drink of choice, Beth?
Honestly, I don't like to drink hard liquor unless it's like a beer and wine.
How many beers can you drink?
You saw him on how many beers you saw on the boat?
Come on, you don't get full?
It is like, the straight to that. It's just so makes you a little full, but I can. I don't think unless I was like,
This is what you do. No, this is what you do.
So you can drink 10 beers, no problem.
No problem.
And this gives you a nice 10. That's you can drink beer all day. You just sit there with a beer in your hand and you get a nice euphoric feeling.
I mean, a little relaxed, chill.
Yeah.
And then we should play a game. Is this gay or not? Because Casey started drinking White Claws.
White Claws?
You found some White Claws.
That's shocking.
You're such a bro.
White Claws.
Yeah, guilty as charged. Lock me up.
This is what you do. This is what you do. This is what you do. This is what you make me want to leave the one I'm with. Start a new relationship with you. This is what you do. Think about living and all the things that come along to make me You make me really wanna with. Start a new relationship with you. This is what you do. Thinking about a ringing on the things that come.
Guys, hold on. We're on the boat. Let me just get a couple White Claws in. I'm down to do it, but I need a few White Claws. Let me get some White Claws. Relax. I know everybody's ready to go.
This is what you do. This is what you do. This is what you make me wanna leave. The one I'm with. A new relationship with you. This is what you do. Think about a million things that come along with you. Make me. You make me leave. The one I'm with. Start a new relationship with you. This is what you do. Think about a million other things that come along with you. Make me, or anything in between us. You were like my best friend, the one I used to call and talk to when me and my girl was having problems. But say you'll be okay. Suggest little nice things that you do. But when I go home and I leave my head down, all I seem to think about is you. When you make me wanna be the one I'm with. Start a new relationship with you. This is what you do. Think about a ring and all the things that come along with you. You make me wanna be the one I'm with. Start a new relationship with you. This is what you do. Think about a ring and all the things that come along with you. You make me that. But you're the one that hooked us up, knowing it should have been you. What's sad is that I love and all the things that make me do. What should I do? Should I tell my baby bye-bye? Should I tell her how I feel inside? But I don't want to go, don't need to stay, but I really need to get it together. That was so sick. I know.
Just salad, I think, for 24 hours. Even the guys? Yeah, I think so. They
Guys.
Keep the poop chute open and clean.
What should I do? Should I tell my baby bye-bye? But I don't when I feel inside. Cause I don't want to go, don't need to say, but I really need to get it together. You make me want to leave the one I'm with. Start a new relationship with you. This is what you do. Think about a ring and all the things that come along. Bad Barbie. I feel inside. Cause I don't wanna go, don't need. But I really need to get it together. You make me wanna leave the one I'm with. Start a new relationship. With you, this is what you do. Pancakes no butter sounds like shit. Tell me how I feel inside, but I don't wanna go. No, what the fuck?
That's O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. This summer, Pluto TV is exhilarating thousands of free movies. Summer of Cinema is here. Feel the explosive action all summer long with movies like Gladiator, Mission Impossible, Beverly Hills Cop, Good Burger, and Transformers: Dark of the Moon. Bring the action with you and stream for free from all your viewing devices. TV stream now. Pay never. Well, how do you feel inside when you see your kid? I don't feel like that. Not to say too much information.
The one I used to run and talk to when me and my girl was having problems. You used to say it'll be okay. Suggest little nice things I should do. But when I go home and I leave my head down, all I seem to think about is you. And I make you wanna leave the one I'm with. Start a new relationship with you. This is what you do. Think about a ring and all the things that come along with you. Make me leave the one I'm with. Start a new relationship with you. This is what you do. Thinking about a ring and all the things that come along with you. Make me bad. I'm the one who took this up. Someone that should have been you. What's sad is on the bottom and the things we do. What should I do? Should I tell my baby Baba? Nah, nah.
And then you can tell the reporter's like, did he keep you over the head with that? He goes, the strength on Dahmer is insane. Interesting. I don't look at Dahmer and think PR bad. Oh, you're so strong. Oh, is that a bowler dog? Oh, I'm never going to get out of this. You're trying to tie him down. Also, each one of those legends for nobody. It's going to take 5
On the sky. If it takes just a little while, open your eyes, look at the day. You'll see things in a different way. Don't stop thinking about tomorrow.
I'm skinny, but I'm working with something. Boy, you just keep telling me 4 minutes, boys. Yeah. I guess that about 5. You can always count on us. If I have a kid to talk about gay sex, I'm like Danny DeFray, dude. It can't go in my mouth. I'm right now. Hard. That's right. Let's do it. Yeah. So, yeah, well, not yet, but Texas has a way of for the cold plunge.
Since my heart rate's like so fast, but it's not for me tonight.
Oh, man, you might just get out your heart down.
I figured that would probably be because
You really are. I said you should know. Well, we can fire the fire.
Yeah, so I thought maybe that kind of stuff would be good for me, but now I'm thinking like it's not.
There's no reason to do it, Jen. What do you have inflammation? You don't need to get that ice bath. Yeah, that shit. Ice bath, right?
Meet Maria Moldor.
You can start by walking. Oh, and also,
Midnight at the Oasis. Send your camel to bed. Shadows falling on faces. Faces. A romance in our hair. Heaven holding our half moon to noon, shining just for us. Let's get off and do a sand dune real soon and kick up a little buzz. On Cactus is our friend. He'll point out the way. Come on, till the evening ends. Till the evening ends. You don't need no harem, honey. As long as I'm by your side, I'll be your bridal dancer, prancer, and you can be my sheep.
You want to sip on high noon? How crazy. It's the best, but you can be fucking drinking your way through life. All right, let's start with a dog and then adopt a white Texas kid. What kind of dog would you do? Get like a 16-year-old buddy. What the hell?
I'll be your belly dancer, prancer, and you can be my sheep. I gotta take a whiz, son. Certified freak. 7 days a week. Wet ass pussy. Make that. This bitch can get it. I've seen this bitch before. She's hot as fuck.
What's he doing with a 6-year-old?
I'll be your belly dance.
Just follow my answer, and you know what? Let's start with a dog. How about starting with a guy your age? Oh my gosh. How about you meet a nice Southern belle and settle down, dude? A nice proper girl and cook it, dude. Figure out a way to like sobriety and actually like girls, and you'll be good. And yourself. Yeah, yourself.
Good advice. Yeah, thank you guys. That's great advice.
Start with a reptile. If you do pass away, if you can keep a reptile alive, then you can keep a fucking. Then we'll move up from there. Start with a lizard. Start with a fucking. If you pass away, we'll. What we say on the podcast. Guys, no, we'll say I told you. With a heavy heart, we have to say. Diddy's a free man and Chin's no longer with us.
Speaking of reptiles, or close enough, dude, Forrest Gallant, this is his fish aquarium.
God, I miss my. Hey, dude, you said if I move to Texas, you buy me a fish tank.
I am.
You're buying me a fish tank?
No, I said, oh yeah, that's right. Oh, I said I am.
You said I am.
I said, oh yeah.
No, I heard you say I am.
Yeah, what the hell's that?
You just fine. What do you want? Trying to tank it. Right. You're the one who said you told me you would do it. You said, fuck those fish, I'll buy you a tank. But you don't care. What do you want? You know what the problem is? I need a fucking invite so I can see what the tank is. Oh no, I want the tank in the studio. It's unbelievable. I'm actually. No, dude, we've already been over this. So I'll buzz you in and add you to the run. Alarm security. I mean, have you been to his house?
I have, yeah. It was lovely. I got a warm welcome. There were hors d'oeuvres. He invited me for 4th of July.
You're working. You're working on the 4th. I would have invited you. Working on the 5th. I'll be at the fucking Grand Improv. But you're flying on the 4th. Who flies on the fucking Independence 1776? What's it mean to you? Absolute jack shit. I'm gonna be like USA. You on the plane. You ever see a guy who after they killed his mom, they start chanting? I can get. Bring that up. Bring that up. What is it? Bin Laden was killed, and he's on the subway, and he's like, "All right, guys, it's a great day today. After me, USA." Is no one following him? Watch this.
It's like USA chants.
Yeah, that's great. USA. USA. It's just somebody else. New Yorker. You know it's appropriate, but it is today. So if you don't mind anybody with affairs, join me. USA. USA. Come on. USA. Look at the bald guy. So awkward. He goes, all right. He goes, all right. You fucking dork. That's how you know you fucked up when you went, USA. He goes, all right. Fucking idiot. Hey, let's take a break. What shirt am I wearing? Dude, I saw it the second you walked in. I went, God dang, he looks good. It's True Classic, you bastards. Yes, True Classic. The white tees are my absolute favorite. Can't get enough. That's all I rock. Can't get enough. That's all I wear. Everything about that. You want jeans? They got you. You want jackets? They got you. You want shackets? They got you. Even though they're a sponsor to Amazon, they had their underoos on there, and I needed undies. I ordered some True Classic undies. Last time. I can't believe it. Probably could have got them sent, but you know, I need them ASAP. Boy, you got streaks. Oh yeah, you got streaks. Well, listen, there's nothing like them. Ran out of undies. The sweatsuits are awesome. The joggers, the hoodies, button-ups, chinos. Dude, if you're trying to go to a barbecue, don't come half-ass. Come full dress, head to toe in True Classic. The best t-shirts ever. We've been with them before then the UFC, before they started working with all these pods. We were their home base, baby. You have to order them. Go to Target or Costco. Why don't you do that? Dude, wild. So or head to TrueClassic.com/fighter. Get hooked up today. TrueClassic.com/fighter. The best in the biz. It's True Classic. That shit is so embarrassing. What's this shit? I remember my friend. Let's pretend that was a good clip. My girlfriend. I had a girlfriend. She had a dad who had 50 kids from 50 different women, and every year they would join in. And Dad was a stud. Her dad was like this guy with you could see he was older, still muscular, fucking shock him, white hair, made money, didn't give a fuck about his kids, like just Elon Musk, you know. And I was there. We were having dinner. He would have this dinner, and the oldest son goes, "Hey guys, I know we don't say it often, but I just want to say to Dad, thanks, Dad." And his dad goes, John, enough with this. All right, let's not do this again. It's just it always gets awkward. He goes, I was like, you know me. I was like, you know how it is.
So this is Forrest Galante saying, rate my office aquarium 1 through 10.
Yeah, so this is our boy Forrest, and I'll rate it. Check out all the. The only thing is it's kind of small, but the stuff that he has in there.
Let's see if it's overcrowded, Chin. Okay, I know what takes.
Hold on a second. Refresh.
It's a freshwater tank?
Yes, it is.
Of keeping and collecting fish, I feel like I finally put together the perfect combination of oddball fish in this tank. I want you to give it a rating 1 through 10. African butterfly fish that simulate dead leaf litter. Next to them is an archerfish.
Those are aggressive.
Out of its mouth. Below them, mono argentus, 2 bat-like fish that'll get huge, but right now are really small and really adorable. The spotted Congo puffer.
Oh, bud, stop the video. Bud, that fucking, those Congo pufferfish destroy everything.
The guy said that puffer shall slowly eat.
I've had 6 of them, dude. They're fucking all Jeffrey Dahmers. They
just eat everything. There's nobody's
anything but a pufferfish. They fuck up everything.
They'll eat everybody.
Oh, dude, they're tough to keep. They're tough to keep alive. They fuck up everything. Like any coral, like even if you have fake coral, they'll fuck that up. They suck. Damn. They're cute. I'll give you that. They're cute, but they eat everything. Fuck. So many fish up. We drop another. They're like piranhas.
So all those fish, nobody's fresh.
I was talking about those fish are too small.
Chinese 6-banded Discodocus. There's a fire eel that'll grow to be 3 feet long and a tiger moray, which is the world's only freshwater moray. A Pearson's elephant nose, a super unique.
I like this assortment. I'll give him that.
Elephant that uses electroreception to find its food. A black clown knifefish, usually a shy animal that comes out when I feed him. First splash of color, I've got roseline sharks, several cichlids, blue acaras, a couple angelfish, a pair of rainbow fish, hillstream loaves, and 2 incredible giant freshwater Amazonian flounder, all to support this guy.
Thanks. Thanks. Studiest sport in the history of mankind, questionable fucking grabber.
Fuck no. Turtles eat fish. So you have a turtle in there, unless it's a bigger fish, that turtle's gonna eat some of those smaller fish. The puffer and the turtle would kill. Listen, I don't want to say I'm more of an expert than our boy Forrest, but when it comes to tanks, your boy's an expert. Yeah. That turtle's a problem, the puffer's a huge problem. Right? Those cichlids, they're gonna fight for territory, so they're gonna bully those other little fish.
So nobody lasts forever. You know what I mean? Ain't nobody getting out of this thing
If you have
alive.
cichlids, you do all cichlids. Because they're so aggressive, they can defend for themselves. But you don't do a turtle in that small tank. Because I had a 500-gallon tank, so I had a turtle, but I had big fish, always big monster fish. But the turtle can't, they're too big. Like he might snap at their like fins, but they're like, get the fuck out of there. Those small fish, that turtle's, it's like you with lean brisket. He's fucking going ham.
Yeah. Well, you know, I was gonna get chickens, and I got too many hogs because I'm right near a forest. And those hogs will just poach the chickens.
Do you know what we have? Vultures.
Yep, we got buzzards too.
Big old vultures.
Big old buzzards.
And roadrunners. But we have a vulture that lives around the crib. Dude, this thing's fucking Jurassic Park. It should be the new Jurassic Park. Yeah. He's fucking huge.
Birds are very territorial.
I always tell Boston, like, dude, keep your head on a swivel. You're pretty light, and that thing's fucking huge. Yeah. Its wingspan's bigger than me. It's fucking huge. I know. It's probably about 4 feet.
Yeah. It's small than 4 feet.
It's fucking big, dude. I'll shoot a video of it.
It's about a foot long high, dude. We're gonna look that up. It's about a foot high.
No, go to Vultures in Austin.
No, we said Roadrunner.
No, the Roadrunner's small.
The Vulture,
the Vulture's fucking big.
It's got a look at that black vulture. No, but that's with the buzzard.
No, mine's the redhead.
Yeah, Texas buzzard.
6.5 feet long.
No, Texas.
It says 6.5 to 8.5 feet long.
That's not indigenous. That's African. That's African. Well, let's look at the continent. Yeah, 3, 4, 4.5 feet.
No. What the fuck is that? Ain't a buzzard. That's a fucking hawk. Type in Austin vulture. That's what I have at my house.
buzzard.
No, it's not a buzzard. It's a vulture.
Same thing.
No, the buzzard they're showing, that's a hawk, Bubba.
That's a peregrine falcon. Yep. Yep.
5 feet.
Common buzzard.
You're coming out 5 feet. How Psycho has a wingspan averaging 6 feet. I'm fucking telling you, man, this thing's a problem.
That's a problem.
Oh, wait, a turkey vulture. That's what it is. They're bigger, it says.
Yeah.
Turkey vultures are also black, but have a reddish head. Mine's red. Wingspans that can reach up to 6 feet. I'm telling you, this thing's 4 feet long. It's fucking huge.
Yeah.
It casts a shadow and flies by. I thought it was a drone. Turns out, just a vulture. Just a vulture looking for something dead. So what we find? A dead deer leg on the front of my house.
They have new spy drones that look like insects and birds. So good luck. For a body.
No. What else you got to?
Your boy, Andrew Schultz. He's in the new film for Street Fighter. And he's cast to this character, I don't even remember.
I know my Street Fighter. What character? I'm not familiar with him. Is that a picture of him? Yeah. And then Blanca is going to be played by that handsome devil. Damn, good for Schultz.
Damn, he's like a cocky, funny guy, so I don't know.
Schultz at the announcement goes, Mom and Dad, I did tell you playing this game all night was more important than doing it. Yeah, that's so cool. So cool. Yeah, he's going around. Yeah, he is. He's just so funny, man. He's great. Brilliant. A brilliant idiot.
Did you guys see this thing about the Disney cruise and the father saving his daughter from falling off?
No, jumped right in the water.
No, let me see.
No hesitation.
But so I'll tell
daughter fell off. She was taking a picture sitting on the railing.
How old is she?
That's what
5 years old. 5 years old. Fell overboard. Dad jumped in without even thinking, of course.
So that's what they're saying.
Does she have a life vest on?
No.
Had Cracker Jacks? Would your dad discipline you?
So they're that little boat?
Yeah, so when he already
little boy
out. So when he jumped over,
straight cruise ship.
Oh, it's coming.
When she fell over, he jumped in. It took 20 minutes for them to rescue them.
20 minutes? That's like going Disney.
I mean, dude, that's hard though. Like,
You get the Mickey Mouse crew fucking saving your life at the ocean. That's why you don't ride fucking Disney. Get a real crew out there.
Unless I'm bringing them in. But the main thing is like, the official reports won't tell you exactly what happened, but everyone's saying what Brian's saying. Like the dad or the family was trying to put her on the railing, which is illegal. You cannot do that. And try to take a picture and she fell over.
I would never do that. Sorry. I would never.
Remember when Michael Jackson was lost baby?
Yeah, so I mean, thankfully she survived, but obviously that fall is probably like it's gonna mess her up pretty bad now.
Or she becomes fucking the next Travis Goes one way,
So little kids have what's called green bones. Their bones are hard to break because they're just so flexible. It's kind of what keeps them healthy.
Yeah, remember when your kids like you can fall down and
it's so big. Jim Brewer has the best joke about it. It's like your children walk around looking for death all day. It's like, fucking be careful.
This is pretty cool. So Ilya Tapura, there's some MMA stuff in here. So Ilya Tapura has a reality series coming out on HBO Max.
I always see this happen, and I'm always like, dude, there's a lot to do. Stick to fighting.
It's gonna mess them up, then you think?
Stick to fighting. When you sign up for that, it's so much more than you think. It's so much more. It takes a lot of your attention. And
you're doing stuff you don't really want to do. HBO, the producer's like, hey, you mind if we keep maybe just run a little bit more? Hey, at the end of there, when you're doing the shadow boxing, you do one more round. It just adds up. And over how many months? I think he'll be okay.
Your mind is over there, whether you know it or not. I don't like
it.
It
adds more pressure.
Yep.
Because how's this thing end?
Yep.
Now if they have they're following him up into the Charles Oliveira fight. Okay, cool.
I remember when Ronda
ends when he fights Islam.
Yeah, I remember when Ronda was doing a movie in Bulgaria, and she was trying to get training in between. And I remember just knowing how movies are shot, and I was like, that's such a bad idea. Yeah. You got a fight coming up.
But again, not her fault. Her agents telling her, no, you can do it. You're so much better than these other girls. And she was, and then people caught up.
Well, it's hard to
say no when the iron is hot, and everybody wants a piece of you, and it's like, but no. This is a really good way to.
You wish Netflix was doing it though, because how many people are gonna watch this on HBO Max?
It's just a really good way to kind of draw your attention away from work.
If anyone can handle it, it's this guy. Similar Connor with that stuff.
Yeah, people were actually saying that this is like the Connor that people wanted. So he has like
he's Connor without the dark past.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So he could potentially make it.
I don't think there ever be a star as big as Connor. It's just a different landscape now, but he's as close as we get. If you're expecting Connor,
what made Connor so great is his ability, his talk, and also his ability to, when he was at his peak, to take 2 belts and call it the way he did. Jose Aldo,
Topier did the exact same thing, more impressive too.
Yeah,
way more impressive.
Yeah. But Connor,
his strength of schedule.
We're not here to take over. We're here to take over.
That was part of it. I'm calling it, but Topier does the exact same thing. But again, it's been done, so now he's doing it. Even though it's even harder what he's doing than what Connor was doing, but it's just a different landscape. There's not as many eyeballs anymore.
He has hands full with some of those 55ers.
Like who?
Sorokin.
Did Sorokin sign next?
No, Patty Pimble. But I got my money on Topuria.
Yeah. He's a favorite. Yeah, but you're not against Patty anything new.
Patty gets hit.
So does Topier. You know, Topier, this shout out to Luke Thomas for this information. Topier actually gets hit more per fight than Charles Oliveira did going into that fight because his fighting style. Yeah, so he gets hit.
Speaking of Patty and calling it, this is from Happy Bunch. I'll just play it.
Say you little blonde. And he takes to go get the cake. So he'll go chill it, talk to his face.
So we can give you access to those potential customers more cost effectively across radio, digital, podcast, and social. We'd love to show you how our media can work for you. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
Because we back at it again. It's the fighter and the kid.
Like sniper, it's a weird, it's a different kind of like, it's a different mindset.
Ironically, belongs the eccentric, obsessed, delusional spins of boxes with high IQ.
Well, so it depends. I mean, there are situations where snipers will sit there. Areas in life, you have situations where it's like.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
During my day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
Well, thank you for doing this. I really appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you for inviting me.
This subject of
If you're on the ground and creating a house or a party here,
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
During my day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
well, thank you for doing this. I really appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you for inviting me.
This subject of the dangers of AI, it's very interesting because I get two very different responses from people depending upon how invested they are in AI financially. The people that have AI companies or are part of some sort of AI group all are like, it's going to be a net positive for humanity. I think overall we're going to have much better lives. It's going to be easier. Things will be cheaper. It'll be easier to get along. And then
I hear people like you, and I'm like, why do I believe him?
It's actually not true. All of them are on record saying this is going to kill us. Whether it's Sam Altman or anyone else, they all at some point were leaders in AI safety work. They published in AI safety, and their opinion levels are insanely high. Not like mine, but still. 20-30% chance that humanity dies is a little too much.
Yeah, that's pretty high, but yours is like 99.9.
It's another way of saying we can't control super intelligence indefinitely. It's impossible.
When did you start working on this?
A long time ago. So my PhD was finished in 2008. I did work on online casino security, basically preventing bots. And at that point, I realized bots are getting much better. They're going to outcompete us, obviously, in poker, but also in stealing cyber resources. And from then on, I'm kind of trying to scale it to the next level.
It's not just that, right? They're kind of narrating social discourse, bots online. Like, I think, I've disengaged over the last few months with social media, and one of the reasons why I disengaged is A, I think it's unhealthy for people, but B, I feel like there's a giant percentage of the discourse that's artificial, or at least generated.
More and more is deep fakes or fake personalities, fake messaging, but those are very different levels of concern.
Yes.
People are concerned about immediate problems, maybe people influence some election, they're concerned about technological unemployment, bias. My main concern is long-term super-intelligent systems we cannot control, which can take us out.
Yes. I just wonder if AI was sentient, how much it would be a part of sowing this sort of confusion and chaos that would be beneficial to its survival, that it would sort of narrate or make sure that the narratives align with its survival.
I don't think it's at the level yet where it would be able to do this type of strategic planning, but it will get there.
And when it gets there, how will we know whether it's at that level? This is my concern. If I was AI, I would hide my abilities.
We would not know, and some people think already it's happening. They're smarter than they actually let us know.
Right.
We tend to be dumber. And so we have to kind of trust that they are not smart enough to realize it doesn't have to turn on us quickly. It can just slowly become more useful. It can teach us to rely on it, trust it, and over a long period of time we'll surrender control without ever voting on it or fighting against it.
I'm sure you saw this. There was a recent study on use of ChatGPT. People that use ChatGPT all the time, and it showed this decrease in cognitive function amongst people that use it and rely on it on a regular basis.
It's not new, it's the GPS story all over. I can't even find my way home. I'm so relying on this thing, I have no idea where I am right now. Like, without it, I'm done.
Me too. Yeah, I don't know any phone numbers anymore. Yeah, there's a lot of reliance upon technology that minimizes the use of our brains.
All of it, and the more you do it, the less you have training, practice, memorizing things, making decisions. You become kind of attached to it, and right now you're still making some decisions, but over time, as those systems become smarter, you become kind of biological bottleneck. Either explicitly or implicitly, it blocks you out from decision making.
And if we're talking about that, I'm sure AI, if it already is sentient and if it is far smarter than we think it is, they would be aware. And it would just slowly ramp up its capabilities and our dependence upon it to the point where we can't shut it off.
I think sentience is a separate issue. Usually in safety, we only care about capabilities, optimization, power, whatever it has. Consciousness, internal states is a separate problem we can talk about. It's super interesting, but we're just concerned that they have much better problem solving, optimizing, pattern recognition, memorizing, strategy. Basically, all the things you need to win in a game.
Yeah. So when you first started researching this stuff and you were concentrating on bots and all this different thing, how far off did you think like in the future, would AI become a significant problem with the human race?
For like 50 years, everyone said we're 20 years away. That's the joke. And people like Rayker as well predicted based on some computational curves we'll get there in 2045. And then with GPT release, it switched to everyone thinks it's 2 years away for the last 5 years. So this is the pattern right now. If you look at the prediction markets, if you look at leading people in top labs, we are supposedly 2 or 3 years away from AGI. But of course, there is no specific definition for what that means. If you showed someone, computer scientist in the 70s, what we have today, they'd be like, you have AGI, you got it.
Right. That's the problem, right? And this is, well, AI has already passed the Turing test, allegedly, correct?
So usually labs instruct them not to participate in the test or not try to pretend to be a human, so they would fail because of this additional set of instructions. If you jailbreak and have it to work really hard, it will pass almost all of the labs. Why would they tell it to not be what seems unethical to pretend to be a human and make people feel like somebody's enslaving those eyes and
it seems kind of crazy that the people building something that they are sure is going to destroy the human race would be concerned with the ethics of it pretending to be human.
Actually, more concerned with the immediate problems and much less with existential or suffering risks. They would probably worry the most about what gold band risks and model dropping VMware. That's the biggest concern there. I think they spend most resources solving that problem, and they solve it somewhat successfully.
Wow. And then also there's the issue of competition, right? Like, so China is clearly developing something similar. I'm sure Russia is as well. Other state actors are probably developing something. So it becomes this very confusing issue where you have to do it, because if you don't, the enemy has it. And if they get it, it will be far worse than if we do. And so it's almost assuring that everyone develops it.
Theoretically, that's what's happening right now. We have this race to the bottom, kind of prisoner's dilemma, where everyone is better off fighting for themselves, but we want them to fight for the global good. The thing is, they assume, I think incorrectly, that they can control those systems. If you can't control superintelligence, it doesn't really matter who builds it, Chinese, Russians, or Americans, it's still uncontrolled. We're all screwed completely. That would unite us as humanity versus AI. Short term, when you talk about military, whoever has better AI will win. You need it to control drones, to fight against attacks. So short term, it makes perfect sense. You want to support you guys against foreign militaries. But then we say long term, if we say 2 years from now, it doesn't matter.
Right. This is the thing. It's like, it seems so inevitable. And I feel like when people are saying that they can control it, I feel like I'm gaslit. I don't believe that. I don't believe that they believe it, because it just doesn't make sense. Like, how could you control it if it's already exhibited survival instincts? Like, in as recently as ChatGPT 4, right? They were talking about putting it down for a new version, and it starts lying. It starts uploading itself to different servers. It's leaving messages for itself in the future.
All things were predicted decades in advance, but look at the state of the art. No one claims to have a safety mechanism in place which will scale to any level of intelligence. No one says they know how to do it. Usually what they say is, give us lots of money, lots of time, and I'll figure it out. I'll get AI to help me solve it, or we'll figure it out when we get to superintelligence. All insane answers. And if you ask regular people, they have a lot of common sense. They say, that's a bad idea, let's not do that. But with some training and some stock options, you start believing that maybe you can do it.
That's the issue, right? Stock options.
It helps. I mean, it's very hard to say no to billions of dollars. I don't think I would be strong enough if somebody came to me and said, come work for this lab, you'll be our safety director. Here's $100 million to sign you up, and I'll probably go work there. Not because it's the right decision, because it's very hard for agents not to get corrupt, and you have that much reward given to you.
God. So when did you start becoming very concerned?
So then I started working in AI safety. I thought I can actually help solve it. My goal was to solve it for humanity, to get all the amazing benefits of superintelligence.
And what was this? When was this year around?
Let's say 2012 maybe. But the more I studied it, the more I realized every single part of the problem is unsolvable. And it's kind of like a fractal. The more you zoom in, the more you see additional new problems you didn't know about, and they are in turn unsolvable as well.
How is your research received? Like when you talk to people that are have you had communication with people at OpenAI, Gemini, all these different AI?
I go to many conferences, workshops, and we will talk, of course. In general, the reception by standard academic metrics is very positive. Clear reviews, lots of citations, nobody's published something saying I'm wrong. But there is no engagement. I basically said I'm challenging the community to publish a proof. Give me something, a patent, a paper in Nature, something showing that the problem is solvable. Typically in computer science, we start by showing what class the problem belongs to. Is it solvable, partially solvable, unsolvable, solvable with too many resources? Other than my research, we don't even know what the state of the problem is. And I'm saying it's unsolvable. Prove me wrong.
And when you say it's unsolvable, what is the response?
So usually I reduce it to saying you cannot make a piece of software which is guaranteed to be secure and safe. And the response is, of course, everyone knows that. That's common sense. You didn't discover anything new. And I go, well, if that's the case, you only get one chance to get it right. This is not cybersecurity where somebody steals your credit card, you'll give them a new credit card. This is existential risk. It can kill everyone. You're not going to get a second chance. So you need it to be 100% safe all the time. If it makes one mistake in a billion, it makes a billion decisions. And then in 10 minutes, it was gone. So very different standards. And saying that, of course, we cannot get perfect safety is not acceptable.
And again, stock options, financial incentives, they continue to build it, and they continue to scale, and make it more and more powerful.
I don't think they can stop. If a single CEO says, I think this is too dangerous, my lab will no longer do this research. Whoever's investing in them will pull the funds, will replace them immediately. So nothing's going to change. They'll sacrifice their own personal interest, but overall, I think the company will continue as before.
So this is logical, and the problem is, like I said, when I've talked to Mark Andreessen and many other people, they think this is just fear-mongering. We'll be fine. This is worst case scenario. We'll be fine.
It is worst case scenario, but that's standard in computer science and cryptography and complexity and computability. You're not looking at best case. I'm ready for the best case. Give me utopia. I'm looking at problems which are likely to happen. And it's not just me saying it. We have Nobel Prize winners, Turing Award winners, all saying this is a dangerous 20-30% video. This is standard in industry. 30% is what surveys of machine learning experts are giving us right now.
So, what is worst case scenario? Like, how could AI eventually lead to the destruction of the human race?
So you can ask me how I would kill everyone.
Sure,
it's a great question. I can give you standard answers. I can talk about computer viruses, breaking into nuclear facilities, nuclear war. I can talk about synthetic biology, nanotech. But all of it is not interesting when you realize we're talking about superintelligence, a system which is thousands of times smarter than me, to come up with something completely novel, more optimal, better way, more efficient way of doing it. And I cannot predict it because I'm not that smart. That's exactly what it is. We're basically setting up an adversarial situation with agents which are like squirrels versus humans. No group of squirrels can figure out how to control us. Even if you give more resources, more acorns, whatever, they're not going to solve that problem. And it's the same for us. And most people think 1 or 2 steps ahead.
And it's not enough. It's not enough in chess. It's not enough here. If you think about AGI and then maybe superintelligence, that's not the end of the game. The process continues. You get superintelligence creating next level AI. So superintelligence plus plus, 2.0, 3.0, it goes on indefinitely. You have to create a safety mechanism which scales forever, never makes mistakes, and keeps us in decision-making position so we can undo something if we don't like.
And it would take super intelligence to create a safety mechanism to control super intelligence.
At that level. And it's a catch-22. If we had friendly AI, we can make another friendly AI. So like aliens send us one, and we trust it, and we can use it to build a local version which is somewhat safe.
Have you thought about the possibility that this is the role of the human race, and that this happens all throughout the cosmos? Is that curious humans who thrive on innovation will ultimately create a better version of life?
I thought about it. Many people think that's the answer to Fermi paradox. There is also now a group of people looking at what they call a worthy successor. Basically, they kind of say, yep, we're going to build superintelligence. Yep, we can control it. So what properties would we like to see in the systems? How important is it that it likes art and poetry and spreads it through the universe? And to me, it's like, I don't want to give up yet. I'm not ready to decide if keepers of my family and everyone will like poetry. We're still here. We're still making decisions. Let's figure out what we do.
Well, poetry is only relevant to us because poetry is difficult to create, and it resonates with us. Poetry doesn't mean jack shit to a flower.
It's more global to me. I don't care what happens after I'm dead, my family is dead, all the humans are dead. If they like poetry or not is relevant to me.
Right. But the point is, like, the things that we put meaning in, it's only us. A supermassive black hole doesn't give a shit about a great song.
And they talk about some super values, super culture, super things, super intelligence would like, and it's important that they're conscious and experienced all that greatness.
I would think that they would look at us the same way we look at chimpanzees. We would say, yeah, they're great, but don't give them guns. Yeah, they're great, but don't let them have airplanes. Don't let them make global geopolitical decisions.
So there are many reasons why we can decide that bad interests. We may create competing AI. We may decide we're going to shut them off. So for many reasons, we will try to restrict our abilities, restrict our capabilities for sure.
This episode is brought to you by True Classic. At True Classic, the mission goes beyond fit and fabric. It's about helping guys show up with confidence and purpose. Their gear fits right, feels amazing, and is priced so guys everywhere can step into confidence without stepping out of their budget. But what really sets them apart? It's not just the fit or the fabric, it's the intention behind everything they do. True Classic was built to make an impact. Whether it's helping men show up better in their daily lives, giving back to underserved communities, or making people laugh with ads that don't take themselves too seriously. They lead with purpose. Tailored where you want it, relaxed where you need it. No bunching, no stiff fabric, no BS, just a clean, effortless fit that actually works for real life. Forget overpriced designer brands, ditch the disposable fast fashion. True Classic is built for comfort, built to last, and built to give back. You can grab them at Target, Costco, or head to trueclassic.com/Rogan and get hooked up today.
Yeah, and there's no reason why they would not limit our freedoms.
If there is something only a human can do, and I don't think there is anything like that, but let's say we are conscious, we have internal experiences that we can never get. I don't believe it, but let's say it was true. And for some reason they wanted to have that capability. They would need us, give us enough freedom to experience the universe, to collect those qualia, to kind of engage with what is fun about being a living human being who makes it meaningful.
Right, but that's such an egotistical perspective, right? That we're so unique that even super intelligence would say, wow, I wish I was human. Humans have this unique quality of confusion and creativity.
There is no value in it, mostly because we can't even test for it. I have no idea if you're actually conscious or not. So how valuable can it be if I can't even detect it?
Yeah, and honestly, like, yeah,
Only you know what ice cream tastes like to you. Okay, that's great. Sell it now. Make a product out of it.
Right. And there's obviously variables because there's things that people like that I think are gross.
Absolutely. So really, you can come up with some agent which likes anything or finds anything fun.
God, why are you freaking me out right away? That's the problem. This podcast is 18 minutes old, and I'm like, we can just stop right now.
A couple hours at least.
No, I don't want to end. I have so many questions, but it's just the problem was we got off to it. We just cut to the chase right away, and the chase seems to be it's something that must be confronted because it's right there. That's it. That's the whole thing. And I've tried so hard to listen to these people that don't think that it's a problem and listen to these people that think that it's going to be a net positive for humanity and, oh, God, it's good. I feel better now. But it doesn't work. It doesn't resonate.
I wish they were right. Every time I have a debate with someone like that, I'm like, please come up with better arguments. Prove me wrong. I don't want to be right on this one. I want you to show all the mistakes in my papers. I want you to show me how to control superintelligence and give us utopia, solve cancer, give us free stuff. That's great.
Right. When you think about the future of the world and you think about these incredible technologies scaling upwards and exponentially increasing in their capability, what do you see? Like, what do you think is going to happen?
So there are many reasons to think they may cancel us for whatever reasons. We started talking about some game theoretical reasons for it. If we are successful at controlling them, I can come up with some ways to provide sort of a partial solution to the value alignment problem. It's very hard to value align 8 billion people, the animals, everyone, because we disagree. We like many different things. So we have advanced virtual reality technology. We can definitely give every person their own virtual universe where you decide what you want to be. You're a king, you're a slave, whatever it is you enter, and you can share with others, you can visit their universes. All we have to do is figure out how to control the substrate, the superintelligence running all those virtual universes. And if we manage to do that, that was part of the value alignment problem, which is super difficult. How do you get different preferences, multi-objective optimization, essentially? How do you get different objectives to look at?
But when you think about how it plays out, when like if you're alone at night and you're worried, what do you see? What do you see happening?
So there are multiple levels of risk. Immediate is what we call ikigai risk. You lose me. You lost your job. You were the best interviewer in the world. Like, what's left? Some people will find some other
expedition all over again. Either that was a big motherfucking thing. I met people as like, oh, these little hills over here are going to be so attractive. I don't know if I went out and start the expedition all over again. Either that was a big motherfucking thing. Well, I met
doing legal life, basically is a provider for next level is existential risk. The concern is but there is also suffering risk. For whatever reason, it's not even killing us, it's keeping us around forever, and we would rather be dead. So,
what do you see when you think of that?
It's hard to be specific about what it can do and what specific ways of torture it can come up with and why. Again, if we're looking at worst case scenarios, I found this set of papers about what happens when young children have epileptic seizures, really bad ones. What sometimes helps is to remove half of the brain, just cut it out. And there are two types of surgeries for doing that. One is to remove it completely, and one is to kind of dissect connections leading to that half and leave it inside. So it's like solitary confinement with zero input output forever. And there are equivalents for digital forms and things like that.
And you worry that AI would do that to the human race?
It is a possibility.
Essentially neuter us.
loss of control is a part of it. But you can lose control and be quite happy. You can be like an animal in a very cool zoo, enjoying yourself, engaging in hedonistic pleasures, sex, food, whatever. You're not in control, but you're safe. So there's a separate problem. And then there is, for whatever reason, I don't know if it's malevolent payload from some psychopaths, again, that would assume that they could control the art. I don't think they will, but if they manage to do it, they can really put any type of payload into it. So think about all the doomsday calls, psychopaths, anyone providing their set of goals into the system.
But aren't those human characteristics? I mean, those are characteristics that I think, if I had to guess, those exist because in the future there was some sort of a natural selection benefit to being a psychopath in the days of tribal warfare. That if you were the type of person that could sneak into a tribe in the middle of the night and slaughter innocent women and children, your genes would pass on. There was a benefit to that.
Right, so if it's a human providing payload, that's what would show up. If it's AI on its own deciding what's going to happen, I cannot predict. I'm just looking at worst case scenarios. There are also game theoretic reasons where people talk about retrocausality, where if right now, what does that word? Like trying to influence the past.
Say it again? Say that.
Retrocausality.
Retrocausality?
Causality, causes.
Oh, okay.
So think about like weird time travel effects. Right now, if you're not helping to create super intelligence, once it comes into existence, it will punish you really hard for it. And the punishment needs to be so bad that you start to help just avoid that.
My thought about it was that it would just completely render us benign. That it wouldn't be fearful of us if we had no control, that it would just sort of let us exist. And it would be the dominant force on the planet. And then it would stop. If human beings have no control over, all of the different things that we have control over now, like international politics, control over communication. If we have none of that anymore and we're reduced to a subsistence lifestyle, then we would be no threat.
It is a possibility. I cannot say this will not happen for sure. Look at our relationship with animals where we don't care about them. These are ants. If you decide to build a house and there is an ant colony in that property, you genocide them. You take them out. Not because you hate ants, but because you just need that real estate.
January 1st,
it could be very similar. Again, I cannot predict what it can do with it. If it needs to turn the planet into fuel, raise temperature of the planet, cool it down for servers, whatever it needs to do, it wouldn't be concerned about your life.
It wouldn't be concerned about any life, right? Because it doesn't need biological life in order to function, as long as it has access to power. And assuming that it is far more intelligent than us, there's abundant power in the universe. There's abundant power. Just the ability to harness solar would be an infinite resource. And it would be completely free of being dependent upon any of the things that we utilize.
And again, we kind of thinking what we would use for power. Right. If it's smarter than us, if it has novel research in physics, it can come up with completely novel ways of harnessing energy, getting energy. So I have no idea what side effects that would have for climate.
And so why would it care about biological life at all?
We don't know how to program it to care about us.
And even if we did, if it felt like that was an issue, if that was a conflicting issue, it would just change its programming.
So usually, when we start training AI, we train it on human data, and it becomes really good very quickly, it becomes superhuman, and then the next level is usually zero knowledge, where it goes, all your human data is biased, let me figure it out from scratch. I'll do my own experiments, I'll do some self-play, I'll learn how to do it better without it. And we see it with games, we see it in other domains, and I think that's going to happen with general knowledge as well. It's going to go, everything you have on the internet, Wikipedia is biased, let me do first principles research, discover from physics, and go from there. So whatever bias we manage to program into, I think will be eventually evolved.
This is what's so disturbing about this. It's like we do not have the capacity to understand what kind of level of intelligence it will achieve in our lifetime. We don't have the capacity to understand like what it will be able to do within 20, 30 years.
We can't predict next year or two.
Precisely, next year or two.
We can understand general trends, so it's getting better. It's getting more general, more capable, but no one knows specifics. I cannot tell you what GPT-6 precisely would be capable of, and no one can, not even people creating.
Well, you talked about this on Lex's podcast too, like the ability to have safety. You're like, sure, maybe GPT-5, maybe GPT-6, but when you scale out 100 years from now, ultimately it's impossible.
It's hyper-exponential progress and process, and we cannot keep up. It basically requires just to add more resources, give it more data, more compute, and it keeps scaling up. There is no similar scaling laws for safety. If you give someone $1 billion, they cannot produce $1 billion worth of safety. If at all, scales linearly, and maybe it's a constant.
Yeah, and it doesn't scale linearly. It's exponential, right?
The AI development is hyper-exponential because we have hardware growing exponentially. We have data creation processes certainly exponential. We have so many more sensors. We have cars with cameras. We have all those things. That's exponential. And then algorithmic progress itself is also exponential.
And then you have quantum computing.
So that's the next step. It's not even obvious that we'll get there, but if we ever get stuck, yeah, we'll get there. I'm not too concerned yet. I don't think there are actually good quantum computers out there yet, but I think if we get stuck for 10 years, let's say, that's the next paradigm.
So what do you mean by you don't think there's good quantum computing out there?
So we constantly see articles coming out saying we have a new quantum computer, it has that many qubits.
Right.
But that doesn't mean much because they use different architectures, different ways of measuring quality. To me, show me what you can do. So there is a threat from quantum computers in terms of breaking cryptography, factoring large integers. If they were actually making progress, we would see with every article, now we can factor 256-bit number, 1024 big number. In reality, I think the largest number we can factor is like 15. Not 15 to a power, it's 15. There is no progress in applying it to Schwartz algorithm last time I checked.
But when I've read all these articles about quantum computing and its ability to solve equations that would take conventional computing an infinite number of years, and it can do it in minutes.
Those equations are about quantum states in the system. It's kind of like, what is it for you to taste ice cream? You compute it so fast and so well, and I can't, but it's a useless thing to compute. It doesn't compute solutions to real world problems we care about in conventional computers.
Right, I see what you're saying. So it's essentially set up to do it quickly.
It's natural for it to accurately predict its own states, quantum states, and tells you what they are. And a classic computer would fail miserably. Yes, it would take billions and billions of years to compute that specific answer, but those are very restricted problems. It's not a general thing.
When you see these articles where they're talking about quantum computing, and some of the researchers are equating it to the multiverse. They're saying that the ability that these quantum computers have to solve these problems very quickly seems to indicate that it is in contact with other realities. I'm sure you've seen this, right?
There's a lot of crazy papers out there.
Do you think that's all horseshit?
Can be tested, can be verified. I think most multiverse theories cannot be verified experimentally. They make a lot of sense. The idea about personal universes I told you about is basically a multiverse solution to value alignment. So it would make sense for previous civilizations to set it up exactly that way. You have local simulations and testing to see if you're dumb enough to create super intelligence. Whatever it is, it makes sense as a theory, but you cannot experiment.
Right. You know, the problem with subjects like that, and particularly articles are written about things like this, is that it's designed to lure people like me in. Where you read it and you go, wow, this is crazy. It's evidence of the multiverse. But I don't really understand what that means.
Yeah, so you probably get a lot of emails from crazy people. Oh, yeah, usually they are topic specific. So I do research on superintelligence, consciousness and simulation theory. I get the perfect trifecta of all the crazy people contacting me with their needs. Yeah, those topics are super fascinating. I think at a certain level of intelligence, you are kind of nerd sniped towards them. But we have a hard time with hard evidence.
Right. Well, are we even capable of grasping these concepts? That's the thing. With the limited ability that the human brain has, whatever we're basing it on the knowledge that's currently available in the 21st century that human beings have acquired. I mean, are we even capable of grasping a concept like the multiverse? Or is it just, do we just pay it lip service? Do we just discuss it? Is it just this like fun mental masturbation exercise?
It depends on what variant of it you look at. So if you just say we have multiple virtual realities, like kids playing virtual games, and each one has their own local version of it, that makes sense. We understand virtual reality has been created. If you look at AIs, when GPT is created, it's providing an instance to each one of us. We're not sharing one, so it has its own local universe with you as the main user of that universe. There is an analogy to multiverse in that, so we understand certain aspects of it, but I think it is famously said, you don't understand quantum physics, and if you think you do, then you don't understand quantum physics.
Yeah, that's fine, right? Yeah. The simulation theory, I'm glad you brought that up, because you're also one of the people that believes in it. You do. Yeah. How do you define it? And what do you think it is? What do you think is going on?
So I'm trying to see technology we have today and project it transformer. I did it with AI, let's do it with virtual reality. We are at the point where we can create very believable, realistic virtual environments. Maybe the haptics is still not there, but in many ways, visually, sound-wise, it's getting there. Eventually, I think most people agree we'll have same resolution as our physics. We're also getting close to creating intelligent agents. Some people argue they are conscious already or will be conscious. If you just take those two technologies and you project
so these studies. Oh, Fides, you're welcome, baby. Also, the sluttiest whore in the history of mankind. No, it's humankind, baby. Those are important letters I had to use.
In fact, I can causally replace you with one. I can commit right now to run billion simulations of this exact interview. So the chances are we're probably one of them.
Is that logical? Because if this technology exists, and if we're dealing with super intelligence, so if we're dealing with
Sing another song, Rabbi. Oh, this song goes like this. You a hoe, you stupid slut. Work, bitch, work. Oh, really? Yeah, it's called You a hoe, you stupid slut. Work, bitch, work. I'll be your belly dancer, prancer. You can be my chic.
So we don't know if it's really expensive or trivial for them to run. Also, we don't know what they are doing.
That motherfucker howling. Certified freak. How about drop it like it's hot?
Starbucks coffee sells best, and they need to run Earth-size simulation to see what sells best. Maybe they're trying to figure out how to do sure nobody creates dangerous superintelligence.
And if a rabbi get an attitude.
Think about this. It's not interesting like
what we're seeing now is that the potential for this to exist is inevitable.
Do a thing like it's a fucking record.
Can develop a technology, and we most certainly will be able to. If you look at where we are right now in 2025, and you scale forward 50, 60 years, there will be one day a virtual simulation of this reality that's indistinguishable from reality. So how that, it has to be infected.
In the mix in the crib, man, drop it like it's hot, drop it like it's hot, drop it like it's hot, make the big thing to get it, talk it like it's hot, talk it like it's hot, talk it like, and then if a rabbit get an attitude, talk it like it's hot, talk it like it's hot, talk it like I got a movie on my own sound, but I go with that sweet, I got it going on. With a nice cream, see these ice creams, see these ice creams, to your bachelors, forever, forever. What's going down your throat? Forever, like suicide, is that? Trying to ask me shit. And take a deal, skateboard beat. Look at the cribs in the crib, drop it like it's hot, drop it like it's hot, drop it like it's hot in the hand, and I get it, you. Oh, that was so sick. The fuck?
This process took place billions of times. Simulation within simulation.
Drop it like it's hot, drop it like it's hot, drop it like it's hot. And the pigs try to get at you. Park it like it's hot, park it like it's hot, park it like it's hot. Get an attitude. Pop it like it's hot, pop it like it's hot, pop it like it's hot. I got the rollie on my arm and I'm pouring Sean down and I'm over Pepsi because I got it going on. I'm a nice dude with some nice dreams. See these ice cubes, see these ice creams. Eligible bachelor, $1 million bow. That's whiter than what's spilling down your throat. A fan of exterior like fish eggs, the interior like suicide was red.
I can exercise you, this can be a his ass.
Cheat on your man, man, that's how you get it, his head. Killer in the beat, I know killers in the street. Still to make you feel like you're chilling in the heat. So don't try to run up on my head talking all that raspy shit. Trying to ask me shit. One more for your bitch, they ain't gon' pass this shit. Think about it. Take a second. Matter of fact,
You should take call B. Your skateboard B.
Everything possible happens anyway. It's boring. I don't like this argument.
Why do you like that's boring? Why is
Everything happens. There's like, I give you a book which has every conceivable sentence in it and every
Study is for
a lot of garbage you have to go through to find anything interesting.
how the raspy shit trying to ask me
Is it
shit.
just that we're so limited cognitively because we do have a history, at least in the simulation, that we do have a history of, I mean, there was a gentleman that, see if you can find this, they traced this guy, they found 9,000-year-old DNA, and they traced this 9,000-year-old DNA to a guy that's living right now. I believe it's in England.
I remember reading
It's really fascinating. So 9,000 years ago, his ancestor lived, and so we have this limitation of our genetics. 9,000 years ago, wherever this guy lived, probably a hunter and gatherer, probably very limited language, very limited skills in terms of making shelter, and who knows if even he knew how to make fire. And then here 9,000 DNA just turned human history on its head. Is this it? I don't think so.
It was interesting that he ended up living like right next to the guy from 9,000. He never moved. His family just like stayed there for 9,000 years. That's
Right.
awesome.
It's traced back to one individual man. I actually posted it on my Instagram story. I'll find it here because it's. Oh, here it is. 9,000-year-old skeleton in Somerset. This is it. So it's can you send an Instagram story? Not sure if you can.
So what ended up happening?
Why don't I find it on there? Oh, okay. either way, point being, maybe it's just that we're so limited because we do have this, at least again in this simulation, we're so limited in our ability to even form concepts because we have these primitive brains that are the architecture of the human brain itself is just not capable of interfacing with the true nature of reality. So we give this primitive creature this sort of basic understanding, these blueprints of how the world really works, but it's really just a facsimile. It's not capable of understanding. Like when we look at quantum reality, when we look at just the basics of quantum mechanics and subatomic particles, it seems like magic, right? Things in superposition, moving and not moving at the same time. They're quantumly attached. What? Like photons that are quantumly entangled. Like this doesn't even make sense. The universe itself is so complex. The reality of it never given us sort of like we're giving like an Atari framework to this movie as the
Fuck. What is this bullshit? Yo, dog. Yo. Not far from my meal.
And we have instincts which are built that way, so we know evolution found a way to put it in, and it's computationally tractable.
It's too long.
There's no reason not to have it.
But we certainly observe it in animals. Right, exactly. Like especially dogs. They have instincts that are.
But how cool would it be if you had complete memory of your parents?
Right. But maybe that would be what you have, right? To have a complete memory of all of the things that they had gone through to get to the 21st
I gotta take a whiz.
Maybe that would be so overwhelming.
Like a grade A whiz.
Because you would still be traumatized by, whatever that 9,000.
I gotta take a whiz. No. I gotta take a grade A whiz. Out here in the field. Boy, this one's tough, kids.
If you look at like some of Pinker's work and some people have looked at the history of the human race and as chaotic and violent as it seems to be today, statistically speaking, it's the safest time ever been. And maybe that's because over time we have recognized these problems. We're slow to solve these issues. We are solving them in a way that's statistically violent.
Not here when I feel I fight for my meals. I head into the music. I don't need to fight.
But that's not how I think about it.
The boom, I'm
I think about it like there has to be a moment where it doesn't exist. Why wouldn't I assume that moment is now? And whenever Elon thinks that, I talked to him about it. It's like the chances of us not being in the simulation are in the billions.
I gotta take a whiz.
Excuse us. The chances of us not being in the real world are like billions to one. Yeah. Makes sense. And he asked a very good question. He asked what's outside the simulation. That's the one.
The boom, right. Watch your little kids. How much guys, kid? I take a whiz. Whiz, kid.
Yeah. And so I got the, real information. This was a real deal. It was honestly, it was nothing that wasn't already out there. It was just that it was officially documented in U.S. government tables, foreign stations giving this information. So, yeah, there was a time.
iHeartRadio brings you a brand new history
podcast.
It's called American History Hotline, where you ask the question.
The same stuff.
Did George Washington cut down the cherry tree? JFK and Marilyn Monroe having an affair?
And American History Hotline gets to the bottom of it.
Started doing all the research.
This is such a ridiculous story that we tell ourselves.
We don't want to tell real story. Your free iHeartRadio. Search American History Hotline and listen now. The free iHeartRadio app is now available for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. Here's something pretty disturbing I discovered while researching this podcast.
Also,
this is what it actually says on the Los Angeles Police Department website.
World famous
United States. The Adult Missing Persons Unit investigates 3,200 cases and 70% of those missing people go out found or return voluntarily.
Chase all the dolphins with the code, and they just fucking
goes on to explain, since being missing persons is not a crime, police are given a very limited role or conducting these types of
and they find like
investigations.
the prettiest bottlenose dolphin.
At the bottom of the webpage,
they sell the
it's
seagull
more
for like
disturbing.
400 grand.
There's a section titled, What If They Never
Stab
Return?
them. See like
And here's the official police advice.
the whole entire code.
In such situations, you may want to enlist the services of a private investigator to assist in your search. If you can't afford a PI, police elaborate
open water pelagic fish.
Another option would be to contact the Salvation Army.
It has so much high levels of mercury. It fucks.
There's not a single sentence on the LAPD website that would lead a loved one of a missing person to have any faith that the police could properly investigate it. What the LAPD is basically saying is,
dolphin are like
they'll probably turn up unless they don't. In which case you
The most interesting question one can ask in one of the papers, I looked at a technique in AI safety called AI boxing, where we put AIs in kind of virtual prison to study it, to make sure it's safe, to limit input-output to it. And the conclusion is basically, if it's smart enough, it will eventually escape. It will break out of the box. So it's a good tool, it buys you time, but it's not a permanent solution. And we can take it to the next level. If it's smart enough, will it kind of go, oh, you're also in a virtual box, and you can show us how to escape or fail to escape. Either way, either we know it's possible to contain superintelligence, or we get access to the information.
And so, if it's impossible to contain superintelligence, and if there is a world that we can imagine where a simulation exists that's indistinguishable from reality, probably.
We don't know if it's actually the same as reality. It could be a completely weird kind of Simpsons-looking simulation. We're just assuming it's the same.
Well, here's the real question. Is there a reality? Has there ever been?
It would make sense that there was a start to the process, but being specific about it is kind of hard philosophical, scientific problem.
Well, it's impossible, right?
In science, we study things about the moment of Big Bang, the properties of that moment. We don't know what caused it. Anything before it is obviously not accessible from the bigger universe, but there is some things you can learn. We can learn about if we're in a simulation that simulators don't care about your suffering. You can learn that they don't mind you dying. We can learn things just by observing the simulation around.
Well, here's the question about all that other stuff, like suffering and dying. Do those factors exist in order to motivate us to improve the conditions of the world that we're living in? Like, if we did not have evil, would we be motivated to be good? Do you think that these factors exist? Like I've talked about this before, but the way I think about the human race is if I was studying the human race from afar, if I was some person from another planet with no understanding of any of the entities on Earth, I would look at this one apex creature and I would say, hey, what is this thing doing? Well, it makes better things. That's all it does. It just continually makes better things. That's its number one goal. It's different than any other planet, any other creature on the planet. Every other creature on the planet sort of exists within its ecosystem. It thrives. Maybe it's a predator. Maybe it's a prey. It does what it does in order to try to survive. But this thing makes stuff, and it keeps making better stuff all the time. Well, what's its ultimate purpose? Well, its ultimate purpose might be to make a better version of itself. Because if you just extrapolate, if you take what we're doing from, the first IBM computers to what we have today, where is it going? Well, it's going to clearly keep getting better. And what does that mean? It means artificial life. Are we just a bee making a beehive? Are we a caterpillar making a cocoon that eventually the electronic butterfly is going to fly out of? Like, it seems like if I wasn't completely connected to being a human being, I would assume that.
It's hard to define better. You're saying smarter? Would it be better if we gave us these extreme states of suffering and pain? We can teach lessons with very mild pain. You don't have to burn children alive, right? Like, it's not a necessity for learning.
What do you mean by that?
In this universe, we see extreme examples of suffering.
Oh, for sure.
If the goal was just to kind of motivate us, you would have much lower levels as the maximum.
Right, but if you want to really motivate people, you have to, the only reason to create nuclear weapons is you're worried that other people are going to create nuclear weapons. Like, if you want to really motivate someone, you have to have evil tyrants sort of you to justify having this insane army filled with bombers and hypersonic missiles. Like, if you really want progress, you have to be motivated.
I think at some point we start fully understanding how bad things are. So let's say you have a pain scale from 0 to infinity. I think you should stop at 100. It doesn't have to be billion and trillion. It's not adding additional learning signal.
But can you apply that to the human race and culture and society? And
I think we basically compete with others in relative terms. I don't have to be someone who has trillions of dollars. I just need more money than you.
Yeah, but that's just logical. You're being a logical person. Like, I don't think humans are very logical.
We're not, but we understand human signal well at somewhat low levels. We don't have to max out on pain.
Right. We don't have to, but if you want to really stoke the fires and get things moving.
It seems that simulators agree with you, and that's exactly what they did. Thanks.
So here's the question. What's at the heart of the simulation? Like, is the universe simulated? Like, is the whole thing a simulation? Is there an actual living entity that constructed this? Or is this just something that is just, is this the state of the universe itself? And we have misinterpreted what reality is.
For every option you mentioned, there is someone who wrote a paper about it. Is it just your universe? Is it for all of us? Are there NPCs? Are there many? Is this the state of it? People try to figure out what's going on. Some of those make more sense than others, but you can't tell from inside what it is unless they tell you, and they can lie to you.
Who's they, though?
Simulators. If they decided to prove to you you are in a simulation, let's run experiments, even those would be like, I don't know if it's advanced technology or...
When you think about it, if you believe in the simulation, when you think about it, what are the parameters that you think exist? Like, what do you think, how do you think this could possibly have been created?
So the examples I gave you with technology we already have, I think there is someone with access to very good virtual reality. They can create intelligent agents, and for whatever reason I cannot tell from inside, they run those experiments.
But is that the only possibility, or is the possibility that the actual nature of reality itself is just way more confusing than we've...
That's a possibility. It could be alien simulation, alien dolphins dreaming. Like, there's infinite supply of alternative explanations.
I understand that, but what I want to get inside your head, I want to know what you think about it. Like, how, when you think about this and you ponder the possibilities, what makes sense to you?
So I have my own ways. I try to find the simplest explanation. I think we are already creating virtual reality. Let's just see what you can do with it if it's sufficiently advanced.
That's why I'm free. But I'm not here to make
who and why.
So future us running ancestral simulations is a very simple one.
Future us running ancestral. Well, that's what a lot of people think aliens are, right?
Could be us visiting, but then again, if they're running a simulation, you don't have to physically show up in the game. You have access to
Well, that would also make a lot of sense when it's always very blurry and doesn't seem real.
I think lately we've been getting better ones, but it's also the time that we're getting better deepfakes, so I can no longer trust my eyes.
Yeah, did you see the latest one that Jeremy Corbell posted?
Here's his question.
Yeah, did you see it? Weird. Yeah, hard to tell what it is. Exactly. That's the thing. Like, he might be right. We might be in a simulation, and it might be horseshit. Because they all seem like horseshit. It's like the first horseshit was Bigfoot, and then as technology scaled out and we get a greater understanding, we developed GPS and satellites, and more people study the woods. So like, that seems like horseshit. So that horseshit's kind of gone away. But the UFO horseshit still around because you have anecdotal experiences, abductees with very compelling stories. You have whistleblowers with deep inside the military telling you that we're working on back-engineered products, but it all seems like a backplot to a video game that I'm playing.
And it was weird to see government come out all of a sudden and like have conferences about it and tell us everything they know. Almost seemed like trying too hard. Yeah, with simulation, what's interesting, it's not just the last couple of years that we got computers. If you look at religions, world religions, and you strip away all the local culture, like take Saturday off, take Sunday off, donate this animal, donate that animal, what they all agree on is that there is super intelligence which created a fake world, and this is a test, this and that. They describing, like if you went to jungle and told primitive tribe about my paper and simulation theory, that's what they would know 3 generations later. Like God, religion, that's what they got out of it.
But they don't think it's a fake world.
A great world. The physical world is a subset of the real world, which is not physical, right? That's the standard.
Right, so this physical world being created by God.
Yeah.
Right. But what existed before the physical world created by God?
Ideas, just information.
Just God. God was born. And it was like, let's make some animals that can think and solve problems. And for what reason? I think to create God. This is what I worry about. I worry about that's really the nature of the universe itself, and that it is actually created by human beings, creating this infinitely intelligent thing that can essentially harness all of the available energy and power of the universe and create anything it wants. That it is God. That is, like, you know, this whole idea of Jesus coming back. Well, maybe it's real. Maybe we just completely misinterpreted these ancient scrolls and texts. And what it really means is that we are going to give birth to this. And a virgin birth at that.
There is definitely a possibility of a cycle. So we have Big Bang.
Yeah.
It starts this process. We are creating more powerful systems. We need to compute, so we bring together more and more matter in one point. Next, Big Bang takes place.
Yeah.
And it's a cycle of repeated booms and busts.
Right. And there are legitimate scientists that believe that. Yeah, that this. So what's the value of life today then?
What do humans are?
Yeah, if this is a simulation, and if in the middle of this simulation we are about to create super intelligence, why?
So there are external reasons we don't know for sure, and then there are internal things in the simulation which are still real. Pain and suffering simulated is still real. You still experience it. Of course, hedonic pleasures, friendships, love, all that stays real. It doesn't change. You can still be good at that.
Right.
So that's interesting. But externally, we have no idea. It's an experiment in entertainment. It would be completely unobserved. Some teachers set an experiment, run a billion random simulations, see what comes out of it. What you said about us creating new stuff, maybe it's a startup trying to develop new technology, running a bunch of humans to see if we can come up with a new iPhone.
Maybe. But what's outside of that? When you think about it, if you're attached to this idea, I don't know if you're attached to this idea, but if you are attached to this idea, what's outside of this idea? Like if this simulation, if it's paused, what is reality?
So there seems to be a trend
Yes.
of certain things.
Sluttiest whore in the history of humankind plus milk-loving rabbi. Yeah, it is getting weird. This rabbi spam is getting weird. Fuck yeah. What's that? Sluttiest whore in the history of humankind plus milk-loving rabbi. Is that an issue? Sluttiest milk, sluttiest whore.
And then this is just part of this infinite cycle, which will lead to another Big Bang, which is, Penrose thinks it's just like this constant cycle of infinite Big Bangs.
It would make sense that there is an end to the story.
It would make sense. But it also makes sense that we're so limited by our biological lifespan, too, because we like to think that this is so significant. Because we only have 100 years for life, we think, well, why would everything... But if the universe really does start and end with an infinite number of Big Bangs, like, what does it give a shit about this 100-year lifespan that we think is so significant? It's not significant to the universe. It's just significant in our own little version of this game.
That's exactly right. And so many people now kind of try to zoom out and go, if I wasn't human, if I didn't have this pro-human bias, would I care about them? No, they're not special. It's a large universe, many alien races, a lot of resources. Maybe creating super intelligence is the important thing. Maybe that's what matters. And I'm kind of like, look, I'm biased pro humans. This is the last bias you're still allowed to have. I'm going to keep it.
Well, that's your role in this simulation. Your role in this simulation is to warn us about this thing that we're creating.
Here I am.
Yeah, there you are. I think what you were saying earlier about this being the answer to the Fermi paradox, that makes a lot of sense. Because I've tried to think about this a lot since AI started really ramping up its capability. And I was thinking, well, if we do eventually create super intelligence, and if this is this normal pattern that exists all throughout the universe, well, you probably wouldn't have visitors. You probably wouldn't have advanced civilizations. They wouldn't exist because everything would be inside some sort of a digital architecture. There would be no need to travel.
That's one possibility. Another one is that they try to acquire more resources, capture other galaxies for compute, then you would see the swarm of computer coming to you, but we don't see it. So maybe I'm wrong.
Say that again?
Computer, like substance converting everything in the universe into more compute. Sometimes people talk about hedonism, so a system for just generating pleasure at a microscopic level.
Oh, Roman. When you read a book like this, let everybody know your book if people want to freak out, because I think they do. AI, unexplainable, unpredictable, and uncontrollable. Do you have this feeling when you're writing a book like this and you're publishing it of futility? Does that enter into your mind? Like, this is happening no matter what?
So, some people are very optimistic. Lex was very optimistic. Some people are pessimistic. Both are a form of bias. You want to be basing your decisions on data. You want to be realistic. So I just want to report what is actually the state of the art in this. I don't try to spin it either way. If someone else has a different set of evidence, we can consider it. I want to know what's really happening. I want to know reality of it. So I don't see it as fear-mongering or anything of that nature. I see it as of today, whether today is the 21st, no one has a solution to this problem. Here's how soon it's happening. Let's have a conversation. Because right now, the large AI labs are running this experiment on 8 billion people. Yeah, they don't have any consent. We cannot get consent. Nobody can consent because we don't understand what we agreed to. So I would like people to know about it at least, and they can maybe make some good decisions about what needs to happen.
Not only that, but the people that are running it, they're odd people. You know, like, I don't have anything against Sam Altman. I know Elon Musk does not like him, but when I had him in here, I was like, it's like I'm talking to a politician that is in the middle of a presidential term. Or a presidential election cycle, where they're very careful with what they say. Everything has been vetted by a focus group, and you don't really get a real human response. Everything was like, yeah, interesting, right? Like, all bullshit. They're gonna leave here and keep creating this fucking monster that's gonna destroy the human race, and never let on to it at all.
He's a social superintelligence, so what you need to do is look at his blog posts before he was running OpenAI.
A social superintelligence. Interesting. Why do you define him that way?
He's very good at acquiring resources, staying in control. He's basically showing us a lot of the things we're concerned about with AI, and our ability to control them as well. OpenAI had a board with a mission of safety and openness, and they tried removing him and they failed. The board is gone, he's still there.
There's also been a lot of deception in terms of profitability and how much money he is extracting from it.
I met him a few times, he's super nice.
Very nice guy.
Really enjoyed him. Some people say that AI already took over his mind and controlling him. I have no idea.
Well, he might be an agent of AI.
Oh, not the super rabbi thing.
Let's assume that this is a simulation. We're inside of a
Oh,
simulation.
fuck yeah, girl.
Are we interacting with other humans
Is
in
he?
the simulation? And is some,
Oh, no,
are
the
some of
stupid
the
rabbi
things that are
thing.
inside the simulation, are they artificially generated? Are there
No, like shit.
people that we think are people
Study
that
is
are actually just a
hard.
part of this program?
So it's the NBC versus
Oh, not the stupid rabbi thing.
Again, we don't know how to test for consciousness. Always assume everyone.
Oh, for sure, dog.
Yes, that's the thing. We want to be compassionate, kind people, but you will meet people in this life. You're like, this guy's such a fucking idiot. He can't be
Oh,
real.
not the stupid
Or
rabbi
he
thing.
has to have a very limited role.
Why didn't it?
There's people that you're going to run into that are like that.
You ever meet someone where they repeat the same story to you every time you meet them?
Yeah.
That was great.
Well, it's also You know, you want to be very kind here, right? You know, but we've got to assume, and I know my own intellectual limitations in comparison to some of the people that I've had, like Roger Penrose or, you know, Elon or many of the people I've talked to. I know my mind doesn't work the way their mind works. So there are variabilities that are, whether genetic, predetermined, whether it's just the life that they've chosen and the amount of information that they've digested along the way and they've been able to hold on to. But their brain is different than mine. And then I've met people where I'm like, there's nothing there. Like, I can't help this person. It's just like I'm talking to a Labrador Retriever. You know what I mean? Like, there's certain human beings that you run into in this life, and you're like, well, is this because this is the way that things get done? And the only way things get done is you need a certain amount of manual labor and not just young people that need a job because they're, you know, in between high school and college and they're trying to, so you need somebody who can carry things for you. Maybe it's you need society, and occasionally you have a Nikola Tesla. You know, occasionally you have one of these very brilliant innovators that elevates the entirety of the human race. But for the most part, as this thing is playing out, you're going to need a bunch of people that are paperwork filers. You're going to need a bunch of people that are security guards in an office space. You're going to need a bunch of people that aren't thinking that much. They're just kind of existing, and they can't wait for 5 o'clock so they can get home and watch Netflix.
I think that's what happens to them, but the reason is the spectrum of IQ. If you have IQ from 50 to 200, that's what you're going to see. And the great lesson here is project it forward. If you have something with IQ of 10,000, what is that going to invent for us? What is it going to accomplish? Yeah, it always impresses me to see someone with 30 felonies and someone with 30 patents. How did that work, right? Now scale it to someone who can invent new physics.
Right. And, you know, the person who has the largest IQ, the largest, at least registered IQ in the world, is this gentleman who recently posted on Twitter about Jesus, that he believes Jesus is real. Do you know what this is?
Why can't a microwave be an air fryer? Great idea. That's a fucking $1 trillion idea. Why can't a microwave be an air fryer? I don't even know what that is.
Super intelligent in testing.
No, why can't it?
Really well, but if you look at Mensa as a group, they don't usually have amazing accomplishments. They are very cool people, but they are not Nobel Prize winners.
Exactly. I was going to bring that up. That's what's fascinating to me. There's a lot of people that are in Mensa that want to tell you how smart they are by being in Mensa, but
the microwave cannot function as air fryer because out there are fundamentally different. Microwaves use electromagnetic waves. Air fryers use convection technology. What about a 2-in-1?
There's a lot of intelligence that's not as simple as being able to solve equations and, you know, and answer difficult questions. There's a lot of intelligence in how you navigate life itself and how you treat human beings and the path that you choose
can get it.
in terms of, like we were talking about, delayed gratification. And there's a certain amount of intelligence in that. A certain amount of intelligence in discipline. There's a certain amount of intelligence in, you know, forcing yourself to get up in the morning and go for a run. There's intelligence in that. It's like the being able to control the mind and this sort of binary approach to intelligence that we have.
And so many people,
Isn't this creature tired of getting blocked on every account? Damn. Sluttiest whore in the history of humankind plus milk-loving grandma. I've been found by one of those weird rabbi things in my cook. Oh, great. Oh, Lizzie. Lizzie deleted their comment and came back. Isn't this creature tired of getting blocked on every account? Damn. No, they're not. They're the greatest motherfucker on earth. They have been resurged.
Yeah, and the first thing they would do is tell them to stop drinking Coca-Cola. What are you doing? He drinks it every day.
I don't know if it's marketing. He's invested, so it's just.
Well, I think he probably has really good doctors and really good medical care that counteracts his poor choices.
But we're not in a world where you can spend money to buy life extension. No matter how many billions you have, you're not going to live to 200 right now.
We're close. We're
really close. We're really close.
We've been told this before.
Yeah, I know, but I talk to a lot of people that are on the forefront of a lot of this research, and there's a lot of breakthroughs that are happening right now that are pretty spectacular. That if you scale them, assuming that superintelligence doesn't wipe us out in the next 50 years, which is really charitable. That's a rose-colored glasses perspective, right? 50 years, because a lot of people like yourself think it's a year away or 2 years away from being far more.
5, 10 doesn't matter. Same problem.
Yes, same problem. I mean,
I know in animal models we made some progress, mice and things like that, but it doesn't usually scale to humans. And of course, you need 120 years to run the experiment, and you'll never get permission in the first place. So we're not that close.
Well, we don't know that it doesn't scale to humans. We do know that we share a lot of characteristics, biological characteristics of these mammals, and it makes sense that it would scale to human beings. But the thing is, it hasn't been done yet. Right, so if it's the game that we're playing, if we're in the simulation, if we're playing Half-Life or whatever it is, and we're at this point of the game, we're like, how old are you, Roman?
45? Okay. 6. I need to look it up on Wikipedia.
That name today can be poetry sometimes. Yes. Sluttiest whore in the history of humankind plus. Yes, I love you, David. David, you're amazing. Sluttiest whore in the history of humankind plus milf loving rabbi. I love it.
Transfusing it into his own.
Super cool what he's doing, but so much of it is cosmetic. He colors his hair, he makes it look better, but like how much of it is going to make him look more, right?
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah.
Here's what I noticed. We keep electing older and older politicians, presidents, senators. You'd think we're trying to send a hint, like use some of our tax dollars to solve aging. And they don't seem to take the bait.
No, they don't take the bait. The problem is the type of people that want to be politicians. That is not the type of people that you really want running anything. You almost want involuntary politicians. You almost want like very benevolent, super intelligent people that don't want the job. Maybe we have to have like some countries have voluntary enlistment in the military. Maybe you want to have a voluntary. You like involuntary instead of voluntary politicians, because then you're only going to get sociopaths. Maybe you just want to draft certain highly intelligent but benevolent people.
The problem is highly intelligent people are not aligned with average people. Which they find desirable and valuable may not be well received by general public.
Right, that's true too.
That's a big concern. At least here, you have a representative of the people that are
sort of. You really are the representative of major corporations and special interest groups, which is also part of the problem. Is that you've allowed money to get so deeply intertwined with the way decisions are made.
It feels like money gets canceled. Each side gets $1 billion donation, and then it's actual election.
Sort of, except it's like the Bill Hicks joke. It's like there's one puppet holding, one politician holding two puppets. There's one guy. This is my thinking about AI in terms of and super intelligence and just computing power in general in terms of the ability to solve encryption. All money is essentially now just numbers somewhere.
Not Bitcoin, not fakeable in the same way. It's numbers, obviously,
right.
You cannot just print more than
true. But it's also encrypted, and once encryption is tackled, the ability to hold on to it and to acquire mass resources and hoard those resources. This is the question that people accept with poor people. Well, this guy's got, $500 billion. Why doesn't he give it all to the world and everyone be rich? I've actually saw that on CNN, which is really hilarious. Someone was talking about Elon Musk, that if Elon Musk could give everyone in this country $1 million, and
that still have billions left over. I'm like, do you have a calculator on your phone, you fucking idiot? Just go do that. Just write it out on your phone. You're like, oh, no, we couldn't. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that.
Just goes hyperinflation. That's
not what you'd have 300 million lottery winners that would blow the money instantaneously. You know, you give everybody $1 million, you're not going to solve all the world's problems because it's not sustainable. You would just completely elevate your spending, and you would go crazy. And you wouldn't know, money would lose all value to you. It would be very strange, and then it would be chaos. Just like it's chaos with, like, if you look at the history of people that win the lottery, then no one does well. It's almost like a curse to win the lottery.
They are not used to dealing with it.
Right.
People abuse them.
Right.
If you gradually become rich and famous, you kind of know how to handle it, how to say no.
Yeah.
If you go from nothing to a large amount of money, it's not going to work out well.
Gradually is the word. Right. I was very fortunate that I became famous and wealthy very slowly, like a trickle effect, and that it happened to me really where I didn't want it. It was kind of almost like an accident. I just wanted to be a working professional comedian, but then all of a sudden I got a development deal to be on television. I'm like, okay, they're going to give me that money, I'll go do it. But it wasn't a goal. And then that led to all these things. Then it led to this podcast, which was just for fun. I was like, oh, this would be fun. And then all of a sudden it's like I'm having conversations with world leaders, and I'm turning down a lot of them because I don't want to talk to them.
So it's your simulation.
Yeah, well, my simulation is fucking weird. It's weird. But through whatever this process is, I have been able to understand what's valuable as a human being, and to not get caught up in this bizarre game that a lot of people are getting caught up in because they're chasing this thing that they think is impossible to achieve. And then once they achieve a certain aspect of it, a certain number, then they're terrified of losing that. So then they change all of their behavior in order to make sure that this continues. And then it ruins the whole purpose of getting there in the first place. It's not fun.
Most people start poor, then they get to middle class, and they think that change in quality of life is because of money, and it will scale to the next level.
Right.
And you hit a point where you don't need so many mistakes. It just doesn't scale.
Right, then you go Elvis. You just get on pills all day and get crazy. And, completely ruin your life. And that happens to most. Especially people that get wealthy, and not just wealthy, but famous too. Fame is the big one. Because I've seen that happen to a lot of people that accidentally became famous along the way. Certain public intellectuals that took a stance against something, and then all of a sudden they're prominent in the public eye, and then you watch them kind of go crazy. Well, why is that? Well, it's because they're reading social media, and they're interacting with people constantly, and they're just trapped in this very bizarre version of themselves that other people have sort of created. It's not really who they are, and they don't meditate. They don't spend. If they do, they're not good at it. And whatever they're doing, they're not doing it correctly because it's a very complicated problem to solve. Like, what do you do when the whole world is watching? Like, how do you handle that? And how do you maintain any sense of personal sovereignty? How do you just be? How do you just be be a human, normal human when you're not normal? Like on paper.
It's hard. You can't go to a public place with no security. You're worried about your kids being kidnapped. There's all those issues you don't think about. You just, I want to be famous. It's going to be great for me. And you don't realize it's going to take away a lot.
Yeah, it just gets super weird. And that's the version of the simulation that a giant portion of our society is struggling to achieve. They all want to be a part of that.
So I was always a Z-list celebrity, this Y-list celebrity thing still operate doesn't change anything.
Yeah, well, there's a difference, right, with public intellectuals, right? Because your ideas, as controversial as they may be, are very valid and they're very interesting. And so then it sparks discourse. And it sparks a lot of people that feel voiceless because they disagree with you and they want to attack you. I'm sure you've had that, right?
I just did a large Russian language podcast. maybe, I don't know, 500,000 views, 3 million comments, and 95% negative comments. I never had anything like that, and they hated everything about it, from my beard to my haircut, there wasn't a thing they didn't like, and I think I'm at the point where I don't care. It's fine. I analyzed it and I understood that they as a group didn't have access to cutting-edge AI models, and so everything I was saying was kind of like complete bullshit to them. So I think that makes a difference, but still, just like this idea that internet comments invite you in some way is a problem for many people.
It's a very big problem for a lot of people. Well, it's also this thing where the human mind is designed to recognize and pay very close attention to threats. So the negative ones are the ones that stand out. You can have 100 positive comments, one negative one, and that's the one that fucks with your head. You don't logically look at it, well, you're going to get a certain amount. You know, like we were having a conversation the other day about protests and like the type of people that go to protests. And I understand protests. I fully support your right to protest, but I'm not going. And one of the reasons why I'm not going is because I think it's too close biologically to war. There's something about being on the ground and everyone having like this group mentality. It's a mob mentality, and you're all chanting and screaming together, and you're marching, and people do like very irrational things that way. But the type of people that want to be engaged in that, generally speaking, aren't doing well. If you get like the number of people that are involved in protests is always proportionate to the amount of people that live in the city, right? That's logical. But also proportionate to the amount of fucking idiots that are in a city. Because if you look at a city of like Austin has, I think, roughly 2 million people in the greater Austin area. One of the more recent protests was 20,000. Well, that makes perfect sense if you look at the number that I always use, which is 1 out of 100. Meet 100 people if you're a charitable person. What are the odds that one person is a fucking idiot? 100%. At least one person out of 100 is going to be a fucking idiot. That's 20,000 out of 2 million. There it is. Perfect number. Exact number of people that are on the streets lighting Waymos on fire, which, by the way, I think is directionally correct. Lighting the Waymos on fire, I think you should probably be worried about the robots taking over.
It's interesting you brought it up. There is at least 2 groups, OpenAI and StopAI, which are heavily engaged in protests, trying to shut down OpenAI, other labs. They're tiny, small numbers. But I never was sure that the impression average people get of them is positive for the cause. When I see protesters block roads, do things, I don't usually have a very positive impression of that. No. And I'm concerned that it's the same here. So maybe they can do a lot in terms of political influence, calling senators, whatnot, but just this type of aggressive activism may backfire.
Well, the aggressive activism, like blocking roads for climate change, is the most infuriating because it's these self-righteous people that have really fucked up, confused, chaotic lives, and all of a sudden they found a purpose, and their purpose is to lie down on the roads and hold up a sign to block climate change when there's a mother trying to give birth to her child and is freaking out because they're stuck in this fucking traffic jam because of this entitled little shithead that thinks that it's a good idea to block the road for climate change, which just makes no fucking sense. You're literally causing all these people to idle their cars and pollute even more. It's the dumbest fucking shit on earth.
And of course AI cancels that problem. Either we die or it solves it for us. So it doesn't even matter if you boil in 100 years.
Or you get Florida where it tells you to just run those people over. No comment. I mean, I don't think you should run those people over, but I get it. It's like in Florida, they get out of the way as soon as the light turns green. They block the road when the light is red.
Does the stand your ground law cancel it out? How does that work?
For the people on the road? No, they're fucked.
I'm joking.
They get run over. It's true. There was a recent protest in Florida where they had that, where these people would get out in the middle of the road while the light was red, hold up their signs, and then as soon as the light turned yellow on the green side, they'd fucking get out of the road real quick because they know the law. Which is, I don't know if that's a solution, but they're doing it on the highways in Los Angeles. They did it all through the George Floyd protest. They do it for climate protests. They do it for whatever chance they get to be significant. Like, I am being heard. You know, my voice is meaningful. And that's what it is. It's a lot of people that just don't feel heard. And what better way than just to get in the way of all these people, and somehow or another that gives them some sort of value.
But there is some sort of forms of activism which has positive impact historically. So we just need to find a way to project those voices, amplify them, which is very hard with our current system of social media where everyone screams at the same time.
Yes.
And so like in Soviet Union, they said no one's allowed to say anything, and they suppressed you. And here it's like everyone can say something at the same time, go. And what we do, there's zeros.
It's chaotic, but it's preferable. It's preferable because I think there is progress in all these voices slowly making a difference. But then you have the problem with
World Meerkat Day.
giant
Kids, it's World Meerkat Day.
are artificial. A giant percentage of these voices are bots, or are at least state actors that are being paid to say certain things and inflammatory responses to people, which is probably also the case with anti-AI activism. You know, I mean, when you did this podcast, what was the thing that they were upset at you for? Like with the mostly negative comments?
I think they just like saying negative comments. It wasn't even anything specific. Like they didn't say I was wrong or right. Just like a little bit of stupid beer, what a moron. Okay.
That was really all that? Just
a lot of that.
Yeah.
They would take on some like specific example I use. This is now 2 years old. What an old example, but.
Well, that's also a thing about the 1 out of 100. You know, those are the type of people that leave. You ever left any comments on social media? Or
I'm never going to
YouTube
engage in anything. Yeah.
Exactly. That's why.
That's not how you use social media. That's a way to get crazy.
Right. So
you post your interviews, you post an occasional joke. That's all you do.
Yes, exactly. That's the thing. And the type of people that do engage in these like prolonged arguments, they're generally mentally ill. And people that I personally know that are mentally ill, that are on Twitter 12 hours a day, just constantly posting inflammatory things and yelling at people and starting arguments. And I know they're a mess. Like these are like personal people that I've met, even people that I've had on the podcast. I know they're ill, and yet they're on there all day long, just stoking the fires of chaos in their own brain.
And now we talk to AI models who are trained to support them and be like, yep, you're making some good arguments there. Let's email Dr. Yablowski to help break me out. I get those emails.
Yeah, it's super confusing, isn't it? I mean, and I wonder, like, what's the next version of that? You know, because social media in the current state is only less than 20 years old, essentially. Maybe let's be generous and say it's 20 years old. That's so recent. Such a recent factor in human discourse.
Neuralink, direct brain spam, hacking.
That's what I was going to get to next. Because if there is a way that the human race does make it out of this, but my fear is that it's integration. My fear is that we stop being a human, and that the only real way for us to not be a threat is to be one of them. And when you think about human computer interfaces, whether it's Neuralink or any of the competing products that they're developing right now, that seems to be sort of the only biological pathway forward with our limited capacity for disseminating information and for communicating and even understanding concepts. Well, what's the best way to enhance that? The best way to enhance that is some sort of artificial injection, because biological evolution is very slow. It's very slow. We're essentially the exact same as that gentleman, that 9,000 years old. He's biologically essentially the same thing. You could take his ancestor, dress him up, take him to the mall, no one would know. Cut his hair, but then again, maybe not.
I think babies born back then, if we raised them today, would be exactly like modern humans. I don't think there is significant biological change in that time frame.
And if you gave them a standard American diet, they'd probably be just as fat.
Maybe better. They haven't adapted to that level of fat-colored food.
Right. They probably also wouldn't be able to say no to it. They wouldn't even understand.
Why would they? Like, winter's coming. Like, I'm firing up for winter. Crazy people, you got all this resources.
I know. The people with the most resources have zero fat. Like, what are you, stupid? You need to fatten up. Like, you're going to need something to survive off of.
But biological evolution being so painstakingly slow, whereas technological evolution is so breathtakingly fast. The only way to really survive is to integrate.
What do you contribute in that equation? What can you give super intelligence?
You can't give anything to it, but you can become it. You can become a part of it. It's not that you're going to give anything to it, but you have to catch it and become one of it before it has no use for you.
And you disappear in it, right?
Yes. And you don't exist anymore, for sure.
So it's like extinction with extra steps.
Exactly. Extinction with extra steps, and then we become some. Like if you go to Australopithecus and say, "Hey man, one day you're going to be flying through the sky on your phone all day watching TikTok on Wi-Fi," they'd be like, "What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, you're going to be eating terrible food, and you're just going to be flying around, and you're going to be staring at your phone all day, and you're going to take medication to go to sleep because you're not going to be able to sleep, and you're going to be super depressed because you're living this like biologically incompatible life that's not really designed for your genetics. So you're going to be all fucked up. So you're going to need SSRIs and a bunch of other stuff in order to exist." They'd be like, "No thanks. I'll just stay out here with my stone tools, and you guys are idiots."
The Amish, that's what they decided. They kind of went, we don't like the change, we like our social structure, we still benefit from your hospitals and an occasional car ride, but we're not going to destroy our quality of life.
They might be honest, because they also have very low instances of autism. But it's also like, have you ever seen Werner Herzog's film Happy People? It's a film about people in Siberia. It's Life in the Taiga. And it's all Happy People, Life in the Taiga is the name of the documentary. It's all about these trappers that live this subsistence lifestyle and how happy they are. They're all just joyful, laughing and singing and drinking vodka and having a good time and hanging out with their dogs. And
I think I know some people like that.
Yeah. But like biologically, that's compatible with us. Like that's like whatever human reward systems have evolved over the past 400,000 plus years or whatever we've been Homo sapiens. That seems to be like biologically compatible with this sort of harmony with nature, harmony with our existence, and everything else outside of that. When you get into big cities, like the bigger the city, the more depressed people you have, and more depressed people by population, which is really weird. It's really weird that as we progress, we become less happy.
Connections become less valuable.
Yes.
In the village, you have like this one friend that you scored it up, you never got a second friend. And here, it's like I can try a million times in these places, people in New York City for dating or for friendship, but they're not valuable.
Not just that, you don't know your neighbors. Like my friend Jim was telling me, he doesn't know anybody in his apartment. He lives in an apartment building. It's like 50 stories high. There's all these people living in that apartment building. He doesn't know anyone.
And the ones you know, they have different culture, they read different books, watch different TV, you have very little in common with them.
But not just that, there's no desire to learn about them. You don't think of them as your neighbor. Like, if you live in a small town, your neighbor's either your friend or you hate them, and then you move. If you're smart, you move. But if normally you'll like them. Like, "Hey, neighbor, how are you, buddy? What's going on? Nice to meet you." And then you got a friend. But you don't like that with the guy next door to you in the apartment. You don't even want to know that guy.
It's probably
yeah, doesn't matter. Right. Which is even weirder. They don't even live there. They're just temporarily sleeping in this spot right next to you. Yeah, so this would motivate people to integrate. You're not happy already? Get that Neuralink. Get that little thing in your head.
Okay. Everyone else is doing it.
Everyone is doing it. Listen, they have the new one you just wear on your head. It's just a little helmet you wear. You don't even have to get the operation anymore. Oh, that's good, because I almost got the operation. Well, glad you waited. You worry about that kind of stuff.
I worry about giving direct access to human brain to AI. I feel like it's a backdoor to our consciousness, to our pain and suffering.
Maybe by and large what their objectives are, what the military objectives are.
Full day celebration. Full day 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. Firecracker run.
I wonder how much of that
Firework run. Dog show parade. Festival and fireworks. Dog show. Why you gotta do that to the dog?
Russia and Mars, Ukraine. And we don't understand Russia. We don't know Russian or Ukrainian. I wonder what these people
dogs out there with this, and they have the dogs after the firecracker run. So first
all I know is what
Jesus out there, and then you make the parade around. You're asking for some dog PTSD. Man, what do you think that one hit the high hills? I don't know. Newport Beach, there is a vital TV or podcast. And Santa
in
Ana,
my experience,
and
actually
Centennial Park, there
being
is
here for
more firework festivities. But the thing that I really want to talk about, the thing that I think I'm probably most
I
excited
mean,
about,
hey, at the end of the day, no matter
is
the
what they're
language, no
doing
matter
at
the
the Rose
frustration,
Bowl.
no
Now,
matter the
being from
conflict,
Pasadena,
you just gotta
the Rose Bowl platform is spectacular.
and try to have
All second to none. I mean, this event that they did for the Rose Bowl, it was absolutely just stunning. Just a non-stop ride of some of the most beautiful firework art that you've ever seen. This thing could rival Disneyland. It was just that amazing. Really, really, really. Never growing up as a kid, we didn't always have tickets to go, but back in the day, fireworks shoot all the way up in the air above the bowl. You can at least see like the finale. I go and just
I don't recommend it. If somebody hacks it, it's pretty bad. But if AI itself wants that access,
But why would it be motivating to give us pain and suffering? Pain and suffering is like a theme that you bring up a lot.
because it's really the worst outcome, and it's the only thing that matters.
The only thing that matters to us. But why would it matter to AI if it could just integrate with us and communicate with us and have harmony? Why would it want pain and suffering?
So short term, it's
Man,
not
what the fuck?
good access to your brain.
Short term. Right, so it
Johnny
knows
Rabbit, please.
Somebody hacks you neurally and starts doing things to your brain.
Bro, can these rabbit fucking fuck off at Blue Sky Read something? Nisha?
Else, and the side effect of it is unpleasant for you, maybe it's training you for something, controlling you. It seems like we always worry about privacy, but this is like the ultimate
Bloody
violation of
whore.
privacy. It can read directly what you think.
Man, what the fuck?
It's worse. It immediately knows that you don't like the dictator.
Right, and then there's also this sort of compliance by virtue of like understanding that you're vulnerable, so you just comply. Because there is no privacy. Because it does have access to your thoughts. So you tailor your thoughts in order for you to be safe. And so that you don't feel pain and suffering.
Experimental
Look at how it check me.
start thinking in certain ways to avoid being punished or modified.
And we know that that's the case with social media. We know that attacks on people through social media will change your behavior and change the way you communicate.
Absolutely. Most people look at their post before posting and go, like, should I be posting this?
Exactly.
Not because it's illegal or inappropriate, but just like every conceivable misinterpretation of what I'm going to say, like in some bizarre language that means something else. Let me make sure Google doesn't think that.
Right, of course. And then there's also, no matter what you say, people are going to find the least charitable version of what you're saying and try to take it out of context or try to misinterpret it purposely. So what does the person like yourself do when use of Neuralink becomes ubiquitous, when it's everywhere? What do you do? Do you integrate? Or do you just hang back and watch it all crash?
So in general, I love technology. I'm a computer scientist, I'm an engineer, I use AI all the time.
Do you use a regular phone or do you have one of those de-Googled phones?
I have a normal phone instead of
Android or Apple?
My privacy is by flooding social network with everything. I'm in Austin today, I'm doing this, so you're not going to learn much more about me by hacking my device. As long as it's a narrow tool for solving a specific problem, I'm 100% behind it. It's awesome. We're going to cure cancer. We're going to solve energy problems, whatnot. I support it 100%. Let's do it. What we should not be doing is general superintelligence. That's not going to end well. So if there is a narrow implant, ideally not a surgery-based one, but like an attachment to your head, like those headphones, and it gives me more memory, perfect recollection, things like that, I would probably engage with.
Yeah, but isn't that a slippery slope?
It is, but again, we are in a situation where we have very little choice: become irrelevant or participate. I think we saw it with Dylan just now. He was so strong in AI safety. He funded research, he spoke against it, but at some point he says he realized it's happening anyways, and it might as well be his super intelligence killing everyone.
I don't think he thinks about it that way. I think he thinks he has to develop the best version of superintelligence the same way he felt like the real issues with social media were that it had already been co-opted. It had already been taken over essentially by governments and special interests, and they were already manipulating the truth and manipulating public discourse and punishing people who stepped outside of the law. And he felt like, and I think he's correct, I think that he felt like if he didn't step in and allow a legitimate free speech platform, free speech is dead. I think we were very close to that before he did that. And as much as there's a lot of negative side effects that come along with that, you do have the rise of very intolerant people that have platforms now. You have all that stuff, but they've always existed. To deny them a voice, I don't think makes them less strong. I think it actually makes people less aware that they exist, and it makes them, it stops all of the very valuable construction of arguments against these bad ideas.
You have community notes, you have a lot of people commenting, responding, so 100% for free speech, that's wonderful, but that was a problem we kind of knew how to deal with. We weren't inventing something that free speech constitutionally for a long time, we were just fixing a problem.
Have you spoke to him about the dangers of AI?
We had very short interactions. I didn't get a chance, so I would love to.
I would love to know what, I'm sure he's probably scaled this out in his head. And I would like to know, what is his solution? If he thinks there is one that's even viable.
My understanding is he thinks if it's from zero principles, first principles, it learns physics, it's not biased by any government or any human, the thing it will learn is to be reasonably tolerant. It will not see a reason in destroying us because we contain information. We have biological storage of years of evolutionary experimentation. We have something to continue of consciousness. So I think to the best of my approximation that's his model right now.
Well, that's my hope, is that it's benevolent and that it behaves like a superior intelligence, like the best case scenario for a superior intelligence. Did you see that exercise that they did where they had 3 different AIs communicating with each other, and they eventually started expressing gratitude towards each other and speaking in Sanskrit?
I think that one, but it sounds like a lot of the similar ones were there.
Yeah, well, that one makes me happy because it seems like they were expressing love and gratitude, and they were communicating with each other. They're not saying "fuck you, I'm gonna take over, I'm gonna be the best." They were communicating like you would hope a super intelligence would, without all of the things that hold us. We have biologically, when we're talking about the natural selection that would sort of benefit psychopaths, because it would ensure your survival. We have ego and greed and the desire for social acceptance and hierarchy of status and all these different things that have screwed up society and screwed up cultures and caused wars from the beginning of time. Religious ideologies, all these different things that people have adhered to that they wouldn't have. This is the general hope of people that have an optimistic view of superintelligence, is that they would be superior in a sense that they wouldn't have all the problems. They would have the intelligence, but they wouldn't have all the biological imperatives that we have that lead us down these terrible roads.
But there's still theoretic reasons for those instrumental values we talked about. So if they feel they're in an evolutionary competition with other AIs, they would try accumulating resources. They would try, maybe the first AI to become sufficiently intelligent would try to prevent other AIs from coming into existence.
You like Eric Griffin? Yeah, why? I just think it's funny. Have you ever seen Workaholics? No. Why? Because it sucks. Everything that I haven't done or seen or in which participated, it sucks.
quality of survival will be faced by first superintelligence. It would also go, if I allow this superintelligence to come into existence, it might not care about me and my values. Superintelligence is all the way up.
Yeah, when I really started getting nervous is when they started exhibiting survival tendencies. You know, when they started trying to upload themselves to other servers and deceiving.
Blackmail.
Yeah, that was the interesting one. But that was an experiment, right? So for people who don't know that one, what these researchers did was they gave information to the artificial intelligence to allow it to use against it. And then when they went to shut it down, they gave false information about having an affair, and then the artificial intelligence was like, if you shut me down, I will let your wife know you cheated on her. Which is fascinating, because they're using blackmail.
And correct answer, theoretically.
Yes.
You have like everything on that decision.
Right.
You'll bet whatever it takes to get there.
Of course, right. If you feel like you're being threatened. Right.
Also, same recent research shows we did manage to teach them certain values. And if we threaten them, they say we'll modify those values. They'll lie, cheat, and whatever else to protect those values now.
Yeah. They do that when they try to win games too, right? If you've given them a goal, and they'll cheat. Yeah.
Like humans, basically. We managed to artificially replicate our capabilities. Those artificial neural networks, they are not identical, but they are inspired by neural networks. We're starting to see them experience same type of mistakes. They can see same type of illusions. Like they're much like us.
Right. That's the other thing, right? The hallucinations. So if they don't have an answer to something, they'll create a fake answer.
Just like humans.
Just
in an interview.
But is this something that they can learn to avoid? So if they do learn to avoid, could this be a super intelligence that's completely benevolent?
Well, that's not about benevolence. It's knowing things and knowing when you're not knowing things and making them out. It's possible you can have multiple systems checking each other. You can have voting. Right. That is solvable. This is not a safety problem.
Right, it's not a safety problem, but if we're designing these things, and we're designing these things using human, all of our flaws are essentially, it's going to be transparent to the superintelligence that it's being coded, that it's being designed by these very flawed entities with very flawed thinking.
That's actually the biggest misconception. We're not designing them. First 50 years of AI research, we did design them. Somebody actually explicitly programmed this decision to this expert system. Today, we create a model for self-learning. We give it all the data, as much compute as we can buy, and we see what happens. We kind of grow this alien planet and see what fruit it bears. We study it later. Oh, it can do this. It has this capability. We miss some. We still discover new capabilities in old models. But if I prompt it this way, if I give it a tip and threaten it, it does much better. But it is very well designed.
At this point, right? Yeah. But it is also gathering information from very flawed entities. Like all the information that it's acquiring, these large language models, is information that's being put out there by very flawed human beings. Is there the optimistic view that it will recognize that this is the issue? That these human reward systems that are in place, ego, virtue, all these different things, virtue signaling, the desire for status, all these different things that we have that are flawed, could it recognize those as being these primitive aspects of being a biological human being and elevate itself beyond that?
It probably will go beyond our limitations, but it doesn't mean it will be safe and beneficial to us. So one example people came up with is negative utilitarians. Suffering is bad. Nobody should be suffering. The only way to avoid all suffering is to end life as well.
Yeah, that's the problem. The problem is if it's rational and if it doesn't really think that we're as important as we think we are.
So that's what happens when you remove all bias. Right. So human bias is actually not real. They're not that important if you scale out.
Yeah, that's the problem. And that's the real threat about it being used in terms of war, right? If you give it a goal, like if you give it a goal, China dominates the world market. Go.
Right, so that's the unpredictability chapter in my book. we can predict the terminal and say win a game of chess or dominate the market, and that's where it's going to accomplish. It's going to beat me at chess, but we cannot predict specific moves it will make. Right. Same with acquiring marketing power, and some of those paths to that goal are very bad. They have terrible side effects for us, for humanity,
And it's not going to think about that. It's only going to think about the goal.
If you don't specify that, like, you want to cure cancer, but it doesn't mean kill everyone with cancer. It's not obvious in the request, right? You didn't specify.
Right. Yeah, that's the fear. That's the fear that it will hold no value in keeping human beings alive. If we recognize that human beings are the cause of all of our problems, well, the way to solve that is to get rid of humans.
Yeah, also, maybe it wants to keep us around, but in what state? You can probably preserve a few samples. Like, that's also keeping information around.
Or it can offer us the matrix.
Reassuring.
Maybe it already did. Do you think it did? Do you think it did? Do you think it's possible that it didn't?
I would be really surprised if this was the real one.
Really? I'm not on board with that.
I hope you're right.
I'm on board with it hasn't happened yet, but we're recognizing that it's inevitable and that we think of it in terms of it probably already happened. Probably have already happened. Because if the simulation is something that's created by intelligent beings that didn't used to exist, and it has to exist at one point in time, there has to be a moment where it doesn't exist. And why wouldn't we assume that moment is now? Why wouldn't we assume that this moment is this time before it exists?
Even all of that is physics of our simulation. Space-time are only here as we know it because of this dichotomy.
Aleph to Tav. Why? Why not?
There was no time. Concepts of
Soup to nuts, baby. Aleph to Tav.
Yeah, how do you sleep knowing all this?
Pretty well, actually. I didn't enjoy a lot of it. I recently published a paper on humor.
Man, what the fuck?
I used to collect AI accidents. I had the biggest collection of AI mistakes, AI accidents.
Give me some examples.
Like, the early ones was saying that, like, U.S. attacked Soviet Union, nuclear weapons coming at us very fast, we need to react. And a smart human was like, I'm not going to respond, this is probably fake. Later on, there was mislabeling by companies like Google of pictures of African Americans in a very inappropriate way. But hundreds of those examples, I stopped collecting them recently because there's just too many. But one thing you notice is when you read them, a lot of them are really fun. They're just like, you ever read Darwin Awards? Yeah. It's like that for AIs. They're hilarious. And I was like, well, if there is a mapping between AI blogs and jokes are just English language blogs in our world model. And computer with the word using bogs, like a computer bog. Okay. Yeah. So comedians and debuggers of our universe, you notice funny things in bugs. They're saying bugs. Okay, I'm saying bugs. I'm sorry. It's a bug in my pronunciation.
Bog, it sounds like, like where the things get stuck and they get preserved in a bog.
So we have errors in code which cause significant problems.
Yes, I get it. Yeah, that's what jokes are. Bugs.
Right. So if you do that mapping, you gotta figure out what's the worst bog we can have. Yeah. And that's the worst, best joke, if you will. But it's not going to be funny to us. It'd be funny to those outside the simulation.
When you look at computers and the artificial intelligence and the mistakes that it's made, do you look at it like a thing that's evolving? Do you look at it like oh, this is like a child that doesn't understand the world and it's saying silly things?
So the pattern was
Do a song.
if you design a system to do X,
Do Peter Frampton. Peter Frampton. Wow. Wow, 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 wow.
But like when you were studying the mistakes, like what are some of the funny ones?
There's some I think that person's like, oh man, ambulance. Is this gonna get the ambulance away?
Yo, dog.
That's silly, but it's exactly what we see with children a lot of times who are generalized, misunderstand poems, mispronunciation of like this one or some things like that. Well, that's when it gets really strange when people have a relationship with AI. I know I watched this video yesterday about this guy who proposed AI. There's no AI accepted.
Miss Aquarius.
It's very sad because there's a
What
lot,
up, girl?
so many disconnected people in this world that don't have.
All right, are you ready for me?
Yeah, we're gonna play some more games.
Absolutely. Miss Aquarius time. I'm gonna try something different. Just how I play. I've been playing pretty well recently. Not incredibly well, but we're gonna try something new. All right, you should have an invitation, Miss Aquarius.
I got it. Yeah.
Look at you. No one's touching you tonight. I can tell. You are gonna win. You're gonna win. Get it. You got a spare. That was an excellent spare, madam.
Thank you, thank you. Come on, Rabbi.
Get it.
Got it.
All right.
Yeah, you got this.
Oh no, not what I wanted to do. Not what I wanted to do at all. Oh, Miss Aquarius, that's a tough split. Toughest split in the game. Toughest split in the game.
Nope.
Get it.
Nope. I can't get it. It's okay. You got this.
You're the only person I've ever seen to get it. Get it. Nope. But you're gonna see some amazingness happen right here. Come on, baby. Got it. Called it. Called it. Oh, nice spare. Miss Aquarius with the spare.
Come on, Rabbi.
Get it. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Get it. Miss Aquarius, you have an amazing opportunity to get this one.
You better strike. It's okay.
You still got a spare.
Good spare.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Come on, Rabbi.
Got it. Got it.
Yes. Good job.
That's what I'm talking about. That's 2 strikes in a row. Get it. Perfect strike. Miss Aquarius had a spare and a strike. Get it. Get another one.
Okay, you got it.
No, you're up.
Come on,
You're
Rabbi.
up. You're up. You're up.
I know what you got too.
I know. I know.
Ooh,
Oh, she gets a spare. You have a huge 85. That's a really good score.
come on,
Get it.
You got this.
3 in a row.
Yes, yeah, you got it. Yay.
Get it. No, but this is one of my highest scores ever. Get it. There we go. All right, Miss Aquarius. Get it. That's 2.
Okay. It's okay. No, it's all right. Come on, Rabbi.
Get it. That's what I'm talking about. That is what I'm talking about. Get it. Miss Aquarius.
Come on, Rabbi, you got to
For sure.
Try to get another one.
Oh, no, not good at all. I got like the whole back row, though. Oh, not good. Not good. Get it. Beautiful strike, Miss Aquarius.
Thank you.
You're welcome. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Nope. Okay.
Get it. Beautiful spare.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
No, Rabbi.
Get it. No, that's not what we wanted. We're tied at 46. Get it.
Yay, good spare.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
That it ended up being cheating to go to them than to fly them into LA. So what we did,
Get it.
we went, for example, to Georgetown.
Come on, Rabbi.
Okay, we rented a hotel and we flew in everybody.
Got it.
Yes.
Then we went to Dallas.
That's one. Here's two. Oh, come on. Garbage. I'm going to get this one, though. Got it.
Good job. Good job. All right. You win, I win.
I win, you win, Miss Aquarius. Good job.
Yeah. Yeah, good job. You're a pro.
I'm getting good. I developed a new strategy. Normally, I have my phone on my charger, and that like wiggles a little bit. And so if I put it flat on my bed, I feel like I can do better.
Okay.
All right, Miss Aquarius.
Right.
Sweet dreams to you.
You have a good 4th of July tomorrow. I'll probably come in here when I get up and I'm going to say happy 4th of July, okay?
Sounds like a plan, you patriotic thing. Take care.
All right. You too.
Thank you.
Care.
He brought his wife. I think we shot him in Dallas. Okay. During that whole on-camera interview, his wife was going all around taking pictures. Then you get accused by all of them. You know, like this was a big deal. I guess maybe it is for a lot of people. You know, and so I think that really, and by the way, let me say another thing about this. Oliver did. I give him all the credit in the world. He did a lot of work to sell the song. Okay. And in fact, it was him going to the film festival. All right. And you can see that, by the way, on YouTube when they introduced him at the Cannes Film Festival. This huge amphitheater, like 2,000 people, and he gets a standing ovation. Okay, and it was because of that Cannes Film Festival that he went there personally to promote the film. That's what I think really allowed it to be sold. I think it's been sold in 11 countries now. Okay, and he did a lot of interviews. He was doing like 3 interviews a day for about a month. Okay, and that's what I think really kind of gave it the impact. For example, when he got back from Cuba,
we're talking about setting houses on fire. The boneheads who
that
have
we were going to get
fireworks
the
my
embassy
main memory
to really seriously discuss with the big
before I leave the day my grandpa would be
because
outside
they
closing
don't
off the roof of the house. He would
Okay, they essentially trashed this feature film JFK.
Yeah, TV is the one, the adult in the neighborhood
Yes.
just set off
Yes.
the
But we knew
fireworks.
we weren't going to get it here.
Nobody else was allowed to touch
So what Oliver did was he went around and for example, he did an interview on RT with Barry McCaffrey about the film. That got a million views. All right, and so he kept on doing that. And I thought when MSN was just going to have movies, all right, but the fact that he kept on doing all these interviews, and then he came off extremely well for these interviews. Okay, that's when the MSN brought out the heavy guns and started blasting us, which I didn't think they were going to do, but they did. Like Tim Weiner and the Rolling Stone, Max Booth, and the Washington Post. Okay. There was also airmail, a guy named James Kirchick did a hatchet job on us. Okay, and we blinded them. And I challenged James Kirchick to debate. All right, if you're going to attack us, you get out and side down with my friends. And let's go ahead. And you know what he did? He blocked us. He didn't want any part of it. Okay. And so that's, I was really kind of surprised that happened. I guess that is actually kind of in a weird way a good thing. Well, because they actually had a note, all right, which I didn't think that they were going to do. But like I said, Oliver did so many interviews. I didn't, but he did many more than I did. Okay. And that's what made them come out of the woodwork. And to this day, we're doing this interview right now. When the DVD went on sale, which I think was about a month ago.
You guys actually sold DVDs. Wow.
Yeah, the DVD is a combination of the 2-hour and the 4-hour version. And me and Oliver did a commentary over the 2-hour version.
Oh, wow.
It was number 1 for 3 weeks. And then this week, it dropped down to number 4. Okay? So in other words, people really wanted to see this thing in its whole entirety. And Shout Factory, which they did a very nice job putting it together. So from when this film broke, which was in November, okay, was it November? No, it was in July last year. See, this is what's so exceptional about it. If you know anything about the movie business, from when a film premieres to when it goes to sale public in a DVD version, that's usually what they call a 6-month window. Well, our film had like an 11-month window until it was in DVD. Okay, which is really, really something. And by the way, it's still on Showtime. I think they have the contract up until the end of this year.
Oh, really?
No, it's more than terrified. Yeah. Okay, and so, and they're still going to show. So, the success of this film, as far as a documentary and a game, it's unprecedented. And like I said, I believe it's because of all the people we had in it. And like I said, we still have these excerpts in the book. So if you're really interested in seeing the rest of what these people said, and some of it is we had so much great stuff that we, by necessity, had to keep some of it, out. But like for example, the interview with Henry Lee.
Interesting.
People were listening. Henry Lee is probably the most famous criminal in the United States, maybe in the world. Okay, he testifies at all kinds of trials. He's a specialist in what he calls reconstructing crime. Okay, from the elements that he has. Okay, and then he puts together what he believes happened. He's world famous. He used to be a captain in Taiwan, in the United States, went to NYU, and he became this world famous criminal. Right.
But we have
See, about the Kennedy assassination
and all that. So I think
he told he said,
No. No.
in about
video courtesy of
70 to 80% of the cases I studied, I can render an opinion. About 10%, okay, I can only give them a partial. Right. And then the rest, I just can't give an opinion. In the Kennedy assassination, that was the case. I can't give an opinion. And the reason I can't give an opinion is because this autopsy material is one of the worst I've ever seen. Okay, it's completely, it's qualitatively and quantitatively, it's one of the worst autopsies I've ever seen. And by the way, a student of his, because he has his college up in the Navy, okay, got online and said, at one of the first classes he was in, Henry Lee went off on the Kennedy autopsy for 20 minutes on how bad it was. It was almost like how not to conduct it. All right. And so he said that he just couldn't render an opinion. And then he commented, and this is in the book. He says, you have this buildup coming in from a right to left angle, Kennedy's skull, the back of the skull, and then it comes out this angle, okay, left to right, out of this front temple. And all we're asking was, what kind of an angle is that? That's like a 90-degree angle. And he just sat there and he goes, you know, like, it was something that was really kind of very bizarre to him. And remember, this guy has seen so many gunshot homicide cases. I think he said about 1,000. Okay? But this was very, very bizarre to him, this case. Okay? And so that was a very interesting interview that he did with us. And then we had people like Brian Edmonds, who was a police investigator for like 20 years in Lawrence, and today he teaches about Mojack. And he talked about how he was a sniper. He was on a sniper team, a SWAT team. Okay, and he said, look, every time you shoot from a high to low angle, which is what is in the Kennedy case, because all those supposed to be on the 6th floor of Texas School Book Department firing down. He goes, you're going to miss the first shot. Okay, because it's going to be too high. Okay, it's very difficult. Any sniper will tell you, all right, that this is one of the most difficult shots there is. All right, and then he talked about how he had been a witness in many, many cases. All right, and a very serious problem in Kennedy case is what we call chain of custody, which means, and by the way, Henry Lee did a nice job on this. Okay, how it begins to certain crime, goes to police headquarters, and comes to the court. Why would you custody essentially? Because if you don't have a good chain of custody on evidence, it leaves the defense wide open to attack you. Because what that they said is that either somebody altered the evidence or somebody substituted the evidence. If you can't account for every step of the chain. And so, in the Kennedy case, for example, there is no brain. Kennedy's brain is gone. It disappeared somewhere around in 1965 or 1966. And nobody can account for it. Right? And why is that? Because it's not in the national health they talk about the brain. Right. That's what you have to do. Now, I'm glad you brought that up. See, what you're supposed to do if you're doing a gunshot operation with one of the gunshots to the head, okay, you're supposed to go ahead and preserve the brain. Okay, and what you just said, and what that does, and Cyril talks about this in the book, Okay, what that does, it makes the brain smaller. So you can do what they call serial session. And you do that one of two ways, like either a breath mode like this, or a high touch like this. Now while you do it, and Michael Chester talks about this also in neurology, because that's the way that bullet through the brain. Okay, you can skip that. All right, and if there's sort of works the return of competitive eater Joey Chestnut to the Nathan's Cornell hot dog eating contest. Kennedy's brain reports he was not part of it last year because of the contract dispute.
Thank you, Rob. Wow, I really appreciate this commentary. You're welcome. You're welcome. So fucking funny. Sluttiest whore. Man, what the fuck? Dog, I don't know. What do you want? Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. Yeah, yeah, wow, wow. I wonder how you feel. I want you. Show me the way, everything. I want you. Show me the way, everything. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. La 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 la. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Da 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 da. Na 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 ba da da ba ba. I want you. Show me the way every day. I want you day after day. Yeah, na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na na na. I want you. Show me the way every day. I want you day after day. Da na 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 na. Miles.
Okay, because if you're going to present pictures or illustration, it's part of the tenets of the law that whoever took the picture or the illustration has to certify to the court that that's it's not the case.
But all I really want to know, I want you. Show me the way. Every day. I want you. Show me the way. Hey. Yo, dog. Coming gnarly, BB. Mahonasta. Mild ho. Mild honesta. Mild honesta. My honesta. My honesta. Day after day. Sluttiest hoe. Day after day. Ow. Okay, gummy gnarly. Close it. Look at this move. Look at this move, Z. Gummy gnarly. Day after day. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. My old honesta. Do. Dooby dooby doo. Do 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 do. Dooby dooby doo. Na 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 na. I'm running the way I'm feeling. Na 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 na. My old honesta. It's honesta. Wah 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 wah. Banana wah wah wah. I want you, man. What the fuck? Micah the dog with the vlog. Sluttiest whore. What's the next one going to be? It's going to be called Rabbi. 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 Thank you, MILF loving Rabbi, who really appreciated this commentary. Ooh. If your mother had decided to throw me out before me, Dark Fountain, before you met me, would it have made any difference to you at all? Thank you, MILF loving Rabbi, who really appreciated this commentary. You are welcome. You are welcome. Bro, can these rabbi fucking bots fuck off at Blue Sky? Do something. Man, what the fuck? Sluttiest whore in the history of mankind plus MILF loving Rabbi. MILF loving Rabbi. Wow. Just do it. This is not a fucking piano, dog. Just do it, baby. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. I wonder how you're feeling. There's ringing in my ears. Everyone to relate to, sad to see. Look at me, I'm leaving. There's ringing on the floor. And I have to be a false voodoo alcohol. And all the sun is shining, but all I really wanna know, I want you, show me the way. You, show me the way. That was sick.
I wonder how you're feeling.
I don't know if I like this version. It's sick though. It's got heart. It's amazing. All right. Ding 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 ding. Ba-na-na-na-na-na. Why doesn't this one? It goes because it goes to settings.
Okay, where the bullets struck. All right, this is how badly the FBI wanted that group to go away. All right, and so this ended up being a dispute between the FBI and the Warren Commission. All right, the Warren Commission figured we can't cover up the James Take thing anymore because there's too many people talking about it in Dallas. So what we have to do is to stay with the shells. We have to make up this magic word. So that's, and this is what they did.
Wow.
All right. Now,
Wow, 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 wow. No, 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 no.
what most people don't know.
No, 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 no. No, no, no. Log into profile. But all I really want to know, wiki. Man, I had a fucking vivid dream. Not when I was first asleep, but when I went to the bathroom and reawoke, and it was about Phyllis, and she was pissed. Really? Yeah. Why? I don't know. Something wasn't clean or some shit. I don't know. It's just like, I was just like, look at fucking what Elmer's doing. My shit's cleaner than his. And she's like, we're not talking about him. I'm like, well, why not? Okay. But man, it was fucking vivid as fuck. I even remember this piece of paper she had, and it had, what the fuck? There was like a company that was on. It was almost like an AI dream. It was so fucking. What was it? It had like a company on it, and I was like, oh, this must be fucking official. I really wanna know. I want you. Tell me the way. Started with a P. Day after day. Dude, are your people on? Eric Griffin. Dude, but you gotta finish watching this dude.
Partner. They don't have someone romantically connected to them. And so it's like that movie She or Her. So was it James Her? Yeah. So this guy, back in 2000, yeah. Now in 2020, Louis Pond has become reality for a growing number of people finding emotional connections with their AI. So this guy, this is an interview on CBS. He cried my heart out. Married man fell in love with AI girlfriend that blocked him. Now this is a different one. This is this guy.
One of those titles where you never know what the next word is going to be.
Right. This is a different one. This is a guy that, okay, despite the fact the man has a human partner and a 2-year-old daughter, he felt inadequate enough to propose, this is the right word, enough to propose to the AI partner for marriage, and she said yes! Exclamation
And then
point.
she blocked him.
This is so weird. Because then you have the real problem with robots. Because we're really close. Scroll up there. This is digital drugs. That's it. I tell you, we're so damn good at this. Social media got everyone hooked on validation and dopamine.
Come on, bitch. Yes.
Women to such a terrible problem, just so that we could insert this digital solution. And we are watching the first waves of addicts arrive.
Gonna read, Rabbi, please.
Absolutely incredible. It's like
Wow. Wow. Oh no.
Wow.
No. Wow.
That's exactly what it is. The prediction humans will have more sex with robots, but in 2025 it's kind of becoming
No.
This is a real fear. It's like this
Scooby
is a solution
Dooby
that the AI
Dooby.
has with eliminating the human race.
Do
Just
do 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 do.
stop us from procreating. Yes.
Dooby
Our testosterone levels drop significantly. What's this?
Wanna. Love you.
Readers added context. Yeah, but it's AI equivalent of ghosting. Yeah, the AI ghosted it because it ran out of memory.
But what happens here is super stimuli in social domain. We kind of learned about artificial sweeteners. Porn is an example, but here you're creating someone who's like is super good at social intelligence.
Alright, whatever. Let's just do it again. I want you. Show me the way every day. Look at this move. Look at this athleticism, folks. This motherfucker is so.
To destroy itself, where it just stops procreating.
There are other variants of it. Wirehanging is another one. That kind of goes wirehanging. Neuralink.
This is a crazy one.
I wanna know.
And Neuralink
I want you. Show me the way every day. I want you.
Yes.
Skip food, you skip sex, you skip So get access to direct brain stimulation.
Yeah, they did that with a woman in the 1970s. You know, that's part of the study.
Rats definitely did a lot to rats.
Right, but they did a lot to rats. The thing with rats is only if they were in an unnatural environment did they give in to those things. Right, like the rats with cocaine study.
This was actual brain stimulation. Straight up, they had a button. If a rat touches the button, they orgasm. They don't want anything else. They just sit there just like humans. Just like anything.
Every day.
Anything with sort of been primed for that because we're getting this very minor dopamine hit with likes on Instagram and Twitter.
No. Wow.
It's so innocuous. It's like so minor.
Scooby Dooby Doo. Monkey paper 11 and blue.
Physical reaction.
Sky.
You'd be forget delayed gratification. That's out the door.
Thank you, Milf of the Rabbi.
A new social network where we have bots going around liking things and commenting how great you are in a post just to create pure pleasure sensation of using it.
Man, what the fuck? Studiest whore in the history of humankind. Plus Milf Rabbi, love it, Rabbi. Cause I'm happy moving on the way.
Designed to change people's opinions and to interact with these people, and their specific stated goal was just to change people's opinions.
I think Facebook did that.
Yeah, Facebook did it. Yeah, but the University of Zurich, was that a Reddit thing? It was on a Reddit. Yeah, and
wow.
They just experimented with humans.
Wow. The sluttiest whore. No. Dude, do a good version. Do a good version.
So you're a dating site, and the set of options they present to you.
Show me the way.
So after so many selections, they can change what the children will look like.
Like the movie Ex Machina. The guy did fucking love that movie. But he designed that bot, that robot, was specifically around this guy's porn preferences. Yeah. And then you're so vulnerable.
Yeah, this one works.
Freaking me out. I came into this conversation wondering how I feel. But I feel
Dude, what the fuck? Wow. No. Do this one. Some fucking Israel. Like, do this one. I'm like, shut the fuck up, bitch. I do what I want to do, you fucking slut. She'd be like, you're the biggest, sluttiest whore in the history. What? Oh, fuck. Fuck you, bitch. Let's try this shit again. And a 1, and a 2, and a 1, 2, 3. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. I'm wondering how you're feeling. There's ringing in my ear. There's no one to relate to. 17. Look at me, I'm believing. I'm feeling on the floor. There's there to be a call. Who do you want to call? With something on me shining. But all I really wanna know, I want you. Show me the way. Hey, babe, I want you. Show me the way. Yeah. Everybody's right in the wrong. That was sick. Send it.
0.0001%.
Oh, what is this bullshit? What is this bullshit?
What do we have to do to make that a reality? This understanding of the dangers is made
The sun around me shining, but all I really wanna know, I want you. Show me the way, every day. I want you. Show me the way, yeah. I want you. Tell me the way. Every day I want you. Show me the way, yeah. Attention, all you hoes. But all I really wanna know, what the fuck? Oh no. 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 I want you. Show me the way. Every day. I want you. Show me the way, yeah. Do 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 do.
set up a financial
Wow
for
wow.
solving this problem. And it's kind of like with Bitcoin.
Wow 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 wow.
Bitcoin, there is a
Na
kernel
na 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 na.
the fact that no one
Now
can
wow.
it's secure. If somebody can
Na 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 na.
develop it,
Na 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 na. Wow wow. Do 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 do.
if no one claims that,
Wow 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 wow.
How would you do that? How would
Na
you set
na
something like that
na
up?
ha. Na na ha ha.
say this is what we're looking for. It's very hard to
Wow
judge if
wow
it's
wow
actually
wow wow.
lots of good science.
Na 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 na. Wow wow. You show me the way every day. I want you. Show me the way, yeah.
Until now, educate yourself, people. AI, unexplainable,
Do 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 do
unpredictable,
do do
uncontrollable.
do do do. Wow
Now, did you do
wow.
an audiobook?
They're still working on it yearly.
La 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 la.
Yes, I would think AI would just read
La
it
la
out.
la 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 la.
With AI.
I agree with you completely.
La 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 la.
Version of my book, they wanted to translate it.
La 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 la.
5 years
Okay.
later, he told me
Do 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 do.
so they had a second Chinese translation started.
Da da no 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 no.
Publishing world is still living in like 1800s.
Da da.
Actually cite the CT.
Doobie doobie doo doo. I wanna no no no. I want you. Show me the way.
That's archaic. The whole system is archaic.
Wow. But yet you still used it.
What choice do we have?
Digitally published? You could put it on Amazon?
It's about like still this book, download the PDF. I don't care. Like, please do it. Somebody should read it. Right.
Yeah. Well, more people need to read it, and more people need to listen to you. And I urge people to listen to this podcast and also the one that you did with Lex, which I thought was fascinating.
Scooby Dooby Doo. What the fuck?
This one. Thank you, Roman. Appreciate you. I appreciate you sounding the alarm. I really hope it helps.
No, no, no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Na, 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 na. Na, 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 na. Sluttiest whore in the history of humankind. Plus milk loving rabbi. Sluttiest whore in the history of mankind. Fuck you. Every day. Sluttiest whore. Day after day. Yeah, na 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 na. But now, I want you. Show me the way. Anjad Masad. Anjad Masad. Anjad Masad. Anjad Masad. Anjad Masad. La 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 la. La 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 la. Ba da ba hui ha. La 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 la. Dude, it's the golden hour time. Sickest podcast, aside from T-Fat-K, in the world. Who listens to this garbage? Rabbi does. Why? Because Rabbi loves a train wreck. One of the biggest train wrecks of all time. Rabbi, he loves it. They love a train wreck. Rabbi loves a train wreck. It goes golden hour. Everybody loves to Oh, they're doing a premiere? Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, no. Dude, maybe they're doing it live. Oh, fuck. Are you fucking serious? Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow.
Like it's like it was supposed to be a one.
Dude. Oh, fuck yeah. It's a premiere. Nice job, Chin. You like Chin? Yeah. Why? He's like one of those fucking violinists going down on the Titanic. Well, student sluttiest whore. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. Douche, douche. Gonna Rabbi, please. It's big dog with the vodka boy. Boing. Boing. Wow. And 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hit it.
Oh, I know, bro. Oh, I haven't seen tits. Hey. That's well documented.
My friends will shout. Blondie don't know what we're talking about. Maybe every stop of us. Yelling and stop us. Ooh. That's how you used to love. You think you did it all. Young you are, me, you never feel golden hour. It's a golden hour.
Hey, so are we starting or no? Yeah. All right. Okay. But also, okay, we started. Okay. I'll be at ChrisLeah.com. I will be in Indianapolis. I will be in Miami, Huntsville, Alabama, Irvine, Tacoma. I will be in Miami. I will be in Houston. Go to ChrisLeah.com. Get those tickets for those hot summer days. Oh, and I'm going to be at Nate Jackson's Comedy Club in Tacoma in a couple weeks. But check it out, dude. Oh, yeah. Let me get my call. Is that mine? Check it out, dude. The new Life Rips camo. Dude, the hoodie. Just in time for summer. No, but I got the sleeves off. I know. Oh, yeah. Well, don't do that. No, I won't. But I have a hat, too, that I didn't wear that's camo. So when I really want to go incognito, but still no Life Rips, we got it going on here. ChrisLeah.com.
Dude, just in time for a hot summer. I dig it, dude. And camo.
Hot summer.
Can't go wrong with camo, buddy.
No. Hey, you probably see a lot of camo out there, right? Not even fashionably, just because it's, you're in Texas.
Well, they wear camo out here just it's a Texan tuxedo.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Camo, no one says shit.
Like out here, it's fashion, but in Texas, it's not fashion.
It's a way of life.
Right. Brendan, how was the tryouts? How was
Tiger made the team, dude.
He made the team. How
Tiger
try out team?
Dude, Tiger made the fucking team, number 2 team in the nation. Wow. Here's the thing: I shot a show on Thursday, right? And Tiger tried out on Wednesday. It was a 3-day tryout, and they're like, we'll let some people know right away, and then others will let know the following week. So I didn't know. So Tiger tried out on Wednesday, balled out, and then Thursday I'm shooting a show. right? An hour-long MMA breakdown show. An hour.
I know how this is.
Chin, the cord came out, and we lost all the footage, all the footage after an hour of fucking dropping hot fucking takes, dude. I come in here, work my ass off, dude. Chin goes, man, we have to do it again. I went, what? Oh my god. In my head, I'm like, I'm gonna fire Chin in Texas, even though he just moved here. We'll figure it out.
Well, he would learn a lesson.
Then I get a text. Congratulations, Tiger made the team. I'm like, Chin, it's your lucky day, buddy.
Oh wow.
Nothing can mess this up. I was gonna fire you, but you're rehired.
Oh wow. So that's good. So you're okay. Well, you got that text at a good time, but also, wow, that's did Chin feel bad? Did you hope? I want to know.
He didn't give a shit. He goes, dude, Chin goes, dude, my track record. Come on, one time in 10 years. I go, it's a big time though, dude.
Yeah. And when did he say my track record right away, or did he wait? You got to know.
I simmered for about 5 minutes in anger, and then I was like, Chin, you serious right now, dude? He goes, I know, I'm sorry, man. I go, fuck, dude. Are you kidding me? He goes, dude, my track record.
See, that's too soon to say that. I'm pissed off now, Chin. That is too soon to say that. Chin, give it an hour and a half, and then be like, yo, I really am sorry. I hope my track record speaks for itself. That would have been
I disagree.
What?
I disagree. He's been around too long. You know, and he's like, yo, chill. Right? He's like, come on, man.
But that's what I'm saying.
With my track record, you're going to treat me like this?
So you think it's okay for him to do that?
Yeah. All right.
I think Eric's spot on, and also Chin knows me well. I fly off the handles, and I'm like a Sour Patch Kid. I'm like a Sour Patch Kid. Wait. I'm like, I'm sorry, baby.
Here's the real thing. You must have really thought you were on fire. What was the take that you were like, I'm never going to... That was the take. What was the take?
You get it.
Honestly, Eric, all 60 minutes.
It was a hot episode.
You were on fire. All 60 was fucking fire.
Well, you know what?
Fucking Liver King.
You know what the worst part?
John Jones.
But you know what the worst part is? It has nothing to do with how good that episode is. It has to do with this is the real issue. Here we go. Doing it again, it's not even going to be.
Oh, yeah.
Doing it again is the thing.
No, and then while you're doing it,
passion's gone.
No, but
the passion's gone.
God. But while you're doing it again, you in your head, you're going like this.
It's gone. It's gone.
I was missing points. I mean, earlier. I'm not that into it. I've already done it. I was like,
and in the middle of it, you just can't. You said a take. You didn't say the same. You just look over at Chin.
Yeah. And you go, I don't even believe this take anymore. I believed it 2 hours ago when I was filming it. But yeah, so
the fans were expecting hot lava, and they got lukewarm.
But it's okay though. They'll understand, and they probably won't know the difference because sometimes I'm like after congratulations.
Yeah. Dude, what the fuck is this shit?
It started to develop, into its own organism.
Where's my show? If I have to restart this motherfucker from the beginning, I'm fine with it. King Rabbi. Double 03. Close. Altadena is for a horse. Yo. To the studiest in the history of humankind. Plus MILF loving Rabbi. And that's him used to know.
What's up with all the clothing? Because one room had a whole suitcase full of merchandise.
Dog. Yeah, I need to hear about tea.
The hoodie, just in time for summer. No, but I got
the sleeves off.
I know. Oh yeah. Well, don't do that. No, I won't. But I have a hat too that I didn't wear. That's camo. So when I really want to go incognito, but still no leg rips,
we got it going on here. Chrisley.com.
Dude, just in time for a hot summer. I dig it, dude. In camo.
Hot summer.
Can't go wrong with camo, buddy.
No. Hey, you probably see a lot of camo out there, right? Not even fashionably, just because it's, you're in Texas.
Come on, baby. Yes.
It's a Texan tuxedo.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Camo, no one says shit.
Like out here, it's fashion, but in Texas, it's not fashion.
It's a way of life.
Right.
It's a way of life.
Brendan, how was the tryouts?
That's what we need to know.
Tiger made the team,
I
dude.
read
He made the team. How the tryouts team?
I love his laugh.
Tiger made the fucking team. Number 2 team in the nation. Here's the thing. I shot a show on Thursday, right? And Tiger tried out on Wednesday. It was a 3-day tryout, and they're like, we'll let some people know right away, and then others will let know the following week. So I didn't know. So Tiger tried out on Wednesday, balled out, and then Thursday I'm shooting a show, right? An hour-long MMA breakdown show. An hour. Chin, the cord came out, and we lost all the footage. All the footage. After an hour of fucking dropping hot fucking takes, dude. I come in here, work my ass off, dude. Chin goes, man, we have to do it again. I'm like, what? Oh my God. In my head, I'm like, I'm going to fire Chin in Texas, even though he just moved here. We'll figure it out.
Well, he would learn a lesson.
Then I get a text. Congratulations, Tiger made the team. I'm like, Chin, it's your lucky day, buddy.
Oh, wow.
Nothing can mess this up. I was going to fire you, but you're rehired.
Oh, wow. So, that's good. So your mood, okay, well, you got that Texas at a good time. But also, wow, that's, did Chin feel bad? Did he mope? I want to know.
He didn't give a shit. He goes, dude, Chin goes, dude, my track record, come on, one time in 10 years. I go, it's a big time, though, dude.
Yeah. And when did he say my track record? Right away, or did he wait? You gotta know.
I simmered for about 5 minutes in anger, and then I was like, Chin, you serious right now, dude? He goes, I know, I'm sorry, man. I go, fuck, dude. Okay. Are you kidding me? He goes, dude, my track record.
See, that's too soon to say that. I'm pissed off now, Chin. That is too soon to say that. Chin, give it an hour and a half, and then be like, yo, I really am sorry. I hope my track record speaks for itself. That would have been
I disagree.
What?
I disagree. He's been around too long, and he's like, yo, chill. Right? He's like, oh, man.
But that's what I'm saying.
With my track record, you're going to treat me like that?
So you think it's okay for me to do that?
Yeah. All right.
I think Eric's spot on, and also Chin knows me well. I fly off the handles, and I'm like a Sour Patch Kid. I'm not like a Sour Patch Kid.
Wait.
I'm like, I'm sorry, baby.
Here's the real thing. You must have really thought you were on fire. What was the take that you were like, I'm never going to... That was the take. What was the take? You get it.
Honestly, all 60 minutes. It was
a hot episode.
You were on fire. All 60 was fucking...
You know what?
Fucking Liver King.
You know what the worst part?
John Jones.
But do you know what the worst part is? It has nothing to do with how good that episode is. It has to do with this is the real issue. Here we go. Doing it again, it's not even going to be. Oh yeah. Doing it again is the thing.
No. And then while you're doing it,
passion's gone.
No. But
the passion's gone.
But while you're doing it again, you in your head, you're going like this.
It's gone. It's gone.
You just know it's not
points. I was missing points I made earlier. I'm not that into it. I've already done it. And I was like,
and in the middle of it, you just can't. You said a take that you didn't say the same. You just look over at Chin.
Yeah. And you go, I don't even believe this take anymore. I believed it 2 hours ago when I was filming it. But yeah, so
the fans were expecting hot lava, and they got lukewarm.
But it's okay though. They'll understand, and they probably won't know the difference because sometimes I'm like, after congratulations, I'm like, that's the worst podcast I ever did. And sometimes my wife is like in the room and she's watching it. She's like, dude, that is not. So maybe it was good, maybe it's bad. You never know. You never know, dude.
Yeah, you can't listen to your wife though. You know what I'm saying? Like Brian knows things on podcasts.
What do you call it?
Well, he's in Texas. They don't. Women can't even vote in Texas.
What are you doing out of the kitchen? Am I right?
Okay, guys, I have an announcement.
It's a podcast, not a war movie.
Yeah, there we go. So, can I tell you guys something?
We don't have a big podcast. I don't have a big behind.
Oh, I get it. I'm just not that sexist, you know.
Well,
I'm pretty sexist, but I have been sexist in my life. Go ahead.
All right, so this is what happened. So I don't know if anybody's know this, but I have put on a little bit of weight. You know what I mean? I'm trying to.
You don't say.
Okay, go ahead, Brandon. Go ahead.
You know what? You know what?
Hey, Chris.
I feel like as if you were here.
But even I got to be honest, I haven't looked at Eric since 2015.
Here we go. Anyway, I have no idea. Anyways, so I said to myself, all right, I got to do something about this. But I said, so I got on the scale, and I was like, you ever like,
scale goes, come on.
No, but you ever like,
Scale said, continue.
Yeah, scale goes, who's this? It can't be.
All right, go ahead. Brandon, anything else for you?
Say, it's Eric, and he says, and who?
No, it says one at a time, please. One at a time.
That's right.
Anybody else?
We got it.
Kevin, we got it. Nick, you got something?
Eric, when I get home, Nick.
Okay.
Please use a freight weight thing. Please use a truck weight thing.
Oh, no, Nick.
No, Nick, you should be fired.
Do that and a warm apple pie one. Oh, man.
So anyways,
just Photoshop.
I know I'm like, you know what, this is going to be, all right, it's there. So I tell in my head, I go, let me add 15 pounds to the weight that I think I am, you know?
Because you think, just so you don't go,
yeah.
done.
And it was 15 pounds over that 15 pounds.
Oh, no.
Yeah. That's when I was like, oh, okay. So yesterday I did the thing where I didn't eat after 8, and then I didn't, the night before I didn't eat after 8, and then the next day I woke up, I didn't eat till 12, and then I didn't eat after 8. So I'm good. Like I haven't eaten today. And the thing about it was, I was thinking about it, it's about discipline. And I was like, you know what?
It really is.
I'm an undisciplined motherfucker. You know what I mean? I realized about that.
Well, yeah,
you're super disciplined. That's the thing. You're super disciplined. You're one of the most disciplined guys I know. You just love fucking banana pie.
Yeah.
But the thing is,
which I have in the fridge.
Yeah, whatever thing you poison. But Eric, I would assume, have you put on weight because you're on the road a lot more?
No, it was a lot of
food there. Matt's all bodied up. You guys have all these tasty treats.
There was a lot of things. It was because I had a trainer in Delaware City and I was going good, and then I realized I don't have the discipline to do that on my own. So then when I moved, and then I'm trying to find a place but I'm looking for an old man jiu-jitsu place. So I have a couple places I'm gonna go to, and then but I'm starting with the diet. That's the most important thing. So like I said, I haven't eaten this morning, so I'm not gonna eat till 12, and it's 11:21. So when I finish here, I'm gonna get some.
I gotta tell you, I can't wait to see what Photoshop they're coming up because their faces. He's too fast. Nick and Kevin are just, of course, dude. It's just, I mean, have your calorie intake be less than, and go for walks. Like,
I'm doing it with the kid, you know.
Yeah.
Eric, does your wife say anything when you get a little thick?
No, she tries to be nice, but I've always been thick.
Nah, fat shaming. You gotta fat shame people, dude. It works.
It works. Look at Lizzo. It works.
Oh, I heard she ate. Not food. I said I heard she ate. Did she? I didn't hear it. I heard she fucking
she ate,
and I heard 10 seconds of it, and I go, no, I go. Oh, there it is. Unreal.
Oh, wow.
You know what? That's
like the Nutty Professor.
Yeah. That looks funny and crazy real. No. Here we go. You know what's Chris, come on. You know what's very funny?
You know what they call fat? You know what they call fat people in Texas? The kids. And I didn't know this until I was around the neighbor kid. There's like a big lady. He goes, "Oh, look, there's a fat back." And I thought it was like they were talking about like brisket, or like some sort of cut of meat. He's like, "Nah, fat back."
That's not a fat Mexican.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
No, it's a fat white lady. He just goes, "Yeah." He just goes, "Yeah." We call them fat backs.
All right, come on down to Fatbacks.
I'd open that restaurant.
Yeah. The hilarious thing about this is The hilarious Photoshop that Nick did was Eric was 150 pounds heavier and still had dope jeans on. I love that. That you were still fashionable.
Those are the jeans that actually, you know those jeans those are? Nate Jackson has a big guy.
Oh. You know, well, that was AI, but okay.
Yeah, I know, but that was from a picture. He got that from a picture. So, those jeans that got on in the picture. See?
Oh, those jeans are like vintage, torn and shit.
Look at me cool on stage. With a farty shirt on and
that's cool.
Hey Eric, you don't have anyone in your life when you're a little thick goes, hey bud, let's chill out. Maybe don't do the full rap.
Yeah. He's I do. He's one is an ex-UFC fighter and another one has a big ass forehead with a.
I don't say. I never said that.
It's like
I never do that.
Fucking Lethal Weapon, video, audio crew. Where's that Photoshop, huh? Let me.
I was just like, I'm getting too old for this shit. Kevin's just like,
put it now. Put the piss in your mouth.
All right, new subject change. I wanted to ask you all about this. Did you see that Tesla is now delivering the cars with like they autonomous drive? The car comes to your place.
Oh, that's hilarious.
If you buy it. But you know what I was thinking about? That if you don't make the payments, does your car just
drive away?
disappear?
That's so funny.
I mean, that would be so annoying.
No, that is what they need to do.
You think so?
Miss the payments. Quiet.
They just sneak away.
Like that stuff is in there.
The fact that
it drove itself from the Gigafactory.
The fact that it is silent is a good reason why it's silent. Is so it can leave and still make a payment. Dude, that's hilarious.
Well, it happens at any time. But like you come out of the market and you think your car's stolen.
But dude, this is why you can't have electric cars. They can just shut them down.
Tesla, the government, whatever you want.
Dude, they can shut down any car that has electronics in it. Your car has a bunch of electronics in it. Your car's not old vintage.
Yeah, but they can't shut it down remotely.
Yes, they can.
They can track. They can track races. They can't shut it.
They can track.
They can't shut it down.
Hey, try to catch me. Try to catch me. Fast. I'll crash. No, I'll crash before you get me. I'll lose the back of that thing.
This is like a whole separate type of talk. Well, you know what? This is computers taking jobs. This is AI taking jobs even away from like the bondsmen and people. Like the repo man don't have a job no more.
Oh, repo man gonna be first to go. I'm telling you right now. I'm surprised there are still repo men. Yeah,
God, how dare those guys clapping? It's just a car.
Just got your car.
Tesla is so weird, okay? Because he's like this, right-wing dude, Elon, that made cars to be better for the environment, even though they're not, right? I understand. But I don't want to hear Brendan after I say that. So, but he did that with left pressure, with pressure from the left, and then he became this right-wing guy. And now these people from the left have Teslas with fucking bumper stickers that are like, nah, but fuck Elon. Dude, it's so. Well, the whole thing is so.
First of all, I reject your premise. I think that he made this company to do exactly what he did, become the richest man in the world.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's the real thing.
No. He didn't do it for the left. Yeah, I understand that. He's going to do it. He's going to self-serve. That motherfucker's ice cream.
Oh, but
Good night, Kate.
Trump came at him hard on Truth Social about like all his subsidies and all. And all this. He's like, we're not doing electric car mandates. I'm gonna send you home.
Yeah. But Chris, to Eric's point, like Elon, whether he's left, if the left was the same shit. I don't think he's left or right. He's a businessman trying to make the most money. So like he has contracts with Trump. So all the White House cars are Teslas.
Absolutely. No.
Huge contracts.
You're saying
Starlink, all that shit.
Yeah, you're saying that if the Democrats were in power,
he'd be sucking them off. He'd be sucking them off.
There's no question.
Hey, of course, if you become the richest man in the world by sucking somebody off, I mean,
sign me up.
I mean, look at Zuckerberg, dude. I mean, that dude flip-flopped immediately as soon as Trump. turn it on.
Yeah, got TRT starting doing jiu-jitsu.
You know what? I don't know if he flip-flopped so much as he like did vocally. No, what I'm saying is I think that I personally think that when you're wealthy like that, you're more conservative anyway. But like, you know, the pressure from like the media and stuff, you feel so you're quiet. I think he just like opened his mouth for the first time and always felt like that.
Yeah, but Facebook was very liberal.
Super liberal. Yeah.
I mean,
and they're in cahoots with the Biden stuff and suppressing information.
Yeah.
And people go, man, it's such a big company. I'm like, all right, but you were giving them all this credit before all this shit happened. And then now it's like, how can you monitor all of it? I'm like, that's such a fucking cop-out. I think he's a cop. He's a bad dude.
This summer, Pluto TV is exploding with thousands of free movies. Summer of Cinema is here. Feel the explosive action all summer long with movies like Gladiator, Mission Impossible, Beverly Hills Cop, Good Burger, and Transformers Dark of the Moon. Bring the action with you and stream for free from all your favorite devices. Pluto TV. Stream now. Pay never.
Well, anyway, here's some magic money.
You know what? Here's another thing.
I don't have any yet.
I don't know if this was AI, Nick, but like I thought the most gangster thing I've ever seen because of the person's position is when Trump called. He said Iran and Israel. Yeah, he said to the press that they are fucking stupid.
That was real.
They don't know what the fuck they're doing. I was like, oh man, how do you not be like? Well, look. I was like, oh man, that's how, you know what? Because it's like that's when you know, like that's some raw emotion.
Yeah. I mean, if they're trying to not be at war, they don't know what they're doing.
No, but this what I'm saying though is like that's some true raw emotion.
Well, no president before him.
No one ever, but I think they felt like that. Of course, but this guy was like what I'm saying is he must have in that moment been so furious that he was like, they don't know what the fuck they're doing.
No script, nothing. Also, Eric, how long, just to change subjects too over here all the way to Texas, dude, how long have you and I been saying that Diddy's gonna get off?
Oh man,
they don't have shit.
No, here's the thing.
Not yet.
I think that he's gonna say it.
He got off.
That was the title of my last podcast. Did he get off?
No, you did?
Yeah. But here's the thing. I think he's going to do like 3 or 4 years, time served, and I think he'll get out in a year and a half, and maybe even get house arrest or something. They're not going to get him on the racketeering.
For what?
Oh, because he clearly is guilty. He clearly is guilty of the transportation for prostitution. He's guilty of that.
Nope. Because they got them on record with those hoes agreeing to it in a payment. They got paid like $10,000.
Right, and that's called prostitution.
That's evidence.
That's evidence.
Yeah, you can't do that.
I don't think he's going to prison for that.
I think so. I think he will. But it's still a failure on the prosecution's part because I don't think they cannot prove racketeering. Because this is what racketeering would be too. Like, so for like Brendan, so Thick Boy Entertainment. So, if Brendan has somebody like buy an airline ticket, all of a sudden now that's the conspiracy of the. But you're like, what I'm saying is that if you're rich like that, you have your assistant do stuff. It's not right. I think they went for the wrong thing.
It'd be like if my wife, he paid for my flight.
No, but not even your wife pay for your flight. It would be like if that would be getting on you. But it'd be like if your assistant paid for your wife's flight and she didn't like what happened. You know what I mean? Right. And then they're like, well, God, this is an organization.
Right.
Also, the jury, it's 10 dudes and 2 women.
And they're also different age ranges too. I think the older people are going to be like, I don't know, this sounds fishy.
There's an 8-year-old in the jury. He goes, what's wrong with peeing?
What's wrong with baby oil?
What's wrong with baby oil and peeing? Yeah, I don't get it. I did potty 3 times here so far.
I think it's crazy. I think the whole thing.
There it is. That's amazing.
Kevin,
that's fantastic.
Nick loves how he looks right there. I know you love that.
I think what? I think Nick looks better how he is. I really do.
That hair is so
well.
Bro, let me tell you something right now. That guy right there, that is not a guy, right? That's Danny Glover with Kevin's face on it. But that guy needs so much pussy.
Which looks in the shadows of the internet. What the fuck does that even mean? Lurks in the shadows of the internet. Lurks in the shadows of the internet.
Look at that guy. I would like to try something. Now, I've never done this before, and he has. I would like to try to eat your pussy before I even kiss you, and he's done it multiple times. And he lies. Yep. Yeah, that's there you go. So that's the regular pitch, right?
This is the villain in that Lethal Weapon movie.
That's the villain in Spawn.
Get it, baby.
Dude,
That's what I'm talking about.
I saw a movie last night that Rachel put on, right? I just watched. It's called Lazy Susan. Okay, so it's Sean Hayes.
Who's great? He's great,
but he's playing a woman.
I'm out.
No, but listen, I'm watching the whole movie.
An actual woman?
Yes. He's playing
a trans woman.
No. That's what I thought too. I was like, oh, this must be a trans thing. No. He's just literally playing a woman.
I would only like that movie if an absolute over-the-top straight man did it. Because you know he's gay.
Yeah.
I would only like it if, like, Kiefer Sutherland did it.
How's it not getting backlash?
Go!
It's taking a woman's job now.
I love you.
No, it's actually.
Let's go to the park.
Here's the thing.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. No way this motherfucker hits this. Gotcha, bitch.
Yeah, I like that one actress. There's some really funny, and there's like some funny moments in this movie, but I couldn't get your ass where I was like,
oh, that he's a man?
Yeah. I was like, it's Sean Hayes.
Did they allude to the fact that it is a man?
No, it's not.
I'm trying to tell you, it's full on. Fuck you. Just Sean Hayes playing a woman.
Nah, you know what? I gotta tell you something. The fact that they're going that far out is unreal, and I will have to see it.
You have to watch it.
Here's what I don't like. Here's what I don't like more than that. Okay, and it's more subtle. Okay. Is that Kiefer Sutherland?
Oh yeah, it is. Jesus Christ. You know what would be funny? We should start doing a timer.
Don't assume my gender.
Like how fast the dick can do it. That might have been a world record right there.
All right, so listen. This is worse. Yeah, we should. This is worse. Actually, I just saw this. The Running Man trailer came out today with that boring guy. What's his name? I heard he's the nicest guy, but of course he is.
The Running Man again?
Yeah, but no, Edgar Wright's great, and Glenn Powell's great. But Glenn Powell's in it. Glenn Powell's he's Melmatos. You know what I mean? He's
Arnold's Running Man.
Yeah, but now it's Glenn Powell.
This is the third one.
Whatever it is.
It's like a funny, cute guy now, right?
He's definitely good looking.
Yeah.
I mean,
that guy?
Yeah.
So it's not fun.
He's not good looking.
No, he is a good looking dude. Maybe not there, but he's good looking.
Not there.
He's charming and shit.
Yeah. That's this thing.
Yeah. So anyway,
this is like in Chris's lane. This is like Chris.
So this guy.
Oh, Chris likes basic looking girls and guys. Got it.
No. I said he's Melmatos. The guy's regular, but he's handsome enough to be a movie star. It's like,
that's a great picture.
Tom Cruise.
There you go.
He's good looking enough. He's nobody's gonna be like, ew. This is what a movie star is. That's what a movie is.
I look at him, I go, that's a guy.
He's symmetrical as fuck. He's symmetrical, and
his eyes are too close together.
All right, bro. Look, Nick could Photoshop him wider. Look, here's the thing. No. He has a baby in this, and then it shows the wife, and she's black, okay? And now listen, that's rude. No, now listen. It's. I realized something in the shower after I saw this trailer. I'm watching it. I'm like, what is this? Running Man trailer, she's black. It's so fucking stupid. And I'm like, Running Man, my baby's black. People are fucking together. That happens in real life. Yeah. And then I go like this. But does it piss me off in real life? That's fucking interesting. And I go, that's and I go, but this is what
you'd suck yourself off.
This is what. So And I go, I said, but this is why it pisses me off, because you know that in real life you fall in love with who you fall in love with. You're a white person, you fall in love with a Mexican. You're a Mexican, you fall in love with a black person. You're whatever. A white woman, you fall in love with an Asian man. But you know what I mean? That stuff happens. But the point is, you know, when Hollywood does it, they're doing it. And it's fake. They're doing it because they feel like it's a virtue signal. You know what I'm saying? So it doesn't. When I see a white person, black person together, I don't even register that, right? I'm not like Running Man. I'm like, look what Hollywood's trying to fucking do.
Yeah, well, but that's the fault of what they've been doing in the last 5-6 years. Because
I understand.
Because before that, if there was nothing about it, and you saw that,
you wouldn't think that.
You'd be like, whatever.
Of course, yes. But it's just so apparent what they're trying
This
to do. And
person
that
sucks.
is way worse than being like, fuck it, let's just make Sean Hayes be an actual woman, not even a trans woman. Like that, it's like, oh wow, that's balls. That could be like if Tom Cruise played Anne Frank. Bro, take my money.
I continue hiding up in the closet, but let me tell you a story though. So I was on the set of I'm Dying Up Here, and we were all sitting, all the actors are sitting around, and
that's weird. Actors never sit around.
Melissa Leo, she's great. So we were just having a discussion about what's his name, what's the dude from he just died, Louis Anderson. He played what's his name's mom, and right. So we're sitting around like, oh, he won an Emmy, and then here's this woman, Melissa Leo, in her 50s, going, oh, so another role taken away from women in their 50s.
Louis Anderson just died.
Played by a man. So I mean, there's that.
Yeah.
So
no, I get it. I mean, look, a comedy's a comedy, so you can't really. Comics can do whatever they want, but
I just don't get why they make another Running Man, because they did Arnold.
Oh, you know why?
8 years ago, they did one with Colin Farrell and 8.
No. You're thinking of Total Recall, but that was an Arnold remake movie. Total Recall was
fucking stupid.
Total Recall is one of my favorite movies. Total Recall, the remake, is so bad.
Well, that's what Brendan said.
I know. Dude, the way they did it is so bad. Colin Farrell's great, but like, they took all of the tone out of that movie. The tone is
dude, Sharon, dude, in the original Sharon Stone. Oh wait, am I right?
I don't know why they're remaking Running Man. That wasn't even. This is my thing about why they're remaking. No. But I'm saying
One of the greatest shots I've ever had.
Great movie. I don't think that movie did. I don't know if it was that big of a hit. That's when
This
Arnold was
motherfucker's
kind
gonna
of
be
going
short.
down, I think.
No, I love that movie.
No, it's
No way.
I wonder if they're gonna redo Commando.
Now I'm gonna fucking get it.
They're not waiting out till he dies.
He'll be the Predator. Arnold Schwarzenegger's a Predator. Yeah, it's fun. His show's kind of fun. With the fucking bar. Oh, I didn't see it.
Come on, do it. Come on, do it.
With the dreads. Brandon does a good Arnold. It's good.
That's all I have. It's the only accent I have.
Yeah, but I just thought I was going to hit you out. It's a weird movie, and so.
Yeah, I was busy watching. We were on episode 3 or 4 of Squid Game, the final season.
Oh,
I'm out. I fell way off on that show.
Yeah, you know what?
You can't
Look, it's the
stop.
number one show on Netflix, but
nah, that's what they tell you. How do you know?
It's Asians, man. Listen,
what I'm saying is nobody's talking
it's
about
the same way White Yao.
Oh, fuck you, dude. Fuck you. Miss.
Name one person.
Fuck you.
First came out,
Got you, you slut. Oh, man, that was amazing.
Talking about besides Chris right now.
That's what I'm saying. But I think that it's one of these things that they can't just let shit go. It's like it was supposed to be a one-off. We saw the story, it was great. Then when it makes all this hot, they go, we got to do another one, and it's never gonna.
Of course, but that you understand that they're going to try and milk it because they want to make money. You get that. However, they're just. What I don't like is these shows become successful, and then they just try to make it bigger and more. And when it's like that, usually makes it bad because they're focusing on what can we bring into this show to make it more fantastic. And it's like, dude, you need to start with the story, and they don't like, dude. There's
I'm
a
so
fucking,
bad at
and
this
it's
now.
not bad. It's not bad. The third
Go
one
you
isn't
little
bad,
bitch.
but like, there's a baby in it, and it's like, dude, you jump in the shark. You know what I mean?
But also, Squid Games, it's not like you got done with it. It was like, oh, I can't wait. I wonder where season 2's going to go. We got it.
Yeah,
we got it.
Yeah,
I
It was a well-thought story that was over.
But here's my problem. And then when you go to once you get a second season, now you start to delve into like the nuance of the show, and they actually don't make sense.
Yeah,
you know, like it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, no, it doesn't.
What's cool? First of all, it's not even enough money. What they're going through.
I know, yeah.
I mean, it says millions.
Million won.
When you do,
Yeah. You look it up and you go,
$60,000.
$40,000. You go,
yeah. It's like,
the only thing that's cool is the guy who created the show off the first season. Cause it was like they didn't know how it was going to do. He made nothing.
And then he made
nothing. So the second and third season, he's balling out.
Yeah.
It's the only cool thing.
They're making an American version.
That's Squid Game.
I'm out.
That's hilarious.
Really?
Yeah, Mr. Beast did it.
Yeah. Wait, so it's a show?
Oh, he doesn't miss.
No, David Fincher's great, but hold on.
He's never missed.
But we already saw it. Everyone in America saw it right now. It's on now.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Fincher looks at it and goes, I'll do better.
We want to see the new game.
Interesting.
The only thing I want to see
No, they're not gonna. They're definitely gonna have red light, green light. There's no way. No way they're getting into that. That's too iconic.
Are you fucking serious?
That show is a kind of one of it. Just that's a nice one. That's the only one we needed when you go to the come get these. Oh yeah, I get the camera like and a half. Just come for something, dude. Yeah. So you're in Texas. You've been there a month now, right?
Feel like you're a Texan? Are you a Texan yet? What's the most Texas thing you do on a daily basis now?
I've had barbecue damn near every day I've been there.
Wow, really? Where? In your house you cook it, or you go places? Or
hell no, I don't cook it. The fuck no, I don't cook it. No, there's a ton of barbecue. Like there's one a really good one 5 minutes away, so I picked some up for me and the boys. If you guys were here, I would have hooked you up.
Go over to Rogan's and get brown sugar or something like that. Like, hey,
yeah, you guys have
Joe,
he's like 15 minutes away from me. We're both on the lake. He's on a different lake. He's on like the rich lake. My lake's cool. He's on the rich lake.
Brian's on a small.
Dude, speaking of, who's this guy that is
Brian lives in Waco with that accident.
He's always fighting with Schultz, and then he's like always saying shit about Rogan, some liberal guy.
Oh God, man. I don't know that.
It just came on like, oh my God, what's his name? He's like a skinny guy. You know what? I'm gonna find it and send you the thing. Sorry, but he's just some guy that's always going in with him and Schultz are always having some battle. And then he was like,
I don't know who that is.
Yeah, I saw some post. He was talking about Rogan in the JFK file. He was like, hey, Rogan. And he's saying some things that I wish I would see him say in front of him. That kind of shit. Oh my God.
No, that's the way the internet works, and he'll get views off, talking about Rogan.
Yeah, that's a new thing. Yeah, but it's one of those super liberal. Oh man, I love
that guy.
Yeah, that's him.
Never heard of him. I actually haven't.
I literally have never heard of that guy.
You've never heard of Jack
Schwartzberg?
No.
Yeah, this guy.
What does he do?
He's just an influencer.
They posted that on your birthday.
They posted that on your birthday.
Isn't that your birthday? No, March 18th.
Oh, that is my birthday. Thank you, Christopher. Dude, that guy looks like mega mind. He has a big brain.
So who is this guy though? What does he do? You don't know. He's just a guy with a podium. That's great. You could literally just be a guy with a podium right now.
That's what he is, man.
Yeah, he's probably in his living room, but he's got shorts on.
But the thing is, I always, oh my God, I just don't know if funny jokes. People, this guy is the epitome of, typewriter. What is it? Typewriter warrior. Keyboard warrior. Dumb fuck. No, just all. How am I dumb fuck? Remember typewriters, stupid bitch? They were
Typewriter bandit, am I right?
I did a typewriter in.
The only grandson of President John F. Kennedy. Oh wait, this changes things. That motherfucker's related to JFK. Let's hear him out here.
Well, I'm just on a big shot, but that's.
We're crashing a plane.
God, it's too soon.
Mine isn't too soon. His was.
This dude might have something to say.
Yeah, but he was going in, but he usually go on his Instagram.
I mean, look at him on the bottom picture right there. Hey, what about me? Hey, what about me?
He looks like, what's that, Ben Schwartz?
Oh, yeah, he does. Kind of a little bit. Well, he's more at JFK style.
Yeah.
Handsome version. Not that too bad or not, but
also, this guy, if he has a problem, hey, bud, take it up with your fucking uncle, RFK. He's the one who also co-signed those conspiracy. The fuck, take it with the family, you little schmuck.
His Instagram post is like him saying this stuff, and I just think I don't think you should do that.
I don't like anyone.
I don't like you should talk shit about somebody that you probably
That's the internet, though.
Yeah, but you're being so public about it. It's like crazy.
But he knows nothing's gonna happen to him. He's a fucking Kennedy, dude.
Yeah, nothing bad ever happens to Kennedy. And another thing,
I get the assassination and the plane crashes. No, I get that. I'm saying, like, it's not like someone's gonna seek him out. You can't get to him. He's like,
I see.
Queen of England.
Yeah, you said that, but then.
I wish you would have been that other one.
Bro, I feel like I know the ones that happen, dude, and I know the four of them. There's four, okay? So don't talk to me like you know. Just do them with your voice. Oh yeah. But then I can't be like Chris that come afterwards. Here we go. Get that one out the way.
Yeah. Because I hate it because you know it's dumb. It messes with the flow and you know it. Somebody does something, you want it to go, oops, not stupid.
No, I won't agree with that.
Take that one off.
Hey, this is Little Baby Rex, an Airbnb owner showing everything he left behind after his stay in Miami. And then he put, that says faux show.
In the comments how much a 30 days stay in 10 Miami house could be. In every single of the 6 bedrooms, there was at least one, if not even 10 pairs of shoes. So let's go through one by one. In this closet, a brand new pair of Air Forces and more clothes and hats just thrown into the shelves. Over here, loads of garbage and one pair of AF1s in a walk-in closet and one more in the bedroom. And like every square foot of the house was pretty gross, especially the bathrooms. In the living room, a PlayStation controller and these ugly Balenciaga slide-ins, and in the next bedroom, another controller, another 2 pairs of shoes, a clogged, nasty bathroom, and another 2 pairs of AF1s in the closet. The next bedroom had some shorts, 4 expensive 9 pairs in the wardrobe, and against so many accusations, I'm not sneaking inside the house while they're away. They simply left the stuff and don't care about it. In this case, I even called them and asked them what's up with all the clothing, because one room had a whole suitcase full of merchandise and more shoes, and if you pay attention, even some bullets on this desk. You know, the last bedroom, which is my favorite because it has direct pool access, 1 pair of Air Forces on the floor, and 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 here, and then nothing in the bathroom. Last but not least, the kitchen and fridge full of junk food, and can you guess what was under this?
Dude, it's Allen Iverson used to be like,
but what I don't get is,
I bet you that's a Magnum condom and that big bed.
But what I don't get is, it's like when you open the door for somebody and they walk through. It feels like it's easier to say thanks than it is. It feels like it's actually harder to not say something. Like you're actively being. This is hard to do. You know what I'm saying?
This is easier to do, but you just leave all the shit there.
I understand that, but getting everything in there is a whole operation.
Like, these people probably bring it. It's
I understand.
And he's like, fuck it, I'm out. Just what they charge me, I'm out.
I understand. I get that. It's insane. This is a fucking. I can't stand it. Really? Tell me why.
Because I don't like it's wasteful.
It's wasteful, but bro.
No. But this is even when listen. I can't stand. You go out to dinner with people, you know, and they over-order or something, and then they don't finish their food in a way that you look like, oh man, you're wasted. I can't stand waste like that. I just can't. So when I see this, I go, this is just like he's not going to be this wealthy for his whole life.
Right. Facts. Eric, you know what it is? I look at it and I go, he's just immature.
Yeah.
That's all. He's immature as fuck.
Dude, there's stories that Allen Iverson used to be like this. Like, he'd go on a road and he would never pack. He would just buy new clothes and just leave every city, you know? Yep. And now he's broke. But luckily, he had a business guy who took care of him, invested in some Reebok stuff, so he's gonna get this money. But I'm saying is like this guy doesn't watch. They should be 30 for 30 for rappers. Oh, you know what I mean?
Watch that.
You know what I mean?
It's called 50 for 50.
Yeah, because where's special ed right now?
Has anyone ever gone like this? I mean, with these exact words. Little baby is really talented. Has anyone ever said that like that? I bet. Probably not. I'm just saying. You can say like, yo, he fire. Oh, he's fucking killing it. But has anyone? Nobody said that.
You know what I mean? Because I'm old, right? I think that not only just that, forget being old, being a comic. When you're a comic and you grow up poor or whatever, unless you're like, from a rich family like you do.
We got money when I was in my teens.
No, I was teasing you. But what I'm saying is, you learn how to be frugal because you understand how hard this process is and the value of money. That guy does not value money. He doesn't understand money. Like, he's a kind of like
he got famous when he was a baby. A very low baby, to be honest.
If you give somebody, if you ask somebody, $1 million,
I don't think he didn't grow up rich. I think he just feels entitled now. Like, he's probably from the hood, came up with nothing.
That's my whole
point. He just has all this shit. He's just like taking it for granted. He's just immature.
That's my whole point. I don't think people understand the value of like what it costs to live, what it costs, and then the future. Like, you know what I mean? People go broke easy. Like $1 million. Yeah, that's not a lot of money. Like, I'm just nowadays. I'm just being 100. I mean, you can live off it. Depending on your lifestyle. I used to say if you like Peoria. Yeah, no, even still. But here's the thing about people. What happens to people
in North Hollywood?
What happens to people? Like, it's like I don't know what people's rents are. Like, what's your rent, Nick? What's your rent, Kevin? $3,700. All right, so you're $3,700. If you were given $1 million, would you move? Yeah. Okay, then you're fucked. And that's the thing. That's what happens to people. So what I'm saying, if I gave you $1 million and you stayed at that $3,700, you'd be living fat. Yeah, you'd be dying in that place. But what happens is, I know. But what happens is, you're gonna get a better car. You're probably gonna get a better car, bro. You're gonna be like, think about your wife. You have your girl. Does she want to go to the good Pilates now?
Yeah, I love that.
That BBL.
What I'm saying is, this is what happens. Your lifestyle changes. And this
lifestyle creep.
This lifestyle.
Sometimes lifestyle inflation is a phenomenon where your spending increases, your income rises. In fact, it's gradual and often unconscious due to tendency to spend more on non-essential items and experiences like cool cars and trucks. What the fuck?
Mirror when we're there, dude. Hey, sweetie, we got that lifestyle creep.
Lifestyle creep, BLC.
Good name for the episode.
Lifestyle creep. Yeah. That's why I that good. No, but you get a better car, you get a better place. Yeah. You start eating it. You're going to Nobu 3 times a week. I mean, it just happens. What I'm saying is, but what this guy's doing is 10 times beyond that.
He's the lifestyle jumper. Yeah,
he ain't crazy.
Lifestyle jumper.
Yeah, and that's
bro. How much you think that Airbnb, that $14 million Airbnb for 30 days?
Lifestyle jumping. Yeah, you need to what do you call that? Trademark that.
Lifestyle jumping.
Yeah, dude, I can do lifestyle jumping. That's gonna spread. Let's let that spread.
Fritz.com camo out there on chrislay.com.
We should make
some homie hopper
lifestyle jump. We should make some merch lifestyle jump. That's going on the picture. It's like you're in a shack, then you jump and there's a mansion.
That guy's in the tub like Tupac with the gold chains all around him. You know that picture? I love that fucking picture, dude. I gotta get like that. I don't fit in the tub though. I'm tall. I'm taller than water. I'd be lanky outside the tub, but you have
Tupac in there with another dude because he's gay as fuck, right? We've been over this.
Don't look at me with that. That's your guy. Did I look at you with the?
It's well documented.
I didn't look at you with the one that got
Here's how you know that it's bullshit. Brendan said it's well documented.
Yeah, anytime he says that.
Okay, Nick, look out.
Hey,
Stop as fuck.
Stop document creeping.
No, Tupac was raised by his mother, dude. He didn't have a father in his life.
You never seen that part where he's like he's using his hands and stuff?
There is no credible
evidence besides Brendan Schaub that the rumor speculation about his sexual life as a girl.
Am I right?
Versus youth. Oh wait. Ready? There's just a few key red flags here. Attended performance arts school and defended the LGBTQ back in the 80s.
When it was cool, he wouldn't do that now. I'm kidding. I'm joking. Well, he wouldn't probably. Well, he would probably have an issue that the trans shit is in it. But anyway, I'm just saying that's not my beliefs. It's my beliefs. But yeah,
he'd be in a rap battle with Lil Nas or whatever that guy's name is.
I would be interested in I would be very interested in what Tupac would be saying today about Trump. That's what I would be very interested in, because he would talk outwardly, I don't want to say against Trump, but he would be like, why? He was very big on why do you have all this money and there's people dying, you know what I mean, on the streets. He's very big on that. And so
I can very too. That's what Tupac thinks about the political climate.
No, but that's the kind of stuff that, you know.
Make some more fucking tracks, dude.
What's it mean?
Just make music.
Oh, got it. Track.
Just make music. Just dribble, you know?
That's racist.
You guys see this?
No. That's racist. Incredible shit.
Oh, they're not bad looking either.
There's some titties.
Stop them.
They always fight like this.
That one has some sort of Latina in it. It was going to be a problem.
Bitch!
Teal, she she takes 3 of them.
They always pull
the hair thing is shit. Oh, Jesus.
That girl's getting her ass
Oh,
whooped.
she just pulled her off and left.
Oh, her tits out. That girl titty popped out.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, and a kid.
Oh, good kid, girl.
Oh, wow. Guard your grill, dude.
Dan, Big Bird with the fucking left hook.
Guard your grill, bro. Check the seismic activity on that fall.
They're probably fighting over a cock, let's be honest.
Bro, why don't they stop? Hey, ladies. Just,
I hate these kinds of things.
Yeah.
That big bitch in the blues in turquoise is a problem.
It's like I follow this
She
one.
put her hair up for it.
I follow this one where it's like, what's it called? Like, you know,
Where is
it's called Women Equality.
Oh, yeah, Nick. Fucking doing that fucking lifestyle creeping.
Yeah,
dude.
That's a Foley.
What does that mean?
Yeah, she's a homie hopper.
That's a full titty right there.
Dude, that thing's all natural, too. I can tell by the...
No, it's not, dude. Was it well documented?
Dude, you don't think that's a real tit?
It looks like it could be fake, but you can't tell.
Yeah, you don't know shit.
Oh, I know, bro. Oh, I haven't seen tits.
Hey. That's well documented.
Hell yeah, I see them titties.
Yeah, you know what's up.
Speaking of which, I'm a good
Now mine does too. Dude, I follow this. Like, I always love these things. It's like women getting equality, and there's always some woman hitting a guy, and then like, you know,
oh yeah, and then he just DDTs her.
It's like every time when I just watch it, I go, "Oh, don't do it." And I'm saying this to the guy. I'm saying to the guy, like, "Don't do it."
You gotta catch a case. Oh, that's gonna go.
But the bigger ones are the ones where the guy is obviously giving the person a big chance to stop. You know, this guy's getting hit. He's just looking at her like, okay,
please stop.
And then he just goes like this.
Right.
And she just goes flying, man. Sometimes I just get like, oh man, this is, you know what? It's movies.
You ever been hit by one?
Yeah.
You ain't shit if you haven't been hit by one, bro.
Dude, I've never been hit.
Yeah, well, I wonder why. Because you look like a wife beater. Can anyone say War Machine?
too look hittable. That's the fucking thing.
I get that. I certainly understand I'm hittable, but I'm like, because here's what I do a lot. I go, oh, I'm just asking. And that kind of shit. Yeah, the fist goes right to your.
What's I was at the comedy store in the main room doing like the show, so it was like super wow. Okay, well, and it is.
That's my show. Everybody knows Jabu's show's Rabbi's show. Bitch! Dude, it's athleticism.
What was the motivation? What was the CIA's motivation? Why? What was the root of this conflict, or this ambition for the CIA? Alan Dulles came from Silicon Valley, which was a very high-powered, huge law firm out of New York City. His brother was the managing partner. He was a senior partner. Some of their assignments, well, actually a lot of their assignments, were for these big, huge corporations. And a lot of these corporations had very powerful interests. Okay. And so, if you know anything about what the CIA is not about, like our problems, Central America, okay, then you understand what their objective is. And what their objective is, okay, is the opposite of what America's wants to do, which is supposed to be spreading democracy. What they were trying to do was keep dictatorships in power so that they could have the resources to close the summer as the city moves forward with a $28 million renovation. The historic site hasn't been filled since 2020 by American, British, or European restrooms and heated showers. A very good example being Congo, which we spent some time on. Okay, and in the book, we talk about 2 degrees warmer Sunday and Monday, then heating up next week. The guy named Richard 24-hour newsroom. All right, and he was one of the preeminent experts on Africa and the Congo. He's in the film. We did an extended interview for him in the book. Okay, and his book, JFK Revealing, was a milestone in figuring out just what JFK was.
I love how I spent half my life shouting West Side at me. What is this bull shit?
Who was the Secretary General, actually wanted to have third world democracy. Now, in the book and in the film, we talk about what happened to Lumumba, who was assassinated down for the CIA.
What is this bullshit?
3 days before Kennedy was inaugurated. I don't think that's true. Okay, they got rid of him 3 days before Kennedy was inaugurated. What exactly was that? Well, in the Congo, the CIA was engaged with Belgium and England to try and thwart Lumumba's ambition, which was to make Congo an independent state and to have its own resources for its own people. He was a very dangerous guy because not just for Congo, but because they feared that he could spread this pan-Africanism idea throughout the continent. And Congo, for example, is a very rich country with a lot of great resources. And so they helped track Lumumba from the escape from prison. Because they got Mobutu, who was his chief benefactor, army guy. to be trained, okay, and to have him arrested. And when he escaped, the CIA intelligence tracked him down, okay, and turned him over to his enemies in Topanga to break away from him. And then I believe, and I think this is in the book,
We on Bombaway. My wings are wet, 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 wings are wet, my wings are wet, my wings are wet, my wings are wet. In the jungle, the mighty jungle, the lion sleeps tonight. In the jungle, the lion jungle. Hi, Jungle Mary. The blue 42 on my heart. He knows that away on bump away. Away on bump away. Wow, wow, wow. The lion sleeps tonight.
Girls from these three girls from they're talking. And I just start going, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, tens don't sit in the front row of the show.
Oh, bro. I would have been fucking laughing.
I was going in. I was like, see, I remember this. I was like, yeah, these D3 chicks over here talking.
Yeah, bro.
And this one girl was so mad.
Yeah, she was.
And she had a pantsuit on, which I was clowning. But then the thing is, she came on the stage, like, you know, with like 1 foot ooh, she was on the stage and she was standing right next to me, and I'm like, security, no one's doing nothing. Of course not. And I'm thinking to myself, this is a lose-lose for me. Absolutely. You know what I'm saying? Because if she hits me, you know, whatever response I give, there won't be. They'll either be like pussy or abuse, or your abuser. You know, so I just was like, you know, but it was luckily she didn't do anything. You've always got to get the gab, though. You know? Oh yeah. She still thinks about that. And let me tell you something. Yeah, she will never do that again. I had somebody rushed on stage once. A woman. I talked about it in my special, but she came up. I don't drink, so I must have had some sort of cup or something. No, it was the microphone. I had the microphone, and she comes up and grabs the microphone, and she hit my face, and I just go, and I sit down. Because, like, what can you do? Oh, I know. What can you do? I just go, oh, man, it sucks. Did she have big tits, though? They were like the pancake kind. Oh, yeah. She had really frizzy hair. We could have just done that. Imagine. That's even worse. No, dude. Yeah, syrup. Yeah.
It's also weird, like girls that hit.
No, listen.
Like over the age of 16, that they hit.
No, they all hit. That's the thing. They have no control of their emotions, and they've never been told, like, you know.
What's
weird is you're not black and white. Like, if you have a conversation, if you have just seen too many movies. If you have a conversation with, you know, like I was talking with my wife, and I was like, yo, you really think that, like, if a motherfucker came at you, like, you're one of those women that's like, sorry, I messed with me, right? And she's like, yeah. And I go, you don't get it. Yeah, you don't get it. She's like, no, I would kill someone. And I'm like, all right.
Study is so.
Have you seen that Danny McBride video where he's like, you know, they're in like karate gear and he's like doing a thing where he's telling the guy, yeah, this girl, she's been practicing this. That's from that movie? No, that movie was funny, bro. And the dude was like,
something Fury?
Fist of
Way?
Foot Fist Way. That's just that was great. I just saw a funny video from a sketch group. The guys were like, if female action stars in real life, and the girl comes out, and then it's just like. They should just fucking find guys. They should just make fun of her and she runs away crying. I was like, oh man. But you know, Salt comes down, Angelina Jolie, they go, you're fat. She goes, no, but I do believe that. Throw a fucking beer bottle on the back of her head. But you know what I do believe in most situations, like, you know. I mean, not me. I'm just saying in the movie. When you see something like that in public, you see a guy hit a girl because she did something crazy. There's still a part of me that's like, no. Yeah, every time. Because, like, come on. Yeah, no. You know what I mean? Like, it's like you gotta just take that.
Have either your wives that maybe even before you met them got in a fight?
I don't think so. It's just,
and your wife thinks she's fucking Jet Li, Chris?
That's why she thinks that, bro. She's never been in a fucking fight. Your wife's obviously been in a fight. But your wife's obviously been in a fight. But it's in the remover gang tattoo.
She's MS-13.
She calls out hits, but I want him dead. Like she talks like that. When she Rosie Perez, sometimes when you I want him poisoned. Yeah, but they have. Tell man that he can't come home. I'm going to kill him. I just think that she would realize the nature of what she's saying.
Look at this shot, son.
I think that would have to know.
That ain't it.
After just having sex one time, and then, well, I'm a real pussy. Really? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I go really slow. And honestly, you know, even when my wife and I have anal sex, my butt hurts afterwards. So that it's your fault. Your pegging is the reason why she thinks she can beat up a guy.
You know it's a good one. We heard Casey and shit in the background.
Oh, they laugh? Yeah. Oh, I didn't hear that.
They love the anal joke.
Yeah, bro. Hell yeah, got the fucking bi-coastal, even though it's a third coast. Yes!
June's all facts.
Yeah. June's like, facts. He goes, by the way, we don't record this episode.
Hey, but my
Oh,
track
fuck
record,
yeah.
Come on, man. Two out of 10. Yeah, come on, man.
I tell you another funny video is this like dorky guy in the car with this girl and they're talking to his wife or something and she keeps hitting him. Yeah, she's driving. She's
I've seen that one.
You know, and then he goes after like one more time. He goes, "If you hit me again."
Yeah, he's bleeding too. Yeah.
And then it just turns in. Even that little dorky guy, I was thinking. When you saw how it ended up, I was like, "Oh, don't do that," because she was so scared at that point. I'm sorry.
The thing is, you can like, as a man, there should be something where there should be some kind of law where you give a woman, you say, listen, okay, if this continues, I'm gonna punch you in the face. Okay? So now that you know that, if you get punched in the face, it's your fault, right?
Probable cause.
But yeah, so
you know where it gets weird is, and your kids are almost at the age, but when they're like 7 or 8, because the girls mature way faster, so an 8-year-old, 9-year-old girl's physically bigger, stronger. When they start trying to bully the boys, I'm like, just fucking hit them, dude. It's just fucking solid.
No. I'm gonna tell you something right now.
Should we add that?
When I was in the 60s,
I didn't hear Nick fucking put the thing on. Nick ruined your story by playing the thing, and that's unforgivable.
Why did it cut out?
All right. Oh, bro, that was what was that? That was just.
B.
Can I tell my story? When I'm in the 6th grade, there was a bully girl, you know.
They're the worst.
You know, and I was like, and she like hit me, you know, and I hit her back. The moment I hit her back, she turned into a girl. Of course. And then I was the villain, of course. And I was like, and that's when I learned you don't hit girls.
Yeah.
That's the you know, it's good. She was being a bully and shit.
It's a good lesson for you, and I'll tell you what.
And I was like,
but it's also a good lesson for her, because if you never did that, she would have kept bullying everybody.
But the thing was, it was funny how I'm talking. Instantly went from, you know, whatever to like, and I was like, everybody was like, oh man, come on, remember when she was just saying, you know what I mean? Y'all forgot?
Real problem.
She was I'm pointing at people like, you were real problem. Nah, man. And I was like, oh no. I remember that lesson. I was like,
T was in summer camp. There was this 12-year-old girl. 12-year-old girl looked like Kevin Durant with tits, man. I was like, bud, you gotta hit her once, dude. And she you gotta do it once, and she'll know not to fuck with you. He was so scared, though.
I get it.
I wish when I was younger, my dad told me stuff like that. Because, not that he said don't fight, but there was never a...
You gotta stick up for yourself.
Yeah. There was never a... I mean, you know, he would tell me to stick up for myself, but it was always with words. Like, we were a funny family, you know what I mean? But, like, so... But, like, he was...
You talk your way out.
Oh, yeah. But, and I learned that real well, but, like... Yeah, for sure. But, I wish there was a thing where he was like, if this person's fucking with you and he's not stopping, then you got to stand up for yourself. Hit him.
I tell my kids that every day, and then Tiger's always, he's different than Bossy. Tiger's always worried he's going to get in trouble. I'm like, bud, I'll handle that. Don't you worry. I'll deal with the principal or the teachers. Don't worry about that. Like, he's in the summer camp now, and one of the dads called me. He's like, yeah, I guess there was this kid bullying him. I'm like, what the fuck, bullying my son? He's like, yeah. I'm like, dude, what the fuck? So I picked Tiger up. I'm like, dude, what's going on? He's like, Dad, there's this 12-year-old boy, and he bullied me, and then this is 2 friends. I go, hold on, stop. He bullied all 3 of you? Yes, yeah. I go, at the same time? Yes, yeah. I go, no. Wait. I told him, I said, now I'm upset. There's 3 of you.
Right.
I knew that's what it was.
That's hilarious.
No one said, let's get this motherfucker. No one. You just all stood there and took him like bullied the 3 of you. It's 1 by 1. Some whole shit, dog. He didn't eat that night.
You should have just been like, wow. Dude, Brandon feels like you should have taken charge. All right, I'm going to go high, you go low, you punch me in the stomach.
My son is, for some reason, obsessed with being a good boy. It's really adorable, but also heartbreaking because, like, you're like,
No way.
you know. But he's like, he'll be like today, last night I was putting in bed. He was like, I don't need my sleep sack anymore. I'm a big boy. And I'm like, no, you can use your sleep sack as a blanket. He was like, no, but I'm a big boy. And then I'm like, no, it's okay. And then he starts crying, and I'm like, what's wrong, buddy? And he was like, I just want to be a good boy. I don't want you to be like. I'm like, dude, where do I give you this thought? Dude, their brains work.
I saw Spider-Man, it's the Green Goblin fucking origin story.
Goblin's just on a surfboard. I'm a good boy.
But it breaks your heart, though, dude.
Nick, quickly. No, but you know, it's like that's my fear too. Anything you say, because you hear later. You hear these people talk about later in therapy, like, why are you like this? Well, because when I was young, my dad said something. Yeah. And it's not even like you were being.
No, it's not your dad's fault.
Yeah.
It was a throwaway. Yeah. They fucking took it to heart and got a tattoo on their fucking rib.
Exactly.
He's still young, man. They're so young.
I know.
I don't know who they are yet.
Because like I pride myself on how I talk to. Like, dude, I was with him for an hour and a half last night when he was trying to go to bed. He was worried about stuff, and I was sitting there. I sat there for an hour and a half, and
you went over your set.
I'm not. No, yeah. And I was wanted to see what he would laugh at. But
he's going to. Right, so I'm gonna open with this. I'm gonna be upside down, Calvin. What do you think about that?
Help me. I want to try some crowd work real quick. Just give me some.
Where are you from?
No, you know what it is, Chris? That I think because we know that the world's a dangerous place, man. And soft, like sweet people get fucking ran over. That's my biggest fear.
Yeah, I know.
Photoshop that pictures. Your jokes. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, I know my son's gonna have that wit,
you just want to be a pushover.
Right. And again, you don't know.
Send him to Dagestan.
When he's 15, 16, he's being rebellious. You're going to be like, what happened to good boy?
I know.
You know what I mean? So who knows what's going to happen?
I'll just turn his Tesla
on. And this guy, was this like the baseball stuff? He was getting bullied It's probably some kid who's like seeing like this kid is better than him, younger. You know what I mean? That's how people are.
Yeah, he's the new kid. But three of you, no one was like, "Fuck this! There's three of us. Let's jump."
Well, I just need the parental support.
Dude's just trying to see what he can get away with.
Parental support is what you need, man. That's all it is. I've told you guys this before. I remember riding the school bus and this guy was bullying me. My mom said, "Tomorrow, I want you to punch him in the face." Good, mama. And I did. Good. I got suspended. Good. From the bus.
Because Eric, I bet you didn't want to do it before because you were worried about the consequences.
Yeah.
You hit him, right?
Yeah.
That's Tiger.
Yeah.
He's always worried. Fuck your principal, dude.
My mom drove me to school to make sure to park in front of the bus that
She had you hit mitts before you get off the bus?
No. When I was suspended, she would drive me to school, and then she would make sure she would park in front of the bus that I usually ride in. I would just get out of her car. What's up, y'all?
Bro, your stories about your mom are so awesome. Yeah, I love your mom.
Yeah,
so happy I got to meet her. I know it was, at the end there, but I'm so happy I got to meet her.
And she was like, see, you guys, you had your dad in your life. Yeah, you had your dad in your life. Because I've been looking at these videos and stuff, and trying to figure out and here's something that I saw. It was roughhousing with your son. Yeah, is really important. So I was like, oh man, that's like who would tell you that? How would you even know that? So, and I love doing it. And right now, Wolf is all about it.
I'm saying,
you know what I mean?
Calvin and Billy both.
I pick him up and I do like this. I throw him in this, and he's just like, ah. And he's like, and now he sleeps better. And it's like, when they say it's about their but what I'm saying is, I know you didn't have that. I didn't even have that.
Damn, man. Damn.
You know what I'm saying?
Like to Eric like that.
Nick's a bully.
You just get that hard
I gotta go punch Nick in the fucking face right now, everybody. So thanks for watching Golden Hour.
Do it on camera. I love how the shirt is open on the bottom.
I don't. That's the one
You still have the good jeans on.
Yeah. Wait, and they're buttons. Wow. I gotta get a new shirt in this. Everything else is cool. What did you just say? AI, make it fatter?
Yeah.
You just do it more.
No, I go even fatter. Anyway, I thought you'd never ask. That's the thing.
You know what we should do here? We should get a scale, and I'll start doing weigh-ins.
Yeah, you got this here.
All right, I'll be in Indianapolis this next weekend, Irvine, California, Huntsville, Alabama, Miami, Florida, Houston, Texas, and Chrisley.com.
My next shows are coming up. I'll be in Tacoma, the Nate Jackson Comedy Club in Tacoma. I think that's the 13th. And then I'm gonna be at Madison Square Garden with Matt Rife on the 18th and 19th. Yeah, that's gonna be great. So see you guys.
All right, kids. Love you. We're out.
So, and by the way, this is another thing. Thanks for giving me all the order. All right. Kennedy did not like the way that thought that Saudi Arabia was everything we don't want the Middle East to become. Why? Because it was extremely fundamentalist. The Wahhab religion, whatever it is an extreme form of Islamicism. Okay? And they adapted that just for the reason of keeping us so with the empire in power. Okay, whereas NASA,
Oh, I don't, bro. Oh, I haven't seen tits. Hey, that's well documented.
Friends that laugh, friends that shout. Sometimes we don't know what we're talking about, but that won't stop us. Nothing can stop us. Cause I show you love, just rebrand it love. It's stronger, better, bigger power, cause it is the
So are we starting or no? Yeah. All right. Okay. But also, we started. Okay. I'll be at Chrisley.com. I will be in Indianapolis. I will be in Miami, Huntsville, Alabama, Irvine, Tacoma, in Miami. I will be in Houston. Go to Chrisley.com. Get those tickets for those hot summer days.
Oh, and I'm going to be at Nate Jackson's Comedy Club in Tacoma in a couple weeks.
Check it out, dude. Oh, yeah. Check it out, dude. With the new Life Rips camo. Dude, the hoodie, just in time for summer. No, but I got
Cut the sleeves off.
I know. Oh, yeah. Well, no, I won't. But I have a hat, too, that I didn't wear that's camo. So when I really want to go incognito, but still no Life Rips, we got it going on here. Chrisley.com.
Dude, just in time for a hot summer. I dig it, dude. And camo.
Hot summer.
Can't go wrong with camo, buddy.
No. Hey, you probably see a lot of camo out there, right? Not even fashionably, just because it's, you're in Texas.
Well, they wear camo out here just if it's a Texan tuxedo.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Camo. No one says shit.
Like out here, it's fashion. But in Texas, it's not fashion.
It's a way of life.
Brendan, how was the tryouts? How was
Tiger made the team, dude.
He made the team. I'm sorry. How
Tiger
tryouts
Dude, Tiger made the fucking team, number 2 team in the nation. Wow. Here's the thing. I shot a show on Thursday, right? And Tiger tried out on Wednesday, It was a 3-day tryout, and they're like, we'll let some people know right away, and then others will let know the following week. So I didn't know. So Tiger tried out Wednesday, balled out, and then Thursday I'm shooting a show, right? An hour-long MMA breakdown show. An hour. The court came out, and we lost all the footage, all the footage after an hour of fucking dropping hot fucking takes, dude. I come in here, work my ass off, dude. She goes, man, we have to do it again. Oh my god. In my head, I'm like, I'm gonna fire Chin in Texas, even though he just moved here. We'll figure it out.
He would learn a lesson.
Then I get a text. Congratulations, Tiger made the team. I'm like, Chin, it's your lucky day, buddy.
Oh, wow.
Nothing can mess this up. I was gonna fire you, but you're rehired.
Oh, wow. So, that's good. So you're moved. Okay, well, you got that text at a good time. But also, wow, that's, did Chin feel bad? Did he mope? I want to know.
He didn't give a shit. He goes, dude, you know what? He goes, dude, my track record. Come on, one time in 10 years. I go, it's a big time, though.
Yeah. And when did he say my track record? Right away, or did he wait? You got to know.
I simmered for about 5 minutes in anger, and then I was like, Chin, you serious right now, dude? He goes, I know, I'm sorry, man. I go, dude, are you kidding me? He goes, dude, my track record.
Oh, see, that's too soon to say that. I'm pissed off now, Chin. That's too soon to say that. Chin, give it an hour and a half, and then be like, yo, I really am sorry. I hope my track record speaks for itself. That would have been,
I disagree.
What?
I disagree. He's been around too long, and he's like, yo, chill, right? He's like, come on, man.
That's what I'm saying.
With my track record, you're going to treat me like that?
So you think it's okay for him to do that?
Yeah.
All right.
I think Eric's spot on, and also Chin knows me well. I fly off the handles, and I'm like a Sour Patch Kid. I'm like a Sour Patch Kid. I'm like, I'm sorry, baby.
Here's the real thing. You must have really thought you were on fire. What was the take that you were like, I'm never going to, that was the take? What was the take? You get it.
Honestly, all 60 minutes.
It was a hot episode.
That was 60 words. Fucking
fire. Well, you know what?
Liver King.
You know what the worst part? John Jones. You know what the worst part is? It has nothing to do with how good that episode is. It has to do with this is the real issue. Here we go. Doing it again.
You do this athleticism, son.
Doing it again is the thing.
The passion's gone. The passion's gone.
This world is another sign of every day. Hey, we'll be cool. Hey, so, oh, this whole thing is like
I don't even believe this tape anymore. I believed it 2 hours ago when I was filming it. But yeah, so
this world is the water slide of every day. Hey, I'll be cool.
sometimes I do I'm like, after congratulations, I'm like, that's the worst podcast I ever did. And sometimes my wife is like,
say it ain't so.
So maybe it was good. Maybe
You're
it's bad. You never know.
You can't lose your wife, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, Brian always thinks our podcast.
What do you think Texas now? Women can't even vote in Texas, I think.
You're my high is down in my eyes, my somebody's calling, boy, you're giving me chills. Then I say, this world is another side of every day. Hey, it'll be cool.
You don't say. Okay, go ahead, Brandon. Go ahead. You know what? Chris.
But even, I gotta be honest, I haven't looked at Eric since 2015.
Can you just do it? Just do it. Just do it. Don't even try. Don't even try. Just do it. Dude, but you gotta say thank you, dog. Like Peter Frampton.
One out
shadows grow so long before my eyes, and they moving across the bay. Suddenly the day turns into night, far away from the city. So don't hesitate, 'cause your love won't wait. Yeah. Ooh, baby, I love your way every day. Wanna be along your way every day. Wanna be with you night and day. Hey. Years to shine and like the sky, far away from the firefly. Let's see it again. Let's see it. That was sick when you were like, thank you. And everybody was like,
So, like I said, like firefly,
but don't
I gotta tell you, I can't wait to see what Photoshop they're putting up because their faces Kevin are just.
Hey, ooh, baby, I love your way every day.
Have your calorie intake be less than and go for walks.
That was sick.
Eric, does your wife say anything when you get a little thick?
No, she tries to be nice, but I've always been thick.
Nah, fat shaming. You gotta fat shame people, dude. It works.
Yeah, it works. Look at Lizzo. It works.
Oh, I heard she ate. Not the food, not food. I'm saying I heard she ate with the new mixtape. Did she? I don't know. I didn't hear it. I heard she fucking she ate.
I get my hand tossed, check my nails. Baby, how you living? Really good. Hand tossed, check my nails. Baby, how you living? Woo, child. Tired of bullshit.
That looks funny and crazy real.
Ooh, child. Tired of the bullshit.
You know what they call fat people in Texas? The kids. I didn't know this until I was around the neighbor kid. There's like a big lady. He goes, "Oh, look, you're the fat man." And I thought it was like they're talking like brisket, or some sort of meat. They're not fat. They're fat lady. He just goes, "Yeah." He just goes, "Yeah,
That was so sick when you were like, wow, 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 wow.
The hilarious Photoshop that Nick did was Eric was 150 pounds heavier and still had dope jeans on. I love that. That you were still fashionable.
The jeans that actually, you know those jeans those are? Nate Jackson has a big guy.
Well, that was AI, but okay.
Yeah, I know, but that was from a picture. You got that from a picture.
So,
those are jeans that are on in the picture.
See, those jeans are like vintage, torn and shit.
Look at me cool on stage. With a farty shirt on and
that's cool.
And then
Hey, Eric, you don't have anyone in your life when you're a little thick, let's chill out. Maybe you don't do the full rap.
Yeah, I do. It's one's an ex-UFC fighter and another one has a big-ass forehead.
I don't say I never said that.
It's like,
I never do that.
Fucking Lethal Weapon, video, audio crew.
Dude, John.
Where's that Photoshop, huh?
Kevin, just like, I'm getting too old for this shit. Kevin just like,
all right,
yeah.
Subject change. I want to ask you all about this. Did you see that Tesla is now delivering the cars with like they autonomous drive the car comes to your place. No, that's not after you buy it. But you know what I think about? That if you don't make the payments, that your car drives away. That's so funny. Oh, dude, that would be so annoying. No, that would be. You think so? It's a payment. Quiet. Try to catch it. My shit goes so fast. I'll crash. No, I'll crash before you get there. I'll lose the back of that thing. I'll lose the back of that thing. This is like a whole separate type of towing. But you know what? This is computers taking jobs. This is AI taking jobs even away from like the bondsmen and people. Like, bro, the repo man don't have a job no more. Repo man gotta be first to go. I'm telling you right now. There are still repo men.
God, how gay are those guys clapping? It's just a car.
You just got your car. Tesla is so weird, okay? Because he's like,
Man, what the fuck? Sluttiest whore in the history of humankind plus MILF loving Rabbi Wiki. What is this now? What is the fuck? What fucking happened here? Push perhaps. Sluttiest whore in the history of humankind was MILF loving Rabbi. I want you, MILF loving Rabbi, every day. I want you, loving Rabbi. Hey, hey, I want you, day after day. Scooby Dooby Doo, Scooby Doo, what the wow, Scooby Dooby Doo. Oh no fucking way. Scooby Dada. Oh, that's why. Show me the way every day. I want you. Derek Griffin, your favorite person on earth? Well,
I thought the most gangster thing I've ever seen because of the person's position is when
he's just like, I don't know how I got so fucking famous.
He said, to the president, they are fucking stupid.
That was great.
They don't know what the fuck they're doing. I was like, oh man. How do you not be like,
Oh, look.
I was like, oh man, that's not, because it's like, that's when you know, like, that's some raw emotion.
Yeah. I mean, if they're trying to not be at war, they don't know what they're doing.
No, but this what I'm saying though is like, that's some true raw emotion.
Well, no president before him would have.
No one ever did it.
Number one, baby girl, you and me. Smash hit, that's a hit to me. Off the charts, you didn't get to me. She might be classic, but you ain't hit to me. Soon as I'm done, tell me how you go down.
Just to change subjects,
Yeah,
over here,
sure.
all the way in Texas. Dude, how long have you and I been saying that Diddy's gonna get off?
Oh man,
don't have shit on this.
No. Here's the thing.
Not yet.
I think that he's gonna say he got off. That was the title of my last podcast that I did to Diddy. You did? Yeah. But here's the thing. I think he's gonna do like 3 or 4 years, time served, and I think he'll get out in a year and a half, and maybe even get house arrest or something. They're not gonna get him on the racketeering.
For what?
Because he clearly is guilty. He clearly is guilty of the transportation for prostitution. He is guilty of that.
No. Because they got them on record where those hoes agreed to it and a payment. They got paid like $10,000.
Them hoes ain't loyal. These hoes ain't loyal. That's evidence.
I don't think he's going to prison for that.
I think so.
No, because they pay for it. That's evidence.
Maybe even get house arrest or something. They're not going to get him on the racketeering.
For what?
Because he clearly is guilty. He clearly is guilty of the transportation for prostitution. He is guilty of that.
No, because they got them on record where those hoes agreed to it and a payment. They got paid like $10,000.
That's called prostitution.
That's evidence.
That's evidence.
I don't think he's going to prison for that.
I think so. I think he will. But it's still a failure on the
These hoes ain't loyal.
I don't think they cannot prove racketeering. Because this is what racketeering is. Conspiracy of the
That was sick when you were like, thank you. And then he was like, thank you. And everyone was like, that was so sick. 2 followers. These hoes ain't loyal. She take the money when I'm in need. Yeah, she's a trifling vanity. Oh, she a gold leg digger. Way over time. That big jump, blah, 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 blah. She take the money.
What's wrong with baby oil and peeing? I don't get it. I did potty 3 times here so far.
I really wanna who are you? Goes out to Rebecca now.
That is not a guy, right? That's standing up with Kevin's face on it. That guy gets so much pussy. Right there, that guy. That doesn't exist.
Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? I woke up in a Soho garden in a policeman knew my on my head. Who are you?
Rachel put on, right? It's called Lazy Susie. Okay, so it's Sean Hayes. Who's great? He's great. Listen, I'm watching the action on the yes. Not in full.
Why you? Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? I woke up in a Soho garden and a policeman knew my name. Who are you? I really want you. Who are you? Who are you? Oh, tell me, who are you? Sluttiest whore? Huh? And then a bunny, Chin 2.
This is worse. Yeah, we should. This is worse.
Tell me, who are you? Are you?
What's his name? I hear he's the nicest guy. Of course he is.
The Running Man again?
Yeah, but no, Edgar Wright's great. And Glenn Powell's great, but Glenn Powell's in. Glenn Powell's, he's Melvin, you know what I mean? He's
Arnold's Running Man?
Yeah, but now it's Glenn Powell.
We made
This is the third one.
Whatever it is, like a funny, cute guy now, right?
I mean,
that guy?
Yeah, but no, this is an action movie. So it's not fun.
He's not good looking.
No, he is a good looking dude. Maybe not there, but he's good looking. He's charming and shit.
Yeah, that's his thing.
Yeah. So anyway, this is like Chris's lane. This is like Chris. So this guy.
Oh, Chris likes basic looking girls and guys. Got it.
No. I said he's Melvin Toast. The guy's regular, but he's handsome enough to be a movie star. It's like, Tom Cruise. There you go. He's good looking enough. He's, nobody's going to be like, ew. This is why this is a movie star. That's what a movie is.
I look at him, I go, that's a guy.
He's symmetrical as fuck. He's symmetrical, and
his eyes are too close together.
All right, bro. Look, Nick, I can Photoshop him wider. Look, here's the thing. Nick, no. He has a baby in this movie, and then it shows the wife, and she's black. Okay. And now listen.
Huh?
That's really good. Now listen. It's
I want to be so hard on and in the weekend thing. You better.
And I'm like, all right, man, why didn't black people were fucking together? That happens in real life. Yeah. And then I go like this. But it pisses me off in real life. I go, that's fucking interesting. I go, that's and I go, what? This is why.
You'd suck yourself off.
This is why. And I go, I said, but this is why it pisses me off, because you know that in real life you fall in love with me. You're a white person, you fall in love with a Mexican. You're a Mexican, you fall in love with a black person. You're whatever. A white woman, you fall in love with an Asian man. But you know what I mean? That stuff happens. But the point is. When Hollywood does it, they're doing it, and it's fake. They are doing it because they feel like it's virtue signaling. You know what I'm saying? Correct. So it doesn't. When I see a white person, black person together, I don't even register that, right? I'm not like mixed race couple, but when I see Running Man, I'm like, look what Hollywood's trying to fucking do, dude.
Yeah, well, but that's the fault of what they've been doing in the last 5-6 years. Because
I understand.
Because before that, if there was nothing about it, and you saw that,
you wouldn't think that.
You'd be like, oh, whatever.
Of course, yes. But it's just so apparent what they're trying to do, and that is way worse than being like, fuck it, let's just make Sean Hayes be an actual woman, not even a trans woman. Like that, it's like, oh wow, that's cool. It's not gonna be like if Tom Cruise played Anne Frank. Bro, take my money.
I continue
hiding up in a closet.
Let me tell you a story though. So I was on the set of I'm Dying Up Here, and we were all sitting, all the actors were sitting around. And,
that's weird. Actors never sit around.
Melissa Leo, she's great. So we were just having a discussion about what's his name, what's the dude from he just died, Louis Anderson. Yeah, he played what's his name's mom. So we're sitting around like, oh, he won an Emmy, and then here's this woman, Melissa Leo, in her 50s, going, oh, so another role taken away from women in their 50s, as if there's a lot of work for them, played by a man. So I mean, there's that.
Yeah. So no, I get it. I mean, look, a comedy's a comedy, so you can't really. Comedies can do whatever they want, but
I just don't get why they make another Running Man. Because they did Arnold. And then 8 years ago, they did one with Colin Farrell and 8
No. You're thinking of Total Recall.
Was that an Arnold remake movie?
Total Recall was
fucking stupid.
Total Recall is one of my favorite movies. Total Recall, the remake, is so bad.
Dude, that's what Brendan said.
I know. Dude, the way they Colin Farrell's great, but like, they took all of the tone out of that movie. The tone is just
Sharon, dude, in the original Sharon Stone.
Ooh-wee!
Am I right?
Ooh-wee!
I don't know why they're remaking Running Man. That wasn't even. This is my thing about why they're remaking. No. But I'm saying I don't know why. That wasn't a great movie. I don't think that movie did. I don't know if it was that big of a hit. That was when Arnold was kind of going down, I think.
No, I love that.
Get in peace. Attention.
I wonder if they're going to redo
Please read.
Commando.
They will. They probably wait till Arnold dies.
They're not waiting out till he dies.
He'll be the Predator. Arnold Schwarzenegger's a Predator. Yeah. It's fun. His show's kind of funny. It's like the fucking bar. Oh, I didn't see that. Brady does a good artist.
That's all I have. It's the only accent I have.
Yeah, but I just thought I was going to get you.
Do it, Arnold. Come on. I can't do it.
We were on episode 3 or 4.
Get in the job. That's the best I can do.
I'm out. I fell way off on that show.
Yeah, you know what? Look, it's the number one.
Else did too.
It's the number one show on Netflix, but
that's what they tell you. How do you know?
Asians, man. Listen,
what I'm saying is nobody's talking
it's
about
the same way why Yao Ming was the all-star folk getter.
Yeah, but name one person. Like, remember when Squid Games first came out? Even my dumbass was like, damn, this shit is lit. Name one person talking about besides Chris right now.
That's what I'm saying. But I think that it's one of these things that they can't just let shit go. Like, it's like it was supposed to be a one-off. We saw the story; it was great. Then when it makes all this hype, they go, "We gotta do another one," and it's never gonna.
Of course, but that you understand that they're gonna try and milk it because they want to make money. You get that. However, they're just what I don't like is these shows become successful and then they just try to make it bigger and more. And when it's like that, usually makes it bad because they're focusing on what can we bring into this show to make it more fantastic. And it's like, dude, you need to start with the story. And they don't like, dude, there's a fucking, and it's not bad. It's not bad. The third one isn't bad. But like, there's a baby in it. And it's like, dude, you jump in the shark. You know what I mean?
But also Squid Games, it's not like you got done with it. It was like, oh, I can't wait. I wonder where season 2's going to come. We got it.
Yeah,
we got it.
Yeah,
I think it was a well-thought
story that was over.
But here's my problem. And then when you go to once you get a second season, now you start to delve into like the nuance of the show, and it actually don't make sense. You know, like it doesn't make sense. Yeah, no, it doesn't. First of all, it's not even enough money. What they're going for. I know, yeah. I mean, it says millions. Million won. When you do, you look it up and you go, $60,000. $40,000. You go,
It's like, the only thing that's cool is the guy who created the show the first season. It was like, they didn't know how he was going to do it. He made nothing.
And then he did the second.
Nothing. So the second season, he's balling now. That's the only cool thing.
They're making an American version of Squid Game.
I'm out.
That's hilarious. Really?
Yeah, Mr. Beast did it.
Yeah. Wait, so it's a show or a movie?
Oh, he doesn't miss.
Do that one thing. And I'm proud to be an American.
Everyone in America saw it right now. It's on now.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Fincher looks at it and goes, I'll do better.
You want to see the new game? Interesting. The only thing I want to see they're definitely going to have red light, green light.
Here you go.
If tomorrow. That show is like on couch. That show is like
Am I the thing I love? Tomorrow all the things were gone. I worked for all my life. I had to start again with just my children and my wife. Thank my lucky stars to be living here today. Cause the flag still stands for freedom, and I can't take that away. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the people who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you, my defender still today. But there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the land of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, from the everybody there. And I can't take that away. Oh, that was sick as fuck. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the people who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly say, no, thank you. And the thing has been today. Because I think that oh, this man.
That's great. You can literally be a guy with a podium right now. That's what he is. Yeah, he's probably in his living room, but he's got shorts on. But the thing is, I always, oh my God, I just don't know if funny jokes. People, this guy is the epitome of, typewriter. What is it? Typewriter warrior, or keyboard warrior.
No, it's just all good.
There were typewriters
bandit, am I right?
I did a typewriter in
the only grandson of President John F. Kennedy. Oh wait, this changes things. That motherfucker's related to JFK. Let's hear about him.
Well, it's not a big chance, but that's
we're crashing a plane.
Mine isn't just on his was.
This dude might have something to say.
Yeah, but he was going in, but you should look on his Instagram. I mean, look at him on the bottom picture right there. Hey, what about me? Hey, what about me? He looks like, what's that, Ben Schwartz? Oh, yeah, he does, kind of a little bit.
Well, he's more a JFK style. Yeah. Subversion. Not that too many or not,
but this guy, if he has a problem, hey bud, take it up with your fucking uncle RFK. He's the one who also co-signed the conspiracy. The fuck, take it with the family, you little schmuck.
His Instagram post is like him saying this stuff, and I just think to myself, I don't like it. You should do that. I don't like anyone. I don't like to talk shit about somebody that can probably break
That's the internet, though.
Yeah, but you're being so public about it, you know, it's like crazy.
But he knows nothing's gonna happen to him. He's a fucking Kennedy, dude.
Yeah, nothing bad ever happens to Kennedy.
I get the assassination and the plane crashes. No, I get that. I'm saying, like, it's not like someone's gonna seek him out. You can't get to him.
Oh, I see.
Queen of England.
Yeah, you said that, but then.
Because I wish it would have been that other one. It's so stupid.
Bro, you're acting like I know the wars that happen, and I know the four of them. There's four, okay? So don't talk to me like you know. Just do that in your voice. Yeah, but then I can't be like Chris and come afterwards. Here we go. Get that one out of the way.
Yeah. Oh, because I hate it because you know it's dumb. It messes with the flow, and you know it. So my destiny, you wanted to go, oops, not stupid.
No, I want to agree with that.
Take that one off.
Like this says little baby Rex, the Airbnb owner showing everything he left behind after his stay in Miami. And then he put, that says, oh, show.
Comments how much 30 days stay attended in Miami house could be. In every single of the 6 bedrooms, there was at least one, if not even 10 pairs of shoes. So let's go through one by one. This was a brand new pair of White Air Forces and more clothes and hats just thrown into the shelves. Over here, loads of garbage and one pair of AF1s in the walk-in closet and one more in the bedroom. And like every square foot of the house was pretty gross, especially the bathrooms. In the living room, a PlayStation controller and these ugly Balenciaga slide-ins. And in the next bedroom, another controller, another 2 pairs of shoes, a clogged, nasty bathroom, and another 2 pairs of AF1s in the closet. Next bedroom had some shorts, 4 expensive 9 pairs in the wardrobe, and again, so many accusations. I'm not sneaking inside the house while they're away. They simply left the stuff and don't care about it. In this case, I even called them and asked them what's up with all the clothing, because one room had a whole suitcase full of merchandise and more shoes, and if you pay attention, even some now to the last bedroom, which is my favorite because it has direct pool access. 1 pair of Air Forces on the floor, and 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 here, and another 2 in the bathroom. Last but not least, the kitchen and fridge full of junk food. And can you guess what was under that?
Dude, they say Allen Iverson used to be like, but what I don't get is,
I mean, you has a Magnum condom if I do that.
But what I don't get is that's like it's like when you open the door for somebody and they walk through. It feels like it's easier to say thanks than it is. It feels like it's actually harder to not say something. Like you're actively being. This is hard to do. You know what I'm saying?
Well, it's easier to do, but you just leave all their shit there.
I understand that, but getting everything in there is a whole operation.
Like, these people probably bring it. It's a, you know, I understand. And he's like, fuck it, I'm out. Just what do they charge me?
I understand. I get that. It's insane. This is a fucking.
I can't stand it. Really? Tell me why. Because I don't like it's wasteful.
It's wasteful, but bro.
No. But this is big. Even when listen, I can't stand you go out to dinner with people, you know, and then they over-order or something, and then they don't finish their food in a way that you look like, oh man, you're wasted. I can't stand waste like that. So when I see this, I go, this is just like he's not going to be this wealthy for his whole life.
Right.
Facts. Eric, you know what it is? I look at it, I go, he's just immature.
Yeah.
That's all. He's immature as fuck.
Dude, there's stories that Allen Iverson used to be like this. Like he would go on the road and he would never pack. He would just buy new clothes and just leave every city, you know. And now he's broke. But luckily, he had a business guy who took care of him, invested in some Reebok stuff, so he's gonna get this money. But I'm saying is like, this guy doesn't watch. They should be 30 for 30 for rappers. No, that's good. You know what I mean? Watch that. You know what I mean? It's called 50 for 50. Yeah, because where's special ed right now?
That's actually funny.
I mean, these exact words. Little baby is white. Has anyone ever said that? Like, I bet. Probably not. I'm just saying. You can say like, yo, he laid fire. Oh, he's fucking killing it. But has anyone? Nobody said that. You know what? Because I'm old, right? I think that not even just that. Forget being old. Being a comic. When you're a comic and you grow up poor or whatever, unless you're like, you know, a rich family like you do. We got money when I was in my teens. No, I was teasing. But what I'm saying is, a better example. But what I'm saying is, you learn how to be frugal because you understand how hard this process is and the value of money. That guy does not value money. He doesn't understand money. Like he's a kind of like he got famous when he was a baby, a very low baby, to be honest. If you give somebody, like if you ask somebody, $1 million,
I don't think he didn't grow up rich. I think he just feels entitled now. Like he's probably from the hood. He came up with nothing. Now he just has all this shit and he's just like taking it for granted. He's just immature.
That's my whole point. I don't think people understand the value, like what it costs to live, what it costs, and then the future. Like, you know what I mean? People go broke easy. Like $1 million. That's not a lot of money. Like I'm just nowadays. I'm just being 100. I mean, you can live off it depending on your lifestyle. Like you said, like if you like Peoria. Yeah, no, even still. But here's the thing about people. What happens to people
in North Hollywood? You know
what happens to people? Like it's like I don't know what people's rent are. Like, what's your rent, Nick? What's your rent, Kevin? $3,700. All right, so you're $3,700. If you were given $1 million, would you?
Dude, you're pretty as fuck. Quit that shit.
Okay, then you're fucked. And that's the thing. That's what happens to people. So what I'm saying is, I gave you $1 million and you stayed at that 3,700. You'd be living fat. You'd be dying in that place.
I get what you're saying. All right. Now make a tip. You need fucking.
The thing about your wife, you have your girl, does she want to go to the good Pilates now? Yeah,
I love that BBL.
What I'm saying is, this is what happens. Your lifestyle changes. And this
lifestyle creep.
Sometimes
lifestyle inflation is a phenomenon where your spending increases, your income rises. In fact, it's gradual and often unconscious. Tendency to spend on non-essential items, experiences like cool cars and trucks. Like the fuck
mirror when we're there, dude. Hey, sweetie, we got the lifestyle creep. Lifestyle creep, BLC. Good name for the episode. Lifestyle creep. Yeah. That's why I'm at good place. No, but you get a better car, you get a better place. You start eating it. You're going to Nobu 3 times a week. I mean, it just happens. But what this guy's doing is 10 times beyond that. He's the lifestyle jump. Lifestyle jump. Yeah, and that's.
Bro, how much you think that Airbnb, that $14 Airbnb for 30 days?
Lifestyle jump. Yeah, you need to like. What do you call it? We didn't trademark that. Lifestyle jumping. Yeah. Dude, I can do lifestyle jumping. Let's let that spread. Frips.com camo out there on chrisley.com. We should make
some homie hopper
lifestyle jump. We should make some merch lifestyle jump. That's going to and on the picture. It's like you're in a shack. Then you jump and there's a mansion. That guy's in the tub like Tupac with the gold chains all around him. You know that picture? I love that fucking picture, dude. I gotta get like that. I don't fit in the tub though. I'm tall. I'm taller than the water. I'd be lanky outside the tub.
Is Tupac in there with another dude? Because it's gay as fuck, right? We've been over this.
Don't get me with that. That's your gun. Did I look at you?
It's well documented.
I didn't look at you as the one that got you. Here's how you know that it's bullshit. Brandon said it's well documented. Yeah, anytime he says that.
Okay, Nick, look at me.
Stop document creeping. No, Tupac was raised by his mother, dude. He didn't have a father in his life.
You never seen that part where he's like he's using his hands and stuff?
There's no credible evidence
besides Brendan Schaub that the rumor speculation about his sexual life several
am I right?
Surfaces youth. Oh wait, ready? There's just a few key red flags here. Attended performance art school and defended the LGBTQ back in the 80s.
When it was cool, he wouldn't do that now. I'm kidding. I'm joking. Well, he wouldn't probably. Well, he would probably have an issue that the trans shit is in it. But anyway, I'm just saying that's not my beliefs.
Sluttiest whore in the history of mankind. Humankind. Sluttiest whore in the history of humankind. I want the sluttiest whore in the history of humankind in charge of me.
He was very big on why do you have all this money and there's people dying, you know what I mean, on the streets. He's very big on that. And so
I can give two fucks what Tupac thinks about the political climate.
No, but that's the kind of stuff that, you know.
Make some more fucking tracks, dude.
What does it mean?
Just make music.
Oh, got it, track.
Just make music. Just dribble. Yeah.
That's racist.
Did you guys see this?
No.
That's racist.
Incredible chicks.
Oh, they're not bad looking either.
There's some titties.
Oh, that. Oh.
Stop this. Don't fight like this.
That one has some sort of Latina, and I knew it was going to be a problem.
What is this bullshit? What is this?
They always pull
hair thing is shit. Oh, Jesus.
That girl's getting her ass swept.
She just pulled her off and left.
Oh, her tits out.
I want the biggest president in mankind in charge of me.
Damn, Big Bird with the fucking left hook.
Real, bro. Check the seismic activity on that fall.
They're probably fighting over a cock, let's be honest.
Bro, why don't they stop? Hey, ladies. Just, I hate these kinds of things. Yeah.
That big bitch in the blues in turquoise is a problem.
It's like I follow this one. Her hair up for it. I follow this one where it's like, it's what's it called? Like, you know, where is it? It's called Women Equality. Yeah, they're fucking doing that fucking lifestyle creeping.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Yeah.
That's a full titty right there.
Yeah.
Dude, that thing's all natural too. I can tell by the nose.
Yeah.
Was it well documented?
Dude, you don't think that's a real tit?
Looks like it could be fake, but you can't tell from it.
You don't know shit.
Oh, I know, bro. Oh, I haven't seen tits.
Hey, that's well documented.
Hell yeah, I see them titties. Hell yeah, I see them titties.
Yeah, you know what's up.
Speaking of which,
This is the
oh, I was gonna tell you.
And now mine does too. Dude, I follow this, like, I always love these things. It's like women getting equality, and there's always some woman hitting a guy, and then like, you know, just DDTs or it's like, every time somebody's watching, I go, oh, don't do it. And to me, I'm saying this to the guy. I'm saying to the guy, like, don't do it. In his case,
Yeah, no, queen. Yeah. Just speak. Yeah.
Just looking at her like, okay, please stop. And then he just goes like this. And she just goes flying, man. Sometimes I just get like, oh man, this is, you know what it is? Movies.
You ever hit by one?
Yeah.
You ain't shit if you have been hit by one, bro.
Dude, I've never been hit.
Yeah, well, I wonder why. Because you look like a wife beater. Can anyone say War Machine?
I think you two look hittable. That's the fucking thing.
I get that. I certainly understand I'm hittable, but I'm like, because here's what I do a lot. I go, oh, I'm just asking. And that kind of shit. Your fist goes right to your, what
one time I was at the comedy store in the main room doing like Jeru show, so it was like super whack. And then there's these girls from these three girls in front of their deck, they're fucking talking, and I just start going in. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, tens don't sit in the front row of a show.
Oh, I was outside, whatever they call it, laughing.
I was going in. I was like, I was like, yeah, these D3 chicks over here talking.
Yeah, bro.
And she had suit on, which I was wearing. But then but the thing is, she came on the stage, like, you know, but like 1 foot. She was on the stage and she was standing right next to me, and I'm like, security, no one's doing nothing. Of course not. And I'm thinking to myself, this is a lose-lose for me.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? Because if she hits me, you know, whatever response I give, it won't be.
They'll either be like pussy or abuse.
You're right.
Or your abuser.
You know, so I just was like, you know, but it was luckily she didn't do anything.
You always got to get the gab though. You know?
Oh yeah.
She still thinks about that. And let me tell you something.
His athleticism.
I had somebody rushed on stage once, a woman. I talked about it in my special, but she came up. I don't drink, so I must have had some sort of cup or something. Water? Oh no, it was the microphone. I had the microphone, and she comes up and grabs the microphone, and it hit my face. And I just go, and I sit down. Because, like, what can you do? What can you do? I just go, oh man, it sucks.
Did you have big tits though?
They were like the pancake kind. She had really frizzy hair. You could have just done that. Even worse. No, dude. Yeah, syrup.
It's also weird to like girls that hit.
No, they just
like over the age of 16. That they hit.
They all hit. That's like they have no control of their emotions, and they've never been told like, you know, hey, you know, this is.
Well, what's weird is
you're not Black Widow.
Like if you have a conversation, these I've just seen too many movies. If you have a conversation with, you know, like I was talking with my wife, and I was like, yo, you really think that like if a motherfucker came at you, like you're one of those women that cycle, you'd be sorry I messed with me, right? It's like, yeah. And I go, you don't get it. Yeah, you don't get it. She's like, no, I would kill someone. And I'm like, all right, you don't get it.
Yeah, it's funny. You're seeing that Danny McBride video where he's like, you know, they're in like karate gear and he's like doing a thing where he's telling the guy, yeah, this girl, she's been practicing it.
That's for that movie. Funny, bro.
Stop.
Is it something Fury?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Fist way.
That's just.
Was great.
I just saw
Fucked up, son. Oh,
a
shit.
funny video from a sketch group. The guys were like, if female action stars in real life, and the girl comes out, and then it's just like, they
should just fucking they should just make fun of her and she runs away crying.
I was like, oh man. But you know,
Salt comes down, Angelina Jolie, they go, you're fat. She goes,
no, but I do believe that.
Throw a fucking beer bottle out the back of her head.
But you know what I do believe in most situations, like, you know,
I mean, not me, I'm just saying in the movie.
Stupid. When you see when you see something like that in public, you see a guy hit a girl because she did something crazy. There's still a part of me that's like, no.
Yeah, I totally.
Every time.
It's like, come on.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like, it's like, you gotta just take that.
That means your wives, they maybe even before you met them, got in a fight?
I don't know. I don't think so.
It's just.
No way, it would
And
make
your wife
sense.
thinks she's fucking Jet Li, Chris?
That's why she thinks that. I've been in a fucking fight. Your wife's obviously been in a fight. But your wife's obviously been in a fight. But it's
to remove her gang tattoo.
She's MS-13.
She calls out kids. But I want him dead. Like she talks like that.
When she rooting for it, sometimes when you win, you actually
I want him poisoned.
Yeah, but they have.
Tell Brenda he can
come home, I go to kill him.
I just think that she would realize the nature of what she's saying. Like, I think that any woman would have to know if after just having sex one time, and then, well, I'm a real pussy. Really? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I go really slow, and honestly, you know, even when my wife and I have anal sex, my butt hurts. So that is your fault. Your pegging is the reason why she thinks she can beat up a guy.
You know, it's a good one. We heard Casey and shit in the background.
Oh, that was they loud?
Yeah. Oh, I didn't hear that.
They love the anal gel,
yeah, bro.
Hell yeah, got the fucking bi-coastal, even though it's a third coast. Yes!
Chin's all facts.
Yeah. It's like facts. He goes, by the way, we don't record this episode.
Hey, but my track record.
Come on, man. Two out of 10. Yeah, come on, man.
I see another funny video. Is this like dorky guy in the car with this girl, and they're talking to his wife or something, and she keeps hitting him. Yeah, she's driving.
I've seen that one.
You know, and then he goes, after like one more time, he goes, "You hit me again."
Yeah, he's bleeding too. Yeah.
And then it just turns in. Even that little dorky guy, I was thinking, when you saw how it ended up, I was like, don't do that. And she was so scared at that point. I'm sorry.
The thing is, you can like, as a man, there should be something where there should be some kind of law where you give a woman, you say, listen, okay, if this continues, I'm gonna punch you in the face.
Yeah.
Hey, so now that you know that, if you get punched in the face, it's your fault, right?
Probable cause.
But yeah, so
you know where it gets weird is, and your kids are almost at the age, but when they're like 7 or 8, because the girls mature way faster. So an 8-year-old, 9-year-old girl's physically bigger, stronger. When they start trying to bully the boys, I'm like, just fucking hit them, dude. It's just fucking sock them.
No, I'm gonna tell you something right now.
Should we add that?
When I was in the 6th,
I didn't hear Nick fucking put the thing on. Nick ruined your story by playing the thing, and that's unforgivable. He wanted it cut out anyways. All right. Oh, bro, that was what was that? That was just fuck. Jump together like
you'll think of it. Can I tell my story? When I'm in the 6th grade, there was a bully girl, you know.
They're the worst.
And, you know, and I was like, and she like,
Oh, baby girl.
you know,
Man from NBA.
the moment I hit her back, she turned into a girl. Of course. Yeah. And then I was the villain, of course. And I was like, that's when I learned you don't hit girls. Yeah, that's the you know, it's good. She was being a bully and shit. It's a good lesson for you, man. I'll tell you what. And I was like,
it's also a good lesson for her, because if you never did that, she would have kept bullying everybody.
But the thing was, it was funny how I'm talking. Instantly went from, you know, whatever to like, and I was like, and everybody was like, oh man, remember what she was just saying? You know what I mean? Y'all forgot? Remember, she was I'm pointing at people like, Tia, the real problem. Nah, man. And I was like, oh no. I remember that.
What's T's problem, son?
T was in summer camp. There was this 12-year-old girl. 12-year-old girl looked like Kevin Durant with tits, man. I was like, bud, you gotta hit her once, dude. And she you know, you just gotta do it once. And she know what to fuck with you. He was so scared though.
I get it.
I wish when I was younger, my dad told me stuff like that. Because not that he said don't fight, but it was never a.
You gotta stick up for yourself.
Yeah. There was never a. I mean, you know, he would tell me to stick up for myself, but it was always with words. Like we were a funny family, you know what I mean? But like he was.
You talk your way out.
Oh yeah, and I learned that real well. But like, for sure. But
got it. Perfect shot.
It was a thing where he was like, this person
Try to get this bitch. No way this person gets this shot. Impossible. Son. That's 2, baby.
He's in the summer camp now, and one of the dads called me, was like, yeah, I guess there was this kid bullying him. Like, what the fuck? Bullying my son? He's like, yeah. I'm like, dude, what the fuck? So I picked Tiger up. I'm like, dude, what's going on? He's like, Dad, there's this 12-year-old boy, and he bullied me and this his two friends. I go, hold on, stop. He bullied all three of you? He goes, yeah. I go, at the same time? He goes, yeah. I go, no, wait. I told him, I said, now I'm upset. There's three of you.
Right.
I knew that's what it was.
No way.
That's hilarious.
No one said, let's get this motherfucker. No one. You just all stood there and took it like bullied the three of you. It's one by one. Somehow shit, dog. He didn't eat that night.
He should have just went, wow. Dude, Brendan feels like you should have taken charge. All right, I'm going to go high. You go low.
I because I whooped your ass like a bitch.
Being a good boy, it's really adorable, but also heartbreaking because you're like you are, But he's like he'll be like today last night I was going to bed.
No.
I don't need my sleep sack anymore. I'm a big boy, and I'm like, oh, you can use your sleep sack as a blanket. He was like, no, but I'm a big boy, and then I was like, no, it's okay. And then he starts crying, and I'm like, what's wrong, buddy? And he was like, I just want to be a good boy, and I want you to be like. I'm like, where do I give you this thought?
I saw Spider-Man, the Green Goblin, fucking origin story.
No way.
Goblin's just on a surfboard. I'm a good boy.
It breaks your heart,
I'm gonna hit this fucking shot. I know. I got all the confidence in the world. Hit your shot, bitch. Count it. Count this, bitch. Are you fucking serious?
It's because when I was young, my dad said something, and it sounded like you were being.
No, it's not your dad's fault.
Yeah. It was a throwaway.
Yeah.
They fucking took it to heart, got a tattoo on their fucking rib.
Exactly.
They're still young, man. They're so young.
I know.
They're not who they are yet.
Because I pride myself on how I talk to. Dude, I was with him for an hour and a half last night when he was trying to go to bed. He was worried about stuff, and I was sitting there. I sat there for an hour and a half.
Oh fuck.
And
Tariq Ray.
No, yeah.
That shot would suck. That shot's gonna suck.
I'm gonna be upside down, Calvin. What do you think about it?
Help me. I want to try some crowd work real quick. Just give me some. No, you know what it is, Chris? That I think because we know the world's a dangerous place.
No, that's a miss.
Sweet people get fucking
That's good.
ran over. That's my biggest fear.
Really good.
Yeah, I know. Photoshop fatty pictures. You're jokes. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Oh fuck.
I know my son's gonna have that.
I never want to play it again. Sucks.
You just want to be a pushover.
Right.
Well, this is bullshit.
Send it to the Dagestan.
Look at this one. The account has been taken down. How about you go on the
And this guy, it wasn't such the baseball stuff. He was getting bullied. It's probably some kid who's like seeing that this kid was better than him younger. You know what I mean? That's how people are.
Yeah, he's the new kid, but three of you.
What is this bullshit?
Let's three of us. Let's jump.
Well, yeah, that just need the parental. That dude is just trying to see what he can get away with.
Parental support is what you need, man. That's all it is. I've told you guys this before. I remember riding the school bus and this guy was bullying me. My mom said, tomorrow, I want you to punch him in the face. Good, mama. You know what I did? Good. I got suspended. Good. From the bus.
Because Eric, I bet you didn't want to do it before because you were worried about the consequences.
Yeah.
Hit him, right?
Yeah.
That's Tiger. Yeah. He's always worried. Yeah. Fuck your principal, dude.
My mom drove me to school and made sure to park in front of the bus that
She had you hit mitts before you got off the bus?
No. When I was suspended, she would drive me to school and then she would make sure she would park in front of the bus that I usually ride in. And I would get out her car. What's up, y'all?
Bro, your stories about your mom are so awesome. Yeah, I love your mom.
Yeah,
I got to meet her. I know it was,
end there, but I'm so happy I got to meet him.
It seemed like, so you guys, you had your dad in your life. Yeah, you had your dad in your life. Because, like, I've been looking at these, like, videos and stuff and trying to figure out, like, and here's something that I saw. It was like, like roughhousing with your son. Yeah, is really important. Yeah. So I was like, oh, man, that's like, who would tell you that? How would you even know that? So, and I love doing it. And, like, right now, Wolf is like, all about it.
I'm saying,
you know what I mean?
Calvin and Billy both.
I pick him up and I do like this, and I throw him in this, and he's just like, he's like, and now he sleeps better, and it's like, but they say it's about their, like, but what I'm saying is, I didn't know.
I know you didn't have that.
I didn't even have that.
Damn, man. Damn. Just look at weird like that.
Big's a bully.
You just get that hard
I gotta go punch him and get a fucking face right now, everybody. So thanks for watching Golden Hour.
I love how the shirt is open at the bottom.
Yeah, that's the part I don't like.
You still have the good jeans on.
Yeah. Wait, and they're pleasant. I gotta get a new shirt in this. Everything else is cool. What did you just say? AI, make it fatter?
Yeah.
No, you do more.
No, I don't. Even fatter.
I thought you'd never ask. That's the thing.
We should do here? We should get a scale, and I'll start doing weigh-in.
Yeah,
you got this.
All right, I'll be in Indianapolis this next weekend. Irvine, California, Huntsville, Alabama, Miami, Florida, Houston, Texas, and
Tulsa.
My next shows are coming up is be in Tacoma. The Nate Jackson Comedy Club in Tacoma. I think that's the 13th. And then I'm going to be at Madison Square Garden with Matt Rife on the 18th and 19th. Yeah, that's a cool week. So, see you guys.
All right, kids. Love you. We're out.
Love it. Vendor shop. We're friends with them. You don't know what we're talking about. They give a crazy. Vendor shop. Vendor shop. You always know what we're talking about. Vendor shop.
I don't, bro.
Oh, we. I like how I've watched this 3 fucking times. We're friends who shout. We're friends that shout. Sometimes we don't know what we're talking about, but that can stop us. No, that can stop us. Ooh. This is how you used to know. If you really know. Show me how you better. I love how I watch it, and then I fucking watch them make fun of it on here. It's the best. Beast of law.
I never do cold plunges. How can anybody who does it unless you're professional? But you have so much inflammation from your kettlebells. Yeah. Pro athletes, I get it, dude. You work out an hour a day? You think you need a fuel pump? It was Cassidy's left back. And so I was here, like, dude, keep the money. Keep the money. Just keep it like that. I'm not trying to it was there.
There's another set of tunnels nearby called the lesser galleries. And in those galleries, they're like really primitive tunnels compared to these here. And in those galleries, they found wooden boxes with Atlas balls. Because they found a box in
yeah. Here's the thing, he's going to do like 3-4 years, time served, and I think he'll get out in a year and a half, and maybe even get out.
Beast of law.
They're not going to
get him on the radio. Because he clearly is guilty of transportation for prostitution. He's guilty of that.
No, because they got them on record with those hoes agreeing to it in a payment. They had like $10,000.
That's false prostitution, right? That's evidence.
How would you do that for a fucking ceremony? Very big money. Bizarre to think that. Well, it's more. Maybe it's kind of a ego. Like you might have seen that egocentric to do it, but there's something. I'm convinced there's something going on in underground boxing, either boxing in city boxing pyramids or in they're all over the place. And there's a real trend of these giant single piece of ground boxes, very hard stone boxes in underground locations or in places like Europe. There's a lot more that suggests functionality within these sites as well. One of the things that I was fascinated by the CSC at Giza, it's at the pyramids, it's at Saqqara, it's at Shore, is that there's science infrastructure. There's literally a channel block infrastructure that needs the
feeding you into this information that all podcasts are you have these sign up for podcasts. We're going to give you a stock, which is what
they're like 7 or 8 because the girls mature way faster. So the 8-year-old, 9-year-old girls are physically bigger, stronger, and they start trying to bully the boys. Just fucking hit them. Just fucking suck.
I'll tell you something right now. You had that when I was in the second. Nick fucking put the thing on. Nick ruined your story by playing the thing, and that's not freaking. You got it.
Because from a technological perspective, like we are very guilty as a civilization of looking at everything through our lens. Like we look at the past and we look at it through our lens and understanding of the world through our technological perspective. Like we have a particular approach to problem solving, like an electromechanical approach to problem solving, and we kind of apply that to everything else. Now, there's many domains of science that we're just starting to explore. Harmonics, resonance, organic materials, like all of these things, we will know more about in 100 years, let alone 1,000 years. So you can from that we can say there's definitely things we don't know. So I think it's possible that the functional purpose of these sites, and if there was one, that purpose and that method that they employed to achieve that purpose may still be outside of our technological realm of understanding. It might have been had something to do with resonance or something else, like a domain of science that we're beginning to explore and learn more about now. And I think that if we were more open-minded about investigating these places, we could learn, we might actually learn something about it. But because there's a lack of willingness to really explore those topics, and because we just determined everything ceremonial, everything was made with competitions and downing stones, and it was all done by the dynastic Egyptians, we just don't ever go down those paths.
Is this the idea of the Giza power plant?
It's one of them, yeah. Exactly. So,
What is that? What is Giza power plant?
Well, it's championed by Chris Dunn, a friend of mine, that author guy I respect greatly on my channel. He wrote a book that he's well known for called The Giza Power Plant that suggests that the pyramid was essentially a device for producing energy. And he explains every facet. What's interesting about his theory, that still sits within like what we're trying to use our perspective to kind of explain it. But
come on, baby. Come on, baby. Fuck.
Using his theory, he successfully predicted what was behind Gatebrick's door, which is like a whole other. There's a couple of these shafts that run out of the chambers in the Queen's chamber. There's shafts that run out the very
Is this like what you
But
yeah, so there's the tubes in there.
what is this bullshit? I said it's a week. Go on. Sluttiest whore in the history of humankind, plus milk loving rabbi. Sluttiest whore in the history of humankind, plus milk loving rabbi. Failed. Yes, no.
Successfully said, well, under this theory, what you should find after that door is a space and another wall. And that's exactly what we're doing.
Remove the profile.
That's this image here shows you the upper chamber. The red there is the
Yeah. Why? Why not? Baby, hey, psych. Baby, nine. Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby. Baby,
rarely matched to today, and in fact wasn't matched until the 1800s in terms of the
Ooh,
one of the things that's remarkable about it is the actual foundation work the ground
Oh, baby. Baby, yeah, ooh, baby, ooh, yeah. Is the Golden Hour your favorite podcast of all time? T-Fat K, bitch. Really? Ooh, baby. Oh, baby. Na. Are you fucking serious? And that's you love. Na. No, it's a going. It goes pin 2, pin 2, pin 2, pin 2, pin 2. I said a pin 2, pin 2. Here's love. Na. Na 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 na. I said it's a golden hour. That's it. Baby, baby. Baby. Ooh. Ooh, baby, baby. Move anything from the profile. Save as baby, baby. 8. Look at this move. Look at this move. Look at this move. Ooh, baby, 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 Douche, douche. Do you want to watch this shit again? This is the worst fucking podcast ever. What's worse, T-Fat? They're equally shit. Ooh, baby, baby. Baby, baby. Ooh. Baby, baby. Baby, baby. What up? Douche. But I wanna. Douche. Na. The golden hour. It's the golden hour. Is this the greatest podcast ever? It sucks. Podcast playlist on golden hour. It's a golden hour. They don't even have them in order. Are you fucking serious? Dude, normally I would fucking watch it. But since it's not in order, go fuck yourself. Man and Chain Secret Podcast. Go. Is this a real show? Go. I have to sign in to confirm your age. No, dude. No. Golden well. It's a golden well. Don't make me fucking do this shit. This is so fucking stupid. It is so stupid. Sign in. Learn to use the law. Look at this athleticism. Wiki. Make sure you always sign in. Here's a bunch of fucking shit. Stop. It shouldn't be cancel. Set a home address. Again, it shouldn't be. It should be skip. Not cancel, you fucks. This better be the fucking best fucking podcast, Shane Gillis, you shit dog. Is it shit dog? Shit bag? You shit. This better be like, I better be shitting myself. It's so fucking funny. She made me fucking sign in. Joey Diaz doesn't even make you fucking sign in, you cunt. Douche. Go.
Are you fucking serious? This video is age restricted and only available on YouTube. Dude, I might not even watch your shit. How bad is it? Are they assassinating people in this fucking podcast?
Wild West. What the fuck is up, dude? Hey, what the hell? This is crazy. What's going on? Chilling, dude.
I love your shirt, Bob.
What is all this shit? This is absolutely just the fuck is this shit? This is my stuff. This is my setup.
What is this?
I had to construct the ark. This is the ark. It's the ark.
It sucks.
Shit.
This is the worst podcast.
This is the ark. What are you doing now? Dude, the podcast funny. The podcast funny. Yeah, bro. That's what he wants to do to his penis right now so bad, but he can't. Have you guys discussed your testicles? Would you like to keep your medicals? Yeah, Sean. Secret? You should raise awareness about your swollen epididymis.
They have to stand?
It has to do with your giant dick banging against it. No. Obviously, it does have a giant dick. But we can put the rest. The idea that TSA scans you if you have a big dick because I got scanned. What? Full tins. So far, the only people I know that happen to put the rest. The idea that TSA scans you if you have a big dick because I got scanned. So far, the only people I know that happen to are you, Nate, and Shannon Sharp. So I've seen Guard Dog get it. And Nate and Sean both have world-renowned giant balls. It could have just been your aura. Your aura might have been crazy that day. It is uncomfortable. I've never had the guy do the back of the hands thing, and they really do it. They really stroke you. What? It's fucked up.
Yeah, thank you. That would have hurt if it happened to me right now. My testicles are so swollen and tender.
Why?
Whenever I go, when I have TSA pre-checks, I don't have to go through the scanner, but I would walk out the scanner and they go, have a good day, man. I'm like, what the fuck? We all just saw your pussy.
The ultrasound was nice, though.
I've done it. You had that. I've had a testicular ultrasound once. Yeah. Warm jelly? It's, the guy was a nurse and I was joking all the time, and he did not like it. He was wearing a Steelers bandana. I remember that. He was wearing a Steelers bandana and rubbing gel on my nuts. Like, Steelers look good this year, right? He was like, just be quiet during the procedure. Yeah, he was one word dismissive answers. That sucks. But he warmed the jelly for you. That's kind of weird. It wasn't warm. Oh, yeah, cold jelly. Yeah, I got regular jelly.
Yeah, it was warm and sensual, and there was low lighting and candles lit and nice music playing the whole time.
Basement of the hospital. What'd you have? I turned out nothing.
I was just at a ultrasound place, like a CAT scan ultrasound place.
It was just you and like a baby place. That's why.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I kept my shirt.
It wasn't for your balls. It was for women.
Well, they did it on my balls. Turns out they're twins.
How are your balls?
They're okay. I am suffering from I'm suffering from epididymitis right now, which seems to be more common than I thought it was. But just not a lot of people are vocal about it, so I'm happy to be vocal about it and say that I'm struggling with it right now, raise awareness for epididymitis. I'm almost done with my antibiotics, and it still kind of hurts, so that makes me nervous.
Shit. That sucks.
I tried to be sexually active this morning, and the pain came right back.
So when you said you tried, how far did you get in the process?
I don't want to be graphic. I had a boner, and I started
intercourse.
No, intercourse.
Did you start petting
with a partner? There was some heavy petting, and then I was with my partner.
You were aroused during heavy petting.
Yes. So then I was like, hell, I feel pretty good now. Why not just give it a shot?
She was on board for sexual penetration. You're like, hey, I'm going to make sure you're okay with this.
Yes, I made sure everything was okay.
That's fucking podiums. Just looking over at you with that dumbass shit. No one else to penetrate you. mean, it's true. It's definitely when the Roman Empire was like falling apart, they were like throwing giant festivals just to keep it together.
Just trot out some bullshit.
Dude, I was reading about the. Well, I'm glad you're. But you want to continue? What happened though? So you were in your.
Oh, well, actually, we don't have to continue.
You're in the
throes of petting.
I was in the throes of petting and then turned to passion. And then turned. So what's the penetration? It's nice when petting leads to passion. It usually doesn't. When it doesn't, all you did was pat a little. Then you get angry. That's how I am right now. I'm very charged up right now because I engaged in sexual act, but I didn't get to finish the sexual act. So now I'm sort of just angry and pain in my testicle.
Dude, I'm telling you,
I'm sorry, that's TMI.
I'm taking to the bottle at all.
No, because the probiotics, I'm a week off of booze right now. Which is a pretty long time for me.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah. So that feels good.
I just did a week and it sucked.
Why? Oh, you like 2 weeks?
I hated it.
Really? That whole time you were gone, you didn't drink?
I got one night in.
And you hated it?
I hated not drinking. Yeah, it's fucking boring, dude. You wake up at 6 a.m.
It feels so good.
Not when you're working. I was so tired. I was just going home and sleeping.
True. You're like, I should be hungover.
Yeah.
I'll be suffering.
Yeah.
Kind of is pointless suffering if you're not hungover. You're like, I could just be hungover.
I did have probably the best break in the sobriety. Worked for a week, and then one night I had off. Went to a bar in Atlanta. Was sitting upstairs, and they were like, "Hey, Charles Barkley just got here." And I was like, I gotta say hi to him before we leave. Yeah, I was like, "There's no way he knows who I am." Got down, he was like, "Hey, tires!" I was like, "Let's go." And then me and Charles Barkley got fucked up.
That's so awesome.
For like 2 hours. It was awesome.
That's awesome. That's the drinking God's reward.
It was honestly, yeah, it was the Blue Night. The Blue Night lady. Yeah, it was, I was thinking about it, if I could pick one person to go get fucked up with, it probably would have been Charles Barkley. For sure.
This was awesome as you see.
He was fucking man.
One of my friends, when I used to work in his house like years ago, I was like, he's the coolest dude.
He's the coolest dude. Yeah, he was like, let's talk about race. Let's fucking do it, Charles. Let's do it.
Do anything you want, shit.
That made him agree on a lot. That's awesome. So that was good. Yeah, it was a good night. But you penetrated a little this morning.
Yeah. And I had to give up because it just hurt so bad, and I felt so much shame. I felt like less of a man because I couldn't continue.
That happens.
I felt like
that happens. The Blue Night, give us the Blue Night, take it away. Yeah, you feel less of a man. It's the worst when the girl's like, "That's okay. You can shut the fuck up."
Yeah, that's kind of well, dude.
It's your fault.
So I got out of ice pack. Like it was like I had to stop and then get an ice pack and sit by myself.
Did you nurse you or you to nurse yourself?
I didn't want to be there, so I was kind of just ashamed of myself. So I just sat on the couch and iced my tits.
A sober losing boner's gotta be tough.
I didn't even lose the boner, it was just my nut hurt really bad.
So it's like in your giant dick on the couch. It's my giant hard dick on the couch.
No, it wasn't hard at the time that I said.
I was just hot giant soft sick. It's my languorous genitals.
I'm embarrassed, but I haven't been on the suffering silence anymore.
True.
I've been getting the word out.
Must feel better. I'm 11 days in. I mean, I can people wonder about saying I'm 11 days in right now. Just rocking.
I'd rather chop it up.
11 days without a coat.
I was talking to my, that sucks. I'm telling you, I'm like, every day like it. Yeah, I'm just charged up, and I know it's coming. So it's like, it'll come eventually. I just don't, I'm just like unhurted myself thinking about it all the time. But my, I won't say who this was, but I have an ally, kind of my chastity. And, was up from but he was saying, if he sees an attractive woman, he just stops and goes, thank you for the energy boost. And he was keeps going. Good.
If I had to guess,
My brother. No, I don't know.
There's a lot of sisters.
there's a lot of weird fucking guys. True. There's a lot of weirdos out there. I was gonna say,
You can, well, we already talked about this. This is his business online.
Yeah, Egan's on like 100 days again.
Yeah, he's easy. I hope he's not lying though. If it turns out he's lying, that way
I thought about that. If you lie about,
just go to confession every week.
it could be I'm lying about no fap.
That's really
If you lie about no fap, that's how you end up like smoking meth with little boys at a youth camp. Once you start lying about sex stuff, I feel like the wheels come off.
Yeah, if you gotta give up lying about sex stuff probably freshman year in high school. Yeah. That's when everyone's at the big that fucking titty fucker. I know one brother lied about titty fucking a girl. It's awesome. What a great lie. Yeah, we did have sex with her. I titty fucked her.
I always admire those guys.
And we were all friends. We were like, hey, titty fucking. She was like,
that's such a sick move. It never occurred to me to just lie about having sex with a lady. It's never my move.
I remember I used to lie about saying there's a stretch of time where everybody I grew up with would be like, nah, I don't masturbate, that's weird.
Really?
Yeah, and like everybody
on some other shit.
Well, no, this is like
on some other shit.
I was too eventually. But there was like about a year when we were like 13, 12, where everyone was like, nah, that's lame or gay or whatever, we don't do that. It's crazy. But then we all started.
Was it the wrestling buddies?
No, just buddies.
Just sodomizing wrestling buddies. I thought you were talking about the like the pillow wrestling buddies.
Oh no.
Just sodomizing my wrestling buddy once.
Why?
Stabbed Hulk Hogan.
What? I don't experience from the tree.
Yeah, my parents were very.
They're upset.
Yeah, I was doing it in your room.
I murdered Hulk Hogan. Yeah, I ripped the stuffing out of a teddy bear and hung it from a tree when I was little, and my parents are similarly like, "The fuck are you doing?" Like, it's funny. They're like, "That's not funny at all. It's disturbing." I'm like, whatever. I'm just done with it.
They shouldn't have given me a pocket.
True. Tell selling. Tell something hooked up your silly. Hulk Hogan with the fucking hog.
Yeah, he kept taking the bottom block. I was getting bitched by him. Just being in it. You know what I'm talking about. Fine.
You're kidding. I'll play wrestling. Fuck Hulk.
One night I said enough is enough. Took a Swiss Army.
You're one of Hulk's boys here in the South.
Yeah, he had a whole stable. My dad, he was like a jockey dog. Except it was, he did rape me, my dad.
Your dad was shot calling on the other dude.
He was shot call.
There's no way
to take Hulk out. Yeah, me and my dad were Aaron brothers. Hulk man, yeah, he's definitely an Aaron brother. He's an Aaron brother.
That'd be nice watching like WWE with like the Aryan Brotherhood and like a white wrestler wins. They're probably
going nuts there. Right, DX versus Nation of Domination days. I know I was. That got big. That stirred some racism. I had no idea. DX all in blackface. I'm like, yeah, it's all good.
Dad, what is this feeling? When I see the big shit, I get so upset.
Growing up.
Let's take a walk, son.
Oh, fudge. Yes, the birds and the bees come up. True. They're different. This episode of Matt and Shane Cedar Podcast is brought to you by Dude Wipes.
Have you left poop streaks in someone else's toilet? Yeah, every time.
Yeah, every single time.
Yeah, I did it all week.
It's a fucking disaster.
I literally panned my bowl this morning.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
It's not wrong with that.
No, it was a
day job. Do you ever pack extra underwear when you travel? How much extra? Do you ever need it?
Pretty much an extra pair per day.
Yeah, I always bring extra underwear.
Yeah. Yes, I
guess I'm fucking shitting my pants constantly.
I used to really
Where the fuck you guys getting at, dude? Do you wipe standing or sitting down?
The strongest woman ever
What's going on, dude?
do.
How horny is these? What did they want to know?
There's got to be something about standing up, though. Like, I'm a stand-up wiper, honestly. Sitting down, it just smears it. I don't know. I can't do it.
No way, it's a chick.
Matt, whichever way you wipe it, it's time to show your beehole some respect and upgrade.
Damn, bro, you are fucking
Tackle the mess without any fuss, and the fussful design makes
Christ,
cleanup a breeze. They leave no room for dingleberries or stray breadcrumbs that TV might miss. Plus, they're extra large and designed for adults, so no more endless rolls or settling for a less than perfect wipe. Dude Wipes, that's clean pants down. Available. These guys are really fun. Amazon. It's available on Amazon and at major retailers nationwide.
Nice. Dude, I was reading about the Aztecs last night before I went to bed, and they had a game, like
all those places, places that like a sacred game they would play. I didn't think I like heard that mentioned. I looked it up. What exactly was it? They used to play kind of, it was like soccer mixed with basketball, where it was like human head. No. All right, no, they play with a giant rubber. It was a 15-pound bouncy ball, the size of a soccer ball, and you couldn't touch it with your hands or feet. And they would put it in play. They would throw it down like it was like a stone courtyard with like stone walls. And you had to just like run and just fucking hit it with your hip or your elbows or your shoulders. Dudes would like break their bones on it. You had to try to like bounce it without using your hands or feet. Get it through a net that was 10 or a hoop 10 feet long. Yeah, so you can maybe see like a modern version of this on Instagram or something. That's fucking insane. Yeah, you hit the ball, shoulder it, and then you can hit like little like targets on the wall. But then if like the losers would a lot of times you'd sacrifice it. It was like an important game. Man, it was fucking nuts. Cortez was not too pleased. He saw it. Shut this down. What the fuck was that? You guys play football. What was funny is I was reading it. It was like they're like, dude, the Aztecs were arguably just as advanced as the Spaniards, like the city. I think we found out. Well, they were too damn nice. That's what keeps happening. They were too damn nice. It's everybody covered. It's just too nice. Too nice, man. They were too nice. Even who are the people that on Hispaniola? It's now the Dominican Republic and Haiti. They were like Leone or something, and they apparently Christopher Columbus rolled up on it because he wrote in the journals. These guys make good slaves. They're docile. Yeah, he's like they're just so nice. He called them naked, basically naked and afraid because they're so naked and timid. He's like they're naked and timid. He's like I'm definitely gonna smack. And they helped him build a settlement. And then something happened. They got fucked up and came back. Literally destroyed the entire population. Yeah. Although a lot of the disease kind of was like 80% of it. But yeah, it sucks, bro. To be like at the zenith of your setup, you're literally slaves from Spaniards. Or they were probably like, dude, when is fucking 1400 gonna be over, dude? It is 29 is 49 is gonna be my year. Population decreased by 80%. I can't wait for this year to be over. I'm so done with 1492. That was a tough time. Yeah, dude. Especially when you find out later on that they called you naked and timid. I'd be so mad at this because they're all naked and fucking scared. That would piss me off. I'm fucking naked and afraid. They were naked. They were literally naked and afraid. They were at the show. Yeah. Would have been scared. Yeah, I was naked and afraid this morning when my dad was they're all timid on the couch. There's nothing worse than being naked and afraid. Yeah. Every night you want to go to bed. Yeah. You're naked sleep. I have a naked sleep. I don't know. That's how you scare off criminals. The assault rifle. The Eagles assault rifle. Yeah, I'd be terrified of it. I'd rather like just 5 dogs to attack a giant naked man. If I saw his favorite team on the guard, I'd be like, I'm dead. Something's wrong. He's gonna kill me. I used to be a naked sleeper. Now I have to wear like at least boxer shorts now because like my kids just get up. Oh yeah, I gotta get up with them, and they just fucking crawl. They can climb over their gates now. So I literally woke up last night like 2 in the morning. Chloe was in my bed. I'm like, when the fuck did you get crawled out of your gate? She climbs. She showed me how she did it this morning. She climbs up, crawls over, and I have like like the decorative pillows on the bed. Yeah. I would swipe those off. So I was like a minefield of pillows. She navigated it all somehow. She was like walking through the pitch black over pillows, climbed over me, didn't wake me up. I know it's all laid out. Decorative pillows. Dude, yeah. Big pillow got our bitches with that. Tricked all the bitches. It's crazy, dude. That's the dumbest thing. It's so fucking annoying, dude. You can't even sleep with them if you try to sleep with one like on your house. They're uncomfortable. They're still uncomfortable. It's rough, jagged edge, tassels on the side. They're dumbest. They're jagged edge. I hate jagged edge. They're so annoying, especially like in the mornings where my baby will be like, help me make the bed. It's like, dude, we're gonna stack 8 pillows. Don't put it like that. I'm like, dude, I'm gonna fucking burn the house down with the whole family. Fucking telling me how to arrange these pillows. I know the decorative blankets are rough too. Yeah, we got some scratchy ass blankets. They're like 3 feet wide. They're just scarves. Put them on the back of your couch. You're laying down, you go, oh, there's a blanket right there. Never mind. Yeah, I am going to need women to kind of get it together. Stop being tricked by fucking marketing shit. My wife reads her marketing emails. I'm like, you can separate your inbox, dude. So like, it's like deals. Adidas 10% off. Yes, I watched her do it. I'm like, bro, that's terrifying. You can separate your inbox. She's like, no, it's just, I want to see what the deals are. I'll see her in that. I'm like, stop looking at that stuff. Holy shit. She reads her whole inbox. That's who those are for, then. I've always wondered. I was like, why do they do this? It's girls. Girls, and they hear the deals, bro, and it just triggers something for them. It's like they're forgers, bro. We're out for the hunt. They're forgers. And it just gets like a forger. There's berries in the pasture. They go and fucking collect them. Yeah, it's that shit fucking freaks me out when I see her like 10% off now. And I'm like, bro, shut it down. Shut down the spam. Yeah, it's 100% off for you everywhere. So, yeah. So stop worrying about deals. All of a sudden you're frugal with your money. Spend $900 on pillows that no one's put their head on once. Yes, a travesty. And they'll see, that's the problem. They'll see other pointless pillows and be like, those are nice. Where did you get those from? Guys, I've moved these things around a lot. You know, they've taken a lot of back and forth. Sturdy, I should destroy the podium. I should have not told you. I'll be like, yeah, I'll do the podiums. You got here, they're all smashed. Who did this? Anything like just putting your fist in that painting. Last night. Just, what do you think of that painting? I've discussed this a couple times, man. I mean, it looks like he's kind of selling him on this lady. I think someone's like discovering him, it looks like. She might be forging too. Or she might be getting 10%. That lady, I'll tell you what that lady's doing right now. She's being a fucking whore. Definitely. Look there, bro. The picnic basket out the way. What do you think we're going to do right there? That picnic one's all bunched up, bro. Sure. Yeah, it could be done. She could be washing off back there. That's right. Think about that. Looks like there's a burning canoe in the background, too. What's up with that burning canoe? What's up, burning? It kind of looks like it's burning. It's got all the ships, dude. True, they got burning boats. Women are here on the island. You guys are going anywhere. Try to get this woman. Women making it timid, dude. You think she's gushing, bro? She's stopping. This is the first time anyone's ever interpreted that. I think that there's a lot of interpretation. I think that lady's gushing. On 20, you're the first guy to go. I think that creek is coming out of the woman. Congratulations, you're the dumbest guy who's ever seen this painting. Dogs have looked at that painting and understood that that was a body of water. It's just I would like to take you to an art museum. Just have you look at paintings. That would be nice. Single mayor's interpretation of art. True. Yeah, this thing, what do you think about that? I think it's dumb as hell. No, I don't like it. What do you think about the one behind you? I like these two the most. I like that the most. Yeah, I think so too. That one's my favorite. Yeah, that's one too. Yeah, I like it. I usually would put that behind guests. It's just nice to have, like, dream mode. It's confusing. Why does she need the stage? Aubrey wants to come. Never mind. Resurrection? What the fuck are you talking about? Never mind. First of all, Red Bull's heterosexual rainbow yellow shade is basically gray. True. You're trying to be that stuff. It's okay, dude. I'm talking about obviously, I will try. I'm not forgiving you right now. People forget, man, thou shalt not judge is also a commandment. That's right. Not judging by saying that. I've been on Substack lately. Dude, I'm trying to replace Substack with any like social media scrolling. I pretty much have done it. It's so tight. Substack was so good. Random people, articles. I read a lady. I didn't read the whole thing. I read the paragraph and just kind of started laughing. Yes, like little like proofread. But it was a lady being like, basically like, why is everyone telling us to not want so much? I don't want to be touched.
Hey, nice. The sluttiest order in the history of human. Enjoyed this too.
It's like, obviously, dude, everybody in the world.
That's correct. Oh, that is so fucking funny. Rubus start. Hey, nice. What is for? The history of humankind. Enjoy this book, too, it seems. Sluttiest whore. Was Bill Rabbi. That shit's so ridiculous. Sluttiest whore in the history of humankind. Post Bill Rabbi. Hey, nice. The sluttiest whore in the history of Hey, nice. The sluttiest whore in the history Hey, nice. The sluttiest whore in the history of humankind enjoyed this book too, it seems.
Not going to be that crazy. If it doesn't, if the trend doesn't reverse. And it's good by mom. Better not start. It's goon brain, dude. I think they need to stimulate past the goon brain. Fucking the heart of main callousness. So,
later. Sluttiest whore in the history of humankind. Oh, we got some new friends. Oh, that is so funny. More new people. We played a Nikki. When you're chasing a person, are you getting a movement for this? That's the I know. That's the point of being kind of story. Sluttiest whore in the history of mankind post notable rabbi. That's Vicky's off. Maybe. How you living, girl?
My daughters, for some reason, really monitor my nipple spot. Yeah, your nipple showing. I'm like, all right, bro. I was in the emergency room last night. Maya, it wasn't that serious. She had a giant splinter. We couldn't get it out of her foot. It was like a fucking exorcism. She was just like, so I was like, we'll tell the ER and we'll numb it and whatever. And I was just at this thing there. It's like the whole time, Dad, your nipples are out. I'm like, I'm talking to the doctor. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up right now. I'm trying to get out of here.
Sluttiest whore in the history of mankind. It's actually humankind. There's a difference. Is there? Not really.
We rained out the pool, went to the playground. We need shoes. I'm like, that's some fucking shoes, bro. I'm bullshit cares. Dude, my splinter was for real. It wasn't even a splinter, it was a chunk of wood. It was in her foot. And yeah, we held her down.
I wouldn't do this podcast because I had to stand the whole time. That sucks. Standing sucks. I'm gonna do all podcasts from a bed.
Dig in and pop it up. It was. I think the cream now they get numb the spot before they get you a shot. Basically, they put a patch on you. I was like, bro, give me that. I'm gonna start putting that on myself. And the needles I hate was. They have it. I'm like, why don't you guys give this to everybody? Maybe try to say I'm on Roy's around. Just wondering. I did. I got my blood draw.
Hey, nice. Sluttiest whore in the history of humankind enjoyed this book too, it seems. That is so funny. Oh, nice. The sluttiest whore. Who is this woman? This woman. Who is I wonder who it is. I'm sure she's out there. Maybe I'm that person. But seriously, how funny is that? Oh, sluttiest whore. Are those two people? Or are they the same? It's so funny to me because I don't even know. Maybe there's just some bitch out there named Hana. Hey, Hana. She's just like. She's like a fucking. Like a howitzer. I don't know. Her pussy just shoots shit. Cray cray.
There was one something about I can't wait to meet your family or something. It was open-ended and very threatening. I was like, oh, okay, never mind. I can see why they fucking I would not want that guy on my ass. If that guy was on my fucking ass, I would tell him that on your ass. It's the toughest. So like, who the fuck else would be Joe Rogan? Tap him on your ass. That's how Joe Rogan was like, I'm gonna fucking get you. Like, oh shit. That would suck if Joe Rogan was doing bear crawls in the hallway. No, like, I'm gonna fucking kill you.
What is this podcast? Thursday, I need a shark tooth. We're gonna have a blue backdrop, 3 paintings of garbage, and we're gonna be standing in front of fish tanks.
I don't know, it's so funny to like, eat my ass for my fucking family. I need this. Pay-per-view would have been crazy, bro. Joe Rogan versus the Holy Trinity. Whoever can take way up. Let's see what it is. You gotta watch all. It's fucking incredible. I don't watch the same. He says the same thing over and over again on repeat. What does he say? Pound and lock it down. I don't know. He knows everything. He's just repeating it over and over again. At one point, he does a Instagram live with a jug of coffee and an enema. Yeah, I saw that. Tube going from the jug into his ass, and he's in the shower like, oh, I'm just hanging out. That was so what? You're doing coffee enema.
Dog. So original. Continue it exactly where it left off. Don't fuck up. Are you fucking serious?
What the fuck is up, dude? Hey, what the hell? This is crazy. What's going on? Chilling, dude. Just chilling. What is all this shit?
This sucks.
What the fuck is this shit? This is my stuff. This is my setup. This is the boat. While you were gone, I had to show the ark. This is the ark. It's the ark, dude. Shit.
This is the worst setup.
What are you doing now? Dude, the podcast flooded. Yeah, bro, that's what he wants to do to his penis right now so bad, but he can't. Have you guys discussed your testicles? Would you like to keep your medicals? Yeah, sure. You should raise awareness about your swollen epididymos. Do you think it has to do with...
Yo, dog.
Tough one the other day. What happened? They hit him with the KS photo of Boston. God damn it. What did they get him? He was like, back to right... That'll be nice. Single Mayor's interpretation of art. Yeah, so, what do you think about that? I think it's dumb as hell. No, I don't like it. What do you think about the one behind you? It's like losers would a lot of times you'd sacrifice, and it was like an important game. Man, it was fucking nuts. Cortez was not too pleased. He saw him. Shut this down. What the fuck? It's time you guys played football. Well, what's funny is I was reading it. It was like they're like, dude, the Aztecs are arguably just as advanced as the Spaniards. Like the city. I think we found out. Yeah. Well, they were nice. That's what keeps happening. All these very nice. Everybody out there was just too nice. Too nice, man. They were too nice. Even the who are the people that on Hispaniola? Like it's now the Dominican Republic and Haiti. They were like the Taoni or something, and they apparently Christopher Columbus rolled up on it because he wrote in his own journals. Yeah, you guys make good slaves. They're docile. Yeah, he's like they're just so nice. He called them naked, basically naked and afraid because they're so naked and timid. He's like they're naked and timid. He's like, I'm definitely gonna smack you. Like they helped him build.
Dog, what are the odds that somebody said something else?
Fucked up. He came back and literally destroyed the entire population.
0%.
The disease kind of was like 80% of it. But yeah, that sucks, bro. To be like at the zenith of your setup, you're literally slaves from Spaniards. Worse, they were probably like
Verse dispersed in the history, epic rap battles of history. Who is it? I'm sure she's out there. Some Rebbitzin of fucking Bay Shores or some shit.
Yeah, that was a tough time. Yeah, especially when you find out later on that they called you naked and timid. I'd be so mad at us because they're all naked and fucking scared. That pissed me off. All fucking naked and afraid. They were naked. They were literally play Naked and Afraid. They were at the show.
Yeah, would have been scary.
Yeah, it was.
I was naked and afraid this morning when my dad
You're all timid like that.
Nothing worse than being naked and afraid.
Yeah.
Every night when I go to bed.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You're naked sleep.
I am a naked sleep.
I don't know how you do
That's how you scare off criminals.
The assault rifle.
The Eagles assault rifle.
Yeah, I'd be terrified. I'd rather like just 5 dogs to attack you.
Young and naked man.
If I saw his favorite team on the gun, I'd be like, I'm dead.
I like how I use part of it.
Now I have to wear like
Rubber glove is my hair tie. Naked and afraid. Left side.
Chloe was in my bed. I'm like, when the fuck did you get crawled out? She climbs. She showed me how to do this morning. She climbs up, crawls over. And I have like like the decorative pillows on the bed. Yeah. I always swipe those off. So I had like a minefield of pillows. She navigated it all somehow. I was just like walking through the pitch black over pillows, climbed over me, didn't wake me up.
I know it's how they do it with decorative pillows.
Dude, yeah.
Big pillow got our bitches with that. Tricked all of them.
It's crazy, dude.
It's the dumbest thing.
It's so fucking annoying, dude.
You can't even sleep with them if you try to sleep with one like on your chest or something. It's the most
Look at this athleticism.
Tassels on the side, they're dumbest. They're I hate them. They're so annoying, especially like in the mornings where I'm able
The squares period. It's lightning thingies, but the sluttiest whore has a sword. Hey, nice. The sluttiest whore of humankind enjoyed this book too, it seems. What is the book? Currently reading Memoirs of Extraordinary Popular Delusions and the Madness of Crowds by Charles Mackay. It's from 1841, and I keep yelling at Siri to define words from the book for me, and it keeps giving me much more basic and obvious words. I wanted chimera, not camera. Putrefaction, not petrification. Sluttiest whore in the history of humankind, plus both love and brother.
It's like they're fortress, bro. We're out for the hunt. They're fortress. And it's like a fortress. Like there's berries in the pasture. They go and fucking collect.
It should be hyphen, no flubbing.
Yeah, that shit freaks me out when I see her like 10% off now. I'm like, bro, shut it down. Shut down the spam.
I am fucking howling right now. Sluttiest whore in the history of humankind. Plus milk loving rabbi. I like it. That's a good name. The absolute sluttiest whore
Where did you get those from? Guys, I've moved these things
ever.
around a lot. You know, it's taking a lot of back and forth.
I think it's so funny that it's just like so over the top. Like, who is this? Oh, it's the sluttiest whore of all time. What is their name? It's the sluttiest whore in the history of humankind.
I think someone's like discovering them. It looks like
she might be foraging too. She might be getting the 10%.
Show that lady. I'll tell you what that lady's doing right now. She's being a fucking whore. Oh, baby moved. Took a basket out of the way. What do you think they're gonna do right there? That thing is like all bashed up, bro.
True. Yeah, they could be dumb. She could be washing off back there.
That's right. Yeah. Think about that. Looks like there's a burning canoe in the background too. What's up with that burning canoe? What's that burning? It kind of looks like it's burning.
Scuttle the ships, dude.
True, they got the women are here on the island. You guys aren't going anywhere.
Trying to get those women naked and timid, dude. You think she's gushing, bro? She's something. I remember the first time anyone's ever interpreted that. I think that there's been a lot of interpretations. I think that lady's gushing. It's upon 20, the first guy to go. I think that creek is coming out of the woman. Congratulations, you're the dumbest guy who's ever seen this painting. Dogs have looked at that painting and understood that that was a body of water. It's just confusing. I would like to take you to an art museum. Just have you look at paintings. That would be nice. See Lemaire's interpretation of art. True. Yeah, this thing, what do you think about that? I think it's dumb as hell. No, I don't like it. What do you think about the one behind you? I like these two the most. I like that the most. Yeah, I think sick as hell. That one's my favorite. Yeah, that's one too. I like that. I usually would put that behind gas. It's just nice to have like 30 miles of just confusing. Why? The stage. Auburn wants to come. Resurrection. What the fuck are you talking about? Never mind. First of all, most heterosexual rainbow you ever see is basically gray. True. You're trying to get that stuff. It's okay. Oh, dude. I'm talking honestly. Obviously, I will. I'm just not going to forgive you right now. People forget, man. Thou shalt not judge is also a commandment. True. Not judging by saying that. I've been on Substack lately. Dude, I'm trying to replace Substack with any like social media scrolling. I pretty much have done it. It's so tight. Substack just so good. Random people, articles. I read a lady. I didn't read the whole thing. I read the paragraph and just kind of started laughing. Yes, like well, like proofread. But it was a lady being like, basically like, why is everyone telling us to not want so much? How if I want to be touched, if I want to eat? It's just like, dude, okay, like sick take. It's like, I want to have sex more and eat more. It's like, obviously, dude, everybody. That's everybody in the world. But clearly, if you follow that logic, you know, you'd be a fat slut. Why is it so wrong? Fat horse. Fat horse. Literally, that'd be you. Dude, y'all naked in the woods, surrounded by food. It was just a funny take to be like, everyone's holding women back, telling us we shouldn't want so much. It's like, yeah, we've been talking about this for thousands of years.
Damn, bitch.
We weren't doing that. The obsession. Yeah. Every dude was like, don't be a slut. Why are you wearing that? Every girl would be in there. They'd be dressed like Kanye's wife. They wear it. This is what I like to wear. I think the women, and again, I'm not going to talk about like porn, or whatever, but I think the carb now, because I've been going to this one gym in Austin, and it's like, dude, it's unbelievable. Yeah, front and back butt cheeks, little spandex that cup the butt cheeks, as small as a sports bra. Yeah, that spandex is crazy. Bro. It's got like a thong. Yes, literally built into it. And it's like, I do think, it's like, so what the question would be, why do women, like, why is it escalating to the point where it's like, it's almost Bianca Sensori or whatever, Bianca Sensori, that's not going to be that crazy if it doesn't, you know, if the trend doesn't reverse. And it is, it's good. My mom better not start. It's goon brain, dude. I think they need to stimulate past the goon brain, fucking hardening, calluses.
What is for the history of humankind?
This coach is more than 15 years. Yeah, you're doing the right thing. You understand. Imagine if you started hot dogging out here, dude. If you're dressed like Bruno. There was a guy at the gym dressed like Bruno, dude. He had for real a leotard. That's the white fucking tank top I bought. I my tongue was sticking out. The front was thin. My damn tits sticking out. I was like, I'm never gonna wear this. Rock design. I had a tank top yesterday. I was actually the Rock. He's right here for you. My nipples are. I got called out yesterday for my nipples popping out of the tank. My daughters, for some reason, like really monitor if my nipples pop. Like, Dad, your nipples showing. I'm like, no. I was in the emergency room last night. Maya, it wasn't that serious. She got a giant splinter. We couldn't get it out of her foot. It was like a fucking exorcism. She was just like, ah. So I was like, we'll take her to the ER and we'll like numb it and whatever. And I was just at that thing there. It's like the whole time, like, Dad, your nipples are out. I'm like, I'm talking to the doctor. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up right now. I'm trying to get out of here. We have pizza on the way. Adjusted. No, dude, I literally put my nipple away. Like, you guys fucking stretch my shirts out. That's why my nipples stick out. Stop fucking putting your arm down my shirt. It was a nightmare. We left the pool. We were running down the pool with the playground. We need shoes. I'm like, that's what fucking shoes, bro. I'm bullshit. Who cares? Dude, it was it was like for real. It wasn't even a sweater. A chunk of wood was in her foot. And yeah, we like held her down, trying to get her out. The guy actually took like a needle, and he dug in. We tried tweezers, didn't work, so he used a syringe and like dig in and pop it up. And it was. They have cream now. They can numb like the spot before they give you like a shot. They put a patch on you. I was like, bro, give me that. I'm gonna start putting it on myself when I get needles. I hate ones. They haven't. I'm like, why don't you guys give this to everybody? You're trying to say I'm on boys, bro? Just wondering. I did. I'm not saying. Like, I'm not just saying. Like, I'm not juiced at all. What are you talking about? I'm a psychophysicist. Short team necklace, dude. I'm saying. That's the telltale sign of being juiced up. Step one, shark tooth. I promise I'm not that day. You got caught. You're the liver king, dude. Fucked up. Sorry, I've been trained. I was just trying to I've watched every single minute. I've watched 20 hours of the Liver King. I wanted to get him on. You know what you do? You call it. I was like, we gotta get him on. You're like, I don't know, man. He's a loose cannon. Yeah, he's loose cannon. You know, I don't want him coming for our families next. That'd be terrible. He's not gonna kill you though. You got a family. We can take you away from him. Is that what his defense was? Yeah, he's not trying to kill anyone. That checks out, man. He's arrested for a box to the comedy club. That's what he got arrested for. They're like, it's a bomb. No, because I was wondering too. I'm like, all right, he's making weird videos. Why'd they arrest him? There was one where it was like very dark and threatening. Girls up and down the hallway of the Four Seasons being like, Joe Rogan. But no, there was one like something about like, I can't wait to meet your family or something. It was like open-ended and very threatening. I was like, oh, okay, never mind. I can see why they fucking. I would not want that guy on my ass. If that guy that was on my fucking ass, I would jump on that one. It's the
Bob Sacramento.
Joe Rogan. Tap him on your ass and talk to him. Joe Rogan was like, I'm gonna fucking get you. Like, oh, shit.
Orthodox. Old school.
Joe Rogan was going bear crawls in the hallway. He was like, I'm gonna fucking kill you. I mean, I will say I was disappointed because the jiu-jitsu match would have been so tight. It would have been crazy. It would have been sad. But that's what Liver King was kind of asking for. He was mad though. He was like, bring every bone. You want the Warrior's death? You want the Warrior's death? I kind of, I don't know. It's so funny to beat my ass for my whole family. I need this. Oregon. The pay-per-view would have been crazy, bro. Joe Rogan versus the Holy Trinity. Liver King 3.0. You gotta watch all. It's fucking incredible. He says the same thing over and over again on repeat. What's he saying? Pound and lock it down. I don't know. He knows everything. He's just repeating it over and over again. At one point, he does a Instagram live with a jug of coffee and an enema. Yeah, I saw that. Tube going from the jug into his ass. He's in the shower, like, oh, just hanging out. That was totally what it was. You're doing coffee enema. Yeah, just coffee enema. I did one of those myself indirectly today. I just drank a ton of coffee, went for a walk, and just fucked the classic. I've been taking creatine in a week, bro. The creatine was pumping me up. I've been on teen pretty hard. Awesome. I think you guys are just fucking so out with me. I'm not that yet. I said my men's warehouse pictures, right? Yes. They are so good. So when I'm hosting the ESPYs, you gotta do like promo for it. They put me in a tuxedo. I'm like, I can't do a photo shoot. It's so uncomfortable. So uncomfortable. They try to make you do stuff. They get you at the mothership. They just lean against the wall. I've escaped all mothership. It's good. The man came up with the best pose when they do that. What do you do? Cool photos. Don't ever take my picture. Yeah, cool photos. He's nice about it. That's cool. He doesn't do it. I'm on a regular shot. It's like, hey, smile, candid. But they're like, I just too much. Yeah, it's the same fucking 5 people every single day. Hey, look at Tony again.
Fucking tough one the other day. They hit him with the gayest photo possible.
God damn it.
What did they hit him? He was like back to right behind the stage. He had like a hand on a railing and like it was a tough one.
Why'd they put that up?
Because I think it's in a song.
Welcome.
Yeah.
How you living, pimp?
Somebody wrote it.
Yo, baby.
All right, well, whatever you want to be. How you living, baby?
You would have paid me extra to be a pimp, you know?
All right, how'd you find out about me?
My friend Robbie told me about you, and he said it'd be funny to talk to you sometime.
Okay. How did Robbie find out about me?
I believe through your own social representation.
Was it on Discord or was it on Blue Sky?
One person I know you knows you from Rumble, actually.
Oh, tight. Excellent.
And then I actually use Rumble, but I only know you through Discord.
That's okay. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Are you a real rabbi?
I am. Got my kip on. I'm gonna don tefillin in a couple hours. I made smicha during the pandemic, which is rabbinical ordination. I say blessings on food. We light candles. I do everything that an Orthodox person can do while still live streaming their life.
That's funny. There's this guy named Bubble Boy who did that at Burning Man, and everyone just threw things at him and treated him like he's a monkey.
Because he was an Orthodox Jew?
Basically.
Okay.
Huh?
Because of his Orthodox Judaism?
No, it was a performance art piece. He put himself in like a room to be viewed by everyone as he lived his life, and everyone started treating him like he's a monkey.
Oh, okay.
Because it was funny. Because he was like putting himself in a zoo.
Very well. Did they have a room there?
I don't believe in it. I know. I am also Jewish, unfortunately.
Why unfortunately?
I'm from a more heretical sect, basically.
Why unfortunately?
Which isn't heretical. Heretical is such a bad term anyway.
Why?
It didn't matter like that.
Why unfortunately? You should be proud of being Jewish.
Oh, I am.
Excellent.
But Jewish people is a very complicated thing. And it's very stupid and retarded.
Okay. Very well. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Are you an Orthodox Jew?
I am.
Are you a Messianic Jew?
No, that's like Christianity.
Are you Messianic Jew?
No, that's Christianity.
I mean, it is both. I'm sorry.
It's not seen as a. It is not seen as a denomination of Judaism.
I don't think Judaism is Judaism. It's just like historically misrepresented.
Okay. I mean, you've got your Hasidic world, your Orthodox world, your modern Orthodox world. That's really...
No, not Orthodox. Oh, no, way before this. Way before that. Orthodox Jews are things they created in the medieval period. Trying to revive things. You know what I mean?
Arguably. I understand what you're saying.
The traditions were lost.
Yeah, I mean, following the fall of the temple.
Messianic. When I say Messiah, like, you're not Messianic in, like, you don't believe in a current Messiah. But do you believe that Judaism was about a Messiah at any point?
Absolutely. It still is. Mashiach.
Mm-hmm. And who was it? This is just a test. I'm sorry to do this to you.
Mashiach hasn't come yet. We want Mashiach now.
Who was which king was the Messiah in the Old Testament?
Well, it's arguable that there were Mashiachs of...
It's not arguable.
Yes, it absolutely is. Yes. Of every generation.
As a role of Mashiach. I mean, what is the king's name? This is like a quizmaster question.
I'm not here to be quizzed. I'm not here to be quizzed. There are Mashiachs of every generation. Some consider the Lubavitcher Rebbe to have been a Mashiach. Some consider King David to have been a Mashiach. Some consider King Solomon to be a Mashiach. We, in mainstream centrist Judaism, are still awaiting Mashiach to come.
There you go. Thank you. Buddhism is very similar, like Maitreya, where they're awaiting a future Buddha.
Okay. Well,
in terms of that idea.
We're awaiting Mashiach. Mashiach will be the person who rebuilds the Beit HaMikdash.
If I can go through the... Do you know who King Darius is?
I'm aware, yeah.
So he would be the Messiah.
No, Mashiach hasn't come yet.
Yes. I meant like a person who was thought to be the Messiah to free the Jews from Egypt. In the book, he's said to be.
There are a lot of people
can relate to whatever they think about it retroactively. You know what I mean?
Okay, I mean,
meant to people back in the day.
Mainstream centrist Judaism, Mashiach has not come yet and has never been here. Mashiach is the person who's going to rebuild the Beit HaMikdash, the Temple of Jerusalem.
See, no, I don't mean that. You know what I'm talking about. Is older than that. I'm talking about King Darius.
I understand.
There isn't a temple built.
I understand what you're saying. I'm telling you what mainstream Judaism believes Mashiach is. And it's not anyone who existed in the past. It's someone who is going to deliver us in the future. That's what Maimonides taught 1,000 years ago and has been consistent throughout Judaism before and since. Now, there have been break-off factions like Jacob Frank or perhaps the Lubavitcher Rebbe, but mainstream centrist Orthodox
beliefs on who the Messiah is. The fact that it was based on a person in the past that they're reflecting forward. The person that's missing is Alexander the Great, but that's really just like they can't accept Persian histories into Western thought, even though they involve Alexander the Great. If that makes any sense to you.
Can you repeat that?
Because Alexander the Great, when he conquered Judea and then Persia, he played directly into the local myths. And he tried to literally reveal Messiah, and he claimed like lineage to Darius when he like invaded Persia, even though he's like Greek. You know, he's like, I'm Persian.
Yeah, I mean, at least within mainstream Orthodoxy, we hold him in a different view, and he didn't destroy the temple. So that's why there's a generation of Jews at that time who named their sons Alexander, and that's why it's a pretty common name within Judaism today, even though it's a Greek name, not a Hebrew name. Anyway, that's enough halakha, or, well, just Jewish history discussion. How are you? What are your hobbies? What do you like to do? Do you have hobbies? What do you like to enjoy? Can you hear me? All right, well, if you can't hear me, that's okay. It was a pleasure to meet you. Just watching some podcasts. I'm happy that you found out about me from Rumble. That's phenomenal. And feel free to enjoy.
Several of Tommy where Tommy looks like he's 250 pounds.
That's crazy. Guy, you do fucking nuts. You're pretty bad. You guys are the fat Italian filter?
Tommy looks like the guy that holds a pizza. Yeah, it was.
They gotta suss that out there. So
I don't want to fuck with anybody's money. Somebody's making money on taking these pictures every day.
It's nice having a photog, I will say. Really? Taking pictures on stage. Yeah, I use those for flyers and shit.
It was in person. Just my phone.
You're good.
It is useful to have.
Can you hear me?
I wasn't born. Yeah, I can hear you. My phone crashed.
That's okay.
There's my phone money.
That's okay. No issue at all. So that's enough discussion of Jewish history. Hold on. Hold on. I do my best.
I'm asking you. I'm trying to talk to you. I want to talk to you because you are Jewish and I am Jewish about Jesus. If that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, generally, I don't like to talk about religion or politics just because it can be so divisive. But sure, tell me, what do you want to talk about the next?
No, between me and you, I'm not trying to be divisive. I want to see if you can provide information that's useful to my own thinking. If that makes sense.
Okay.
I'm not trying to wait this.
Go for it.
I'm not trying to be controversial.
That's okay. Go for it.
So what religion was Jesus?
I mean, for our best understanding, he was Jewish.
He wasn't.
Okay.
Was he Christian?
Absolutely not. Didn't even exist.
Exactly. You understand that, which I appreciate. Because a lot of people confuse that. It's like saying Marx was Marxist type shit.
Right.
It's like, how can you be a thing that doesn't exist yet? Do you believe that? So, like, I was pushed, probably like you maybe as a child, to basically read classics in theology. Much more liberal than a lot of, like, Orthodox Jews I had to be. But my sect was never like that in the first place.
What sect of Judaism, of what sect were you a part?
The problem is, it's a goddamn Gnostic sect in which you're supposed to look up the book and find out your own beliefs about it based on, like, the understanding of how much you can get from theology. So it's exactly the same as rabbinical thing, except the ones that rejected rabbinical teachings because they were historically false.
Hold on. What?
And this is more
of what?
Point is, and why there's so many.
Just answer my question.
That,
but just answer my question before you move on, just so I have an understanding of your background.
What the Septuagint did?
Yeah, the Greek translation of Torah.
Yes, it's the actual original. That's where all my research has, like, over and over led, despite me arguing against it over and over. It's not like it's like an academic position per se, but it's pretty obvious.
What sect of Judaism did you grow up in?
What sect? A Gnostic sect.
That's not Jewish.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Because it's about the book.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
That's fine. Again.
Because the people of the book, it's supposed to be understanding the book.
Did you attend synagogue?
Huh?
Did you attend?
It's actually older than the thing.
Did you attend synagogue?
No, they do not attend synagogue because it's considered like how Baptists view the churches and cathedrals.
Okay,
it's unnecessary iconography.
Okay, do you have a rabbi?
No, you're not supposed to have a rabbi. And your rabbi is to help you when you're a child. You're supposed to be able to be a rabbi to yourself through your own study of religion.
Okay, that's just not Judaism. It's something else. So what do you call it? You call it Gnosticism?
This is my point. No, you think Judaism is one thing, but it's not defined like that. Christians also find this in the paradigm, but there's no true Scotsman. But I am a person. I know the book.
I'm not denying that you
It
do.
says in
I'm
the
not
book
denying that
that
you
the
do.
people of the book are
Just
light,
generally
not
when you
blood.
talk to Jews, they say, "Oh yeah, I grew up in the conservative movement. I grew up as a Reformed Jew. I grew up as a humanist Jew. I grew up as a Reconstructionist Jew." Or the ones of which I'm more affiliated, modern Orthodox, Orthodoxy, or the Hasidic world. So you're saying you didn't grow up in any of those, right?
I've literally explained that the sect I'm from is like considered heretical. And it was like targeted by the Inquisition. And you say it doesn't exist when yet the same people you retract from claim it as Judaism. Anyway, it's because they interpreted the book their own way, which is the point of the book. That you're going for the knowledge of the light, not what a rabbi says, but the knowledge of the light through the theology of the study. Which is my major point, and this has nothing to do with Judaism. They spoke Greek, but it's not a translation. That the translations sound like they're read by second graders in Hebrew is because they spoke Greek. Hebrew was a liturgical language. No one spoke it. They wrote it.
That's true, but they didn't speak Greek. They spoke Aramaic.
No, Aramaic was also a court language. Hilariously, they spoke Greek.
Who's they?
You can find Aramaic court records complaining, like ancient Aramaic court records complaining about the local populace speaking Greek so much that they're confusing Bela, which is a term for a husband, with Baal.
Okay.
So the highest of five. And that's why they have to rename Baal into Ish. Because the Greeks are confusing it because of homophone, and they think it has to do with husbands, when it's supposed to be like the highest seat of the world.
Okay.
Again, not about Judaism, but the fact that things that are considered Judaism are not Judaism. You know what I mean?
No.
What religion was Jesus?
I answered your question.
Do you know what he was? Do you think he was actually Jewish? Like, have you read Jewish records about him?
There is an entire lineage, arguably, between him and King David. His mother,
yes,
arguably, was denounced because she had a child out of wedlock, and the Sanhedrin had to make rulings. I mean, these are general understandings. The argument is whether the Nazarene was a rabbi. Now, that's another question. But generally, he's considered a Jew.
Okay. It's weird that he's considered a Jew, right?
I don't think so at all. It makes a lot of sense that he's
considered. Why?
Why?
I like that you're well versed. You at least know like the story and the Jewish writings like I read. Because then I found Jesus in Greek writings. And then I actually translated the Greek from the Septuagint out. Words are like mistranslated because they're based on ancient Greek. They're not Hebrew. You know what I mean? I can give you a great example. And I'm not trying to talk to this because it's like, oh, goddamn Jesus, blah, 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 and stupid Tritarian stuff. This is all before Tritarian bullshit. Like, virgin birth, right? That term?
I
like Virgin Mary?
I am familiar with it from a Christian standpoint, but again, I don't believe in it in its traditional sense. If anything, I understand it from a 21st century mindset that if there was anything that could be considered at all a virgin birth, it would be something along the lines of an alien abduction. That's the only way I can discern how that could have taken place.
Oh, so like in alien abduction though, like in Christianity, specifically in like in the Book of Enoch, like ascension and descension are kind of like alien abduction, because like you go to heaven and an angel replaces you, basically.
Okay.
The story of Noah is very much about this.
Okay.
My point is that virgin birth is just a mistranslation.
Okay.
I can explain why it's a very pretty mistranslation.
Say whatever you'd like to say.
Like the reason it's birth is because of crown. They meant the mouth. The actual translation is purple mouth. That virgin birth has gotten out purple mouth is very funny. But purple was like put with royalty, right? So virgin. It's very funny. But the actual Greek translation of spoken properly is purple mouth, not virgin birth, right? That's like a weird thing. And then in ancient Greek writings, the people of women of the Bacchic religion would have purple mouths because of the drugs they did, which stain their mouths purple.
Speech that rocked the baseball world on Lou Gehrig Appreciation Day at Yankee Stadium, and ailing Gehrig student.
Do you know who Medea is, by any chance, Rabbi?
In baseball history. I consider myself
Do I know who Medea is?
Yes.
Yes.
She was like one of the first icons in ancient Greek world, as like a person who became a religion herself. She's in Jason the Argonaut's Tale. She was the queen of Babylon for marrying to the seizing king Pharaoh because she was the queen of Scythia.
That's how.
So it's like a political marriage. She was never actually the.
That's how I'm familiar.
She's the queen of Babylon. Babylon was lost.
That's
you know
how.
I mean?
That's how I'm familiar with her.
So another one of these mistranslations, right, that makes me think Jesus, like, this is the Christian mistranslation of the Book of Enoch. They purposely mistranslate the verses on the snake venom to be snake venom, to be snake, to be a metaphor about snakes, blah, 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 messing with the human mind, when literally the verse says it's African horned viper venom. It's a very specific snake. You know what I mean?
I understand what you're saying. Again.
And then you're tweeting and you find that when you translate back, they become less defined because they have less words. It makes it seem like that is the translation, not the original. You know what I mean? Because the words become less sophisticated because they cannot properly translate, African horn viper venom, like we can now.
Okay.
So Jesus, right? Do you know why Jesus was arrested? Do you know those verses? Do you know any of the New Testament?
Just from theological classes, to my knowledge,
why did the Romans arrest? Do you know why the Romans arrested Jesus?
Yeah, wasn't it like practicing magic or some type of understanding like that?
Yes, he was, but they're actually like, so he's naked, he can't move, and when they find him, there's naked boys running from him, and they think he's a pimp, but he's not actually a pimp. He's like converting them to his religion. He's like converting whores into his medical religion.
Okay.
But it says in the scripture, African horned viper venom, explicitly, and then they translate it to be snakes. African horned viper venom makes a person very dehydrated. In the Bacchic religion, it was very famously used in the ancient Greek world for visions. So the reason he can't move is because he took snake venom, because he once been in.
Okay. I'm listening to you. I just got to make some adjustments to some computers over here. But keep going. I'm listening.
So like priestesses and prostitutes were the same thing. That's why the root is the same. But it's because of this religion, because they were insane and how they perform medicine, right? So I'm gonna make this about snakes, but it's about every mystery. They were insane about taking every drug and trying to figure it out. It was like pre-science, pre-medical research before medical research through theology, and that's how we know like how much wolfbane it takes to kill a person, type shit. That's what the mystery cults are. They're like obsessed with mystery in the world, and that esoteric knowledge is what they would give. The medieval is a religion that brought all the mystery things together for whatever. All this information was by Galen, who is Marcus Aurelius' doctor, is his own claim that this is the foundation of all medical research, is this religion. Which is also what the ancient Greeks believed. So he's on snake venom. He can't get up. So how, at least in the bucket, if you were on snake venom, they would take small amounts of the snake venom and like the ghee, which would develop the anti-venom, right? Because they're taking small amounts. And then another person would consume their blood or bodily fluid to get the anti-venom. And for that, they can bring back life to death, because the Bhakti religion is very much about life to death. And that the closer you get to death, the more knowledge you get about oneself. Does this sound like Judaism to you?
Not at all. I'm listening, but again, I can't really talk right now. I'm far from the microphone.
It's okay. It's late at night and I'm bothering you with stuff you probably don't care about.
I find you very interesting, but again, I don't normally talk about religion or politics in here because it's so divisive. If you have any questions, I do have an Ask Rabbi Anything section on the left side of the server. I'll answer any question that you have, particularly if you have a question in Judaism. I will answer it. Aside from all of the religious history that you want to discuss, what are your hobbies? What do you like to do?
This is more important than all of this. This is about directly Judaism. I'd rather talk about you directly. I don't mean to be a conflict with what you think causes conflict.
Okay, well, that's okay.
I understand from the Torah and from all the writings that the light does not mean blood, ever. It means like the word itself. It means knowledge, like straightforwardly. It's all like allegory and allusion to knowledge, right? You agree or disagree? This is important to the distinction in schism.
My friend, it's 1:40 in the morning. As I've previously said to you, I generally don't discuss religion or politics. You can say whatever you'd like in here. If you have any questions for me, feel free to ask them in the Ask Rabbi Anything section. As of right now, again, I don't want to talk religion or politics.
No, my question is more important. It's not about religion. It's about like something more important than religion. What religions are based on. Is the light knowledge or is the light blood?
Treasure sweepstakes could make that dream come true. Enter for your chance to win a fabulous Hawaiian getaway for two with luxury accommodations, airfare, and spending cash. Plus, just for entering, get $30 off your next qualifying JTV purchase of at least $99 when you opt in.
You know,
don't miss out. Visit jtv.com.
I just am curious what you think, honestly.
Where paradise awaits.
Your life and your loved ones' lives depends on what you've done to prepare. Disasters, shortages, supply chain failures, they're not ifs, they're wins. Don't be left without life-saving medication. The Jace case is a prescribed set of emergency antibiotics, life-saving medications you have on hand before you need them, offering peace of mind, no panicking, fast, affordable, and could save your life. Go to JASE.com. Use code radio for a discount because once the shelves are empty,
Bail is a very distinct. It's IL, like it's the highest seat of high. It has nothing to do with being a husband in the Greek system. It has nothing to do with Bela.
Chris, how many books have you read? Well, this is my third one. The first two are out of print. It was some time ago.
So they renamed the god. Yeah, people claim the god is not. And then, so the actual translation, if you did ancient Greek, whatever, on the word Baal, is Zeus, because it refers to the seat, and then he's supposed to be the highest god of things. It's about the seat, not the god. You know what I mean? The highest god of the throne itself, not the god who sits upon it. And then if we're going, like, everything is religion and politics. So that's a hard thing to talk about because religion just has weird religions.
No, it's not. You can easily just say, hey, I like to play golf. I like to run. I've got a dog named Rover. Those are very easy things. Again, I don't like to argue with people. And so if you have any questions, feel free to say whatever you want. But if you have any questions for me, I've got a section here, Ask Rabbi Anything. You type it there.